Chapter 1. The First Encounter. Zhiyan, this marriage is not optional, you must commit to it. You are already 27, and in 3 years, you will be forcibly matched in the genetic compatibility database. What will you do if you end up with a useless partner? A man's authoritative voice resonated throughout the villa, striking a jarring note. I refuse to marry. Refuse? Then you might as well leave this house. After all these years of raising you, you have accomplished nothing. You are a burden. Leave. Upon hearing that commanding voice, Su Cheng's anger intensified. Fine, I will leave, Zhiyan retorted, without uttering another word. She turned and exited. Husband, why are you so angry with our child? Zhao Jialan nestled against him, her voice soft and delicate. Am I still angry with her? Look at her age. Others her age have been married for years. She is constantly relying on that suppressor. Do you not understand how detrimental it could be to her health? Su Cheng's voice remained elevated, even in the presence of his beloved. But the child from the Song family, isn't she an alpha with a lack of scent perception? How can she bring happiness to our child? The thought of scent perception efficiency raised concerns about their child's future. It's merely a lack of scent perception. It does not equate to inferior pheromones. If she truly desires happiness, she can simply seek it. Su Cheng spoke as if it were a trivial matter, dismissing the gravity of the situation. You are pushing our reserved child to the brink of leaving home, Zhao Jialan chided, gazing at him with discontent. She cherished their only child and did not wish for her to be swept away by a subpar alpha. As Zhiyan walked down the streets of the imperial capital, her spirits were exceedingly low. Why must she adhere to the arrangements of her elders? Why was she subject to the influence of pheromones? She could not comprehend. Before she could gather her thoughts, a multitude of scents enveloped her: gasoline, coriander, and dried tangerine peel, each one lowly, unsettling her senses. What was happening? Zhiyan murmured, instinctively reaching for the gland on the back of her neck. The suppressor was firmly in place, yet she could still feel the searing heat emanating from her gland. At that moment, the realization struck her she was indeed unfortunate, encountering a chaotic surge of alpha pheromones the moment she stepped outside. The inferior pheromones relentlessly assaulted her nostrils, causing her gland to ache. Covering the suppressor, Zhiyan decided to return, as the odors were intolerable. Just as she turned, she nearly collided with someone. Fortunately, the other person reacted swiftly, catching her securely. A wave of fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, instantly dispelling the unpleasant scents. My apologies, I didn't expect you to turn so suddenly. The voice was deep and slightly husky, resonating from above her. No, it's my fault. I was lost in thought, Zhiyan replied. Inhaling deeply, the fresh scent of sandalwood enveloped her, subtly yet assertively overpowering all other alpha odors. Take care. I must be on my way. Song Yizhu nodded, opting not to prolong the awkward conversation as she sidestepped Zhiyan and continued on her path. As she departed, the foul odors returned, but now with the lingering essence of sandalwood. Zhiyan found herself frowning once more, instinctively following in her footsteps. Chapter 2. At that moment, you were engaged in merriment at your own domicile, while I found myself ensconced in mine. Zhiyan stood at a crossroads, uncertain of her destination, yet no favorable alternatives unfolded. Particularly amidst the chaos instigated by the alpha pheromone disruption, that IT seemed wiser to remain by her side, as it offered a modicum of comfort. Marshall, there's an individual pursuing you, a slightly anxious voice crackled through her earpiece. Nevertheless, Song Yizhu continued her stride unperturbed, as if she had anticipated this eventuality. Standing resolutely like a steadfast pine, she advanced with a steady and commanding gait. The sunlight danced upon her exquisite black uniform, refracting brilliant beams. Despite the throng surrounding her, her presence radiated like a beacon in the night. In response to her deputy's caution, Song Yizhu simply remarked, I know, her tone as serene as a windless lake, rendering any underlying turbulence imperceptible. Her deep-set eyes remained fixed ahead, unwavering, seemingly indifferent to the pursuer trailing behind her. Upon receiving such a succinct reply, the deputy wisely chose not to press further. He understood that the marshal was both resolute and composed. If she professed awareness, then she must have devised a plan. Thus, the deputy silently resumed his duties as a loyal subordinate, reverting to his role as a reliable instrument. Zhiyan, devoid of direction, found herself inadvertently following Song Yizhu. "Excuse me, miss. Please refrain from approaching the military-restricted area. Should you advance another step, we will be compelled to take action." After what felt like an eternity of walking, Zhiyan was abruptly halted by two stern-looking soldiers clad in black military garb. Their authoritative gazes fixed upon her, poised to enforce their warning. Yet had she not been following someone? "I came with her." In a moment of desperation, Zhiyan gestured toward the advancing Song Yizhu, successfully prompting the soldiers to pause. "Are you accompanying her?" One of the soldiers hesitated, disbelief flickering across his countenance, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the marshal's kin. "Yes, I am with her. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with her," asked the marshal. Were they willing to risk their lives? Yet, the marshal had never acknowledged this individual as her own. The two soldiers exchanged glances, failing to reach a consensus. "Marshal, this young lady asserts that she has come with you." With no other recourse, one of them called out to Song Yizhu, who continued her advance. "What is it?" Song Yizhu turned around, visibly vexed upon recognizing the individual who had crossed her path. Zhiyan felt a pang of regret for encountering such a formidable figure. "Is there something you require?" Song Yizhu assumed that she had inadvertently caused the woman distress, her voice softening slightly that it was rumored that some omegas were rather delicate, while she could not ascertain whether the woman before her was indeed an omega. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed improbable that she was an alpha. "Do you not recognize me? I'm a neighbor of your second aunt's younger uncle's daughter. When you played at home, I was at mine." With no choice but to continue after being interrupted, Zhiyan pressed on, though her confidence waned with every utterance, her resolve diminishing. Chapter 3. Are you seeking to align with me? Song Yizhu observed her earnest yet nonsensical ramblings, nearly amused to the point of laughter, incredulous at the absurdity of her words. "So, what now?" Noticing her pause, Song Yizhu graciously acknowledged her, hinting at anticipation for what might follow. "Therefore, may I seek refuge with you? I possess neither wealth nor an alpha. Being alone is rather pitiful." Zhiyan struggled to gauge her response, tentatively expressing her desire. You know where this is." Song Yizhu regarded her with renewed seriousness. "The Interstellar Base." Only then did Zhiyan lift her gaze to survey her surroundings, startled by the glaring inscription above the entrance that you still wish to seek refuge with me?" "Yes, please." Zhiyan nodded. Despite the absurdity of following a stranger, after all, this individual was a marshal. Surely, she would not inflict harm upon her. "Are you certain?" Song Yizhu regarded her intently, seemingly incredulous that she could summon such bravery. "Yes, esteemed marshal. May I implore you to take me in?" Zhiyan nodded again, her determination solidifying. "Very well, but you must assume responsibility for any ensuing troubles." "Let us proceed." Song Yizhu regarded her with a penetrating gaze. And by some twist of fate, Zhiyan nodded in agreement, leaving even the station soldiers momentarily astonished. Our marshal truly so willing to harbor a stranger. "Rest assured, I will not become a burden." "Thank you." Zhiyan stepped forward, catching a whiff of the subtle fragrance of peach wood emanating from Song Yizhu, which was undeniably comforting. "Your name?" Casting a sidelong glance, Song Yizhu began walking toward the base, prompting Zhiyan to hastily follow. "My name is Zhiyan. Are you the newly appointed marshal? I had not heard of you before." Zhiyan was well aware of the identity of the interstellar marshal, the most sought-after individual among all omegas. Yet that individual was Zhao Xin, a male alpha. "Yes, I am Song Yizhu," she replied, nodding and refraining from elaborating on her lack of prior public acknowledgement, simply sharing her name. Song Yizhu, which character for in, which for Zhu? This name was utterly unfamiliar to Zhiyan, reminiscent of the initial character for heart, and Zhu, akin to bamboo. When asked to inscribe her name for the first time, Song Yizhu responded without a moment's hesitation. "What a beautiful name," Zhiyan managed to articulate after a brief moment of reflection. "Thank you. Your name is equally enchanting," Song Yizhu replied graciously, and their conversation fell into a serene silence, the entire encounter shrouded in an inexplicable surrealism. Initially, Zhiyan had trailed behind her, yet now Song Yizhu had inexplicably agreed to take her in, leaving both uncertain as to who was more irrational in this peculiar meeting. "I have a meeting to attend. A deputy will come to escort you to your quarters. You may converse with her should you have any inquiries." Stopping at the administrative building, Song Yizhu delivered this succinct directive without waiting for Zhiyan's response. departing with a resolute demeanor that left only her dark silhouette in her wake. Zhiyan was poised to reply when she realized Song Yizhu had vanished through the doorway, leaving her to await the deputy. The deputy arrived promptly, a tall female alpha who scrutinized Zhiyan with a discerning gaze. "Greetings, I am the Marshal's deputy, Han Lin. Please follow me." Chapter 4 Marshal, we have yet to ascertain a suitable treatment for your condition. However, please remain calm. Within a year at most, we should be able to discover a method for a complete cure. In the highest conference room of the administrative building, Song Yizhu occupied the principal seat. Her expression grave, surrounded by a cadre of interstellar military doctors, with numerous examination reports laid before her, none offering optimistic news. "I understand." Song Yizhu's voice was flat, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. "Marshal, we implore you to take this matter seriously. Due to your condition, we are unable to publicly announce your appointment, and you will be turning 30 by the year's end. Given the scarcity of quality genes in the interstellar domain, should you remain unmarried by 30, your position will be suspended." Upon hearing this, a palpable shadow darkened Song Yizhu's expression. Merely due to her loss of olfactory senses, her position could not be disclosed. Now, she was confronted with the prospect of suspension for remaining unmarried. The policies of the interstellar military seemed utterly absurd. Nevertheless, this was an unavoidable circumstance. Should she remain unmarried by the age of 30, she would be compelled to undergo mandatory gene matching until a new offspring was conceived, thereby enabling her to resume her responsibilities. The scarcity of esteemed genetic material throughout the vast azure cosmos necessitated such regulations. For failure to ensure the emergence of new life from superior genes would jeopardize the future of their civilization. Marshal, you might contemplate associating with some distinguished omegas. Perhaps their pheromones could partially rejuvenate your olfactory senses. Please seek an appropriate omega for matrimony and procreation. The perpetuation of the interstellar legacy depends upon your genetic contribution. The medical team offered their counsel, each voice amplifying her growing exasperation in this moment. She would have preferred to engage in training or amuse herself by playfully teasing others rather than endure this tedious discourse. Song Yizhu's expression darkened further. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The doctors exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to continue speaking. "I understand. The meeting is adjourned." After a brief interlude of stillness, Song Yizhu, unwilling to remain in this deadlock, dismissed them with a curt remark and departed decisively. "Marshal, I have arranged for Miss Su to be accommodated adjacent to your quarters. She is currently in her room." Last emerging from the administrative building, Han Lin's message arrived on Song Yizhu's holographic wristband, eliciting a frown upon her visage. Did she request for that individual to be positioned beside her? Soon, she dismissed the thought. It was not a matter she wished to dwell upon. "Good afternoon, Marshal." Zhiyan, presuming she would not encounter her again that day, was taken aback to discover Song Yizhu seated in a chair on the shared balcony of her room. "Good afternoon." Song Yizhu greeted her without surprise, her tone as neutral as ever. "You seem preoccupied. Is everything well?" Although Song Yizhu maintained her characteristic stoicism, Zhiyan perceived that her mood was askew. Even the subtle fragrance of peachwood pheromones had somewhat waned. "Have you had lunch?" Song Yizhu inquired, her gaze briefly meeting Zhiyan's deep eyes before she quickly averted her own. "No," Zhiyan admitted, fidgeting with her hands, realizing she had hastily left without even donning her holographic wristband, presenting rather a disheveled appearance. Every day at 7 in the morning, noon, and 6 in the evening, nutritional liquid will be placed in the storage box at her door. After stating this, Song Yizhu did not await Zhiyan's response. She turned and returned to her room, sliding the door to the balcony closed behind her. Chapter 5. How does she know everything? Upon hearing her words, Zhiyan was poised to respond when a noise drew her attention. Turning her gaze toward the balcony, she noticed the absence of Song Yizhu. The Marshal did not appear as indifferent as she seemed. Rather, her expression radiated a certain chill. Yet, her beauty was undeniable, showcasing the austere features characteristic of an alpha, slightly lowered brows, a gaze often suffused with disdain, a tall and slender nose, and thin, pale lips, all contributing to her serious demeanor. Lost in contemplation, Zhiyan caught a faint whiff of the delicate and alluring peachwood fragrance that lingered around Song Yizhu. Gathering her thoughts, she glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock, soon to be the hour for the nutritional delivery. Had she foreseen this, she would not have behaved so obstinately. Without her wristband, she could not even venture forth to seek employment. As all her personal information resided within it, if her identity remained unverified, she would persist in living as an unseen specter. Returning home was hardly a feasible option. It would not only betray Song Yizhu's kindness in offering her refuge, but would also strike a blow to her pride. How had her life taken such a dismal turn? Not a single positive event had transpired that day. Seated in the rattan chair on the balcony, Zhiyan gazed out at the verdant river, which alleviated some of her melancholy. Before long, noon arrived, and the intelligent assistant reminded her to collect her meal. Upon opening the door, she discovered that Song Yizhu had also emerged. "May I join you for the nutritional liquid?" Zhiyan inquired. "It's merely nutritional liquid. There's no need," Song Yizhu replied, casting a brief glance her way before retrieving her own meal and shutting the door with indifference. While her assertion was not incorrect, Zhiyan could not shake the discomfort it instilled in her. Frowning, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and took her own nutritional liquid inside. Song Yizhu was indeed an enigmatic individual. Zhiyan pondered this. She opened her nutritional liquid, the scent of peach wafting through the air, reminiscent of Song Yizhu's pheromones. This thought caused her to frown once more. It was the umpteenth time she had found herself reflecting on her. Despite having met only 3 times, she did not even know Song Yizhu's age, only her name and the title of marshal spoken by others. "Miss Su, are you in your room?" Before Zhiyan could delve further into her reflections, Han Lin, the deputy commander who had previously brought her here, initiated a connection through the intelligent butler. There's something amiss, Deputy Commander Han," Zhiyan inquired as she opened the door, revealing the alpha before her, who emanated a refreshing scent of lime. "The marshal has instructed me to deliver this wristband to you. This floor predominantly serves as the marshal's private domain, thus you will also be required to tidy her office. Star coins will be credited to your wristband on a daily basis." Han Lin presented her with a translucent blue wristband. Zhiyan hesitated, pondering how Song Yizhu seemed to possess an omniscient awareness, inclusive of her lack of a wristband and her current predicament. "Thank you, Deputy Commander Han," she said, accepting the wristband while deliberately curtailing her inquiries. After all, she was dwelling under another's roof and preferred to keep her questions to a minimum. "No need for gratitude," he replied. "The marshal's office is located on the 37th floor of the administrative building. You must ensure it is cleaned by 9 each morning that I must take my leave now. The marshal prefers to avoid prolonged visits. See you tomorrow." Chapter 6. Whose Omega are you? Zhiyan had yet to respond when Han Lin swiftly departed, her speed akin to a rushing torrent. Song Yizhu's curiosity was ignited. Her deputy was indeed an enigma. Zhiyan furrowed her brow as she programmed her facial recognition into the wristband, which subsequently displayed her details. Zhiyan, 27 years of age. A citizen of the Blue Star Imperial capital, a graduate of Blue Star Imperial University, unmarried, unemployed. The last 3 descriptors stung her vision. Had her alpha father not facilitated her signing of the employment consent form, she would likely be imparting knowledge at the university now. Omegas often encountered myriad restrictions, with those of higher rank facing even more stringent limitations. Similarly, high-ranking alphas endured equally outrageous constraints. The scarcity of superior genes within Blue Star was a well-established truth. The more stable the genetic lineage, the more arduous it became to produce quality offspring, resulting in betas constituting nearly 80% of the populace. The unstable alpha and omega genes accounted for a mere 20%, with the majority being inferior S and omega differentiated from birth. Zhiyan's existence was subjected to intense scrutiny. From her childhood to adulthood, not only were her 2 fathers intricately involved in her life planning, but the imperial nursery also exercised stringent control over her upbringing. Upon finally reaching adulthood at 20, her fully matured glands further constrained her options. Her aspirations were obstructed by the cyclical nature of seasonal heats, and her father did not endorse her dreams. Without the consent form signed by an alpha acting as her guardian, she was rendered ineligible for employment, unless she could procure an alpha partner willing to sign on her behalf. She remained in a state of limbo. Zhiyan glanced at the information once more, unable to glean any further understanding, and sighed deeply. The following morning, she had hoped to accompany Song Yizhu to her office, only to discover that her nutritional liquid had already been consumed. Had she departed so early? Zhiyan noted the brightening sky. It was the transition between spring and summer, and the sun was just beginning to ascend. After a brief replenishment, she set out, intending to locate Song Yizhu's office as indicated by Han Lin. Hey, whose Omega are you? Do you not realize that unmarked Omegas are prohibited from entering the base? Before Su Jian could inquire further within the base, an Alpha approached her with an authoritative tone. You, an Omega of such elevated rank, wandering about the base, could easily disrupt the Army's pheromone equilibrium. With the transition to spring and summer, many Alphas are experiencing their heat cycles. Do you wish to incite disorder within the ranks? The Alpha's words were resolute, his gaze sweeping over her with palpable disapproval. Su Jian hesitated, yearning to articulate her thoughts yet uncertain of how to commence. The Alpha's demeanor only intensified her discomfort, as she had yet to utter a word, yet found herself subjected to a harsh reprimand. Chapter 7. Apologizing to her, "What are you doing, Major?" Just as the standoff escalated, a voice emerged from behind the Alpha. Reporting to the Marshal, "I am the duty officer for today. I observed an unidentified Omega within the base and came to ascertain the circumstances." The Major stood at attention, saluting her. "She's my office manager, newly appointed today. Is there a problem?" Song Yizhu, clad in black combat attire, held a fully enclosed helmet, her voice steady. Reporting to the Marshal, "I believe her presence in our base is inappropriate." With the transition from spring to summer, the appearance of an Omega could potentially incite the Alpha's heat cycles, thereby impacting base management. And what is the foundation of your assertion? Song Yizhu's penetrating gaze scrutinized him. The military had always adhered to regulations. When did personal sentiments dictate military affairs? Her words momentarily rendered him speechless, struggling to formulate a suitable reply, yet ultimately failing to articulate anything of substance. There existed no written regulation prohibiting Omegas from entering, that if one could not govern their instincts and permitted their heat to be ignited by an Omega, they ought to reflect upon their own lack of self-discipline. Would the mere presence of an Omega on the battlefield herald the Army's downfall? My sincerest apologies, Marshal. This was an oversight on my part. This was the first occasion Su Jian witnessed her command such authority. Each word resonating with gravitas, I extend my apologies to her. Song Yizhu cast a glance at her direction, her expression inscrutable that I am truly sorry. Miss Omega, I regret my impulsiveness and hope it did not adversely affect your mood. The Major earnestly expressed, bowing slightly to convey his contrition. That is acceptable. Su Jian refrained from asserting that it was of no consequence. She deemed it pertinent, in the absence of explicit military protocols. His immediate accusation had been rather offensive. Execute a 50-kilometer weighted march as retribution. Understood, Marshal. The Major accepted his punishment without a moment's hesitation and promptly proceeded to the training ground. My apologies. This signifies a failure in my management. Once the Major had departed, Song Yizhu extended her apologies to Su Jian. It is quite all right. This is not your fault. Su Jian gestured dismissively, feeling that neither she nor Song Yizhu bore any responsibility in this matter, and she had effectively alleviated the tension. Please accompany me. Su Jian followed closely behind her, her stature of nearly 1.7 meters appearing somewhat diminutive against the towering figure exceeding 1.8 meters. In truth, her height is considered tall among Omegas, particularly as she is a naturally differentiated Omega, possessing significantly elevated hormone levels compared to those who develop later. This is my office. You need only organize my documents. Song Yizhu stated. Routine cleaning will be conducted by automated systems. With familiarity, she guided her into her office, which was expansive and largely devoid of furnishings aside from a desk ensemble, several filing cabinets, and a sofa for discussions. Important documents were not housed here. Typically, only process files remained, which she instructed Su Jian to categorize appropriately. Song Yizhu indicated the contents of the filing cabinets, noting that significant materials were directly transmitted to her wristband. With only specific task documents requiring her signature appearing on her desk, Su Jian surveyed the office, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 8 is not about choosing a partner. Marshal, may I inquire why you have taken me in? Su Jian asked. Was it not you who implored me? Song Yizhu replied curtly, leaving Su Jian momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a plea, but had she acquiesced so readily? Was that not rather too casual? Is there anything else I may inquire? Not entirely. I regret to admit, I have responsibilities to uphold. Song Yizhu shook her head and departed, leaving Su Jian with no opportunity to persuade her to stay. If her response was a definitive no, then the matter was settled. Her swift exit exuded an aura that seemed to threaten anyone who dared to interject. Zhiyan pouted, finding Song Yizhu rather enigmatic. Even more so than any alpha she had previously encountered. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she was invariably present to assist when needed, often without a plausible explanation, which created an uncomfortable atmosphere. Gathering her thoughts, Zhiyan set aside her reflections on Song Yizhu and began to tidy her office. The desk was cluttered with documents, yet none were personal possessions. Everything appeared easily replaceable. The papers were meticulously arranged, with not a single frayed edge in sight, requiring her merely to categorize and place them in the filing cabinets. A remarkably simple task. Yin, I heard you've run away from home. Where are you now? Aren't you coming to see me? Her friend Lin Wanqi had been unable to contact her the previous night, and today was merely a hopeful attempt to reconnect. No, I have secured employment now. Your alpha's possessiveness is far too intense. She might flay me alive. Zhiyan was somewhat taken aback by Lin Wanqi's message, noting that she had just received her new wristband the day before. Upon hearing her lament about her alpha, Lin Wanqi could only sigh. After all, her alpha was indeed excessively possessive. Oh, where are you working now? Didn't you lack your uncle's employment consent? At the Interstellar base. Organizing the marshal's office, she opened a cabinet and placed the sorted documents within. What? Wait, when did you come to know Zhao Mingxiu? How did you manage to gain access to the Interstellar base? Aren't omegas forbidden there? Zhiyan's succinct statement did not prevent Lin Wanqi from erupting with indignation. How could so much transpire without her knowledge? It's not Zhao Mingxiu. How could I possibly be acquainted with someone of his caliber? It's a marshal from another military branch. Not our chief marshal. I haven't known her long, so I can't provide much information. Strangely, after spending considerable time at the base, she had never heard of Zhao Mingxiu. What rank is that marshal? Is she a healthy and robust alpha? How would I know? What kind of questions are you posing? Zhiyan frowned, pondering why it mattered how healthy or formidable Song Yizhu was. It wasn't as if she were selecting a partner. Chapter 9. Truly rare. Well, I think you've been rather unwise. Pray tell, did you only meet her yesterday? Lin Wanqi inquired, exasperated by her friend's lack of awareness. Yes, and what of it? Zhiyan felt a sense of uncertainty regarding Lin Wanqi's sudden shift in attention, but responded with candor. On their initial encounter, she had assisted in securing a job for her. A remarkably effortless one at that. What might this imply? Perhaps it speaks to her benevolence. Benevolence. Have you lost your senses? She scarcely knows you, yet extends such kindness. Do you not perceive anything amiss? Had Zhiyan been present, Lin Wanqi would undoubtedly have seized her by the neck, demanding an explanation. Feel what? That she might be attempting to manipulate me. Zhiyan's thoughts raced, ultimately formulating a plausible rationale. Zhiyan, at times I genuinely wonder if the suppressants have clouded your judgment. Have you never considered the possibility that she may harbor feelings for you? The absurdity of Lin Wanqi's suggestion compelled her to wish she could shake her friend into clarity. What are you insinuating? We scarcely know one another. How could she develop feelings so swiftly? Zhiyan dismissed the notion with conviction. Could it not be related to your pheromones? What if your compatibility is remarkably high? Natural physiological selection could indeed lead her to contemplate you. Upon hearing this, Zhiyan paused, mulling over the possibility. After all, Song Yizhu's distinctive scent was undeniably unforgettable. Furthermore, your rank is exceptionally high, and with such commendable genes. It would not be unusual for an alpha to become infatuated. I find it intolerable. The scent of those alphas is unbearable. Each encounter feels torturous. She had previously interacted with alphas, yet none had been satisfactory. She preferred the company of betas. Very well. What is your opinion of that marshal's pheromones? Do they torment you? Strangely enough, no. Each encounter with her is quite pleasant. Zhiyan reflected, realizing that Song Yizhu consistently emanated a delightful aroma, causing her no discomfort whatsoever. Oh, a pleasing scent. Could it be that she is the most compatible alpha within your genetic library? Lin Wanqi was exhilarated by this prospect, pondering whether her friend would finally experience her first spring after 27 years of solitude. The notion of addiction to pheromones is rather exaggerated. Zhiyan shivered at the description. It sounded excessively saccharine. It is not exaggerated. It is genuinely reassuring. The more you inhale it, the more captivated you become, potentially even awakening mating instincts. Lin Wanqi, perceiving Zhiyan's disdain, promptly defended her assertion. Very well. Let us not delve further into this. Zhiyan swiftly interjected, finding the conversation utterly ludicrous. Chapter 10. Who desires a delicate A at 158 meters? Why not? You shall inevitably face this matter. Do not remain oblivious when the moment arrives. Lin Wanqi could not resist ridiculing her friend, who continued to sidestep the topic at her age. We discussed this in biology class. I am not academically deficient. Zhiyan retorted, gritting her teeth. Have you ever witnessed a pig in motion? This is distinctly different. The sensitivity periods of alphas verita, it is said that the superior the quality of an alpha, the more intense their sensitivity period. Very well. I wish for you to bear twins during this quarter's heat period. Zhiyan interrupted once more, unable to endure Lin Wanqi's persistent discourse on the subject. How did you ascertain that I was preparing for conception? Do not wait until my children are frolicking about while you remain without a partner. Lin Wanqi quipped playfully. Very well. I comprehend now. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Zhiyan had entirely lost her desire to engage in dialogue, feeling as though each utterance pierced her deeper. Pray tell, are you truly not contemplating the pursuit of an alpha to authorize an employment consent on your behalf? This way, you could fulfill your aspiration of becoming a teacher. Lin Wanqi adopted a more serious tone, sensing Zhiyan was on the brink of concluding the call. You speak of it so casually. Where might I find an alpha? What if she were to permanently mark me? Zhiyan fell silent, acutely aware that if the solution were so uncomplicated, she would not be so troubled. Indeed, your status as an omega renders you susceptible to an alpha's loss of control. If a temporary mark were to become permanent, it would spell disaster. You might as well return to your alpha father, as that would at least afford you some safety. Lin Wanqi recognized that Zhiyan's rank made her a target for numerous alphas across Blue Star. You are overthinking. He would be elated should I find someone eager to arrange a marriage. Zhiyan could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Her father was an unwavering traditionalist, and she had no inclination to engage in prolonged discussions with him, let alone heed his counsel. Forcing you into matrimony? TSK, you would be doomed to either what a stranger alpha or hastily seek a partner of your true desire. Alternatively, as I suggested, you could pursue a temporary mark from an alpha. Despite the various options available, they all seem to necessitate interaction with unfamiliar individuals, surrounded entirely by omegas. Finding a reliable alpha in the near future would prove challenging. Zhiyan, have the suppressants clouded your judgment? Tell me, which alpha do you know? Are not the omegas in our class right beside you? The most familiar alpha is my wife, that if you refuse to engage with strangers, what recourse do you have? I certainly shall not transform from omega to alpha for your sake. Now, it was Lin Wanqi's turn to be rendered speechless. Was this not utter nonsense? Begone! Who would yearn for a delicate alpha standing at a mere 1.58 meters? Furthermore, there exist no surgical interventions capable of transforming an omega into an alpha, that I was merely engaging in hypothetical discourse. Should all avenues prove futile, you might as well beseech the martial alpha of whom you speak. If she has ascended to such a rank, even a permanent mark would not signify a loss for you. However, given her benevolence, she would likely refrain from imposing such a fate upon you. Lin Wanqi smirked, her light-hearted jest appearing inadequate. Chapter 11. Are you genuinely disinclined to allow me to reciprocate your kindness with ingratitude? Upon hearing her proposition, Zhiyan could not contain her laughter. Someone had generously taken her in, yet she was contemplating deceiving them into signing an employment contract. Was that not the very quintessence of repaying kindness with malevolence? What absurdity! Are you truly that desperate? You are, after all, a natural omega. Your worth is substantial, capable of captivating a multitude of admirers. Nonetheless, she also holds the esteemed position of marshal within the military. Even as a branch marshal, individuals of her caliber are remarkably scarce. Do not indulge in whimsical aspirations. Ascending to the rank of marshal within the interstellar army is no trivial pursuit, and such ambitions are best left unconsidered. Take your time to contemplate this matter. Should you desire assistance, I can facilitate an introduction to my wife's acquaintances. At the very least, you would become familiar with their backgrounds. Perhaps it is prudent for me to investigate this matter first. However, I shall resolve it expeditiously, for it involves the convenience of others. Should the situation truly warrant it, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Lin Wanqi added, her concern for Zhiyan evident. The latter indeed found herself in a lamentable predicament, benefiting from her status as an omega, yet simultaneously constrained by it. A tragic irony. Rest assured, if I ever find myself in dire straits, I will not hesitate to reach out for your assistance. Zhiyan understood her intentions, but preferred to refrain from seeking help unless absolutely necessary. After all, she had inadvertently become bound to Song Yizhu. It was only fitting to remain for the time being rather than depart unceremoniously. Very well, proceed as you wish. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Once the call concluded, Zhiyan returned to organizing Song Yizhu's office, completing her tasks in approximately 10 minutes. Marshal, today's training concludes here. The new components are prepared, and your mech requires upgrades, rendering you unable to pilot for the time being. Thank you. Song Yizhu acknowledged her silver-white mech with a nod. There is no need for gratitude. It is our privilege. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Marshal. After saluting her, the mech maintenance team resumed their inspection of other mechs. Upon returning to her office, Zhiyan had already departed. She had likely returned home. The documents on her desk had been meticulously organized and placed in the filing cabinet, alongside the pens that had been carelessly scattered, now neatly returned to their holder. Song Yizhu surveyed her desk for any new files, finding none, and promptly closed her office door. The training hours at the base were from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. However, with her mech undergoing repairs, she had no opportunity for further training and could only return home in disappointment. Greetings, Marshal. Have you completed your training early? Zhiyan, who had been reviewing her study materials on a wristband, courteously acknowledged Song Yizhu's presence on the public balcony. There's something you require. Seemingly unaccustomed to the presence of an additional individual in the adjacent room, Song Yizhu stared vacantly for a brief 2 seconds before posing her inquiry. No, nothing at all. I merely wish to express my gratitude. Zhiyan was nearly taken aback by the sound of her own voice. Her earnest demeanor stood in stark contrast to the surrounding atmosphere. As if they were mere strangers, there is no need for thanks. Yet before Zhiyan could complete her thought, Song Yizhu had already interjected, leaving no space for further exchange. Zhiyan managed a couple of awkward chuckles and cast a glance at her, observing that she had redirected her entire focus back to her holographic wristband, seemingly engrossed in whatever captivated her attention. Chapter 12. Are you contemplating the pursuit of a partner? Marshal, may I pose a rather audacious question? After considerable reflection, Zhiyan finally summoned the courage to inquire. No, the abrupt rejection left her momentarily stunned. She had not foreseen such a forthright dismissal. Zhiyan retreated into her wrought-tan chair, her gaze drifting vacantly towards the lush river in the distance. What question? Noticing her evident despondency, Song Yizhu hesitated before encouraging her once more. Do you have a partner? Or rather, are you contemplating seeking one? Zhiyan turned to meet her gaze, finally articulating the question she had rehearsed for so long. No. Why do you ask? Not comprehending the sudden line of inquiry, she replied candidly, I was hoping you might assist me with something. After a brief pause, Zhiyan continued, What is it? But I would like you to sign an employment agreement on my behalf. I do not wish to impose upon you for an extended period. Should you agree, I shall repay your kindness in due course. As she spoke, her confidence began to falter. She regretted even entertaining such a notion, fearing that Song Yizhu might become irate and dismiss her employment application. Why not have your father or mother sign it for you? Moreover, as we do not share a temporary or permanent mark, I find myself unable to assist you. Song Yizhu regarded her with a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend her intentions. Had my father been inclined to sign, I would not be in this predicament. Should you be inclined to aid me, a temporary mark would suffice. Summoning her resolve, Zhiyan ultimately voiced her desire. The notion of seeking a temporary mark from stranger Alpha seemed excessively audacious. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. Without offering a rationale, Song Yizhu resolutely declined, I appreciate your time. Although no justification accompanied the refusal, Zhiyan discerned that it was wise not to press further. Observing Song Yizhu redirect her gaze to the riverside, she ceased her attempts at conversation and turned her focus away from her holographic wristband. Lost in contemplation, as dusk descended, silence enveloped them until Zhiyan despaired of any hope when Song Yizhu finally spoke upon returning indoors. While I may be unable to assist you with a temporary mark, I find myself in need of a legal wife. If you are amenable, perhaps we could orchestrate an arrangement. With that, Song Yizhu retreated into her home, closing the balcony door behind her. The notion of requiring a legal wife while dismissing the idea of a temporary mark was indeed perplexing, but a temporary mark represented a minor commitment. Should they part ways after a year or two? their bond would naturally dissolve, allowing her to still partake in the benefits of pheromones. Zhiyan exhaled heavily, genuinely contemplating her proposal. Frankly, marriage might prove a more favorable alternative than a temporary mark. Provided Song Yizhu honored her commitment and harbored no ulterior motives in that scenario, they could remain two independent individuals, unencumbered by physiological constraints. Yet, she could not ascertain the depth of Song Yizhu's intentions. Should she be coerced into a permanent marking during their marriage, they would indeed be irrevocably bound. Chapter 13. The act of contemplation denotes a virtuous child. Unable to reach a decision, Zhiyan dialed Lin Wanqi once more. Are you suggesting that the marshal is disinclined to engage in a temporary marking, yet is open to the prospect of marriage? After hearing the entirety of the tale, Lin Wanqi could not help but reiterate it, finding it utterly absurd. Indeed, she mentioned the necessity of a legal wife, and if I am amenable, she could offer her assistance. What an absurd proposition! Merely for an employment application, would you entrust your future to a stranger alpha? Disregard it. Lin Wanqi's voice rose in pitch upon receiving Zhiyan's affirmation. It was evident that the marshal had become captivated by Zhiyan as an individual, rather than merely a candidate for employment. However, should I choose not to wed her, I would either return home to permit my father to select an alpha for me, or I would wander among the masses in search of a suitable partner. Yet, I am constrained by a mere 3 years. There is no telling when Song Yizhu might elect to abandon me, leaving me adrift. Well then, you might as well marry that marshal. At least it would be a decision of your own volition. After hearing Zhiyan's rationale, Lin Wanqi began to view the marshal in a more favorable light. After all, she held the esteemed title of marshal, and her genetic lineage could not be subpar. Furthermore, she had exhibited kindness to a stranger, implying that her character was unlikely to harbor malice, far superior to those lesser alphas who coveted Zhiyan's precious genes. You share a similar sentiment, do you not? It appears she truly only lacks a lawful spouse. You know why? Why? Lin Wanqi considered her inquiry somewhat trivial, yet graciously posed the question. Ever since she brought me to the base, she has been rather evasive in our conversations, even going so far as to firmly close the balcony door each time we encounter one another on the public balcony. Could it be that your pheromones are overly potent, and she fears entering her heat period due to your presence, which compels her to shut the balcony door? Lin Wanqi pondered that her thoughts might be somewhat naive if an alpha harbored no feelings towards a premium omega. She could only conclude that the other party must be an inferior or flawed alpha. Surely not. My suppressants have been properly applied, and the scent is faint. She previously mentioned that if a soldier were to enter a heat period solely because of an omega, it would be more prudent to reflect on oneself rather than to cast blame upon the omega. While conversing, Zhiyan touched the gland on the nape of her neck, where the suppressants were securely affixed. She does seem quite principled. Why not pursue her directly? She embodies kindness and respects omegas, making her a commendable partner. Lin Wanqi frowned, deep in contemplation. Given her apparent virtues, she thought it would be better to transform the pretense into reality. Here you go again. Even if I were willing, she might not beat Zhiyan sighed in resignation, questioning why Lin Wanqi was so intent on matchmaking her with Song Yizhu. Oh, you do harbor feelings for her. But seriously, did you not find her pheromones unpleasant? Is she not also a viable option? What if you encounter an alpha in the future whose pheromones adversely affect you? Lin Wanqi's thoughts swiftly coalesced. Grasping the crucial information, possessing emotions is a hallmark of a virtuous individual. Chapter 14. This place holds no silver. 300 tales. Zhiyan fell into contemplative silence, offering no response. Am I making myself clear? Upon reflection, it became apparent that the two of them shared a remarkable compatibility. She merely lacked an employment consent form, while he was without a lawful spouse. Moreover, their pheromones intertwined harmoniously. Noticing her silence, Lin Wanqi interjected, "Very well, let us put an end to this discussion. Allow me to contemplate this matter thoroughly." Although she acknowledged the truth in Zhiyan's observations, Zhiyan was beset by profound doubt. Suspecting that Lin Wanqi was merely seeking to provoke her, Tiske, someone has just inquired whether to yield to her, and now she is reconsidering. What aspect is she mulling over? A fictitious union or a genuine partnership? A sham marriage deserves no further contemplation, does it? Lin Wanqi persisted in her analysis, growing increasingly convinced of its validity. You speak too much. Has your alpha not yet returned home? Perhaps sensing the escalating tension, Su Jian skillfully redirected the conversation to So you've been summoned, have you? Very well, I shall take my leave. Ponder this earnestly. Lin Wanqi opted for silence, as ultimately it was her own decision. Understood, farewell. After concluding her conversation with Lin Wanqi, Su Jian no longer lingered on the balcony. She retreated to her chamber. The risks associated with consenting to marry Song Yizhu were considerable, and the potential rewards equally objective, yet she found herself ensnared in a web of hesitation and indecision. As night enveloped her room, she melded into the shadows, her expression concealed. In the days that followed, Su Jian did not encounter Song Yizhu again. Despite residing next door and sharing a communal balcony, she failed to catch even a glimpse of her. Perhaps she had discovered a suitable partner, Su Jian mused, diverting her thoughts from Song Yizhu. Perhaps she preferred immersing herself in her studies rather than seeking companionship. The fragrance of peach wood wafted once more from the balcony. It had been more than half a month since she had last experienced IT. IT was merely 3 in the afternoon, a time when one would not anticipate Song Yizhu to be at home. Yet other voices resonated from her room. Did she have friends visiting? Or perhaps a companion? Su Jian furrowed her brow, deliberating whether to remain on the balcony or retreat to her room. Before she could reach a decision, movement from Song Yizhu's balcony captured her attention. The distinctive scent of peach wood drifted over, swiftly enveloping her. Miss Su, good afternoon. I did not expect to find you here. As Han Lin turned to greet Su Jian, she hastily closed the balcony door behind her. Good afternoon, Deputy Commander Han. Shouldn't you be engaged in training at this hour? Su Jian, taken aback by her presence, observed that not only had Song Yizhu returned, but Han Lin was also in attendance. There has been no training. I have been accompanying the Marshal on interstellar voyages and have just returned. Han Lin replied, shaking her head. If it were merely training, that would be far simpler. The interstellar journey is considerably more taxing. Su Jian pondered this, realizing that her lack of communication with Song Yizhu for over half a month stemmed from her absence from the capital. She had feared that her silence might have led Song Yizhu to believe she had forsaken her. What do you mean? No wonder. Han Lin, catching a hint of her words, inquired for clarification. Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant it is understandable that you both would return at this juncture. Su Jian quickly waved her hand, concealing her thoughts and responding with feigned indifference, before they could exchange further pleasantries. A disturbance from within Song Yizhu's chambers interrupted them. Su Jian had not yet had the chance to inquire about the commotion when Han Lin hurriedly approached her. Excuse me, Miss Su, may I exit through your room? The Marshal is rather unstable at the moment, and I would prefer to avoid incurring her wrath. As she spoke, she cast a wary glance towards Song Yizhu's balcony. Though Su Jian did not grasp why Han Lin considered Song Yizhu unstable, she readily acquiesced. Of course. Let us proceed inside then. With her consent, Han Lin moved closer to Su Jian, as if wishing to distance herself from Song Yizhu's quarters. Perplexed, Su Jian complied and led her into her own modest abode. It was simple. Aside from a living and dining area, it comprised merely one bedroom and a bathroom. A solitary space. Miss Su, it will be prudent for you to refrain from venturing out onto the balcony for a while and to avoid opening the balcony door. It is somewhat hazardous. After securely closing the balcony door, Han Lin finally exhaled in relief. For some inexplicable reason, Su Jian sensed that the resolute demeanor surrounding Han Lin had significantly diminished. What do you mean? Is something amiss? Su Jian inquired, her bewilderment deepening upon hearing the words. During this recent interstellar mission, the Marshal's mech endured severe impacts, causing her pheromones to become somewhat erratic, rendering her emotions unstable. Soon, she would enter her sensitive period. Han Lin paused significantly at this juncture. The sensitive period for an alpha is notoriously treacherous. Anyone who has attended a physiology class understands that it typically manifests as aggression, irritability, and pronounced territorial behavior. Should an omega's pheromones fail to ameliorate the situation, relying solely on suppressants may lead to chaos if another alpha encroaches upon the territory. As for Song Yizhu, during her sensitive period, her pheromones would undoubtedly be commanding and overwhelming. No one would willingly approach her during her heat, who would seek such torment for body and mind. This was the reason Han Lin chose to trouble Su Jian rather than risk departing from Song Yizhu's presence. When the adjoining room was unoccupied, Han Lin harbored no such concerns. However, with Su Jian residing there, she preferred to approach her. After listening to her elucidation, Su Jian lapsed into a prolonged silence, It was no wonder she had not detected the potent pheromones emanating from Song Yizhu during her usual sojourn on the balcony. It appeared that the turmoil within her own pheromones had prompted an uncontrollable release. Why had she not sought assistance at the military hospital? Surely, enduring such discomfort alone would be quite arduous. The military hospital was teeming with injured alphas and medical personnel. Should the Marshal find herself in her sensitive period there, the potential risk would be exceedingly high. Therefore, she could only retreat to her own residence. Nevertheless, one can take solace in the knowledge that all rooms here are equipped with air purification and safety systems. Should she become violent, the safety system can be activated through the intelligent assistant to ensure one's protection. Observing Zhiyan's silence, Han Lin presumed she was frightened and hastened to provide further clarification. She had not intended to send Song Yizhu away, but leaving her in any other location would be akin to a ticking time bomb. Far too perilous. Chapter 16. Is it necessary to run this fast? Upon absorbing Han Lin's myriad explanations, Zhiyan retained several pivotal insights. Song Yizhu currently found herself in a precarious condition. Prudence was of utmost importance, and it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance from her. That I shall take my leave now. A visit to the Marshal's office will not be necessary for some time. The matters will be entrusted to the subordinate military commanders for resolution. Having communicated her message, Han Lin hoped Zhiyan would exercise caution and departed with a final, lingering glance. Fortunately, Zhiyan was merely an Omega. Had she possessed the status of an Alpha, she would likely have fled with even greater haste than Han Lin. In the days that followed, Zhiyan diligently adhered to Han Lin's counsel, abstaining from stepping onto the balcony or opening its door. The neighboring Song Yizhu appeared to remain quite still. It was only when passing by the door that Zhiyan occasionally caught a fleeting whiff of her enchanting peachwood scent. Likely released as she retrieved her nutritional supplements. One must concede that Song Yizhu's pheromones were delightful, subtle, and ethereal. Even amidst her turbulent period, the scent did not intensify to an overwhelming degree, thus sparing one from dizziness. Perhaps she indeed qualifies as a suitable candidate. Zhiyan had anticipated a prolonged absence from Song Yizhu, yet unexpectedly, they crossed paths once more on the evening of the third day. Within that notion appeared implausible. A congenital alpha, she should inherently inspire a degree of attraction. Yet here stood Song Yizhu, evidently within her sensitivity period, displaying no desire towards her. This was not her fault. Perhaps Song Yizhu's genetic lineage was simply deficient. Such a thought was nearly unfathomable, for a subpar alpha would not pose a threat to others of the same rank. Had she genuinely been an inferior alpha, she would have long since found herself in the hospital, as her pheromones posed no danger to anyone else. Thus, she remained bewildered as to why Song Yizhu exhibited no inclination towards her, unless their pheromones were simply too repugnant. Chapter 17. She inquired, who else? Could it be for this reason? Zhiyan found herself engulfed in uncertainty, devoid of any means to ascertain the truth. Compelling Song Yizhu to reveal her emotions seemed an insurmountable challenge. Song Yizhu, an eccentric alpha, had long been a subject of Zhiyan's contemplation, and this was not the first occasion she had drawn such a conclusion. Indeed, she was shrouded in an enigmatic aura, cloaked in a veil of mystery that rendered her utterly inscrutable. Ordinarily, an alpha's sensitivity phase endures for approximately a week, a period that Zhiyan had come to regard as her most leisurely. Although she typically reveled in her free time, had she acquiesced at the outset to Song Yizhu's proposal, she would now be preparing to align herself with the Galactic Alliance. Nevertheless, this bore little significance. For Song Yizhu remained stationed at the base during this interlude, and once her sensitivity phase reached its conclusion, they could engage in discussions of paramount importance. Regrettably, while her thoughts were tinged with optimism, reality wielded a merciless hand. Before Song Yizhu's heat could wane, Zhiyan found herself besieged by her own onset. Heat radiated from the nape of her neck, and before she could react, the long-suppressed fragrance of magnolia began to permeate the air. It seemed that misfortune had the audacity to intrude upon her sensitivity phase. Feeling disheartened, Zhiyan dutifully activated the air purification system via her intelligent assistant. This sensitivity phase had arrived nearly a week earlier than anticipated, and she suspected it might have been provoked by the persistent aroma of Song Yizhu's pheromones. The sudden emergence of her sensitivity left her feeling somewhat defenseless. Her body weakened. There were no Omega-specific suppressants within her quarters or even throughout the base, as most provisions catered exclusively to alphas. Fortunately, Clarity of thought prevailed, and she proceeded to place an order for delivery, but a mechanical voice from her wrist device delivered the disheartening news. Dear guest, the address you provided does not permit drone access. Please proceed to the eastern gate of the base to collect your items. This pronouncement struck her like a physical blow in that moment. Zhiyan could scarcely summon the strength to leave her room, let alone venture out to procure suppressants. Especially with patrolling alphas in proximity, that it was a dire predicament, should she fail to administer a suppressant within the hour. Her vulnerable glands could incur irreparable damage from the overwhelming pheromones. Moreover, her bodily functions would deteriorate as a result of glandular destruction. Who else could possibly share in such misfortune? Her consciousness began to wane. While the enchanting scent of magnolia lingered in the air, undeterred by the purification system's efforts, the pheromones coursing through her being surged uncontrollably, rendering the suppressive patch utterly ineffective. She longed for a savior, even welcoming a permanent mark, as her strength diminished and her yearning for connection intensified, threatening to dismantle her defenses. Yet, she remained ensnared, unable to reach any alpha. However, one individual lingered nearby, Song Yizhu, also experiencing her heat period. Nearing the conclusion of her sensitivity phase this late hour, approaching 11 o'clock, Zhiyan could not ascertain whether she was awake. With her legs growing weaker, she resolved to knock on Song Yizhu's door. Should she find her companion asleep, Zhiyan would retreat, resigning herself to her fate, perhaps embracing the notion of being a disabled Omega, which might afford her fewer constraints. Chapter 18. What misfortunes could possibly be attributed to her? Fortunately, the balconies of their rooms were interconnected. However, this did not prevent her from hesitating for an extended period, as her weakening legs transformed each step into a formidable challenge. It was often said that being an alpha was preferable. Even during their sensitivity phases, they retained some vigor, unlike Omegas who, upon the onset of their sensitivity, felt as limp as overcooked noodles, stripped of any capacity for self-defense or control. The curtains in Song Yizhu's balcony remained open, revealing an interior layout reminiscent of her own, albeit more minimalist. The room was silent, devoid of any sound. Zhiyan knocked on the glass door, steeling herself for the likelihood of no response as anticipated. Her knocks echoed in the stillness of the night, yielding no reply. With her last flicker of hope extinguished, Zhiyan found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or weep. Her current predicament was absurd enough to provoke laughter from anyone. The night sky of the blue galaxy was a deep navy, almost black, with stars twinkling, a picturesque scene, yet Zhiyan found herself devoid of the inclination to appreciate its beauty. The pheromones emanating from her nape grew increasingly potent, and she dared not touch them. Her legs had lost all strength. Indeed, her entire body felt feeble, having endured more than half an hour since the onset of her sensitivity. The temperature at her nape continued to reawaken within her an overwhelming sense of desolation, as though an alpha had unceremoniously cast her out onto the balcony. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of embarrassment. After all, she was destined to submit today, and a touch more humiliation was of little significance. Her body temperature surged, reminiscent of the relentless heat that follows vigorous exertion, intensified by the unbearable sensations radiating from her nape. Were it not for the stringent prohibitions, she would have preferred to have her glands excised, thereby alleviating her torment. Yet, it was nearly over. Once the night had passed, she would be reduced to a mere disabled Omega, her glands rendered utterly futile. With her strength depleted, Zhiyan lay sprawled upon the ground, as if liberated from her burdens. Despite her physiological instincts compelling her to seek an alpha's affection, such desires had become inconsequential. "What are you doing outside my balcony door?" The sudden voice emanating from the adjacent glass door jolted Zhiyan from her stupor. She lacked the energy to respond, yet the familiar scent of peach would envelop her vulnerable glands, instantly sharpening her senses. This fragrance beckoned her to indulge in the most reckless of actions with the individual before her. "Is something wrong?" Song Yizhu inquired, casting a discerning gaze upon her, quickly recognizing that something was indeed amiss. After all, who would lie upon their neighbor's balcony at such a late hour? "Please, help me." The voice of an Omega, unconsciously alluring, resonated in her ears like a sweet melody. Zhiyan had previously beseeched Song Yizhu in a similar manner, always seeking her to perform some extraordinary act, yet this time the gravity of her plea felt far more severe. What misfortunes could possibly have befallen her? "What would you have me do?" Could you assist me with a temporary marking? A single phrase encapsulated all her madness. Where's your suppressant? I shall procure it for you. Song Yizhu remained resolute. As before, she chose a different path. Devoid of suppressants, time was of the essence. Inhaling deeply the essence of her pheromones, Zhiyan found no solace, but rather an irresistible compulsion to explore further. Upon hearing her words, Song Yizhu's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, the base lacked omega-specific suppressants, and she had not anticipated the sudden onset of Zhiyan's sensitivity phase, an oversight undoubtedly. I shall escort you inside. There was no alternative. She could not permit Zhiyan to linger on the balcony. Pardon my intrusion. With that, Song Yizhu gracefully half-kneeled before her and lifted her effortlessly into her arms. The rich aroma of peach wood enveloped her senses, steady and potent, cocooning her in a warm embrace. Once she had gently settled Zhiyan onto the sofa, Song Yizhu felt somewhat adrift. This was an uncharted scenario for her. The comforting scent of peach wood had abruptly dissipated, and Zhiyan's befuddled mind finally seized a fleeting clarity, though it was not a complete awakening. Rather, it seemed to heighten her longing for a shared descent into oblivion. May I embrace you? Zhiyan had never envisioned herself in such a vulnerable state, perpetually yearning for solace. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Yizhu leaned closer, the warm body, imbued with the fragrance of peach wood. Approached, Zhiyan's delicate white arms instinctively wrapped around Song Yizhu's shoulders, reminiscent of a sinuous serpent, while the scent of magnolia intertwined with her, eager to cling to her as well. The sudden embrace prompted Song Yizhu to realize her thoughts were becoming muddled. This was undoubtedly the most formidable predicament she had encountered in her 29 years. Are you uncertain? Even with everything laid bare before her, Song Yizhu still appeared dazed, slightly rigid, almost amusing Zhiyan. Song Yizhu remained silent. The cause of her hesitation was indeed somewhat mortifying, as if she were grappling with her own inadequacies. If you cannot permit me to take the lead, shall we? Though framed as a question, Zhiyan permitted no opportunity for refusal. Her gentle embrace drew Song Yizhu nearer. Fortunately, there was no resistance, suggesting a measure of compliance with her actions. Before she could fully establish her presence, a kiss descended, soft and warm. This fleeting contact served merely as a tantalizing tease, offering only a semblance of solace. Regret washed over Zhiyan as she lamented her failure to have discussed this matter in depth with Lin Wanqi. Noticing Song Yizhu's momentary pause, a light laugh escaped her lips, recalling how she had just proposed taking the initiative, and in truth, they had merely exchanged a kiss, a trivial touch, thereby rendering them equal in their naivete. Both were adults who had matured for at least 7 or 8 years, yet neither had engaged in a transient marking. You still find this amusing. While the situation was undeniably comical, her heat cycle had nearly elapsed an hour. If left unaddressed, it would spell disaster for her. My sincerest apologies, Song Yizhu replied, soothing her emotions, revealing no trace of bitterness towards Zhiyan's lack of decorum. This was not the appropriate moment for apologies, yet the discomfort of the situation was unmistakable. If we were to embark on a temporary union, would you consent to marry me? Song Yizhu paused momentarily before unexpectedly posing her inquiry. I would. Though taken aback by the sudden question, Zhiyan replied with unwavering certainty. After all, it was merely a piece of paper. To be bound to Song Yizhu was undoubtedly preferable to a lifetime ensnared by her father's control. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Song Yizhu chose not to elaborate further, instead using one hand to support her body. This time, she dispensed with polite conversation, allowing her other hand to gently glide to the nape of Zhiyan's neck. Her touch was tender, mindful of the delicate glands that could easily be harmed. Thus, she refrained from any abrupt movements. Feeling the unfamiliar caress at her nape, Zhiyan couldn't help but furrow her brow. Unlike her own gentle touches, Song Yizhu's hands felt incendiary, threatening to ignite a wave of heat with the slightest contact. This area, usually discreet, had now become a focal point of vulnerability. Her susceptibility period had been significantly prolonged, and combined with her innate superior genes, it appeared she would trouble Song Yizhu for several more days. Zhiyan let out a soft sigh, having meticulously planned, yet forgetting that a military stronghold like the base would never permit the existence of unaccompanied deliveries. In truth, there was nothing inherently wrong with the temporary marking by Song Yizhu. As long as it posed no harm to her body, it was acceptable. particularly since she found her pheromones rather pleasant. However, the prospect of maintaining such close contact for numerous days remained rather shameful. Had she taken the suppressants, the situation might have been somewhat more manageable. She could have simply extended the duration. But after last night's temporary marking, her body's physiological awareness had been thoroughly awakened, rendering the suppressants ineffective. Today marked merely the second day. No, to be precise, it could only be regarded as the first day, as she needed to remain with Song Yizhu for at least another week. She could not linger on these thoughts any longer. If she did, she would lose the courage to confront Song Yizhu. Shaking her head, Zhiyan compelled herself to dismiss thoughts of her susceptibility period and finally managed to rise from the bed. However, as soon as she stood, her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to collapse, prompting her to hastily sit back down. The psychological suggestion had perhaps been too potent, making her forget that the susceptibility period would induce physical fatigue. After a moment of recovery and renewed mental affirmation, Zhiyan finally stepped out of her room. In the living room stood a figure that did not resemble Song Yizhu. "Miss Su, you're awake. Good morning." Han Lin greeted her with a warm smile before quietly making his way to the balcony. Despite Song Yizhu's dulled sense of smell, she was not devoid of her glands. The SS-grade alpha pheromones in the air had already signaled a warning, alerting her to the presence of an alpha who should not be there. "Good morning, Deputy Commander Han," Zhiyan responded courteously. Upon noticing Song Yizhu seated on the sofa, her glands at the nape of her neck pulsed twice. Perhaps sensing the presence of another alpha, the aroma of peach with pheromones intensified, enticing the marked glands as well. "Marshal, I have registered your application in the duty system. It should receive approval by noon today, but if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Han Lin spoke swiftly, clearly eager to depart. The alpha pheromones in the air began to suggest an aggressive intent toward her glands, and she wished to evade such an encounter. "Thank you for your trouble." Song Yizhu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Han Lin quickly saluted her and retreated, deliberately avoiding the entrance near Song Yizhu, opting instead to escape through the balcony toward Zhiyan's room. Zhiyan initially wished to inquire about their conversation, but suddenly recalled that they were both military personnel, likely discussing matters of a sensitive nature. So she refrained. "Nothing much, just about my leave," Song Yizhu explained plainly, as if anticipating Zhiyan's curiosity. "Ah, understood," Zhiyan responded, momentarily taken aback by the bluntness before quickly nodding in agreement that "I will assist you with the temporary marking for the next few days. You may choose to stay here or over there. Just call me if you require anything." Noting that Zhiyan appeared lost in thought, Song Yizhu instinctively frowned but then remembered that she was not her subordinate, and her expression returned to neutrality. "So, you mean to say that you can help me with the temporary marking whenever I need it?" Zhiyan pondered. It was rare to encounter an alpha so willing to be accommodating, almost akin to a tool that appeared whenever required. "I can do that. But Marshal, haven't you passed your susceptibility period? Don't you require the soothing presence of omega pheromones?" She questioned. "Isn't it customary for alphas in their susceptibility period to seek the calming effects of omega pheromones? Most omega pheromones possess a tranquilizing effect and can effectively soothe an alpha during this time. Does that imply that you do not find my pheromones appealing?" After contemplating for a moment, Song Yizhu swiftly replied, "I do need them." While she asserted need, it was not an absolute necessity, as she was merely an alpha with a dulled sense of smell, not reacting to omega pheromones. It was simply her swollen glands that occasionally served as a warning. "Should I move in temporarily to stay with you, Marshal? Your period of susceptibility must have extended over 5 or 6 days. Has it not? Is it approaching its conclusion?" "No, there remain 4 or 5 days." Song Yizhu cast a fleeting glance at her and quickly shook her head. She longed for it to conclude swiftly. If she were to take suppressants, it might resolve within a few days. However, with the unforeseen temporary marking, the physiological urges that had been suppressed for so long were likely to resurface. If she could conclude within 4 or 5 days, it would be a welcome reprieve. Having endured several doses of suppressants, she now faced additional days of susceptibility. It was only Song Yizhu's amiable disposition that made this bearable. Had she encountered someone of a more tempestuous nature, the situation would have been considerably more complex. Upon hearing this, Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback. Altogether, Song Yizhu's period of susceptibility was nearing 10 days, even surpassing her own. Could it be that she had not experienced a temporary marking with any other omega throughout all these years? It was certainly plausible. At least last night, Song Yizhu's unfamiliar demeanor did not suggest that she had engaged in temporary marking with others. This thought instilled a slight sense of relief in Zhiyan. She was not particularly concerned about whether the alpha marking her was a virgin. After all, not everyone could endure the torment inflicted by suppressants, and opting to temporarily mark with someone else was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, Song Yizhu's forthrightness in disclosing this information was indeed preferable. In approximately 20 minutes, breakfast will be served. Sensing Zhiyan's distraction, Song Yizhu refrained from further inquiry. Were we merely consuming nutrient solutions before? Zhiyan remarked, glancing at her wristband, realizing that the time for nutrient delivery had long elapsed. During the susceptibility period, a considerable intake of energy was imperative, and the effects of nutrient solutions proved inadequate. Although nutrient solutions were convenient and rich in nutrients, their flavor became monotonous over time. This rationale remained unspoken by Song Yizhu. There are new toiletries in the room. Do inform me of your needs, and I shall procure them for you. Perhaps accustomed to her silence, Song Yizhu added this without awaiting a response. That is unnecessary. I can manage independently. Zhiyan promptly interjected, not wishing to burden her with personal items. Very well, as you wish. Though perplexed, Song Yizhu refrained from further questioning, honoring her desire for independence. That I shall return shortly. Her blunt response left Zhiyan momentarily bewildered. Marshal, what has become of your courtesy? She was, after all, an omega in her susceptibility phase. Despite her declarations of independence, Song Yizhu's steadfast demeanor felt rather dismissive. Silently grumbling, Zhiyan nodded and retreated to her chamber via the balcony. The fragrance of magnolia had long since faded. The air purification system had functioned throughout the night, leaving no trace of its scent. After a swift wash, Zhiyan surveyed her room. There was little to pack. Her clothing was minimal and had been recently acquired. Remaining indoors, she found it more comfortable to don sleepwear. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhiyan resolved to take 2 sets of sleepwear, 2 sets of casual attire, and a few undergarments. That should suffice. Upon returning to Song Yizhu's room, she was enveloped in the rich aroma of peach wood, even more pronounced than before. Had her pheromones overflowed? Before she could ponder further, the intelligent assistant in the room announced that breakfast had arrived. The spread was quite lavish, featuring an assortment of grains, meats, eggs, and dairy products, indicating that the order had been placed with care. However, she found herself wondering where Song Yizhu had gone. The living room was clearly visible, leaving only the possibility of her being in the bedroom. As she approached the bedroom door, the scent of peach wood swirled around her, unmistakably indicating that its owner was within. Last night, her susceptibility had just begun, with physiological desires consuming her thoughts. Now, however, her longings were not as fervent. The occupant inside was likely an alpha whose pheromones had overflowed, rendering her entry akin to stepping into a den of lions. A knock on the door sent a rush of nerves through Zhiyan, while the glands at the nape of her neck throbbed with excitement. What was amiss? A few moments later, Song Yizhu opened the bedroom door. Observing the somewhat reserved Zhiyan, how weren't you? Upon opening the door, the scent of pheromones overwhelmed her senses, nearly causing her to weaken once more, while her glands began to emit the fragrance of magnolia. Has it affected you? Song Yizhu instinctively covered her glands. Despite her dulled sense of smell, they had remained covered with suppression patches. However, the sudden surge of her susceptibility made it difficult to resist. Over time, she had learned to shield her glands whenever she sensed others reacting to the pheromones. Are you certain you do not need to address this? It appears to have an effect. My pheromones are overflowing again, but that is quite normal during the susceptibility phase. Song Yizhu pressed her hand against her slightly swollen glands. While they were not painful, they were indeed swollen in need. She shook her head, unfazed, as the situation remained manageable. Really? The aroma of peach wood wafted through the air, growing ever more potent, striving to infiltrate her senses, a clear manifestation of a desire to assert her presence. Was this truly excessive? Was it genuinely so? Zhiyan remained unconvinced. The fragrance was far too captivating to dismiss, evidently revealing an insatiable yearning. Have you partaken of breakfast? If not, you ought to. Song Yizhu resolutely shook her head once more, indicating she was neither troubled nor particularly concerned about marking. She would naturally prefer the latter. Not yet. Shall we go now? The breakfast delivered appears to be in generous portions. Even if marking is not an option, one should at least indulge in breakfast. No. Perhaps later. Song Yizhu declined, aware that it would be prudent to avoid Zhiyan lest she inadvertently provoke an overflow of her pheromones, transforming the encounter into something far beyond a simple meal. If you require anything, simply call me. After a brief pause, Zhiyan expressed this sentiment, a curious reversal of roles. Song Yizhu nodded, not particularly invested in the exchange. With her response, Zhiyan ceased her insistence and retreated to the living room. The short distance felt like an arduous 2 miles, her legs beginning to falter. In truth, she felt a pang of regret for having knocked on Song Yizhu's door, while temporary marking was absent. The overflow of pheromones was unmistakable. Fortunately, it was bearable, and she was not in a rush to seek Song Yizhu's assistance, beginning to partake of breakfast with decorum, despite the lingering allure of alpha pheromones tantalizing her senses. She was unaware of the origin of the meal ordered by Song Yizhu, but it was quite delectable. During her stay at the Su residence, she typically enjoyed regular meals. Since leaving home, this was her first substantial repast. She had ordered a tad too much. Finishing her own portion seemed unlikely, given that the quantity equated to 2 of Zhiyan's meals. The air purification system had seemingly activated at some point, and the scent of peach wood had significantly diminished, leaving only the delicate fragrance of magnolia in the living room. Such was the sensitive period, wherein even pheromones became uncontrollable. Thankfully, she had not felt the need to assert control. At worst, she could seek a supplementary mark from Song Yizhu. After tidying up, Zhiyan knocked on her door once more, pausing for a few moments. The instant the door opened nearly startled her into submission. The room was suffused with the scent of peach wood, and before her stood a living embodiment of the fragrance. Meeting Song Yizhu's gaze once more revealed that familiar, assertive glimmer. This time, it was genuine. Realizing this, Zhiyan could not help but swallow hard. The notion of a temporary mark in a lucid state carried a multitude of implications. "Do you require assistance?" she inquired. However, Zhiyan perceived that it was she who required assistance. As the pheromones within her glands fervently longed to be unleashed, "I hope you can assist me," she said. Song Yizhu's expression darkened as her gaze traversed Zhiyan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Ultimately fixating on her neck, her voice adopting a huskier timbre. That should suffice. Zhiyan fully comprehended her implication, feeling little trepidation. After all, she had experienced it before, even if her rationality had been somewhat compromised at that time. Chapter 24. I said Zhiyan had declared that it would suffice. Yet as the scent of peach would intensified, a flicker of concern emerged. Was it truly enough? However, this was not the moment for her to dwell on such uncertainties. Song Yizhu had already reduced the distance between them by another 2 steps. Her imposing stature of nearly 1.8 meters creating a palpable pressure compounded by her scattered pheromones, rendering her a distinctly perilous presence. Zhiyan met her gaze, her hand unhesitatingly resting on Song Yizhu's shoulder, even deliberately inching towards the nape of her neck. "Mark me," Zhiyan's voice caressed Song Yizhu's ear, soft yet resolute. "Okay." Song Yizhu's hands, initially restrained, could no longer contain themselves, encircling Zhiyan's waist without reservation. Her warm breath brushed against Zhiyan's face, infused with the scent of peach wood. As she tentatively sought a kiss, Zhiyan did not retreat. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, accommodating Song Yizhu's movements. The doorway was hardly an appropriate place, yet Song Yizhu unhesitatingly ushered her into the room. Following their initial temporary marking, the second encounter unfolded with increasing familiarity. Zhiyan felt a hint of madness within herself. Not only was she engaging in temporary marking, but she also found herself yearning for the next step. You could try something different after uttering that phrase. Zhiyan drew closer, a thrill coursing through her. Having been disciplined for 27 years, this was her first time articulating such an audacious thought. "Are you certain?" Given the current circumstances, Song Yizhu was acutely aware of the ramifications of a changed dynamic. It was precisely this awareness that compelled her to seek affirmation once more. Zhiyan acquiesced, drawing Song Yizhu closer, their gazes intertwining as she pressed her lips against hers, leaving no room for dissent or inquiry. Governed by the sensitivity period and having crossed a newfound threshold, despite it being Song Yizhu's first experience, she swiftly acclimatized, ultimately seizing control of the encounter. This ephemeral union endured for an extensive duration, lasting a full 2 hours. Zhiyan sensed that further marking would be unnecessary for the remainder of the day. Once the phenomenal influence receded, Song Yizhu regained her composure. The Omega beside her reclined comfortably, arms encircling her waist, exuding an air of languor. "Are you admiring the results?" Zhiyan inquired playfully, unable to resist teasing upon noticing Song Yizhu's gaze. The intensity of her unwavering stare compelled Song Yizhu to avert her eyes, acknowledging the significant role the sensitivity period played in their current situation. "You are extraordinary." Zhiyan sighed deeply, even possessing the energy to bestow a compliment upon her. Undoubtedly, Song Yizhu proved to be an exceptionally adept partner, obedient and gentle, though her initial technique had been somewhat lacking. "Let us rest for a while. Lunch shall arrive in 2 hours." Song Yizhu chose to sidestep the topic, even though it served as a form of self-commendation. She preferred not to delve into it any further. "Have you not had breakfast yet? Are you not hungry?" Fortunately, she had dined adequately that morning. Had she subsisted solely on nutrient liquids, she doubted her ability to endure such prolonged exertion alongside Song Yizhu. Yet, the one who had taken the lead appeared invigorated, betraying no signs of fatigue. "It is well," she declared. "Aside from the earlier activity, I have not overexerted myself. Since I applied for leave, and given the unique circumstances of this sensitive period, I'm under no obligation to continue my daily physical training. You should go at breakfast. I shall rest for a while." Although she professed to be well, breakfast time had already elapsed, and after their previous exertions, she found it difficult to believe that Song Yizhu felt no pangs of hunger whatsoever. Moreover, she genuinely required a moment to recuperate. While she was comfortable, fatigue lingered, the surrounding aroma of peach wood providing a soothing, soporific ambience. "Very well," Song Yizhu replied lightly, tucking the blanket around her before donning the garments strewn across the floor, unabashedly meeting Zhiyan's gaze throughout. The one claiming to need rest observed her every movement with keen interest. Song Yizhu possessed an admirable physique, broad shoulders and elongated legs, characteristic of someone from the military, and she was no exception. Her limbs exhibited a subtle definition of muscle, perfectly proportioned without an appearance of excess bulk. Yet, she bore 2 scars, one on her right scapula and another on her right thigh, each measuring 5 to 6 centimeters, neither grotesque nor revealing the nature of their origin. Chapter 25. Then, shall we watch a movie? The enchanting view was entirely concealed beneath a loose silk nightgown, prompting Zhiyan to avert her gaze. After casting one final glance at the figure on the bed, Song Yizhu finally departed the room. The bedroom fell into silence, the air still tinged with lingering sensuality, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them. Engaging in such audacious acts, Zhiyan felt surprisingly at ease. Throughout her life, she had been confined within the rigid boundaries imposed by her father, frequently reminded that she was a fragile Omega in need of protection. The notion of protection had deprived her of numerous choices, imposing a myriad of restrictions. Even her pursuit of further education had stemmed from desperate pleas. However, circumstances had transformed. Since her rebellious phase, the possibilities appeared to proliferate, granting her the freedom to select her desired alpha, engage in temporary marking, and even consider. Zhiyan sat obediently at the dining table, observing as her companion swiftly retrieved the items, hardly affording her the opportunity to assist. "Oh, you wish to wait for me?" she inquired, taken aback by the response, as she had presumed that Song Yizhu had already indulged in her meal. Considering it was 2 hours past the designated lunchtime, Song Yizhu simply nodded, choosing silence as she commenced her repast. Zhiyan also fell into silence, adhering to the decorum expected at the dining table. The luncheon was equally sumptuous. However, it seemed that Song Yizhu had deliberately moderated the portions, allowing them to conclude their meal at the opportune moment. "General, how do you spend your leisure time?" as the afternoon approached. The weather outside was inviting yet ill-suited for outings, with the summer heat already beginning to intensify. "That I do not take breaks," Song Yizhu replied, shaking her head. Except in instances of pheromone disruption, she seldom permitted herself time off, and this was her 3rd occurrence of such a disturbance. Even during her sensitive phases, after administering suppressants, she would persist in her training and even embark on missions in outbreaks. "Do you not long to return home and spend time with your family?" It was difficult to fathom someone who would remain in the military devoid of a yearning for home. Not necessary that it was not that she lacked the desire, but rather that there was simply no necessity. As for who exactly did not require it, that remained a mystery. "Well then, shall we watch a movie?" Zhiyan inquired, acutely aware that venturing outdoors was utterly impractical, particularly given the stifling heat and their shared sensitivities. Very well, Song Yizhu acquiesced, as the astute assistant in the room drew the balcony curtains, enveloping the living area in a gentle twilight. Zhiyan had initially intended to inquire about her preferences for viewing, but soon realized that Song Yizhu likely possessed little interest in contemporary cinematic offerings. Perhaps indifferent to such forms of entertainment, as anticipated, Zhiyan randomly selected a highly acclaimed art film featuring a prominent young actress, a grade A omega of exquisite lineage, undoubtedly captivating to many alphas. However, Song Yizhu appeared unfamiliar with the actress, maintaining an impassive demeanor throughout the film. Even when the protagonist displayed a heart-wrenching expression, she merely furrowed her brows slightly, revealing no further response. After an hour of dutiful viewing, Zhiyan ultimately succumbed to fatigue. The film, while undeniably masterful, bore a weighty artistic essence devoid of dramatic twists, making it difficult to resist the allure of slumber, particularly in the comfortably cool and dimly lit room. Accompanied by the gentle fragrance of peach wood, noticing the stillness beside her, Song Yizhu cautiously glanced over. The Omega had fallen soundly asleep, nestled into the sofa, clutching a cushion, her serene profile visible to Song Yizhu. The latter's gaze lingered on the contours of her face rather than returning to the screen. Song Yizhu spent the majority of her time at the military base, either engaged in training or on missions. Rarely experiencing such tranquility, she found herself hesitant to permit rest, as silence often felt isolating, as she preferred to remain occupied. Yet, having someone beside her, despite the absence of sound and the unspoken nature of their relationship, instilled an unprecedented sense of stability, perhaps the most elusive treasure in her nearly 30 years of existence. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly comforting. She fancied she could once more catch a faint whiff of her pheromones. The subtle scent of peach wood, perhaps a mere trick of the mind. Time slipped away unnoticed until Song Yizhu realized the film was approaching its conclusion, the characters meeting tragic fates. She contemplated waking Zhiyan to escort her to her room. Given the heightened sensitivities of omegas, excessive slumber was quite customary. Their energy expenditure was considerable, and their bodies did not operate with the same robustness as alphas, rendering it reasonable to rest and recuperate. Fortunately, Zhiyan stirred just as the film came to an end, her eyes fluttering open to confront the darkened screen. She felt a pang of discomfort. She had insisted on watching a movie, yet had succumbed to sleep midway. "Are you still weary? Would you like to return to your room?" Song Yizhu inquired, feeling relieved that she was spared the burden of deciding whether to awaken her companion. "But a little," Zhiyan replied, still nestled into the sofa, having indulged in nearly an hour of slumber. Comfort was indeed a rare luxury. "Shall I accompany you to your room?" "Certainly," she responded cheerfully, brushing aside any lingering thoughts concerning the unfinished film. With natural grace, Song Yizhu opened her arms, and without hesitation, Zhiyan encircled her neck with her arms, leaning comfortably against her. Despite their brief acquaintance, their bodies seemed to have instinctively attuned to one another, engendering a remarkable harmony. Zhiyan's sensitivity had persisted for an entire week, intertwining her existence with Song Yizhu's, or rather, she had been at the mercy of it throughout that time. Fortunately, that sensitive phase had finally come to an end. Otherwise, she would have found herself truly struggling. "I received our marriage certificate today, and I shall be departing for the small planet for the next month to attend to certain affairs." "Very well." Concerning the employment consent form, Zhiyan hesitated, her thoughts trailing off. "I shall sign it once we obtain the certificate. May I inquire about your intended place of employment?" "At the Interstellar University, that I have successfully passed the entrance examination and interview. I merely require this consent form." "Very well. Do take care." Song Yizhu nodded, offering no judgment regarding her career choices, deeming them unremarkable. "Do you not find it inappropriate for an Omega to be so publicly visible?" Zhiyan anticipated that Song Yizhu would raise further inquiries regarding her employment. However, her singular response momentarily left her astounded. "No. Your life is yours to navigate as you see fit." Song Yizhu shook her head, signaling that Zhiyan's choices were exclusively her own concern. Zhiyan remained silent, ultimately conceding with a nod. Logically, as an alpha, she ought to disapprove of her Omega engaging in work, especially someone of Song Yizhu's stature, who should be more focused on her reputation. That it seemed unfathomable for her Omega to labor, risking judgment against her alpha. Nevertheless, Zhiyan refrained from probing further, aware that delving too deeply could lead to unfavorable repercussions. Fortunately, their appointment was arranged, and the process unfolded swiftly. Their personal information was promptly updated, reflecting their marital status change from single to their shared names. The employment consent form was also duly signed. Wishing you success in your new endeavor. After affixing her signature, Song Yizhu handed the slender sheet to her. Omegas faced myriad restrictions, often necessitating authorization from immediate family or partners to pursue certain careers. Thank you, and please remain safe. As she scrutinized the document, Zhiyan noted Song Yizhu's name inscribed boldly, a mere 3 characters promising to liberate her from numerous constraints. My wristband will be linked to you. Should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance, you can send me a message, and I shall respond promptly. Song Yizhu briefly paused upon hearing this, swiftly regaining her composure and gesturing to her holographic wristband. I understand. Zhiyan glanced at her own wristband, not overly concerned with her words, primarily believing that it was improbable she would face challenges at the school. Given Song Yizhu's demanding schedule, it seemed prudent not to intrude unless absolutely necessary. After their final farewells, Song Yizhu departed from the Blue Star, her subsequent whereabouts cloaked in mystery. However, Zhiyan would remain apprised of her well-being, as the linked wristbands would regularly transmit their health statuses to one another. Though it felt somewhat invasive, Zhiyan could endure this minor inconvenience, recognizing that Song Yizhu was likely too preoccupied to monitor her condition closely, checking in only during her rare moments of leisure. You mean to say you spent your sensitive period with that general, and she temporarily marked you, and you two engaged in such activities, finally reuniting with her friend a month after Zhiyan had departed home, coinciding with Song Yizhu's journey to the small planet? Yes, can't you tell? I can, which is why I am so astonished. Your family is so strict, it requires considerable courage to do that. Lin Wanqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her alpha pheromones practically radiating from her that if she couldn't sense it, a doctor would be necessary. Is it truly that surprising? I have even obtained a marriage certificate, and she has affixed her signature to my employment consent form. Zhiyan pouted in response to Lin Wanqi's incredulous gaze. Isn't that rather swift? You have known her for merely a month, and she has already marked you. Now, you possess a certificate and a signed consent form without a moment's hesitation? Lin Wanqi struggled to enumerate the astonishing developments, each more shocking than the last. Indeed, and she uttered not a word. Is that customary? The alpha you are familiar with must be a true alpha. Correct? Beta, transformation? It is understandable for her to harbor such thoughts. It is exceedingly rare for an alpha to permit their omega to engage in employment, particularly one of Song Yizhu's stature, who should be even more concerned about her reputation. Wouldn't allowing her omega to labor subject her to ridicule and tarnish her image? Zhiyan smiled quietly, a hint of a threat evident in her expression, urging Lin Wanqi to reconsider her words with care. Sure, I have a minor inquiry. Noticing her expression, Lin Wanqi opted not to linger on the topic any longer. The pheromone scent emanating from her friend was unmistakable. She had merely spoken out of turn. "I mind," came Zhiyan's unwavering reply. Such a declaration could only suggest an unfavorable inquiry. Very well, since you do not mind, allow me to ask, how is she faring? Lin Wanqi, undeterred by her friend's discomfort, inquired politely, though it was indeed a rather audacious question to pose. You can ask something so direct. Zhiyan was momentarily left speechless. Is it not permissible? I mean, I have undergone the experience myself. What harm is there in asking? If she is not faring well, I could have my wife impart some wisdom to her. Lin Wanqi's tone indicated that her inquiry was entirely reasonable. Had she chosen a male alpha, she would not have even contemplated such a question. I truly appreciate your concern, but it is unwarranted. So, she's doing quite well then. Lin Wanqi's voice rose slightly, curiosity evident in her tone. Yes, Zhiyan conceded, eager to evade further inquiry. Oh, you have even secured a commendable alpha, Zhiyan. Your choice is laudable, Lin Wanqi teased, a playful glint in her eye that provoked Zhiyan to resist the urge to slap her cheek. Chapter 27. Enjoying a bit of nonsense, are we? Is there anything of substance on your mind? Unable to contain herself, Zhiyan reproached her friend. Indeed, there is. When will you receive the employment notification from the Interstellar University? We must celebrate. The reference to significant matters compelled Lin Wanqi to cast aside her frivolous musings, her demeanor becoming decidedly more grave than a response was expected. They had pledged to reply within a week. With her tone reverting to seriousness, Su Zhiyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her from their playful exchanges. That is splendid news. You are on the verge of becoming a university professor. May I inquire, Miss Su, how do you feel at this moment? Nervousness mingled with excitement is a reaction all too common. Su Zhiyan shot her a disdainful glance, perceiving her incessant chatter. I am truly delighted for you. Allow me to treat you today, if you will. Lin Wanxi, chastened, hurried to redeem herself. That I suppose that is acceptable. Oh, you still feign modesty. What else do you desire to eat? I shall order for you. Indulge as you please. Observing her affected reluctance, Lin Wanxi felt an urge to disclose her true nature. Are you not aware of your own appetite? Eating without restraint is quite shameful. The table was already adorned with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Did she genuinely believe they could consume such a banquet? Very well. I shall treat you to a drink later, but I do have a small inquiry. You need not. Simply focus on your meal. Anticipating another question, Su Zhiyan swiftly interjected, fully cognizant that any inquiry from her would be rather trivial. Eating does not hinder my inquiries. Pray tell, you do not intend to bind yourself to her for all eternity. Do you? Lin Wanxi disregarded her friend's attempt to quell her questioning. Her mouth was hers to wield, and she would inquire is that not permissible. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyan paused her meal, her thoughts momentarily adrift. After a brief silence, she replied, It is permissible, but do you not wish to experience the bittersweet pangs of love? Do I present myself as a masochist? Su Zhiyan responded nonchalantly, her gaze fixed upon her plate. It has been described as bitter. I am no masochist. Why must I endure such suffering? No, what I meant was, to so casually bind yourself to another for eternity. What if you later encounter someone who ignites your heart? Would you not harbor regret? Realizing that her inquiry had taken an unwise turn, Lin Wanxi promptly refined her articulation. I shall not lament. There shall be no soul to ensnare my affections. She shook her head. Slow yet resolute, your conviction is remarkably unwavering. Should I ever hear you profess that someone is your true love, I would be compelled to intervene. Lin Wanxi remained unconvinced by her words. Humanity cannot elude the enchantment of love. And she refused to believe that Su Zhiyan could entirely quell her emotions. You would not dare to strike me. You even included a conditional clause. Su Zhiyan shrugged, her tone playfully light. I have indeed indulged you. Lin Wanxi gritted her teeth in vexation, unable to confront her during their meal, lest she impart a lesson in decorum. Very well, let us partake in our meal. If left too long, it shall lose its savor. Perceiving Lin Wanxi's disgruntled expression, Su Zhiyan feigned indifference and urged her to eat. Lin Wanxi clenched her jaw, ultimately deciding to overlook the matter and began to eat with intent. The response from the Interstellar University arrived promptly, instructing her to prepare the requisite materials and textbooks for her new role commencing the following week. This was undoubtedly welcome news. The myriad challenges she faced had been resolved, and now she merely awaited her initiation. Chapter 28. Welcome, Teacher Su Zhiyan. Identity information successfully recorded. Welcome, Teacher Su Zhiyan. The brief mechanical announcement resonated as Su Zhiyan re-entered her alma mater, no longer as a student. Su, please visit the teacher's office shortly. I shall assist you in acclimatizing. Her mentor was a female beta, aged 60, a professor of considerable erudition. Certainly, Professor, I shall arrive forthwith. Upon receiving the employment notification, Su Zhiyan re-established contact with her mentor, who was elated that one of her prot.gs would return to their shared institution. It has been quite some time, teacher. Gently rapping on Chen Xian's office door, Su Zhiyan greeted her mentor with warmth. Come in, come in. You are about to become a teacher. Why comport yourself as if you were still a student fearful of the office? Upon seeing the familiar figure, Chen Xian warmly beckoned her inside. I have always been your student. It is only natural to feel apprehension, Su Zhiyan replied, seamlessly settling into her accustomed seat, her demeanor suggesting she was home. Why did you not consider your teacher's sentiments when you were a student? Now you suddenly feel trepidation. Chen Xian playfully teased, fully cognizant that Su Zhiyan had never been one to shy away from her office during her student days. Oh, I am not afraid at all. Being in your company is a delight, Su Zhiyan responded, playfully shaking her head. As the semester drew to a close, the college had arranged for her to initially serve as Chen Xian's assistant, transitioning into a lecturer the following semester. Setting aside their light-hearted banter, Chen Xian turned to more serious matters. Understood, teacher. You recall your time as my assistant in school. do you not? You will soon be covering 2 of my classes while I guide your junior classmates. As her esteemed pupil, and given her expressed interest in teaching, Zhiyan had served as Chen Xian's assistant for over a year during her graduate studies, although she could have directly assumed a lecturing position at the Interstellar University. The approaching end of the semester rendered it more appropriate for her to refine her skills under Chen Xian's mentorship. How many students are you teaching this year, teacher? Zhiyan inquired, already accustomed to taking over classes. Quite a few, over 40 that unfortunately, not many are easily manageable. They grapple with research and literature, which is rather taxing that I should arrange for you to provide them with some assistance. Speaking of her current students, Chen Xian could not help but shake her head, lamenting the challenges of instructing a group of 20-somethings. You truly overestimate my capabilities, but I can certainly engage with them. Teaching might be too grand a term. Zhiyan chuckled, finding her mentor's plight amusing. That would be beneficial. At least help them a bit. They are quite the handful. Just as she finished speaking, her device illuminated, signaling a message from her troublesome students. You handle your affairs. Teacher, is the class at 8? Zhiyan cast a fleeting glance at the incessantly chiming notifications, already feeling a throbbing headache on behalf of her mentor. Indeed, it is in room 402. 2 classes await. You shall conclude by 10. Here are the textbooks. The material is highlighted. Chen Xian inhaled deeply, steeling herself to manage her exuberant pupils, and handed the textbooks to Zhiyan. Zhiyan nodded in acknowledgement. After passing on the materials, Chen Xian departed, appearing somewhat overwhelmed as she leafed through the textbooks. Zhiyan noted that there were no significant alterations. She could proceed with the lessons as per usual, which spared her some effort. The distance from her residence to the Interstellar University was considerable. However, the unmanned flying car proved efficient, enabling her to reach the campus in a mere 20 minutes. With 10 minutes remaining before class, Zhiyan chose not to rush to the classroom, instead opting to settle comfortably in her office. Chapter 29. Please attend to the lesson. With only 5 minutes left, Zhiyan finally made her way to the classroom. Fortunately, she was not conducting a large lecture, but rather a specialized course. Excuse me, did you perhaps enter the wrong classroom? A stunning woman entered the room, capturing the attention of many. Under Chen Xian's strict classroom discipline, her students rarely dared to skip class. Seeing the room filled, they presumed she was lost. That I am your substitute teacher today. My name is Zhiyan, and I will be covering for Teacher Chen in 2 sessions regarding the history of biological derivatives. Zhiyan had meticulously verified the room number before entering, confirming she was in the correct place, and calmly addressed the students before her. Substitute teacher, are you an Omega? One of the male students, captivated by her unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful visage, could not help but inquire further. You seem to possess a discerning eye. Zhiyan nodded, projecting the course material in holographic form, evidently disinclined to engage in further idle chatter with them. In the previous lesson, you discussed the Omega gender within the spectrum of 3 genders, correct? As this was Zhiyan's inaugural experience as a substitute, the students harbored a sense of curiosity about her, with approximately a dozen responding to her inquiry. Let us continue from here. Omega is generally regarded as the more vulnerable gender among the 3. Teacher, as an Omega, do you also find yourself perceived as the weaker party by family or strangers? When regarded in such a manner, do you not receive more protection and deference? Before she could complete her thought, a student could no longer restrain themselves, their focus directly aimed at her, the substitute Omega teacher. What do you mean by protection and deference? Zhiyan subtly furrowed her brow, acutely aware that this inquiry strayed from the lesson's scope, causing her to hesitate in her response. For instance, our interstellar military and law enforcement are predominantly comprised of alphas and betas, whilst omegas exist under the aegis of these 2 genders. In numerous instances, omegas are not even compelled to seek employment. Does this not signify a form of deference? Are you insinuating that the requirement for omegas to secure a guardian or partner signature on employment consent form prior to engaging in work is a manifestation of deference? I perceive it more as a mechanism of control. This touches upon the contentious subject of gender dynamics. I deem it imperative that you conduct a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding the 3 genders before broaching such topics with me. Naturally, should you possess expertise in biological derivations and aim to potentially alter the existing state, that would indeed be a commendable academic endeavor. Your scholarly pursuit aligned with this field as well. No, such discussions may be deferred until after class. I implore you to concentrate on the lesson at hand. Zhiyan adopted a more serious tone as she reclaimed her role as a teaching assistant, her expression mirroring her gravity. The students below, uncertain of her demeanor, dared not further disrupt. And Omega, instructing at the Interstellar University, must either be a favored protege of Professor Chun or possess remarkable capabilities and lineage. They might indulge in some levity during class, for they may not encounter such individuals again post-graduation. In the time that followed, Zhiyan's teaching progressed quite smoothly. The students, though not excessively enthusiastic, were cooperative. She was not one to frequently solicit answers from her pupils. Thus, it was primarily she who articulated while they listened, with only the occasional inquiry from a few students, none of which proved particularly challenging. Teacher, may we inquire about your academic focus now that class is concluding? With mere minutes remaining, Zhiyan had paused her lecture, and the same student from earlier resumed their previous topic, regarding the genetic evolution process among the three genders. I cannot disclose specifics. Prepare for dismissal. Zhiyan cast a glance toward the source of the voice. Still the same student, their gaze fixed on her with intensity, leaving her uncertain of their thoughts. Do you have a partner? That is a personal matter. Let us conclude the class. Just then, the dismissal bell chimed, and Zhiyan wasted no time, for engaging with students outside class was a considerable taboo. She wished to evade any potential gossip. Teacher, I still have a few questions. May I have your contact information? Zhiyan signaled the conclusion of the class, and the students departed without delay. She had expected to be the last to leave. Yet to her astonishment, one student lingered. For any inquiries, one may consult Professor Chun, who would be more than willing to provide assistance. Zhiyan glanced at the student, an alpha female of a stature comparable to her own, devoid of any significant sense of intimidation. As a substitute teacher, she was not obliged to add students to her contacts. Professor Chen had been engrossed in graduate matters and had not had the opportunity to respond to her. The last message she dispatched was a month ago, and there had been no reply. As she spoke, Xiao Yun displayed her chat with Chen Xian, which indeed revealed messages from a month prior. I merely wish to inquire about academic matters. I need to prepare early as I aspire to pursue graduate studies. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Yun added, meeting Zhiyan's scrutinizing gaze without flinching, appearing genuinely eager to learn. After a moment's reflection, Zhiyan resolved to exchange contact information with her. I apologize for the disturbance. I shall now return to my dormitory. Farewell, teacher. After exchanging contacts, Xiao Yun did not linger and swiftly exited the classroom. Zhiyan felt a tinge of perplexity, but chose to disregard it. Making her way back to her office, did you truly obtain the teacher's contact? Xiao Yun's three roommates awaited her downstairs in the same building, unable to suppress their curiosity upon seeing her emerge. Of course. Do you not recognize who I am? Xiao Yun triumphantly displayed her wristband. As a B-grade alpha, while she may not possess particularly remarkable genes, her appearance was of a commendable standard, making it quite effortless to establish a connection with the teacher. Hurry, let us see if the teacher has posted anything, as Zhiyan's avatar materialized on her holographic wristband. Her roommates grew increasingly impatient. To be fair, this beautiful teacher is truly exceptional. She is stunning, fit, and relatively youthful, undoubtedly embodying the older sister archetype. This feels somewhat unsettling. Xiao Yun earnestly scrolled through Zhiyan's profile. Discovering nothing, unfazed, she continued her search. What is the matter? We are not stalking. Anything posted is meant for public consumption. Nothing. The teacher's posts are more pristine than my own visage. How tedious. Yet this substitute teacher is undeniably beautiful. Judging by her appearance and figure, she could very well be an A-grade Omega. Hard to ascertain. I suspect she might be an S-grade. Honestly, A-grade Omegas are a rarity in academia. I believe the teacher surpasses the allure of any A-grade Omega. Chapter 30. The Alpha's strong possessiveness class is dismissed. Were those mischievous little rascals manageable? Upon Zhiyan's return to the office, Chun Xian concluded her conversation with a nearby student. Quite manageable. Teacher, Zhiyan's desk was adjacent to Chen Xian's. She cast a glance at the students beside her, an alpha and a beta, both observing her intently. Teacher, is this one of your students? I do not recall having seen them before. The alpha quickly averted his gaze. Inquiring about her identity. Of course. You have not seen her. This is your senior, Zhiyan, currently a teacher at the school. Chen Xian shot her a disapproving glance. At that moment, these two students were the most troublesome, and it was a miracle that she maintained her composure. So you are senior. Greetings, senior. I am Zhang Xiao. The alpha spoke first, his tone obedient and befitting his demeanor. Hello, I am Wei Yalong. Hello, Zhiyan nodded slightly, acknowledging them. All right, you two have yet to finalize your research direction, so do not trouble your senior. Chun Xian interjected, her attention already drifting. Teacher, finding a research direction is not something that can be easily determined. Besides, you have yet to decide what to guide us on either, Wei Yalong quickly countered, clearly distressed. What was your previous research direction? Could we possibly use it as a reference? Zhang Qiao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhiyan. Fixated. Any research direction that aligns with your major is acceptable. It need not be a new topic. Uncovering new insights within existing topics is also viable. Zhiyan noted their gaze and pursed her lips, choosing not to directly answer their questions. Old topics can be just as challenging as new ones. They have been explored extensively. Zhang Xiao pouted. The thinking surrounding old topics is often fixed. They can be even more difficult than new ones. You need to exercise a bit more patience. Selecting a topic requires careful consideration, but there is no need to pester someone personally. Chan Xian sighed, exasperated at having to manage these two who had yet to settle on a topic. Isn't that merely seeking advice? We will continue searching for topics. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, senior. With that, Wei Yalong ushered Zhang Qiao out of the office. Why the rush? There's no class. Zhang Qiao bid farewell to the two, bewildered as she was pulled out the door, wishing to ask more. I merely noticed your gaze lingering on the teacher several times, which is why I pulled you out. Wei Yalong shot her a look, her tone noticeably unkind. What? I just found the blend of pheromones from the teacher quite pleasant. Zhang Qiao quickly defended herself, sensing Wei Yalong's displeasure. As a high-level alpha, it is quite easy to perceive pheromones between the same gender, especially of such quality. It is hard not to notice that truly the case. Wei Yalong, unable to discern the pheromones herself, displayed a trace of skepticism. Indeed, it was a delightful fusion of peach wood and magnolia fragrances. Remarkably harmonious. Zhang Qiao nodded vigorously, asserting that her curiosity was not excessive. It was merely a physiological reaction, beyond her control. Why do you pay such keen attention to the teacher's scent? You seem exceptionally familiar with it. I cannot help it. The potency of that aroma is utterly overwhelming. The teacher's alpha genes are of extraordinarily high caliber. Her possessiveness nearly overshadows her fragrance entirely. You appear rather preoccupied with the teacher's aroma. Do you not? Wei Yalong glanced at her before moving ahead, prompting Zhang Qiao to hastily catch up. Hey, how are you? I was not overly concerned. It is merely physiological and unavoidable. The scent of an alpha is decidedly overpowering, and I would prefer not to endure it. Please do not be upset. Shall we indulge in a meal? Zhang Qiao playfully urged her companion to dine together, suggesting that it was best not to take such matters too seriously. Yin, you have noticed it too. This group genuinely gives me a headache. I may need to impose upon you further regarding the class arrangements. Chun Xian sighed heavily at their carefree demeanor, contemplating when it would finally be her turn to retire. It is quite all right, teacher. I am not engaged with other classes at the moment, so assisting you with your lessons poses no inconvenience. Zhiyan shook her head, indicating that she was not yet scheduled for any classes. Thank you for your assistance. If they misbehave, please inform me, and I shall address it. Chun Xian nodded, appreciating the gesture. Of course, teacher. Should they act up, I will certainly bring it to your attention. Zhiyan smiled, confident in her ability to manage a group of children. In the days that followed, Zhiyan undertook the biology and history classes for that group, as well as another, though she taught only 2 days a week, amounting to a mere 4 sessions. This relatively light workload afforded her the leisure to audit Chun Xian's graduate class. Teacher, you still have not disclosed whether you have a partner. A student who had previously messaged her inquired once again. Though the student occasionally visited with questions, receiving a message at such a late stage in the semester surprised Zhiyan. Upon reading the content, her brow furrowed further. This is a personal matter. I trust you understand. Very well then. May I invite you to dinner? Just as a token of appreciation for your academic guidance. There is no need for such formality for something that falls within my duties. Zhiyan replied, though it appeared the student had sent yet another message, which she chose not to read. What are you observing, senior? Engaging in conversation with your alpha? Zhang Qiao approached with an inquisitive expression. Have you discovered suitable literature? Zhiyan remarked, minimizing her screen, accustomed to Zhang Qiao's sudden inquiries. Senior, as the semester draws to a close, let us not linger on such somber subject. In response to the pointed question. Zhang Qiao resumed her playful demeanor and returned to Wei Yalong's side. You are aware it is the end of the semester, Wei Yalong observed, gently squeezing Zhang Qiao's hand, yet you remain so frivolous. Even at the semester's conclusion, there exists room for gossip. Zhang Qiao feigned innocence, insisting on the necessity of unwinding amidst the pressures. Exercise caution. The teacher might admonish you. Wei Yalong warned coolly. Not all. Rong will assist me with my review, won't you? Zhang Qiao playfully pouted, and fortunately, Wei Yalong indulged her, affectionately pinching her cheek. Please refrain from displaying your affection in front of your senior, Zhiyan interjected. Slightly vexed by the unexpected exhibition of tenderness. Doesn't the senior return home daily? She might be more involved than we are, Zhang Qiao retorted nonchalantly. Zhiyan pursed her lips, opting not to respond. She had nearly forgotten Song Yizhu, having not seen her in over a month despite initially being told it would only be for a month. Senior, head home early that we are off to dinner now. After bidding her farewell, Zhang Qiao and Wei Yalong departed. Zhiyan glanced at the sky. It was midday, and quite warm outside, with students milling about, exuding youthful exuberance as the semester drew to a close. She could have evaded attending school, but with no alternative, she found herself in Chen Xian's graduate class. To her astonishment, she encountered Song Yizhu when she returned downstairs for lunch. Sister Yizhu, you mentioned you already have an Omega, yet the military personnel I spoke with indicated otherwise. Are you deceiving me? Your Highness, you ought to address me as General, Song Yizhu replied, accompanied by a petite girl, their paths crossing unexpectedly, leaving both parties momentarily astonished. You're back, Zhiyan greeted, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, which drew the attention of the girl beside Song Yizhu. Who are you? An alpha? I had thought that the military did not accept alphas below a height of 170. Xiao Jingxue scrutinized Zhiyan, taking note of her dark hair and average stature, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. Zhiyan hesitated. She had never claimed to be an alpha, yet the girl's presumptive animosity was unmistakable. It had been some time since they last met. This was the Imperial 7 princess, as introduced by Song Yizhu. Greetings, princess, Zhiyan acknowledged, recognizing her from her father's documents, for the Xiao family was a distinguished lineage within the capital. You have yet to reveal your identity, Xiao Jingxue remarked dismissively. She is my Omega, Song Yizhu interjected, asserting her claim with succinctness, seemingly disinterested in prolonging the exchange. Your Omega? You do not seem particularly acquainted. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Xiao Jingxue's skepticism deepened. Not at all. I must take my leave now. Princess, I implore you to depart, Song Yizhu stated firmly, wishing to avoid further explanations or interactions. I have only just arrived at your residence. Will you not extend an invitation for a visit? Song Yizhu's composed demeanor only served to heighten Xiao Jingxue's suspicions. Song Yizhu's expression hardened slightly. Her gaze drifting toward Zhiyan, silently beseeching her for assistance. Zhiyan quickly averted her gaze, reluctant to interfere. I shall take my leave first, Zhiyan remarked lightly, exiting without concern for the situation left in her wake. Ultimately, Xiao Jingxue followed Song Yizhu upstairs, and Zhiyan caught snippets of their conversation as they passed her door. Sister Yizhu, is this how you manage a relationship with her? You do not even cohabit. Your Highness, I kindly request that you refrain from speculating about my private affairs. Song Yizhu's tone became resolute, clearly indicating her discomfort. Very well. Sister Yizhu, in a few days, the Emperor wishes to host a celebratory banquet to express gratitude for your rescue of me and my brother. Will you attend as my companion? Not at all. Song Yizhu's response was abrupt, devoid of any justification, as she absently toyed with her wristband, lost in thought. Why not? You lack an Omega, so why can we not partner? No, princess. I must insist that you take your leave. The living room descended into silence, and Xiao Jingxue clearly had no intention of departing. She harbored genuine affection for Song Yizhu, and her status was suitable for matrimony. Song Yizhu, you shall remain here tonight. Just as the tension escalated, Zhiyan's voice message arrived, providing a timely reprieve. My apologies. Your Highness, my Omega urges me to return. Please excuse me. Song Yizhu waved her wristband, opting to exit through the balcony to join Zhiyan, leaving Xiao Jingxue alone in the room, unable to depart without appearing impolite. Have you escaped so swiftly? Zhiyan playfully teased as she observed Song Yizhu's movements from outside. With an air of composure, Song Yizhu entered, seemingly unaffected by the jest. Had it not been for Su Zhiyan's timely intervention, she was uncertain how much longer she could have tolerated Xiao Jingshua's company. "General, please return later." "Certainly," came Song Yizhu's prompt reply, inadvertently cooling the atmosphere. Her eagerness to depart suggested a desire to extricate herself from Su Zhiyan's presence. Your work progressing smoothly. After a brief silence, Song Yizhu resumed the conversation, and the two fell back into a polite exchange reminiscent of their early acquaintance. "Quite well. And you?" Su Zhiyan poured a glass of water for her and settled into a nearby armchair, embodying the demeanor of a host welcoming a guest, a stark contrast to the intimacy they had shared merely a month prior. "Nothing of great significance. I encountered the third prince and the seventh princess being abducted on my way back, which delayed my return," Song Yizhu recounted casually as she sipped her water, her tone imbued with nonchalance. "The universe is not solely populated by them. A myriad of star domains and civilizations thrive beyond our comprehension. Among these celestial realms reside criminals exiled from others, and when they converge, they inevitably establish their own organizations. Yet due to their status as outcasts, no star domain extends a welcome to them, by mere chance. They encounter the royal family of the Azure Galaxy, harboring intentions to abduct them for their resources. It is during her return that Song Yizhu fortuitously crosses paths with them, thus prolonging her journey." Su Zhiyan nodded, though she did not fully grasp the nature of the abduction that Song Yizhu had mentioned. Nevertheless, since she had returned unscathed, it likely was not a matter of grave concern. Once more, silence enveloped them, with words eluding their grasp. Su Zhiyan could only discern the faint fragrance of peachwood wafting from Song Yizhu. "Does the marshal not favor suppressants?" Su Zhiyan eventually inquired, having noticed the lingering pheromones that led her to question her own sense of smell. She wondered whether she was experiencing some form of hysteria, frequently detecting scents that were purportedly absent. The sporadic release of pheromones undeniably influences daily life, as evidenced in this moment. Song Yizhu instinctively reached for the nape of her neck, where a delicate suppressant patch adhered seamlessly. "I have always adhered to the practice of applying a suppressant," she replied, her voice inadvertently laced with apprehension, so soft that Su Zhiyan could scarcely discern it. "Is that so? Then why do I perpetually detect your pheromones? Is the patch malfunctioning?" Su Zhiyan observed her movements, perplexed by how she could still perceive them so distinctly while adorned with a suppressant. She recalled that her own sense of smell was not particularly acute. "I do not know," Song Yizhu murmured, unable to resist fidgeting with the patch on her neck, contemplating its removal to inspect its condition, yet refraining due to the presence of others. She had just replaced it that very morning. It could hardly be defective. "Shall I take a look?" Su Zhiyan offered, noting Song Yizhu's uncertainty. Their eyes met briefly before Song Yizhu averted her gaze and nodded faintly. Su Zhiyan rose and moved closer, bending to examine the back of her neck. The nearly transparent patch appeared intact, exhibiting no signs of damage, yet the peachwood scent had intensified. "The suppressant is functioning properly." To avoid becoming overly affected, Su Zhiyan stepped back and quickly added, "No issues at all." "The absence of issues is the greatest concern," Su Zhiyan pondered quietly to herself. Typically, when donning a suppressor, the detection of pheromones should be impossible unless one is in close proximity. This was precisely why Xiao Jingshua had not immediately perceived her as an Omega upon their initial encounter. Omegas were seldom encountered within the base, and with her stature nearing that of an Alpha, such a misunderstanding was entirely reasonable. However, having recently been a mere few body lengths away from Song Yizhu, the ability to discern her pheromones posed a considerable quandary. "Then it is not my concern," Song Yizhu responded, her tone lightening as if relieved by her own proclamation. Su Zhiyan nodded, finding her reaction somewhat intriguing, yet opting not to delve further into the matter. "I shall take my leave now." With the issue resolved, Song Yizhu had no intention of lingering. Su Zhiyan nodded, reluctant to impede her departure, but at that moment, her communicator buzzed with an incoming call. "Teacher, are you available this weekend?" The voice of that same student resonated abruptly within the spacious living room, causing Song Yizhu to pause mid-step. "What is it?" Su Zhiyan inquired, glancing up to meet Song Yizhu's curious gaze, though the latter did not linger, choosing instead to step out onto the balcony. Su Zhiyan's brow furrowed slightly. Logically, Xiao Yun should not have reached out to her again, yet here she was, audaciously calling, "I would like to invite you to dinner, as I wish to express my gratitude for your care." Xiao Yun continued, oblivious to the irritation evident in Su Zhiyan's tone. "There is no need," Su Zhiyan replied, her voice cool and unmistakably impatient. "There are many of us from the class who would like to treat you to dinner." "Is that not permissible?" Xiao Yun, finally discerning Su Jian's discontent, swiftly interjected, "I genuinely prefer to dine with you alone. However, as that is not feasible, I deemed it prudent to include the others." Su Jian remained silent for a moment. In truth, she harbored no desire to attend, yet it would appear discourteous to decline a group of students. "Please join us. Everyone is eager to dine with you. I was sent to invite you, as you were unreachable." Perceiving Su Jian's hesitation, Xiao Yun earnestly pressed on, "I will consider it. But next time, kindly verify with me first to ascertain my availability for a call." Although the invitation was generous, Su Jian hesitated to accept outright. "Thank you, teacher. Please contemplate it. Farewell, teacher." In Chapter 33, Su Jian ultimately acquiesced to the dinner invitation, motivated not only by Xiao Yun's attendance, but also by the presence of her esteemed mentor, Chun Xian, who had graciously agreed to join. To decline would be a disservice to her revered teacher. As she departed, she unexpectedly encountered Song Yizhu once more, adorned in a silver-white gown that cinched at the waist, embellished with intricate patterns and a golden emblem encircled by 4 stars. The high-collared uniform completely obscured her scent. "Are you busy today?" Upon encountering her, Song Yizhu merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Marshal, you appear prepared. Shall we set forth? The convoy awaits." Han Lin, clad in formal attire yet distinct in her black ensemble, displayed 3 hexagonal stars upon her golden epaulettes. "Miss Su, what a serendipitous meeting. We shall take our leave now." Han Lin acknowledged Su Jian briefly before following Song Yizhu. Su Jian remained silent, watching their figures fade from view. Their elegant garments and composed demeanor were undeniably captivating. Below, an extensive convoy awaited, with several others similarly attired in silver, presumably of the same military rank. After they saluted her, Song Yizhu returned a slight nod and entered the foremost vehicle without reciprocating the gesture. A customary practice among equals, Su Jian continued to observe the procession until they had all departed, then descended the stairs. Fortunately, the Su family could not locate her at that moment, which brought her a measure of relief. However, should they discover her whereabouts, she possessed connections. Song Yizhu's name in the marriage registry and her identity would surely instill apprehension within the Su family. "Good afternoon, teacher. Chun Xian shall arrive shortly." Su Jian observed several familiar faces already gathered at the dining table. A blend of genders, all former pupils of hers. "Good afternoon." Su Jian noted the curious gazes cast in her direction, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and suspicion, which struck her as peculiar. "Hello, teacher. We thought Xiao Yun might struggle to gather anyone." "Please order whatever you wish. Xiao Yun is treating today. Do not be bashful, dear teacher." "I'm not hindered by financial limitations," Xiao Yun interjected before Su Jian could respond. This moment conjured the atmosphere of a banquet steeped in intrigue. "Feel free to order at your leisure. I am at your service." Reluctantly, Su Jian sank in her seat, lamenting her decision to forego the comfort of home with a book or the company of Lin Wanqi. "Very well. Let us place our orders. Teacher, do you partake in libations? Libations? Do you still indulge?" "Indeed, teacher, you should indulge. It is vacation time. You would not mind, would you?" Su Jian shook her head, somewhat taken aback yet disinclined to intervene in their merriment. As she expressed her indifference, the group proceeded to order 4 or 5 bottles of various wines, both red and white. Amidst their ordering, Chun Xian finally arrived and naturally took her place beside Su Jian. Prompting greetings from those present. "You all arrived quite early," she observed. The teacher arrived promptly as well. "I have only just taken my seat. What would you like to drink?" "Red wine," as they exchanged pleasantries. An individual approached with a wine glass, seemingly poised to pour. "No, please indulge without me. Simply refrain from excess." Su Jian gestured dismissively, as she preferred to abstain from alcohol. Chun Xian, too, entirely refrained from drinking. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's persistent encouragement, she likely would not have attended. With both instructors declining to partake, no one pressed the issue further and returned to pouring drinks among themselves. "Will you be instructing us again next semester?" "Teacher Su," Xiao Yun inquired, positioning herself closely beside Su Jian and directing the question towards Chun Xian, who stood at a distance. "That remains uncertain. It depends on the school's arrangements," Chun Xian replied, casting a glance at the student, recalling her as one who frequently posed inquiries. "Well, I believe Teacher Su's classes are extraordinarily effective. clearly articulated, and she promptly addresses any questions after class. I genuinely hope she will teach us next semester. Zhiyan refrained from providing a definitive answer, but Xiao Yun remained undeterred. Am I not sufficient in my teaching? Chun Xian feigned jealousy. Of course not. Your classes are exceptional, but you are exceedingly busy with graduate students, sometimes making you elusive. Why are you not this proactive usually? If you wish to see me, why not visit my office? I dare not. I only muster the courage to reach out through the communicator. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, wishing to avoid reprimand. Fortunately, her focus was not on herself, allowing Zhiyan to exhale in relief, feeling a bit more at ease. Teacher, are you returning alone? Would you like me to offer you a ride? The meal had lingered for nearly 2 hours, and upon its conclusion, they still intended to explore other venues. Zhiyan had resolved to avoid any further delays. There is no need. You all go and enjoy yourselves. I shall return first. Zhiyan gently declined her kind offer with a subtle shake of her head. Xiao Yun wished to articulate more, but at that moment, 2 cars abruptly pulled up beside them. Interrupting her words, Zhiyan, a man's face emerged as the window descended, obscured by sunglasses. There's something you require? Miss Su, we have matters to discuss with you. I apologize, but I am not interested in conversing. Miss Su, may we speak for just a moment? It won't take long. The rear window slid down, revealing Xiao Jingshua's visage. No. Thank you. Zhiyan resolutely declined. She had no inclination to be drawn aside for a warning. Teacher, are these your acquaintances? Perceiving the situation as far from ideal, Xiao Yun swiftly approached her, her gaze fixated on the occupants of the car, who appeared vaguely familiar. No, Zhiyan nonchalantly shook her head and activated her wristband to summon a driverless vehicle home. Miss Su, if someone is pursuing you, it would be prudent not to lose focus. Xiao Jingshu met Xiao Yun's gaze, scrutinizing her from head to toe before quickly diverting her eyes, initially intending to persuade her to let it go. Xiao Jingxue felt a sense of relief upon noticing the presence of another. Having company rendered the circumstances significantly more manageable. Zhiyan remained silent, inwardly speculating about their relationship, finding the unsolicited counsel rather presumptuous. My ride has arrived. I shall take my leave. You all ought to return home soon as well. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle came to a halt at the roadside. Zhiyan offered a final reminder before swiftly stepping into the car. Chapter 34. My wife. Upon returning home, it appeared that Song Yizhu had yet to arrive. The entire floor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhiyan cast a glance at her door, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately entered her own room. She had initially intended to engage in a conversation with Song Yizhu, but reassessed the necessity of it, deeming it trivial. The summer river view was quite delightful. The neon lights danced upon the water surface, creating a tranquil and expansive vista, as if capable of embracing all. Zhiyan's gaze wandered into the distance, her mind momentarily blank. She was unsure how long she had lingered on the balcony when suddenly a white figure appeared, casually settling into a wrought-tan chair. The individual seemed oblivious to Zhiyan's presence, facing the vast river. Gone was the elaborate gown, replaced by a simple white shirt and formal trousers. Sleeves rolled up, revealing a fair portion of her arms. Zhiyan found herself unconsciously observing her, sensing something amiss. Yet upon closer inspection, there appeared to be no apparent issue. The figure sat silently in the chair, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand, lost in contemplation. Just as Zhiyan assumed, she was merely out for fresh air to appreciate the river view. The woman abruptly straightened her posture, revealing a brown bottle of alcohol that had been concealed against her thigh. Zhiyan's curiosity was piqued by her actions. Could it be that Song Yizhu was inebriated? Just as she pondered this, the woman raised the bottle to her lips and drank directly from it. How audacious of Song Yizhu! Zhiyan averted her gaze from the river, instead fixating on Song Yizhu. The latter paused after a few sips, setting the bottle down again and resuming her pose with her chin resting on her hand. Clearly, she was aware of the need to moderate her drinking. This posture suggested she had not yet succumbed to inebriation. Nevertheless, Zhiyan did not perceive Song Yizhu as one who relished alcohol. Given the absence of a substantial stock of liquor in her residence, but if she was not imbibing for pleasure, it likely indicated the presence of troubling matters. Zhiyan speculated idly, assuming the woman was too preoccupied to notice her contemplations, likely struggling to even acknowledge her existence. Indeed, the other individual remained entirely focused ahead, perhaps cognizant of Zhiyan's gaze, yet choosing to disregard it. Glancing at the time, Zhiyan noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. At this hour, the marshal should have been preparing for slumber. Evidently, her troubles weighed heavily on her mind. Zhiyan mused, only to be jolted back to reality when she caught Song Yizhu's gaze. Her heart racing as she instinctively looked away. What was she doing? She wasn't spying. She was merely observing openly, and besides, it was Song Yizhu who had seated herself first. Realizing this, Zhiyan returned her gaze. But Song Yizhu had already shifted her attention elsewhere, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Frustrated, Zhiyan ground her teeth that it was one thing to have been overlooked earlier. Now, even with her awareness, Song Yizhu continued to act as though nothing had transpired. Disregarding her entirely, Song Yizhu comported herself as though Zhiyan were invisible, the scent of her peachwood pheromones wafting more intensely than before, almost as if deliberately intended for Zhiyan to catch a whiff. The air was saturated with the fragrance of peachwood, sharp and devoid of the usual delicate sweetness, resembling the resin formed when the wood is damaged, carrying the essence of the tree, yet imbued with an inexplicable bitterness. Zhiyan genuinely began to suspect that Song Yizhu was indeed intoxicated. Previously, she had thought it was intentional to emit her pheromones, but now it seemed genuinely deliberate. In this space meant for fresh air. Her pheromones were dispersing wildly, unsettling Zhiyan's thoughts. Their gazes met once more, and Song Yizhu furrowed her brows slightly. In the dim light, Zhiyan appeared somewhat familiar, yet in her current state, she found it difficult to discern who she was. Neither spoke as the atmosphere grew awkward, though it was Zhiyan who felt the embarrassment, as Song Yizhu maintained an air of nonchalance. "Are you intoxicated?" Song Yizhu did not avert her gaze, prompting Zhiyan to shift to the opposite side of the balcony and inquired nonchalantly, seeking to alleviate the palpable tension. After a brief interlude, Song Yizhu shook her head in response. You remember who I am?" It appeared she was wrestling with her memories, her brow heavily furrowed, as if the answer demanded significant effort. The four simple words left Zhiyan momentarily breathless. Were they not merely business acquaintances? With no one else around, such earnestness seemed unnecessary. You recall my name?" Zhiyan probed further, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Zhiyan." This time, Song Yizhu replied promptly and with certainty, as though the memory had surged forth, nearly startling Zhiyan into an upright position. Her tone was so sincere that it could easily be mistaken for admonishment. Was she genuinely inebriated? Zhiyan frowned, her mind clear, recognizing the woman before her. Yet her speech appeared somewhat disoriented. Zhiyan's gaze fell upon Song Yizhu's lips, which looked pale and thin yet retained a semblance of fullness. Something amiss. Song Yizhu, who had been resting her chin on her hand, turned to face Zhiyan upon noticing her gaze. "No, nothing amiss. Shouldn't you be resting? It's quite late." The sudden attention momentarily flustered Song Yizhu, her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, appearing vulnerable and easily stirred. Reminiscent of one in a fragile state. "It's fine. There is no need to report to the military today." Song Yizhu gently shook her head and averted her gaze once more. Hearing this, Zhiyan nodded knowingly. After all, the marshal undoubtedly had a demanding agenda. It seemed she had not spent much time with her outside of those sensitive moments. "Are you not sleeping?" "I am prepared. Regardless of whether you sleep, what time is it? Who retires early during a respite?" Zhiyan silently mused, considering that Song Yizhu typically withdrew before 11, resembling the habits of an elderly individual. Song Yizhu merely responded with a soft hum, redirecting her focus to the river view. Feeling melancholic? Drinking alone at night? Zhiyan mirrored her posture, gazing into the distance. The once enchanting river view now felt rather mundane after being witnessed countless times. "No," Song Yizhu glanced at her, offering a swift reply that seemed more like an attempt to conceal her true emotions. Feeling remorseful? Zhiyan half teased, half encouraged, prompting Song Yizhu to lapse into silence. "Am I correct in assuming I have struck a chord?" Song Yizhu hesitated to respond, while Zhiyan grew bolder. "Can we converse?" Zhiyan no longer believed her assertions of being unperturbed, genuinely intrigued by what weighed upon her mind. "No, but you're intoxicated." "Are you not? Can't you pretend I am a doll?" Clearly, Zhiyan had struck a sensitive chord. The weight of Song Yizhu's troubles was palpable, and the alcohol had dulled her perceptiveness. Dolls are not as exquisite. And besides, I am not inebriated. Song Yizhu cast a sidelong glance, clarifying that she was merely slightly dazed, not fully intoxicated. Her words rendered Su Zhiyan momentarily speechless. Not intoxicated? You are rambling, Su Zhiyan remarked, lightly touching her ear. Realizing she had failed to convey her thoughts effectively, it is late. You should rest. Observing Su Zhiyan's silence, Song Yizhu added, perhaps feeling her presence was burdensome. Do you regard me as a child? What child? Su Zhiyan's comment piqued her interest, prompting Song Yizhu to set her drink aside and furrow her brow in contemplation. There remains a necessity for discipline, she mused. The suggestion to rest should ideally be articulated as you ought to retire early. Yet this expression felt reminiscent of a parent admonishing a child with, "It is time for you to sleep. You should eat." This discipline? Su Zhiyan inquired. I apologize. I am uncertain. Song Yizhu's mind momentarily blanked, visibly perplexed by this notion. Nevertheless, might you confide your troubles to me? I assure you of my discretion. Su Zhiyan leaned in closer, the rich aroma of peachwood enveloping her, melding with the scent of red wine, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Nothing burdensome, merely to encounter my mother. Upon her sudden proximity, Song Yizhu instinctively recoiled, yet ultimately responded to the inquiry, you yearn for home. Speaking of which, you have resided here for some time. Do you not wish to return for a visit? Meeting one's family should indeed evoke joy, hardly qualifying as a concern, perhaps merely a tinge of homesickness? No, I do miss it. The brief pause left Su Zhiyan bewildered regarding her true sentiment. Perhaps a stubborn refusal to articulate her feelings. I shall remain here until my retirement or demise. Before Su Zhiyan could respond, Song Yizhu added in a flat tone, as if discussing something trivial. Will we dwell here in the future? The moment the words escaped her lips, Su Zhiyan realized it was too late to retract them. Next time, if I speak too hastily, I shall chastise myself. Su Zhiyan closed her eyes, her mind awash with regret. No, I mean, she attempted to salvage her words, yet Song Yizhu fell silent, seemingly pondering the question. If you desire to reside elsewhere, I will endeavor to accommodate. After a lengthy pause, Song Yizhu finally reached a conclusion, gazing at her once more. Though Su Zhiyan had long since averted her gaze, relieved that Song Yizhu was somewhat inebriated, allowing her impulsive words to inspire deeper contemplation. Now, she could only hope that on the morrow, Song Yizhu would forget every detail of this night. Isn't it late? Aren't you weary? Su Zhiyan hesitated to explore the depths of the conversation, awkwardly redirecting the topic. I am not fatigued. I am an alpha, not an omega. This unexpected declaration seemed to highlight her gender, leaving Su Zhiyan in a state of perplexity. Being alpha does not absolve one from weariness, nor does it imply the existence of a mechanical nature. Experiencing fatigue is a wholly natural phenomenon. Su Zhiyan pondered this, unable to fathom the motive behind the sudden emphasis, yet she persisted in the dialogue. Song Yizhu regarded her in silence, eventually nodding. I shall take my leave now. You ought to retire early as well. Su Zhiyan observed her movements, still bewildered, contemplating the events that had unfolded. Had she successfully swayed her? As she watched Song Yizhu's silhouette fade behind the wall upon entering her room, Su Zhiyan finally diverted her gaze. Even after imbibing, Song Yizhu maintained an admirable composure. Her drinking etiquette was commendable, and she even remembered to close the balcony door, her steps steady. With a soft exclamation of admiration, Su Zhiyan retreated to her own quarters. An alpha does not preclude you from fatigue. You are an alpha, not a machine. Feeling tired is entirely natural. In her private sanctuary, Song Yizhu's thoughts echoed with these phrases, conjuring an image of Su Zhiyan's countenance, articulated with simplicity, devoid of embellishment, as if it were merely a matter of course. With a languid exhalation, she placed the bottle of wine upon the bedside table. Casting a glance at the inviting softness of the bed, she attended to her own needs before yielding to the embrace of slumber. In stark contrast, Su Zhiyan grappled with insomnia. Song Yizhu had indulged in libations, yet she herself had refrained, rendering her sleeplessness all the more acute. Previously, she had perceived Song Yizhu as an easygoing individual, possessing propriety, graciousness, and a willingness to accommodate. However, following their conversation that evening, she discerned that Song Yizhu was not as she had envisioned. Rather, the persona she exhibited to Su Zhiyan diverged from that which she presented to others. In the presence of her subordinates, she exuded seriousness and principle, emanating an aura of authority devoid of ire. Conversely, with the seventh princess, she maintained a certain detachment, even a rigidity in her distance. Yet with Su Zhiyan, there was an air of indulgence, though this was largely attributed to Su Zhiyan's persistent earnestness, perhaps even her tenacity in seeking Song Yizhu's favor, despite Song Yizhu's consistent rejections of deeper exchanges. She ultimately conveyed certain sentiments, albeit perhaps not in their entirety. It was this perceived disparity in treatment that kept Su Zhiyan awake at night. She recognized that Song Yizhu did not harbor romantic feelings for her. Yet her demeanor was markedly different. People often linger for those who treat them in a singular manner. Could this be a form of infatuation with such exceptional treatment? Su Zhiyan found herself enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty. She recognized that she was not fundamentally different from others. Some shared her privileged upbringing while others, like herself, were shaped by parental influences. Some individuals resisted these constraints, while others reveled in their fortunate circumstances. Consequently, she cannot determine whether her desires arose from a longing for the extraordinary or simply mirrored the singular attention she received from Song Yizhu. Whether her emotions were swayed by the individual or the situation remained unclear. Such unresolved contemplations inevitably led to insomnia, and she endured a sleepless night, finally succumbing to slumber as dawn graced the horizon. Chapter 36. In this profound slumber, Su Zhiyan slept soundly, far beyond the noon hour. While staying up late may invigorate one's spirit, she found herself incapable of repose. Seated upon the sofa, her thoughts drifted aimlessly. Had she not slept for so long that her bones ached with fatigue? She would have been loath to rise. A mere glance at the clock nearly sent her into a frenzy. She had suspected it unwise to add any student's contact information, awakening to a deluge of messages. All from Xiao Yun was indeed overwhelming. Although the messages were few, they primarily invited her to an art exhibition, detailing other arrangements while interspersing comforting remarks, leaving her feeling somewhat exasperated. The tone unmistakably transcended mere student-teacher camaraderie. This child appeared to possess no sense of boundaries. Su Zhiyan's still dazed mind struggled to craft a polite refusal when a new message appeared. Thankfully, not from Xiao Yun, but from an unexpected source. The Halley Galaxy is ideal for travel. Would you care to join me? More astonishing than the sender was the content of the message. Su Zhiyan stared blankly for a few seconds, rereading the name attached to the correspondence. How had Song Yizhu suddenly become so daring? How did you know I was awake? Su Zhiyan refrained from responding directly, intrigued instead by how Song Yizhu had discerned the timing of her awakening. The wristband knows. It was only upon this reminder that Su Zhiyan recalled their wristbands were interconnected, routinely transmitting updates on each other's physical condition. With a pang of guilt, she reviewed her previous health statistics. Heart rate steady at 104 beats per minute. Had Song Yizhu experienced no emotional fluctuations? The wristband recorded instances of irregularities, clearly indicating she had been well. Only 3 instances were marked in red, one from a few days prior, another last night at 11, and one today at 2 o'clock, which was now. Was there anything stimulating occurring at this moment? When shall we go? Su Zhiyan opted not to delve into Song Yizhu's current commitments, instead steering the dialogue back to the previous, unanswered question. Please review your schedule. Once you have reached a conclusion, I shall submit my application for leave. Song Yizhu acknowledged that Su Zhiyan had commenced her summer break. Yet she hesitated to finalize arrangements, wary of her pre-existing responsibilities. Provided it does not exceed a duration of 3 months, she specified, with a considerable amount of leave still available, theoretically, as long as Su Zhiyan was available. She could accompany her for an extended period. Nevertheless, such a choice might disrupt certain operations within the military. Then let us arrange for 2 weeks. Would the day after tomorrow be acceptable? We can arrange our possessions over the coming days. Su Zhiyan pondered for a moment and readily agreed, as she had no urgent obligations, and traveling with Song Yizhu offered a valid rationale to decline Xiao Yun's invitation. Very well. With their plans firmly established, Song Yizhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Su Zhiyan too exhaled, promptly dismissing Xiao Yun's proposal. She preferred to embark on a journey with Song Yizhu rather than accompany Xiao Yun to an art exhibition. That prospect was simply too daunting. Xiao Yun was barely past her youth, likely not yet 20. Regardless of her feelings towards Su Zhiyan, maintaining a respectful distance was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Although Xiao Yun persistently pressed, Su Zhiyan systematically declined each invitation until she ultimately ceased to respond altogether. Chapter 37. What an endearing title. General, you have yet to enlighten me on your sudden desire to travel. Seated in the cabin en route to the Halley Galaxy, Zhiyan found herself beside Song Yizhu, and remaining silent was hardly an option, prompting her to initiate a conversation that I wished to rest. This abrupt response led Zhiyan to discern an underlying significance. It echoed the previous encouragement to take a respite. Being an alpha did not exempt her from the experience of fatigue, and the necessity for rest was entirely justifiable. Song Yizhu recalled their conversation from a few nights prior with remarkable clarity, even contemplating and acting upon it by the following day. Essentially, her impulsive remarks were indelibly etched in Song Yizhu's memory. What began as a discussion regarding Song Yizhu's potential residence had somehow morphed into a reflection on their shared future, evoking a sense of misplaced sentimentality. Such an embarrassing incident could indeed arise. And even if it did, she believed that Song Yizhu would not remember. However, she foolishly inquired about it and inadvertently opened a gateway to social ruin for herself. Zhiyan's mind raced, longing to relive every moment of her life to alleviate her awkwardness. Rest, indeed, is indispensable for maintaining a healthy body. In a moment of bewilderment, she could only dryly continue her discourse, pretending that she genuinely believed it was Song Yizhu who championed the importance of rest. Song Yizhu nodded, tacitly accepting her interpretation. "Should I still refer to you as Marshal when we are outside?" she suddenly inquired. Song Yizhu was momentarily taken aback. Others typically addressed her by her military rank, and it had been ages since someone had employed a different title. Zhiyan pressed on. "Isn't the Halley Galaxy also part of our interstellar domain? Wouldn't it be rather conspicuous to have another marshal appear alongside the station one?" Meeting Zhiyan's gaze and reflecting on her words, Song Yizhu found them remarkably sensible. "You may call me by my name, or whatever you find comfortable," she replied. "Anything comfortable?" Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with mischief. There was an unusual glimmer in her gaze. Yet Song Yizhu could not decipher her intentions and simply nodded in silence. Then, "How about madam, dear, wife? Are those acceptable?" Each intimate title flowed from her lips, subtly tinting Song Yizhu's ears with a hue of crimson. "All of them are fine," she replied, relieved that her hair was unbound, thus concealing her embarrassment. Zhiyan chuckled softly. Regardless of whether Song Yizhu could embrace those titles, the true inquiry lay in whether she dared to employ them. However, it was evident to Zhiyan that Song Yizhu felt unsettled, and that sufficed for her. "Oh, you have a nickname? May I call you by it?" "I doubt anyone would dare to address you by your full name, especially those from the royal family." After a moment of silence, just as Zhiyan thought she would remain reticent, Song Yizhu finally spoke. "When I was little, my mother called me E. I suppose that counts as a nickname." "E? What a lovely name!" Zhiyan exclaimed, surprised. The soft, affectionate nickname contrasted sharply with Song Yizhu's dignified demeanor. Song Yizhu merely hummed in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. "My nickname is Tao Dao, as I was rather quiet as a child and did not enjoy playing with others. My father wished for me to be a bit more mischievous and lively." Zhiyan shared candidly. "Tao Dao." Song Yizhu's gaze lingered on her. Zhiyan, with her hair half up, revealed her petite ears and displayed a charming yet approachable visage, an oval face with bright eyes. Certainly not resembling someone devoid of vitality. "Is it unpleasant?" Zhiyan inquired, puzzled by Song Yizhu's expression. "Not at all, that it is quite endearing," Song Yizhu silently affirmed at her heart, maintaining her usual calm demeanor. What is it?" Suddenly addressed, Song Yizhu was momentarily taken aback, her response slightly stiff. "Nothing, just remember to have fun when you're out. Don't wear a stern expression," Zhiyan urged, leaning closer with sincerity, nearly imploring her to smile. "I am not wearing a stern expression. I'm simply relaxed." "Ah, I see." Song Yizhu sighed. The name had not been uttered in over 20 years, and its sudden emergence tugged at her heartstrings. Zhiyan scrutinized her face, noting that her naturally downturned eyes and expressionless countenance could easily mislead others into believing she was perpetually stern or displeased. "Show me a smile." She was curious about Song Yizhu's smile. Having witnessed it only once before, a fleeting, subtle curve of her lips, Song Yizhu pursed her lips, contemplating how to smile. Ultimately, she abandoned the thought and gently shook her head. "Is it that difficult?" Zhiyan found her expression utterly delightful and could not suppress a laugh. Yet, the inability to express joy openly felt rather tragic. "It was not particularly difficult. Rather, it seemed forced to wear such a smile that I hope you discover happiness in the Halley Galaxy," Zhiyan mused, questioning her assertion of being well, that if she were genuinely content, Her visage would not betray such a melancholic demeanor. Song Yizhu nodded, acknowledging her sentiment. The Harley Galaxy was not far from Azure Star. After a day's journey, they finally arrive. It is indeed splendid, Zhiyan remarked as she disembarked from the shuttle, entranced by the majestic golden-red mountains sprawling endlessly before her. Shall we dine first or proceed to the hotel? Song Yizhu stood beside her, merely glancing at the breathtaking scenery. Let's go to the hotel first. Are you aware of any fine establishments to eat? After reluctantly tearing her gaze away from the view, Zhiyan replied that it was not that she lacked appetite, but the unfamiliar surroundings made her anxious about the potential disappointment of an unsatisfactory dining experience that I do. Let us head to the hotel first. Song Yizhu nodded. Over the years, she had traveled extensively and could effortlessly locate a good restaurant, even if she was unfamiliar with the locale. Have you visited here before? Zhiyan observed Song Yizhu fiddling with a wristband, seemingly summoning a vehicle, appearing quite at ease. I spent some time here during my military service, but that was quite some time ago. Zhiyan nodded, awaiting the vehicle alongside her. Chapter 38. If you do not find it displeasing, then you must find it agreeable, correct? Did you only reserve one room? Zhiyan stammered as she glanced at the room. It was not that she was averse to sharing a bed with Song Yizhu. She merely felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that Song Yizhu's pheromones might provoke her own, especially since she could faintly detect the scent of sandalwood, even with the suppressants in effect. Yes, a suite. Song Yizhu responded candidly, oblivious to Zhiyan's concerns that a suite? It must be a double room, Zhiyan pondered when suddenly she was jostled by a robot trailing behind her. Are you all right? Song Yizhu gently steadied her. My apologies, guest. The robot chimed in before Zhiyan could respond, startling her once more. You did that on purpose, did you not? Zhiyan shot an annoyed glance at the robot, which barely reached her waist. Once was sufficient, but a second time was intolerable. Not at all, guest, the robot responded earnestly, blinking its eyes. Zhiyan, witnessing its almost comical expression, sighed and chose to disregard it. Let us continue walking. Turning back toward Song Yizhu, she caught her gaze and felt an inexplicable warmth. Something amiss? You have been observing me. Zhiyan averted her gaze, realizing it might be deemed impolite, and Song Yizhu similarly withdrew her eyes. Nothing. I merely find you rather endearing. It not delightful to engage in playful banter with a robot? Song Yizhu's expression softened slightly, her serious demeanor melting away, though regrettably, no one took notice. Anxiously, Zhiyan opened the door to the room. The first sight that captivated her was a complete set of sofas and a vast array of floor-to-ceiling windows. As evening descended, the golden hues of the sunset cast a tranquil glow upon the white furnishings. Yet, this was not a moment for serenity. Her thoughts were consumed by the concern of how they would manage to sleep that night. The bed was situated in the left room, after the robot delivered their luggage. It departed. Song Yizhu effortlessly rolled Zhiyan's suitcase into the left room. There's a room. How splendid. Zhiyan's eyes sparkled, only to dim abruptly. Though there was a room, it ultimately meant she would be sharing a bed with Song Yizhu. She could not possibly permit her to sleep on the sofa. Unless she proposed she would sleep on the sofa herself, Zhiyan glanced at the two-seater sofa in the living room. A mere 1.5 meters long. Far too cramped for her 168-centimeter height, that I can sleep on the sofa, she finally voiced her decision, steeling herself. Feeling confined was a preferable alternative to the risk of an overflow of pheromones. Song Yizhu regarded her with skepticism, hesitating slightly. You want to sleep in the bed? Right. You can have it. Zhiyan replied resolutely, nodding as if to bolster her own conviction. Very well then. Although Song Yizhu was perplexed by her insistence on the sofa, she refrained from probing further. Is that acceptable? Not to mention, Marshal, where is your grace? Even if you do not concede the bed to her, a simple expression of gratitude would suffice. Zhiyan paused, ultimately nodding in agreement. After placing her suitcase in a room, Song Yizhu returned to the door, carrying her own suitcase, and opening another door on the right with familiarity. It was a concealed swing door, unnoticed by Zhiyan. Another room. Zhiyan stared blankly at the open door, suddenly realizing why Song Yizhu had hesitated to speak. This was a suite with 2 rooms. No wonder Song Yizhu had appeared puzzled and hesitant when she suggested sleeping on the sofa. She must have thought Zhiyan was unwilling to occupy the bed. Oh, how utterly humiliating. Zhiyan's face flushed with warmth, her body temperature rising several degrees. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she finally made her way toward the left room. Joking aside, who would choose to sleep on the sofa when a perfectly comfortable bed was available? She was no fool, after all, so why subject herself to discomfort? Zhiyan, radiating confidence and bravado, entirely overlooked that she had been the one advocating for the sofa. Song Yizhu had little to pack. A casual tidying sufficed, and soon she emerged from her room, only to find the living room deserted, likely because the others were still in their respective quarters, had it not been recently declared that they would not be sleeping in the beds. Puzzled, Song Yizhu approached the slightly ajar door of the left room and tapped gently. "Tao Tao, are you ready?" The repetition of the phrase felt somewhat awkward, as Zhiyan took her time to respond from within. "Almost done. I'll be right out." After hastily closing her suitcase, Zhiyan stepped outside. "Have you decided where to dine? If nothing seems appealing, we could always resort to some nutritional drinks." Zhiyan glanced up at the towering figure before her, standing impressively over 1.8 meters, and felt a slight strain in her neck. "Yes, it's been confirmed. Deputy Han mentioned that the food there is excellent. I used to frequent that place. All right then, let us be off. If the food is truly good, we may struggle to secure a table later." Zhiyan refrained from inquiring about the cuisine. She was not particularly discerning. "As long as it was palatable, I have made a reservation. So we shall arrive just in time." The two departed from the hotel side by side, and a taxi fortuitously pulled up to the curb. "You seem quite skilled at managing your time," Zhiyan remarked as they settled into the back seat. "It is nothing extraordinary. During missions, every moment is meticulously calculated. Planning for leisure travel is a breeze," Song Yizhu replied with modesty. "How humble. Have you traveled with others before, considering how prepared you are?" Zhiyan teased, her gaze shifting from the window to observe Song Yizhu, whose discomfort was palpable under her scrutiny. "No." Song Yizhu quickly shook her head, bewildered by the conclusion drawn. "You come across as rather aloof," Zhiyan continued, unabashedly fixing her gaze on her, making Song Yizhu squirm uncomfortably. "Really?" Song Yizhu's eyes darted away, unable to endure Zhiyan's penetrating gaze. "Certainly. Your responses are rather sparse. Are you hesitant to converse with me?" Zhiyan noted her flustered expression, finding amusement in her bashfulness. "It is not that I dislike speaking with you," Song Yizhu attempted to clarify, but faltered, unsure how to proceed. "So you do enjoy it then?" Zhiyan quipped, relishing the playful banter. "All right, the car is halted. Are we at the restaurant?" The driver's timely stop prompted Zhiyan to ease off her teasing. Song Yizhu responded with a quick nod. Hastily exiting the vehicle, eager to evade further inquiries about her conversational preferences, Zhiyan found her urgency amusing and followed suit. Chapter 39. Who said alphas lack stamina? Can you handle spicy food? I yearn to savor the exquisite boiled spicy meat slices, Zhiyan proclaimed, perusing the menu until her gaze was ensnared by a vibrant dish that appeared utterly delectable. "I am amenable to anything. Please order what delights your palate," Song Yizhu replied, having recognized the same dish that had tempted her. "Since you have expressed such flexibility, I shall indulge without restraint and also request some vinegar duck and stir-fried vegetables." Song Yizhu chose but a singular dish, mapo tofu, a quintessential accompaniment. What if we cannot endure the spice and find ourselves with our mouths aflame? Zhiyan mused, her eyes drawn to the two vividly red dishes that had just been presented. "It is not excessively spicy, thankfully," Song Yizhu reassured her, taking a tentative bite. Zhiyan, both skeptical and intrigued, followed suit with a morsel of meat that, "Oh my, it's spicy, but utterly delightful." After swallowing, she quickly reached for her water, acknowledging the heat. Observing her frantic gulps, Song Yizhu thoughtfully refilled her glass. "Consuming milk can mitigate the spice. Shall I procure a glass for you?" Zhiyan nodded, continuing her flavorful challenge, while Song Yizhu placed the order for milk. This meal brought Zhiyan immense joy. There were no culinary missteps, and the service was commendable. As they approached their rooms, she inquired, "Where are we headed tomorrow?" fully entrusting the itinerary to Song Yizhu, renowned for her planning prowess. "How about a hike? The mountains we glimpsed during our descent today," Song Yizhu suggested, momentarily taken aback by Zhiyan's trust, pondering whether she felt no concern about potential disappointment. "Certainly, that sounds splendid." "Until tomorrow," Zhiyan replied, hurrying back to her room, eager to avoid revisiting the earlier sofa discussion. Song Yizhu, interpreting her urgency as fatigue from their journey, returned to her own quarters, The accommodations were well appointed, spacious enough to be divided into two separate rooms, allowing Zhiyan to indulge in her evening routine comfortably. Reflecting on the past 2 days, she appreciated Song Yizhu's attentiveness, whether it was ensuring she had her blanket or monitoring her well-being during the flight. After disembarking, Song Yizhu had chosen a safe yet somewhat distant dual-room suite, executing the timing and planning flawlessly. If she were a partner, Zhiyan mused, she would be an exemplary one, providing security while respecting personal space. With only her reticence as a minor flaw, yet a lingering thought crossed her mind, recalling a prior encounter during a sensitive period that had felt somewhat awkward. Why am I even contemplating this? Zhiyan shook her head, striving to dispel her tumultuous thoughts. What an absurd train of contemplation. Just then, a piercing scream from the adjacent room startled Song Yizhu, prompting her to hastily don her sleepwear and step outside. As she entered the living area, a pale figure darted toward her, collapsing into her arms. What has transpired? She inquired, instinctively supporting the trembling figure. Help! There is a cockroach in the bathroom. Zhiyan clung desperately to her neck, her visage ashen with terror as she recounted the creature's ominous crawl across the floor. What sort of cockroach? Song Yizhu, perplexed by the term, tightened her embrace around Zhiyan, acutely aware of her trepidation. The small brown ones. They bite. Zhiyan's voice quavered as she recalled the sight of the antennae. There truly a cockroach in the bathroom. This place was highly recommended. Song Yizhu frowned, now troubled by the cleanliness of their lodgings. Shouldn't it be in the bathroom? I am at a loss regarding its whereabouts. It must still be within the confines of the room, Zhiyan lamented, expressing her dismay upon encountering an unwelcome cockroach while attempting to enjoy a shower. I shall investigate. Please remain here in the living room or retreat to my room and secure the door. She resolved not only to conduct an inquiry, but also to lodge a complaint regarding the pest predicament on their inaugural night. Very well, Zhiyan acquiesced, hoping that Song Yizhu would manage the unwelcome intruder. Might you please lower me now? She added, realizing she was still clinging to Song Yizhu, thereby impeding her movements. As Song Yizhu effortlessly lifted her. Zhiyan was astonished by her remarkable strength. Goodness, who claimed alphas lack stamina? She mused, silently admiring Song Yizhu's capabilities. Remain here for a moment. I shall investigate and contact the hotel regarding a room change. After gently placing her upon the bed, Song Yizhu straightened her posture once more. Carrying Zhiyan was an effortless endeavor for her. Years of rigorous training had endowed her with exceptional physical prowess. Chapter 40. Are you uncomfortable in my presence? Song Yizhu swiftly returned from the adjacent room, her demeanor taut, revealing a tempest of emotions. What troubles you? The luggage remained in that room, and Zhiyan had no choice but to don her bathrobe, which offered scant concealment with its plunging neckline. It is too late. There are no available rooms. None at all? Then I shall sleep on the sofa. Zhiyan regarded the matter with gravity. They had returned around 9 in the evening, and given the elapsed time, it was reasonable that no rooms remained that I could not locate that cockroach. Are you not frightened? Song Yizhu recollected Zhiyan's prior mention of resting on the sofa, initially perceiving it as a mere inclination. However, it now appeared to be a necessity. She could not allow her to sleep there under any circumstances. The sense of trepidation enveloped her. It was hardly surprising that Song Yizhu had not discovered the minuscule cockroach. The room was vast, and the creature was diminutive. Who could ascertain where it might be concealed? You may repose in this room. I shall occupy the living room. She swiftly reached her resolution. Venturing out again would be an encumbrance. They had already endured a taxing journey, and any further inconvenience could jeopardize their plans for the morrow. Are you aware that cockroaches can bite? They may leave marks and are rife with bacteria. I am an alpha. My constitution is far more resilient, so it poses no concern. Song Yizhu pressed her lips together. She was not particularly averse to cockroaches and enjoyed robust health, seldom succumbing to illness. Just an alpha? You are still human. You remain susceptible to ailments that it truly so distressing for you to share a bed with me. Song Yizhu cast a perplexed glance at Zhiyan, bewildered by the sudden implication that she was unwilling to share a bed when, in truth, her intention had been to seek refuge on the sofa. It's not stressful. Then sleep with me. We must ascend the mountain tomorrow. So let us retire early. You not need to change into pajamas. While a bathrobe may suffice for slumber, it can never rival the comfort of proper sleepwear. What troubles you? Do you harbor inappropriate thoughts about me? Su Jian's gaze drifted downward, the deep V of her bathrobe scarcely concealing her curves, yet the sight remained undeniably captivating. Song Yizhu found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts ensnared by the implications of Su Jian's inquiry. Inappropriate thoughts. Her eyes fell, inadvertently landing on the exposed skin, compelling her to hastily avert her gaze. Memories of their intimate moments surged forth, the expansive skin evoking the blush of their shared experiences. Akin to vibrant plum blossoms daring to bloom amidst the snow. How could she not respond to such a sight? Could you please fetch me a set of pajamas? Just place them on the bed. Su Jian noted her reaction but refrained from comment. She was not the sole one burdened by vivid recollections. All right. Song Yizhu swiftly exited the room, her retreating figure imbued with urgency. Initially apprehensive about a potentially awkward encounter, her worries began to dissipate upon witnessing Song Yizhu's reaction. If she could scarcely bear to look, how could she expect Song Yizhu to behave inappropriately? Soon, Song Yizhu returned, a nightgown draped over her arm. The only one she possessed. Yuda Su Jian faltered, her desire to speak stifled by uncertainty. What troubles you? Is this not the one? Song Yizhu observed Su Jian's reluctance with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. As only a single nightgown lay upon the but never mind. Could you kindly turn around? Su Jian hesitated, ultimately opting for modesty over the prospect of retrieving another pair of undergarments. Hoping that nothing untoward would occur. Though perplexed, Song Yizhu acquiesced and turned her back. The sound of fabric sliding against fabric echoed in the stillness of the room, causing a subtle flush to rise in Song Yizhu's ears. The body concealed beneath the bathrobe was one she had tenderly caressed and kissed inch by inch, now laid bare in the confined space. Even without sight, the memories evoked an undeniable yearning within her. All right, you may turn back now. Changing into the nightgown was a simple task. She did not linger, yet the delicate straps of the garment revealed more skin than the deep V of the bathrobe. Imparting an alluring charm as Song Yizhu turned around, she was immediately entranced by Su Jian's fair, rounded shoulder, momentarily struck dumb. What troubles you? Are you not weary? Why do you stand there like a statue? Su Jian met her unfocused gaze. Merely changing into a nightgown should not leave one at a loss for words. Song Yizhu wrestled with her response, unable to confess that her distraction stemmed from the sight of Su Jian's skin. Come over and rest. It's late. She remained silent, prompting Su Jian to cease her inquiries. The fatigue from their exhaustive travels over the past 2 days was palpable. Following the recent turmoil, she feared she might not awaken in time for their plans the next day. Creating space for her, Su Jian nestled beneath the covers. Song Yizhu hesitated, but ultimately climbed into bed under her encouraging gaze. Turn off the lights and sleep. Finding a comfortable position, Su Jian disregarded the presence beside her, who appeared as rigid as an automaton. Song Yizhu complied, extinguishing the lights and enveloping the room in darkness. Though unafraid of the dark, a heavy sigh escaped her lips, reverberating sharply in the stillness of the night. Are you uncomfortable being with me? Is it difficult for you to share space with others, or is it merely when you are with me? Once accustomed to the darkness, Su Jian quietly turned over. The only illumination came from the curtain, casting outlines of their figures, which sufficed for her. Why do you ask that? Sensing the shift of the person beside her, Song Yizhu stiffened. Her heart raced violently, drumming in her chest. That sound earlier was not a sigh of relief. Was it? She was no fool. She could discern the difference. No. Song Yizhu quickly shook her head, even though the other could not see her in the darkness. What was that then? Su Jian's gaze remained steadfast upon her countenance, keenly observing her restless movements and detecting a certain dullness in her demeanor. I am uncertain. After a brief silence, Song Yizhu responded. Though her reply evidently did not appease Su Jian, is it that you truly do not know, or do you merely refuse to divulge the truth? She was resolute in her determination to prolong the discourse, yearning to extract some insight from her, even if it felt entirely unfathomable. Song Yizhu fell silent once more, a delicate bead of sweat forming in her palm, leaving her uncertain of her subsequent actions. Chapter 41. Can you truly not share with me? Su Jian propped her chin upon her hand, signaling her unwavering resolve to elicit a response that evening. What is it you wish for me to convey? The intensity of Su Jian's gaze felt almost palpable, compelling Song Yizhu to meet it. Fortunately, the enveloping darkness concealed her flustered expression. Otherwise, her eyes would have betrayed her evasiveness. Share with me your thoughts. The reason behind your sigh, and what troubles your heart. As a marshal, I presume you have mingled with numerous individuals. Why do you exhibit such reticence with me, if my presence causes you discomfort? What prompted your invitation on this journey? The relentless barrage of inquiries loomed before her like an unyielding mountain, pressing down upon her with an oppressive weight, rendering her breathless and disoriented. The other party remained mute, offering naught but an echo of silence in reply. It was now her moment to release a weary sigh. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. What could possibly warrant this urgent demand for an answer? They scarcely knew one another, merely two strangers who had shared a bed. Yet, her yearning for deeper understanding had culminated in this impasse. Sleep early. Good night. With those fleeting words, Zhiyan turned away, her closed eyelids tinged with a hint of blush. Song Yizhu parted her lips, but ultimately fell silent, neglecting to reciprocate the farewell as night descended. The only sounds that permeated the air were their gentle, steady breaths. Song Yizhu tilted her head, catching sight of Zhiyan's flowing black hair. It felt as though an expanse of stars lay between them, with the other side appearing as an elusive sanctuary, tranquil and serene. She had engaged with many comrades, superiors, the public, royalty, and even beings from beyond the stars. These interactions had always been manageable. Yet with Zhiyan, she found herself at a loss, grappling to adapt. From their very first encounter, Zhiyan's gaze had been one of scrutiny and intrigue, perhaps even admiration. It was a look she had often encountered, yet this amalgamation of emotions bore no ulterior motives, rendering it all the more exceptional. Thus, she inadvertently permitted Zhiyan to accompany her. Then came the moment when Zhiyan was barred from the base. Song Yizhu had never envisioned that someone could be so innocently persistent as to follow a stranger, feigning vulnerability. Yet, she found it somewhat endearing, ultimately allowing her to reside next door. Subsequently, Zhiyan earnestly sought her out. Whether through temporary marking or legal matrimony, she expressed a desire for a letter of consent, binding their fates together. That moment, Song Yizhu pondered what kind of vocation would necessitate such a lifelong commitment. Eventually, she comprehended that it was a matter of dreams, a mere slip of paper that could evoke lasting joy. Even when her new wife departed immediately after securing their marriage certificate, it mattered little to her. She was acutely aware of the outcome. Thus, during each marking, she secretly intensified the infusion of her pheromones. For a considerable duration, even long after, her body bore her own scent, though she could not perceive it herself. Anyone who drew near would unmistakably detect it, a blatant manifestation of her unrestrained possessiveness. Yet, she remained oblivious, ensnared in her thoughts, unaware that the grade alpha pheromones, when unleashed to assert her ownership, carried an undeniable aggression, boldly proclaiming her as belonging to an alpha. The inherent flaws of an alpha were laid bare before her. Territoriality, selfish possession, and a domineering nature, all culminating in a desire to bind her to his side indefinitely. Fortunately, she retained her rationality, not wholly surrendering to her impulses. She remained within her limits. Upon her return, she appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to the fatigue from work, yet her expression bore an air of relaxation. Coincidentally, she encountered Xiao Jingxue, who appeared at that very moment. In her dazed state, she hesitated to reveal her identity, even refraining from stating that she was her alpha. Perhaps it was not fear, but rather indifference. Indifference to whether she mingled with other omegas. Indifference to her loyalty. In essence, indifference to her the celebratory banquet. She encountered her mother, a figure of strictness and disdain, alongside her gentle and nurturing mother, but without her cherished younger sister. She did not approach any closer, feeling a pang of loneliness within her heart. Consequently, upon returning, she resorted to drinking. In fact, she had imbibed throughout the banquet, yet was far from sufficient. Alcohol dulled many emotions, vacated her mind, and alleviated her discomfort. But she did not anticipate encountering her again upon her return. Noticing the gaze directed her way, she refrained from speaking, as a wave of negativity engulfed her, a bitter feeling she could not articulate, one she did not wish to transmit to her. Yet, she still approached, inquiring if she remembered who she was, evidently presuming she was intoxicated. Of course she remembered. How could she not? She was her cherished wife. Zhiyan, the one she yearned to draw near with a quiet intensity. With a gentle sigh, she cast aside her worries. The entangled matters that had burdened her heart seemed to dissipate, as the turmoil within her settled into a serene silence. In a moment of impulsive longing, she wished to embark on a journey with her to a sanctuary untroubled by the outside world, a realm where their identities remained concealed. Fortunately, Zhiyan acquiesced. Yet the unfolding events proved to be less than fulfilling. It appeared she was eager to unveil something, yet she lacked the courage to bare her soul before her without hesitation. What thoughts occupied her silence? Was she contemplating the absurdity of her emotions, or pondering whether she was merely indulging herself in her presence? She seemed to harbor a conflicting sentiment toward herself, uncertain and fearful. Perhaps it was simply her own delusion. She was the timid one, too apprehensive to make a decisive move. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she yearned to relish another moment spent together. The loss of her sense of smell felt irreparable. Otherwise, she would not have endured 3 years of unfulfilled longing. An alpha unable to perceive their partner's emotions, an alpha incapable of sensing pheromones, regardless of how extraordinary, would inevitably fall short, particularly since she did not view herself as remarkable. She deserved more than this flawed existence. Without a promising resolution, there was no necessity to dissect those feelings, as it would yield no benefit to anyone and only serve to burden her further. A sigh echoed in the darkness, abrupt and unsettling, akin to the words she could not express, awkward and out of place, much like her own sentiments. Gradually, she inched closer to Zhiyan, and upon feeling her warmth, Song Yizhu finally chose to surrender to slumber. It was permissible to be a touch selfish, just a little. Chapter 42. The unrefined beast, not at all discreet, due to a taxing schedule, Zhiyan awoke later than usual the following day. Had she not recalled her plan to hike with Song Yizhu, she would have surrendered to further slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered someone lying beside her, breathing steadily, seemingly still enveloped in dreams. She could not recall when they had succumbed to sleep. It was her first experience waking to find her there, her closed eyes and serene features devoid of the seriousness that accompanied her wakefulness. How endearing! If only she could maintain such tranquility even in wakefulness. It would be far more pleasant than her usual stubborn demeanor. Zhiyan's gaze drifted from her eyes to her pronounced nose, finally resting upon her lips, delicate pink, exquisitely shaped, soft when kissed, imbued with a hint of peachwood fragrance that lingered in her memory. "What are you staring at?" The slightly hoarse voice disrupted her reverie, and she realized she'd been lost in thought, unaware of when Song Yizhu had awakened. "Isn't it obvious? What hour did you retire for the night? You even roused later than I got caught in the act." Zhiyan displayed no hint of embarrassment that I cannot quite recall, perhaps around 3 or 4. Song Yizhu responded, subtly distancing herself, still unaccustomed to my presence. Zhiyan's inquiry was more a declaration than a question. "Not at all." Song Yizhu averted her gaze, her tone remaining flat. "I find it hard to believe. You have never been one to stay up late. Nor would you have last night, as I was beside you, when I am slumbering next to you." Song Yizhu hesitated, seemingly recalling their intertwined forms from the previous night. "How could you possibly know if I remained awake or not?" At her remark, Zhiyan recognized her own folly. Growing increasingly flustered, "I was merely fatigued, not oblivious. Why would I be unaware of your wakefulness?" Her words were deliberate, tinged with exasperation. Indeed, it was somewhat exhausting. My stamina could not keep pace. "But that does not imply I succumbed to slumber immediately." "Uh-huh," Song Yizhu replied nonchalantly, her single syllable laden with implication. Zhiyan distinctly sensed the underlying meaning. "Song Yizhu, are you being suggestive?" "What?" Song Yizhu looked at her in bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the insinuation. "You're fully aware that my heat period coincided with our time together in bed. So what do you mean, so? When we were entwined in bed, it was entirely inappropriate." She could not resist mentioning it. How could it be perceived otherwise? Noticing the indignation in Zhiyan's eyes, Song Yizhu grasped her thoughts and, realizing what she had implied, defended herself. "I didn't. Let us rise early and embark on a hike." She interjected, as discussing such matters in the morning felt rather unsuitable. You wish to switch rooms or hotels?" Upon encountering the sight of bare skin beneath her skirt, Song Yizhu hastily lowered her head, feigning innocence, seemingly afraid to linger even a moment longer. "What difference does it make?" Zhiyan observed her reaction, but chose not to comment further. Switching rooms would entail moving to a suite. With triple compensation, switching hotels would involve a refund plus double compensation. "Then let us switch rooms," Zhiyan decisively proclaimed. opting for the simpler and more advantageous choice, which appeared evident. Very well. Song Yizhu nodded and swiftly communicated with the hotel staff. Then rose from the bed alongside her. Oh, you require assistance with packing your belongings? Are you certain? Zhiyan regarded her with skepticism. Song Yizhu seemed unperturbed, yet she clearly struggled to avert her gaze from Zhiyan's exposed skin. Evidently avoiding the prospect of handling her intimate garments. Is there an issue? Song Yizhu inquired, perplexed that she would hesitate over something so trivial. No, I do not desire the garments I discarded at the ones on the bed as well. Simply bring me a complete outfit, and I shall change out of my pajamas first. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhiyan refrained from further reminders, her curiosity piqued by Song Yizhu's responses. Very well, I comprehend that it resembled the delegation of a task, and for Song Yizhu, it was an inconsequential matter. Are you not going to change into an outfit beforehand? With someone assisting her, Zhiyan felt entirely justified in reclining in bed, keenly observing Song Yizhu in her pajamas, short sleeves and long pants, radiating a nurturing aura. No, she transcended mere nurturing. She had ascended to a position of considerable authority, rendering nurturing an insufficient descriptor. Song Yizhu contemplated for a moment, then turned to her suitcase, retrieving a set of clothes. Just as Zhiyan anticipated a potential fashion display, Song Yizhu promptly made her way to the bathroom, denying her any chance to persuade her otherwise. Song Yizhu, you are such an unrefined and forthright individual. She had painstakingly devoted an entire night to fortifying her mental resilience, striving to amend her attitude towards her partner, only to have it shattered by her actions. I am on the verge of breaking down. How can one be so aloof towards their spouse? She lamented, harboring profound doubts about her partner's emotional warmth. Reclining in bed, Zhiyan angrily messaged Lin Wanqi, indifferent to whether she was awake, and began to vent her frustrations. What is happening? Just a few days ago, you expressed a desire to travel together, and now you claim she is distant. What precisely do you mean by emotional coldness? Have you seduced her while undressed? Did you not assert her performance was exemplary during her sensitive period? Are you merely saying that to save face? If you are discontented in your marriage, I suggest contemplating divorce. Everyone insists you will regret it, yet you refuse to heed my counsel. You ought to deliberate this. What if she declines to divorce later? In mere moments, Lin Wanqi inundated her with messages, nearly demanding a call to confront her directly. I scarcely uttered a few words. How did you extrapolate so much from that? The notifications on her wristband flooded in, overwhelming Zhiyan, who ultimately fixated on the term divorce, rendering her speechless. Isn't it apparent? The distance, the emotional coldness. These two aspects reveal much. As one who has endured this, I certainly grasp its implications. The notion of unfulfilled desires does not solely rest upon the alpha. Could it potentially be the omega's shortcoming? It is not so dire. I have scarcely shared intimacy with her. During that delicate period, they had engaged several times, yet she could only regard it as a singular instance due to the physiological impulse of desire. So what is the concern? I had presumed you two were on the verge of separation, Lin Wanqi remarked, rolling her eyes, fully anticipating a captivating spectacle. Song Yizhu did not dispute this notion. Rather, she divulged her premeditated scheme. Which temple shall we visit? One dedicated to prosperity or to romance? By the way, do you still harbor any belief in such matters? Since reaching the age of 18, Zhiyan had abstained from visiting any temple for 6 or 7 years, nurturing a certain skepticism towards these matters. If you lack faith, what prompts you to take me there? She retorted. Without genuine intentions, one cannot expect favorable outcomes. In truth, Song Yizhu did not appear to be in want of financial means. After all, as a marshal, she should possess considerable wealth. If her quest was not for riches, then perhaps it was for love? Let us simply take a look. If it does not captivate us, we can meander through the market instead. Zhiyan did not place much faith in such endeavors, yet the temple's reputation was illustrious, with many who had visited attesting to its efficacy. Thus, she contemplated accompanying Zhiyan on this outing. Of course we shall go. Who asserts we won't? We will visit the temple first, then the market, that we have no other commitments, and a visit to the temple could prove beneficial. Furthermore, I am genuinely intrigued if Song Yizhu is indeed in search of love. With their plans established, the two first indulged in lunch before proceeding to their destination. Fanxian Temple loomed majestically before them, its main hall adorned with soaring eaves and bracketed roofs, its corners elevated as if poised for flight. The weathered yet vibrant glazed tiles atop the hall shimmered under the sun, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Zhiyan. "Let's enter," she urged. Following her gaze, Song Yizhu surveyed the splendid structure but felt little emotional connection within. "You have yet to disclose what you wish for," she prompted. "Now that we are here, surely you must have something in mind." As they walked side by side into the temple, Zhiyan could not contain her curiosity regarding Song Yizhu's true intentions. "I seek peace," Song Yizhu replied after a moment's reflection, "that I ask for nothing in terms of love or wealth. My sole desire is for safety. Only peace? No love? No wealth?" Zhiyan's gaze lingered on her. Yet all she could discern was her profile, unable to interpret her expression. "Ladies, the incense offerings are to your left at the candle altar. Please procure as needed." A calm voice of an elder clad in gray robes resonated behind them, soothing yet unthreatening. "Excuse me, may I inquire which hall is designated for a blessing of peace?" Zhiyan inclined her head slightly and addressed the inquiry with utmost respect. "The main hall is dedicated to wealth, the southern hall to love, and the northern hall to peace." After a fleeting glance at the halls he referenced, Zhiyan intended to convey her gratitude, yet he had already taken his leave. "Shall we first explore the southern hall, or do you wish to part ways?" After a moment's reflection, Zhiyan resolved to pursue love. After all, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. They opted to visit the southern hall first. At the heart of the courtyard stood a resplendent peach tree, adorned with golden and crimson ribbons. Before this tree lay an incense offering platform, encircled by a throng of visitors. The efficacy of the tree was unmistakable. Given the multitude gathered in prayer, Zhiyan raised her gaze to the lofty branches of the peach tree, where ribbons danced gracefully in the breeze. Song Yizhu, maintaining her silence, approached the offering platform, where her incense stick had diminished slightly, scattering a few ashes. "That aren't you in pursuit of love? If you linger too long, your incense will extinguish," Zhiyan remarked, casting a glance at her own incense stick, which was faring better than Song Yizhu had implied. Nevertheless, she hastened to join her, placing her incense beside hers. "I shall offer this for you, if that is agreeable." She recognized that Song Yizhu possessed little interest in love, as evidenced by her inquiry upon their arrival. Song Yizhu accepted the incense silently, uttering no further words. The courtyard of the southern hall, graced by a majestic peach tree and fluttering ribbons, served as a sanctuary for incense offerings where many gathered. After a brief interlude, both opened their eyes, placed their incense into the offering platform, and stepped aside. "Hello, are you two here to seek love as well?" Just as they were about to exit the southern hall, they were approached by two omegas, one male and one female, their faces adorned with polite smiles. Zhiyan glanced at Song Yizhu, nodded slightly, and felt a disinterest in their inquiry. Their intentions were sufficiently transparent without the need for elaboration. "Could we exchange contact information?" The woman directed her gaze toward Song Yizhu, remarking, "We noticed you both the moment you arrived. You're truly captivating." Although Zhiyan had commenced a dialogue, attention swiftly gravitated towards Song Yizhu. Her beauty was indisputable, even beneath her serious fade. The meticulously tailored uniform accentuated her figure, distinguishing her as a rare and exquisite alpha. Zhiyan felt a pang of disappointment, a wave of bitterness washing over her as she turned to Song Yizhu and then back to the two omegas, uncertain of how to react, ultimately deciding to await Song Yizhu's response. "No, I apologize," Song Yizhu replied resolutely, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She had no desire to cultivate friendships with strangers, particularly those whose intentions were transparent. Those four simple words elicited an unexpected sigh of relief from Zhiyan. She found herself bewildered by this emotional shift. How could Song Yizhu's mere refusal of two friendship requests elicit such a response? Her gaze lingered on Song Yizhu, the sunlight casting a halo around her white shirt, accentuating her furrowed brow, her expression revealing little. "Why not? Is it so arduous to add a friend? You find yourself without a partner. Engaging in occasional conversation might prove advantageous." The two omegas persisted in their attempts, yet Song Yizhu interjected, urging them to leave. The individuals beside her remained silent. Her gaze instinctively settled upon Zhiyan, as if questioning why they continued to linger. "Let us depart at once," Zhiyan promptly replied, bridging the gap between them while disregarding the scrutinizing gazes of the two omegas, accompanying her as they exited. "Am I not the one in pursuit of love? Why does your fortune flourish while I remain stagnant?" Have you nurtured a secret wish? As she strolled alongside her, Su Jian's emotions remained in turmoil, her eyes brimming with doubt. No, I have not yearned for anything, came the reply. Even without solicitation, admirers gravitate towards her. It appears this place possesses an irresistible charm. Su Jian pouted, unable to suppress her murmurs. Uncertain whether she was extolling or mocking, Song Yizhu maintained her silence, resolutely continuing on her path. If it truly proves effective, that would be extraordinary. They acquired 2 additional incense sticks before proceeding to the northern hall. The courtyard of the northern hall was adorned by a towering pine tree, lush and verdant, standing majestically at its heart. Su Jian understood why Song Yizhu sought serenity. As a military figure, she inevitably faced danger. Desiring tranquility over love or wealth was entirely justifiable. That I wish for Song Yizhu to always remain safe, healthy, and prosperous, shielded from misfortune, and ideally, I longed to witness her happiness. Some individuals pursued love with the simple desire for their affections to be reciprocated, while others, in seeking peace for another, aspired for their overall well-being. I wish for Su Jian to be safe year after year. The ash from the incense fell silently upon her skin, leaving a warm imprint that reddened her hand. Song Yizhu gently brushed the ash from her palm and placed the incense upon the offering platform. Fanxian Temple thrived with visitors. Many sought love and wealth, yet few pursued peace. As they settled into the driverless vehicle departing from Fanxian Temple, Su Jian felt an urge to discuss their recent excursion. With stationed troops, danger should be minimal. Consequently, those seeking peace are naturally fewer in a secure environment. Individuals often aspire for greater happiness, becoming indifferent to their existing blessings. Indeed, you ought to prioritize your safety during missions and ensure a safe return. They may not have sought peace, but she yearned to extend that wish on Song Yizhu's behalf, fully aware of the perils she frequently encountered. Very well. Although it was merely a common expression of concern, it warmed her heart. Perhaps she seldom heard such words, making even the simplest gestures of care profoundly gratifying. Very well is insufficient. You ought to assure me. Su Jian felt dissatisfied with her response. She had spoken earnestly, yet received only a curt reply. I promise you, Song Yizhu echoed, her tone playful, as though gently chiding Su Jian. What exactly are you promising? Merely reiterating I promise without further explanation is akin to issuing a blank check. I vow to exercise caution and return safely, Song Yizhu affirmed, her gaze intensely fixed upon Su Jian. That a promise must be honored. Do you comprehend? Su Jian experienced a profound sense of satisfaction, her spirits significantly uplifted. The journey to the marketplace turned out to be lengthier than expected, taking a full 30 minutes to arrive at their destination. The streets pulsed with vitality, lively yet not excessively crowded. The multitude of people contributed to the vibrant atmosphere. Su Jian absorbed the bustling scene before her, where stalls displayed an assortment of unfamiliar trinkets. Delightful plush toys, intricately crafted sugar paintings, and delectable snacks that had long been absent from her experience. How adorable! Su Jian exclaimed, her attention swiftly captured by a collection of exquisitely carved ornaments. At the heart of the display rested a wooden sculpture of a small tiger. Its front paws gracefully intertwined as it reclined with its mouth agape, revealing 2 charming little fangs that exuded an irresistible allure. The shopkeeper, keenly attuned to Su Jian's discerning gaze, eagerly interjected, elucidating that this little tiger was fashioned from century-old peach wood, while its counterpart, crafted from magnolia wood, was merely over 80 years old. Both pieces, however, exhibited extraordinary craftsmanship. Sensing a potential sale, the shopkeeper animatedly commenced a sales pitch. Peach wood and magnolia wood. What a delightful coincidence. Su Jian accepted the second tiger presented by the shopkeeper. This one stood regally, its head held high, radiating an air of majesty that was equally enchanting. I shall take both. Please wrap them separately, she instructed, returning the 2 tigers for packaging. I shall take care of the payment, Song Yizhu interjected, but Su Jian preemptively settled the bill without inquiring about the cost. This one is for you, she declared, presenting the majestic tiger to Song Yizhu. Are they not a pair? Song Yizhu, perplexed, accepted the tiger, questioning the rationale behind their separation if they were indeed a pair. Jian merely nodded, her attention now fixed on the tiger in her own hands. Seemingly dismissive of Song Yizhu's inquiry. Chapter 45. Here, I require your presence. I must also procure a gift for a friend. Su Zhiyan recalled the companion she had inadvertently stood up that morning. If she failed to find an appropriate gift, she feared she might not see her friend for the remainder of the year. Song Yizhu, gently stroking the small tiger's head, quickly acquiesced and followed her lead. Do you not need to bring a gift for your family? The streets bustled with throngs of people, a sight that Song Yizhu found unappealing, her expression remaining neutral. After a moment's hesitation, she finally replied, "No need, really?" Su Zhiyan found herself momentarily taken aback, hesitating to explore the depths of the conversation. Yet Song Yizhu pressed on, declaring, "Our relationship is strained. It is unnecessary." The rigidity in her tone revealed a rare, emotional vulnerability, prompting Su Zhiyan to pause, apprehensive about unearthing a painful subject. It became apparent why Song Yizhu had previously refrained from presenting her with a gift. She seemed devoid of inclination. Song Yizhu cast a sidelong glance at her, as if striving to decipher the unspoken nuances within Su Zhiyan's words. "That I shall bring gifts for you in the future," she thought, the words akin to a searing ember upon her tongue, swirling in her mouth yet remaining unuttered. The ensuing silence enveloped them in a tacit understanding. Upon their return to the hotel after a day of exploration, both women felt fatigued. "We should retire early tonight." "Should we not?" Su Zhiyan inquired as she searched for her pajamas. Song Yizhu sensed an underlying ambiguity in her words, but could not articulate it, merely nodding in agreement. "Commander, the medical department has dispatched a notice regarding your physical examination. Please attend to it promptly." As Su Yin went to shower, Song Yizhu answered a call from Han Lin, yet the news was far from favorable. "Understood," she replied, recognizing that the medical department exhibited far greater concern for her well-being than she herself did. What had once been an annual checkup had morphed into a quarterly obligation, yet the results remained unremarkable. "And, madam, you are required to undergo the examination as well." As Han Lin was her deputy, she possessed more information than most. While she did not overtly endorse the notion of their marriage certificate, she maintained a neutral stance regarding it. "Please address her as Miss Su." "Very well, Miss Su. As your partner during your last susceptibility period, a joint examination is necessary." Han Lin promptly adjusted her address, her efficiency evident. "Is there anything else?" Song Yizhu replied, her tone devoid of significant variation. "Recently, a sixth princess from the royal family has arrived, causing quite a stir. I wish to inquire if you would like to address the situation." Han Lin continued, her inquiries systematic, ensuring clarity and avoiding unnecessary repetition. "Leave it. They can manage their royal affairs. Just keep an eye on it, ensuring it does not escalate." Song Yizhu replied, her indifference palpable. She had previously articulated this sentiment at the celebratory banquet. It did not concern her as long as the military remained untroubled. Additionally, Starfleet University has extended an invitation, hoping the military can appoint someone to oversee the training of this year's new recruits next semester. "May I inquire which commander or general you intend to appoint?" Han Lin, familiar with Song Yizhu's demeanor, observed that numerous alpha princes and princesses had recently come of age, all eager to elevate their standing through military affiliations. "That I shall attend," Song Yizhu resolved after a moment's contemplation. "Ah," Han Lin's voice rose in astonishment. "You intend to lead the training? Is there a problem?" "None at all. Enjoy yourself, Commander. I shall end the call now." The notion of a military commander overseeing university training was indeed significant. Han Lin could already envision how Starfleet University would celebrate the occasion. "By the way, is there anything you desire from the Hyles system?" "Excuse me." Han Lin was taken aback by the abrupt inquiry. "Even if there is, what significance would it hold? Are you planning to bring something back for me?" "Forget it." Song Yizhu realized her unusual behavior might have startled Han Lin. Surprised by the unexpected question, Han Lin ultimately settled for a vague "never mind." Yet her astonishment lingered. Having followed Song Yizhu since her promotion to major at the age of 27, she now observed a rise to the rank of lieutenant general at 34. This was the first time in 7 years she had been asked such a personal question. Has our commander suddenly developed a sense of empathy? Han Lin pondered, glancing thoughtfully at her wrist communicator. At that moment, Su Yin emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair still glistening, her expression one of playful accusation. "What is it?" Song Yizhu, uncertain of how much Su Zhiyan had overheard, considered the content trivial. "Miss Su?" Su Zhiyan's voice rose as she approached, looking down at Song Yizhu. "Is something the matter?" The height difference compelled Song Yizhu to look up, her confusion palpable. "I recall that we have obtained a marriage certificate." Su Zhiyan leaned in, leveling her gaze with Song Yizhu's, her eyes scrutinizing, prompting Song Yizhu to avert her own. Weren't we merely fulfilling our respective needs? Song Yizhu, unable to maintain eye contact, diverted her gaze elsewhere. Uncertainty clouding her thoughts, fulfilling needs. Zhiyan's voice was melodic, yet the four words carried deeper significance. Song Yizhu blinked, realizing the obviousness of their arrangement. She required a partner to quell the military's gossip, while Zhiyan sought an alpha to endorse her employment agreement. Was this not a mutually beneficial alliance? Indeed, but at this moment, I find myself in need of your assistance. Could you lend me a hand? Zhiyan's candid demeanor delineated their relationship, yet it left Song Yizhu feeling unfulfilled. She had believed herself to be unique in Zhiyan's eyes, that her attitude toward her was exceptional. Now, Zhiyan had laid their relationship bare, stating plainly that they were merely collaborators, rendering any lingering feelings akin to unrequited affection, vexing and bittersweet. What? Song Yizhu was briefly taken aback, sensing a profound emotional dissonance radiating from Zhiyan, yet found herself rendered speechless. In search of solace, Zhiyan took hold of Song Yizhu's hand, guiding it to her neck, where the delicate skin lay exposed and slightly swollen, liberated from the constrictive patch during her shower. The moment Song Yizhu's fingertips grazed it, an overwhelming surge of emotion washed over her, causing her eyes to shimmer with unshed tears. Chapter 46. Trouble. The Omega's fragile skin felt exquisite beneath her touch, reminiscent of the ethereal softness of cotton candy, igniting a longing to both caress and tease. What troubles you? Song Yizhu inquired, striving to maintain an air of composure despite the urge to press further. I am unwell, Zhiyan confessed, firmly pressing Song Yizhu's fingers against her neck, the intoxicating aroma of magnolia enveloping them both. Such a candid admission left Song Yizhu in disbelief. She pondered whether Zhiyan could truly bear this affliction. If she could, rumors would surely spread that Commander Song was not only cold-hearted but also inept. A parched sensation gripped Song Yizhu's throat, instilling a yearning for water to alleviate her discomfort. I shall shower first, she stammered, withdrawing her hand, the warmth of Zhiyan's fingers still lingering on her skin. Shall I assist you with your shower? Zhiyan teased, reveling in Song Yizhu's flustered demeanor. No, it is perfectly fine. I shall be swift. Song Yizhu replied hastily, retreating to the bathroom with hurried steps, clearly eager to escape the mounting tension. In her haste, she had forgotten her pajamas. He didn't observe her as she rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. Maintaining her silence, the air was suffused with the fragrances of magnolia and a subtle hint of peach wood, a delightful scent that slightly uplifted Zhiyan's spirits. Now, Song Yizhu had begun addressing her as Miss Su, a stark contrast to the previous night when they had shared a bed. Her name still lingered in the marriage column on the official documents, yet they had devolved into the most intimate of strangers. Zhiyan had entirely forgotten her earlier yearning for a romantic connection. Indeed, she had sought one, but not with Song Yizhu, rather with someone else. Could you fetch my pajamas for me? She inquired, her thoughts swirling in disarray. It was only when Song Yizhu completed her bath and prepared a dress that she suddenly recalled her oversight. I shall simply venture out like this, she resolved, as Zhiyan awaited this moment, stationed by the bathroom door, yet she possessed no clothing for her. A single utterance rendered the occupant of the bathroom crimson. No, how could she possibly emerge under these circumstances? She would find herself compelled to disrobe once again. The situation had become rather unwieldy. Zhiyan had no intention of assisting her in retrieving her attire. Miss Su would never offer garments to Marshal Song. Perhaps, if it were Madame Song, she might entertain such a notion. No, this refusal was ambiguous. Did it pertain to foregoing nightwear or the act of undressing itself? Is it truly insurmountable? I seem to recall that you may have overlooked securing the door. With that remark, Zhiyan granted her no opportunity to respond, as the bathroom door swung open, revealing a plethora of springtime allure. What might occur should someone intrude upon her while she bathed? The thought weighed heavily upon her. Song Yizhu's cheeks instantly flushed, uncertain of where to hide, upon encountering the expanse of exposed skin. Zhiyan felt a pang of impropriety. Yet she reminded herself of their legal bond, thus justifying her gaze. Her figure was undeniably captivating. Zhiyan disregarded Song Yizhu's embarrassment, striding directly towards her. When I express a need for you, I am not jesting. The fragrance of magnolia intensified, and as their eyes met, the suppressed desire within Zhiyan surged uncontrollably, yearning to unite with the individual before her. Song Yizhu's confusion and mortification dissipated in the span of a kiss. At some point, Zhiyan's hand found its way to the nape of her neck, an unexpected sensation that unleashed her pheromones without warning. Their relationship, based on mutual needs, seemed to be validated in that moment. The kiss concluded, and Zhiyan urged her to lower her head. Their noses brushed, their breaths mingling audibly that a mere sound offered Zhiyan immense courage, prompting her to seek out Song Yizhu's lips once more. The pheromones were evidently potent. Zhiyan's back met the hard, ceramic tiles abruptly. The droplets on the wall, seeping through her nightwear to her skin, it dawned on her that control had somehow shifted to Song Yizhu. Her breath stolen, her body ensnared. The bewilderment in her expression allowed the previously unresponsive lips to explore elsewhere. A tingling sensation coursed through her neck, leaving her helplessly arching back to accept the fervent kisses. While fingers caressed that tender spot at her nape, pressing against her heart in a rhythmic pulse. Her hair, still damp, dripped water on her body, sliding into the gaps of her nightwear, cool and refreshing. The buttons of her nightgown were easily undone, unveiling the unrestrained spring before her, inciting a frenzy. The deliberate teasing brought forth waves of thrilling sensations, yet her soft admonitions failed to temper the mischief. She could only push against her head, yearning for her to regain her composure. Song Yizhu, exercise caution. The person before her remained unyielding, and Zhiyan found herself pleading once more. The irregular breaths echoed in the confined space. Starkly pronounced. Finally, she relented, straightening her posture. "Did you not profess a need for me?" The words were softly whispered against her ear, warm breath igniting a tempest within her. Zhiyan felt a sharp pang of regret. She had been swept away by that remark, and now, before the main event had even commenced, she found herself besieged, her legs trembling from her provocations. Without leaning against her companion, she might have faltered. "Can we not return? This is utterly exhausting." Her voice was gentle, imbued with earnest pleading, yet the other party remained unyielding. "No, you may lean on me for support." Delicate kisses trailed along her neck, daringly approaching her vulnerable nape. "Very well, just this once." Enveloping Zhiyan's neck with her arms, she surrendered to the moment. The anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, a warm, wet tongue glided over her nape, coaxing her pheromones to rise even further. "We have yet to commence, Tao Dao." The teasing voice resonated, marking the first instance Zhiyan found her nickname truly irksome. "Let us return and begin anew, shall we?" No, why had she not considered allowing her return to her room upon opening the door? "No, it is not acceptable," she reiterated, each refusal more resolute than the last, yet none aligned with her true desires. "Steady yourself." Song Yizhu dismissed her regrets, merely instructing her to regain her balance. Zhiyan had never envisioned being so flustered. Ensnared in a bathroom, ignited by her own desires, and with the increasingly potent peachwood pheromones, she found herself ensnared. Outside, the night unfolded beautifully. Birds nestled together in the trees, intertwined and reluctant to part. Ultimately, after donning a fresh set of nightwear, Zhiyan was finally granted a moment's respite. Chapter 47. It's all right today. Zhiyan too failed to rise early, yet the person beside her had awakened much earlier. The expanse of skin from her collarbone downward was adorned with a rosy hue. Her fair form nestled within the covers, evoking the impression of an allergic reaction. "Song Yi, are you once more perusing your incriminating evidence?" Cuddled in her embrace, Zhiyan could sense her gaze fixed upon her and could easily surmise the thoughts occupying her mind. Song Yizhu replied candidly, only to be met with a playful nip on her collarbone in response to her evident embarrassment. "Did we not agree to retire early last night? Was it not early enough? How early could it possibly be?" Zhiyan's inquiry was laced with irritation. It was 1 a.m. How could that be considered early? Early, indeed, a new day has dawned. Can one not regard 1 a.m. as early? My mountain remains unconquered. Zhiyan chose not to linger on the matter of early rest, as it was she who had instigated the predicament. It was too late to deliberate now. It is raining outside. Today is unsuitable for venturing out. Very well. Then what shall we do today? I find myself somewhat fatigued and reluctant to venture outside. The curtains in the room were drawn tightly, casting the space in dim light. The rain likely contributed to an atmosphere of melancholy. Let us repose for a while. Are you not fatigued? Upon her declaration of disinterest in going out, Song Yizhu ceased to entertain the notion of taking her elsewhere. You appear quite content. Not in the least. Let us indulge in a bit more slumber. She fervently denied it, yet Zhiyan remained unconvinced and chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Both opted for silence regarding the events of the previous night. This unforeseen occurrence was neither dismissed nor investigated, as they prefer to leave their ambiguous feelings unvoiced. Deputy General Han, what do you typically engage in with your Omega at home? Eventually, Zhiyan surrendered to slumber in her embrace, her arm tenderly encircling Song Yizhu's waist, the firm yet delicate sensation offering immense comfort. When Han Lin received the message, she was still preoccupied with military affairs concerning Song Yizhu. The message's contents left her astounded, causing her to overlook the documents entirely. Is it truly their Marshal? She pondered, incredulous that he would inquire about such matters. Marshal, are you not accompanying Miss Su? Despite her shock, Han Lin swiftly responded, did you not embark on a journey? Why inquire about what one can engage in at home? It is raining. The simplicity of those two words resonated with her character, revealing the Marshal she knew so well. Han Lin contemplated what she and her spouse engaged in at home, realizing that a considerable portion of their time was devoted to procreation, given the military's limited leave. And even during sensitive periods, they were often compelled to resort to suppressants, rendering intimate moments particularly precious in their scarce encounters. Perhaps you could watch a film together, or partake in a game? Han Lin racked her brain, ultimately suggesting two domestic pursuits. Song Yizhu frowned at her response, recognizing that she had placed undue faith in Han Lin. After all, they had been wed for 7 or 8 years. Yet she could not offer any meaningful suggestions for activities with her Omega at home. I shall return to my work. What does signify? Are you discontent? Upon receiving her reply, Han Lin found herself in a state of confusion. It appeared she had been of no assistance. Major General Han once again found herself inexplicably summoned by the Marshal for an ambiguous dialogue. My dear, if you and I are at home without any amorous engagements, what shall we do? It was apparent that they were longtime companions. Her words resonated profoundly. Han Lin found no fault in their lifestyle and chose to disregard Song Yizhu's inquiry. She held no doubt that Song Yizhu and her Omega would engage in intimate activities following a prolonged separation. An alpha of such high standing undoubtedly possessed greater needs in that regard. With no fruitful suggestions from Han Lin, Song Yizhu relinquished her search for counsel and resigned herself to the situation. Nestled in her embrace, the comforting warmth and rhythmic breathing brushed against her body, each heartbeat resonating with vitality. Uncertain of when she had succumbed to slumber, the two warm bodies remained intertwined, enveloped in tranquility. Song Yi, I suddenly feel the urge to venture out again. Shall we cook together in the shared kitchen? After awakening from a light slumber, Zhiyan felt rejuvenated, her entire being refreshed. As she freshened up, Song Yizhu adorned herself in a white short-sleeve shirt and black trousers, her attire differing only by the sleeves from the previous day. Go wash up. Lunchtime is nearly upon us. After tending to herself, Zhiyan wrapped her arms around Song Yizhu's waist. Her embrace was indeed comforting. Okay. Song Yizhu reciprocated the embrace, but soon released her, urging her to wash up. After a moment's hesitation, Zhiyan opted for similar attire, slipping into a loose white t-shirt paired with comfortable light blue jeans, simple yet elegant. The garments she had changed out were already washed and hung up. She had brought 5 sets of casual clothing. And this particular ensemble was the most convenient. When you undertake a mission, do you all consume nutritional supplements? Have you never cooked? There was a shared kitchen nearby, not far at all, so the two of them decided to stroll there. I have cooked before, but it was terribly unpalatable, so I ceased to do so, Song Yizhu replied candidly, revealing that in her youth she had whimsically attempted it, but one experience sufficed to dissuade her. Ha ha, then you can assist me, or else after 2 hours of effort, we might end up with nothing edible. Zhiyan contemplated the image of her own culinary disaster, and given her typically stoic expression, she found it challenging to envision. Fine, she nodded, displaying no sign of discontent at being a subordinate. You trust me this much? What if my cooking also turns out poorly? No matter, Song Yizhu responded, IT is your handiwork. Even if it is unpalatable, it matters not. But what if we suffer food poisoning? I have heard that certain ingredients should not be consumed together. If we mistakenly partake in them, it would not merely lead to food poisoning. But even a stomach upset would be rather unfortunate. That too is inconsequential. You make me feel as though you were too indulgent towards me. Is it truly acceptable? If someone with ill intentions were to exploit this and poison me, it would be satisfactory. Satisfactory. Does that merely signify an acceptable standard? In your estimation, what defines indulgence? Song Yizhu shook her head, shrouded in uncertainty. To what degree does indulgence reveal itself? At what moment does excess become evident? She found herself somewhat perplexed. However, in her view, this situation did not seem to align with either categorization. Zhiyan regarded her with a trace of skepticism, though she swiftly dismissed it. Others often asserted that alphas possess a profound desire for control. Yet, your demeanor appears to deviate from this belief. Does it not embody the traits of an alpha? Not entirely. Perhaps it is merely my preconceived notions shaped by external narratives. There is no need for contemplation on this subject. MHM. Chapter 48. Pink. It suits you. After a leisurely 10-minute promenade, they arrived at the communal kitchen, where compact, partitioned cooking spaces resonated with a delightful tumult. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. The kitchen overflowed with a myriad of ingredients, filling the freezer to its utmost limits. Anything is acceptable, just something uncomplicated. Why? Do you not trust me? Zhiyan turned to her, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful menace. Should she utter even a whisper of doubt, she would receive a light-hearted twist at the waist that I trust you. Simply proceed as you wish, Song Yizhu replied obediently, her preference for simpler dishes arising from a desire not to impose upon Zhiyan. Though she refrained from expressing this sentiment, that if you are willing to place your trust in me, could you assist me in chopping some ribs? Delighted by her response, Zhiyan turned to the freezer, swiftly retrieving a neatly preserved rack of ribs. Good. Not cut them too large. After slicing, soak them in clean water for a while, then rinse them several times, and immerse them in vinegar for 10 minutes. Do you comprehend? After demonstrating the desired size, Zhiyan received a firm nod in affirmation, at which point she relinquished the cutting board entirely. Wait, you must don an apron, otherwise you'll stain your garments, as Song Yizhu prepared to begin. Zhiyan interjected, aware that splashes of water would tarnish her attire. With a knife poised in her hand, Song Yizhu hesitated at Zhiyan's request. This pink one suits you, Zhiyan proclaimed, retrieving a small pink apron from a nearby wall, intending to drape it over Song Yizhu. What are you gazing at? Put down the knife. Song Yizhu regarded her, silently resisting. Though her efforts proved in vain, the pink apron was effortlessly secured around her, creating a striking contrast with her typically impassive countenance. You look lovely. Now commence your task, Zhiyan remarked, satisfied with her handiwork. Dismissing any sense of discord, she understood that the alpha before her would acquiesce to her whims. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yizhu ultimately chose to comply. The rhythmic sound of chopping resonated throughout the small kitchen as Song Yizhu meticulously adhered to Zhiyan's instructions. After observing for a brief moment, Zhiyan casually recorded the process with her wristband, ensuring there were no errors before delving back into the freezer for additional ingredients. Are 3 dishes sufficient? That should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to prepare merely 3 dishes, mindful of the possibility that they might not be completed or that the results could be subpar. Fortunately, her culinary prowess had not entirely waned. The trio of dishes swiftly materialized: garlic-infused steamed ribs, shrimp and egg stir-fry, and meatballs accompanied by cabbage. They at least exhibited the fundamental attributes of color and fragrance. The flavor remained to be ascertained. Give it a try, if it pleases your palate. Indulge further. If it offends, merely swallow it down. Understood? Zhiyan's tone bore an unmistakable undertone of intimidation. The presentation was promising, yet the quality of taste remained an enigma. She needed to brace herself. Song Yizhu nodded, resembling a slighted spouse enduring injustice. Though here, only Zhiyan wielded such influence over her. The ribs were succulent, imbued with a subtle hint of garlic, while the shrimp maintained a pleasing firmness. None of the dishes faltered. Delicious, Song Yizhu proclaimed after sampling each, her gaze earnest. Upon receiving her assessment, Zhiyan exhaled in relief. If it delights, feast heartily. Do not waste, understood? Yes, she responded dutifully, continuing to savor each bite with utmost seriousness. Zhiyan observed her actions, suddenly intrigued by her childhood demeanor. Had she also been such a well-behaved child, diligently consuming bite after bite? She reflected on whether their future offspring would inherit her temperament, exhibiting equally refined manners. Perhaps it might be more desirable if they did not. A child embodying such tranquility could indeed become rather monotonous. Zhiyan ruminated, entirely unaware of the complex musings swirling within her consciousness. The act of cooking was undeniably pleasurable, yet the subsequent cleanup was far less so. Fortunately, there existed devoted staff for that task. Some individuals revel in the culinary arts, while others find solace in the mundane chore of washing dishes. Yet Zhiyan found neither particularly appealing, merely intriguing. Ultimately, the meal remained unfinished, as Zhiyan possessed a modest appetite, leaving the majority to be consumed by Song Yizhu. After a brief interlude, the two rose to depart, only to encounter a rather amusing scenario upon their exit. The adjacent kitchen had tragically incinerated their food, quite severely. Indeed, a deep breath drew the acrid aroma of charred dishes into her nostrils. Although Song Yizhu could not detect it, she nonetheless nodded in agreement with Zhiyan's observation. As anticipated, one of the smaller kitchens soon opened, revealing a male alpha who could barely keep his eyes open due to the smoke, accompanied by a female beta, both of whom appeared significantly affected. "What are you staring at? Have you never encountered an alpha in the kitchen?" The male alpha directed a menacing glare at Zhiyan, his tone unmistakably unwelcoming. His brusque demeanor prompted Zhiyan to furrow her brows, for she had thought her expression to be quite neutral. Beside her, Song Yizhu echoed her displeasure, her typically impassive countenance now exuding an icy chill. "I apologize, the food we prepared was burnt, and he is in a rather foul mood." The beta interjected hastily, her tone earnest. Zhiyan's expression remained unchanged, yet she yearned to avert a protracted conflict, merely nodding curtly as she intended to depart alongside Song Yizhu. "Let us return. We can prepare another batch." "Humph. Only a weak alpha would heed an Omega's words and enter this wretched kitchen." "I shall not go." The man's words dripped with insinuation, igniting Zhiyan's ire. Just as she was poised to confront him, Song Yizhu, who had hitherto remained silent, suddenly stirred. The familiar scent of peach would wafted from her, unmistakably directed towards the nearby male alpha. The inherent hierarchy compelled the opposing alpha to bow, the dull ache in his nape serving as a stark reminder that the female alpha before him possessed exceptionally superior genes, exerting undeniable dominance over his pheromones. Not only did he abstain from emitting any pheromones to counter her, but even his typically active glands refrained from responding. Too potent, Song Yizhu. Rein it in a bit. The overwhelming alpha pheromones nearly weakened her resolve, compelling Zhiyan to grasp her hand for support. Obediently, Song Yizhu retracted her pheromones, and in an instant, they vanished entirely, were it not for the lingering fragrance of peach wood and the acute discomfort in her glands. The male alpha might have believed it all to be an illusion. Chapter 49. Is there such a regulation? Recklessly releasing pheromones in public can easily incite pheromone chaos. This is a violation of the law. After finally regaining his composure, the alpha's expression grew increasingly displeased. It was quite absurd that the provocateur would turn around and accuse others. Song Yizhu frowned. The individual before her seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. Not wishing to squander further words with him, she promptly dialed the police. "Hello, this is the Blue Star Intergalactic Police, Halley System Division. What seems to be the problem?" The man observed her actions, utterly bewildered. "What is this? Reporting oneself." "Hello, I am reporting an incident of verbal provocation that led to my pheromones becoming uncontrollable that I hope you can come and handle it." Uncontrollable pheromones? Zhiyan glanced at the person beside her, who was speaking outrageous fabrications, who would believe her pheromones were out of control after witnessing her skillful management. Following the alarm, the wristband would automatically transmit location data to the police, and the response would be swift. "Who made the call? Do you require a suppressant?" A quartet of betas arrived, impeccably equipped to address pheromone-related quandaries. "Greetings, I initiated the call. I require a suppressant," she stated. "Alpha, is it not?" The imposing figure before her, towering over 6 feet, bore scant resemblance to an Omega. Nevertheless, the commanding officer dutifully inquired. Song Yizhu nodded, granting permission for an individual to administer a suppressant to her arm. Huan was taken aback. This individual executed the procedure with remarkable dedication. Not only was she weaving falsehoods with her eyes wide open, but she was also consenting to an injection of a suppressant. What if, in due course, it were revealed that her pheromones had not spiraled out of control? Please recount the sequence of events in detail. Although Song Yizhu did not appear to be in a state of pheromone crisis, the suppressant had already been dispensed, leaving the officer with no alternative but to act impartially. Were they truly going to attribute this to her? The alpha across from them was already undergoing interrogation. It was not yet Song Yizhu's turn. Han resolved to address her in a subdued tone. No, not at all. Song Yizhu blinked, feigning innocence that wasn't her own pheromones being released. There was no crisis to address. This was not an attempt to shift blame. Zhiyan regarded her with skepticism. Even at this juncture, she was still performing. Officer, while I may have uttered a few inappropriate remarks, my pheromones were never released at any point. Clearly, it was the other party who instigated the situation. You ought to apprehend her instead. After recounting the events in detail, the man's gaze settled upon her, evidently provoked by her words. The officer paid little heed to his assertions and turned to inquire of Song Yizhu instead. Officer, here is my genetic testing certification. Song Yizhu did not contest anything. She merely presented her certification, boldly displaying 3 capitalized S's in the verification section, unmistakably indicating her status as a premier alpha. Understood. I know how to proceed. With just a glance, the leading officer grasped her implications. To openly provoke an SS's grade alpha is deemed a willful disruption of social order. Please accompany us for further questioning. But wait, it was she who casually released her pheromones. Officer, could you possibly have erred? As the handcuffs clicked onto his wrists, disbelief washed over the man's visage. How could the verdict be so hastily rendered without any rebuttal from the opposing party? If any unfortunate incident should arise, you may seek compensation from him. The officer dismissed his inquiries, offering parting words to Song Yizhu before departing with the individual in custody. You were merely toying with me on purpose. Were you not? Observing the individual being taken away, Zhiyan felt a sense of bewilderment. What had just transpired? And thus, the matter was resolved. Toying with you. Certainly, I was merely alluding to your exaggeration regarding the pheromones spiraling uncontrollably, which left me in a state of unease for quite some time. Zhiyan silently conveyed her discontent, yet opted to withhold her thoughts. Thus, why was the attribution of fault determined solely by genetic certification? The superior quality of an alpha's genes renders the regulation of their emotions increasingly arduous, often resulting in pheromone disturbances or even explosive outbursts. Consequently, one must exercise caution and refrain from provoking a higher-ranking alpha. Should such provocation incite an alpha's loss of control, the instigator shall bear full accountability for any subsequent repercussions, which may include a potential prison sentence of up to 3 years. Is there indeed such a regulation? Yes, there is. However, high-ranking alphas are generally overseen by the military and are exceedingly rare, which account for the public's general ignorance of this regulation. So, are you implying that one can act without consequence within the Azure Galaxy? According to your assertion, an SSS-grade alpha, even if their pheromones were to spiral out of control, would face no consequences, correct? Not precisely. Point 1 cannot operate with complete impunity. They lack the luxury of time to instigate chaos. However, upon deeper reflection, it transcends mere impunity. Not merely. To what extent does your standing ascend? It is not solely that. One cannot simply wander freely within the imperial palace that is akin to that of the emperor. Song Yizhu momentarily furrowed her brow in contemplation before providing a cautious reply. Akin to how much? Superior to her. Superior to her? Are you jesting? I assure you, I am not jesting. A military marshal, yet to see 30 summers. Having served for 50 years, wields absolute command over the military forces of the Azure Galaxy. Coupled with her genetic legacy, her stature is unparalleled in comparison to that of the royal family. After all, the royal family is numerous. Should the current emperor prove inadequate, there will inevitably be someone more fitting to assume the throne. However, the position of a military marshal is singular. One must possess a substantial record of military accomplishments, exceptional physical prowess and combat capabilities, and secure the endorsement of over 70% of fellow military marshals to attain such rank. Then how does Marshal Zhao Mingxiu measure against you? Does a military marshal's status eclipse that of an emperor? Zhiyan found herself bewildered. The royal family wielded limited real power, primarily diplomatic authority, yet it seemed implausible that a military marshal could be deemed comparable. Incomparable, an alpha confined to a bed, even when classified as SS grade, holds little value. Moreover, he has long since forfeited his military rank. At the age of 60. How can he be compared to one half his age? Zhiyan found herself engulfed in a state of bewilderment as to whether her declaration of being incomparable pertained to herself in relation to Zhao Mingxiu, or vice versa. She inclined towards the former interpretation, acknowledging the significant distinction between the roles of a military branch marshal and a military marshal. The former presided over a specific military division, while the latter commanded the entirety of the armed forces, rendering any comparison quite futile. Nevertheless, this realization was astonishing, had she inadvertently discovered herself to be an extraordinary alpha. Chapter 50. Truly adorable following such an encounter. Su Zhiyan and Song Yizhu felt no desire to tarry and resolved to return to their hotel early, aiming to conserve their energy for the morrow, when they hoped to finally ascend the mountain they had long aspired to conquer. At long last, they stood at the mountain's base. As Zhiyan gazed upward at the seemingly infinite path that lay before them, an exhilarating rush coursed through her. The grandeur of the mountain promised a breathtaking vista from its summit. Song Yizhu tilted her head, observing Su Zhiyan with a glimmer of skepticism in her eyes. A mountain nearly 2,000 meters high, with thousands of steps, and you harbor no fear. What are you staring at? Let us proceed. You aren't frightened, are you? Noticing her scrutiny, Su Zhiyan playfully urged her onward, fully aware that the question was merely jest. Not frightened, Song Yizhu replied, shaking her head. Her physical training had far surpassed this challenge, leaving her with no reason for trepidation. If you are unafraid, then let us embark. Su Zhiyan nodded and took the lead. The trail was relatively uncrowded, likely due to their position at the mountain's base, and the other hikers appeared lively and invigorated. Feeling fatigued? Shall we take a break? After barely an hour of trekking, Su Zhiyan found herself panting, drenched in perspiration, and grappling with each step. Thirsty, Song Yizhu, closely following her, extended a bottle of water at an opportune moment. When did you procure this? Surprised by the unexpected offering, Su Zhiyan recalled that they had commenced their journey with scant supplies. Just now, Song Yizhu gestured toward the small, unattended convenience stall they had recently passed. How did you know I would pause here? They had never engaged in any endurance testing endeavors together, so how could she have timed it so impeccably? I had no prior knowledge. The next convenience stall is half an hour away, so I thought this would be useful. Her candidness was refreshing as she handed Su Zhiyan a packet of tissues, effortlessly taking the unfinished bottle from her grasp. You are remarkably thoughtful. Tissues and mineral water. You remember every detail. Indeed, I was merely complimenting you. Could you respond with something more engaging? Thank you. Song Yizhu hesitated briefly before responding with caution. This reply prompted a gentle sigh from Su Zhiyan, who pondered the peculiar exchange. Let us rest a while longer before we continue our ascent, she suggested, deeming it wise not to dwell on the matter. My apologies, Song Yizhu instinctively remarked upon hearing Su's sigh. What are you apologizing for? You have committed no wrong, Su Zhiyan asserted, standing one step higher on the staircase and finally meeting her gaze. Upon hearing the apology, Song Yizhu froze for a moment, enveloped in confusion. What a downer, she thought. Though merely 2 words, Su Zhiyan perceived an unusual sentiment behind Song Yizhu's expression that it is not a downer. You were simply accommodating my expectations. Feel free to respond as you wish. From a simple aha to a thank you, it was evident that Song Yizhu felt at a loss regarding how to react to the compliment. Thus, why should she impose her own expectations? Her gaze, usually cast downward, typically met Su Zhiyan's with lowered brows. Now, as they stood at equal heights, sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her dark eyes that sparkled with reflection. If anyone should apologize, it should be I. However, I harbor a distaste for uttering such words. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? How remarkable it was for someone to unabashedly declare their aversion to apologies. Song Yizhu regarded her and softly murmured, You are not the downer. It was I who imposed upon you. So how could it be your fault? Truly adorable, Su Zhiyan thought, unable to resist playfully pinching her cheek. It was a rare opportunity to meet her gaze at eye level, making Su feel that the person before her was quite easy to tease. Let us continue. At this rate, we shan't reach the summit by noon. Presuming that the compliment had left Song Yizhu momentarily speechless, Su Zhiyan decided to shift the conversation and led her onward. With frequent pauses and rests, they ultimately reached the mountain's summit by midday. Her legs felt weak, and she could scarcely take another step. Before them lay an infinite expanse of azure sky, with the sun blazing overhead, radiating warmth. Yet the invigorating atmosphere of freedom and sunshine enveloped them, especially after the arduous trek, filling her with joy. Aren't you weary? After taking several deep breaths of the crisp mountain air, Su Zhiyan turned to observe the person beside her, who seemed to exert little effort. Was that accurate? Fortunately, While her breathing was slightly uneven, it appeared remarkably composed compared to Suan's labored panting. She felt a pang of envy. Such vitality and good health were truly commendable, of course. Song Yizhu replied quietly, inciting an immediate reaction from Su, who stomped her foot in frustration. Song Yizhu, repeat that. Retract that statement. You are utterly unappealing, akin to a mere sesame dumpling. You ought to engage in more physical activity. Your stamina is decidedly lacking, Song Yizhu remarked, her words imbued with ambiguity. How could an alpha so audaciously insinuate to her omega that her endurance was inadequate? Are you not aware of the vagueness of your statements? Who is truly lacking? In comparison to other omegas, I am quite fit. Thank you very much. If Lin Wanqi were present, she would likely have succumbed to defeat long before this juncture. Is that so? Song Yizhu inquired earnestly, her expression unwavering, seemingly oblivious to the ambiguity in her assertion. Is it not? Su shook her head, resolutely refuting it. Zhiyan scrutinized her countenance, endeavoring to detect any fissures in her faade. Yet the absence of expression rendered it an impossible task. Ultimately, Su relented, opting not to linger on the matter any further. There were several quaint pavilions atop the mountain for repose. Resting for a while would alleviate the heat that had accumulated within their bodies. Shall we witness the sunset from a peak? The view here is splendid. We can gaze upon the entire city. Staying a little longer wouldn't be detrimental, particularly since the descent will prove quite exhausting, she remarked, observing her trembling legs. Naturally, Song Yizhu would not decline. Who could bear to deny their omega? Shall we procure a bite to eat? Surely, there must be vendors at the summit. After nearly 4 hours of ascent, breakfast had long since been depleted, for hiking truly sapped one's energy. Yes, but it requires a bit of a trek. Zhiyan walked closely beside her, no longer burdened by contemplation, as everything had been effortlessly clarified, providing a sense of comfort. The setting sun cast its golden rays over the bustling city, the fiery sky adorned with a resplendent sunset. In the distance, the mountains undulated, their contours accentuated by the sunlight. As if the earth donned a magnificent cloak, the mist swirled around the mountainside, illuminated by twilight, resembling an overturned palette of paint, vibrant and dreamlike two silhouettes, one tall and one short, stood atop the mountain, their shadows intertwining in the glow of the sunset, weaving a tapestry of their entwined figures. Chapter 51. Ambiguous 2 weeks of vacation swiftly elapsed, with every arrangement meticulously orchestrated, demanding no mental exertion from her. My physical examination is approaching. The military medical department hopes you can accompany me. If you do not wish to attend, that is entirely acceptable. Upon returning to the interstellar base, Song Yizhu had to hasten to the military department. Thus she did not ascend the building alongside her. A physical examination. Certainly, it will occur within the next few days. Rest for now. How does the day after tomorrow sound? There exists no sense of urgency, and it is of paramount importance to ensure that you are sufficiently rested. Very well, continue with your tasks. I shall return momentarily. Zhiyan nodded, having already entrusted her belongings to her bodyguards. Marshal Han Lin saluted her. The documents on the table piled high. There's something particularly pressing. Song Yizhu casually picked up a file, some of which had been attended to by Han Lin, requiring merely a cursory glance to comprehend. The Kohler system had encountered a conflict with interstellar pirates, a considerable scale, prompting a brigadier general to lead a division there. Furthermore, a suspected extraterrestrial race was under investigation in the southern region of the main planet. And there was the matter of the sixth princess, who frequently clashed with other brigadiers and colonels, causing quite a commotion. How is her training progressing? Song Yizhu inquired, nodding, remaining largely indifferent to these matters, as they hardly constituted a crisis, not necessitating her decision-making. Generally, her physical fitness rated at a lieutenant level, and her mech operation skills barely reached a captain level, yet her arrogance diminished her compatibility. Han Lin's assessment was pragmatic, clearly articulated from the perspective of their shared rank. The military personnel should not indulge her. If there was no interest expressed by several marshals, she would be sent back to the palace after a year. Regarding your examination, the medical department is already pressing for it. Let us schedule it for the morning of the day after tomorrow, should Miss Su's examination be arranged as well. Indeed. Han Lin swiftly returned to her duties, leaving Song Yizhu alone in the office to manage the documents. Zhiyan, finally back on the main planet. Upon receiving a call from her friend, Lin Wanqi was in her living room. Yes, I have brought you a gift. Shall I present it when we meet tomorrow? Not a chance. I have a prenatal checkup tomorrow, and am quite occupied. Lin Wanqi pouted, now realizing that Su was attempting to placate her with a gift, yet had previously disregarded her messages that a prenatal checkup. You are with child? Su Zhiyan's voice rose, astonished that in merely 2 weeks, her friend had become pregnant. What is so surprising? Did I not mention I was preparing for pregnancy? Lin Wanqi nonchalantly bit into a peach, seemingly unfazed by Su's astonishment that I did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Declaring you were preparing is one thing, but actually being pregnant is quite another. It is just that it's so sudden. It has been over 2 months since I informed you, and this is merely my first official checkup. Very well, Su Zhiyan found it difficult to accept that her friend was nurturing a new life within her. Although they had reached the appropriate age for parenthood and had been married for 2 years, it still felt miraculous. Perhaps we can meet the day after tomorrow. I have no engagements for that day. How unfortunate. Just as I finally succeeded in arranging a meeting, you suggest convening the day after tomorrow. Regrettably, I have prior commitments. I am scheduled for a physical examination and shall be unable to meet with you. Having recently assured Song Yizhu that I would accompany her for the examination, it would be inappropriate to cancel. What prompts this physical examination? Are you unwell? No, it is merely a routine checkup. Su Zhiyan shook her head. Her health was robust, and it was inconceivable for her to be unwell. Should one not wish for her well-being? Then what necessitates the routine examination? Is the Interstellar University particularly stringent with its faculty? Upon learning that she was in good health, Lin Wanqi's concern diminished that IT is not a university mandate. It originates from the military department. I almost forgot. You are now a married Omega. How fare things with your Alpha? I heard you were traveling together. How is that progressing? The military's examination requirements seemed rather standard. Quite well, Su Zhiyan found it difficult to articulate her current circumstances, opting for ambiguous responses. What does quite well signify? Are you contemplating a life built on mutual respect? Lin Wanqi was dissatisfied with her answer, interpreting it as a mere placeholder devoid of substance. If all proceeds as anticipated, Su Zhiyan replied, not intending to alter her present state, yet uncertain of Song Yizhu's sentiments. Are you genuinely prepared to simply settle for a lifetime? I am not settling. Interpreting her response as insufficient, Su could only retort emphatically. What do you mean by not settling? Is there something more between you two? If there are no feelings, can it still be deemed settling? What else might it be? At a loss for words, Su Zhiyan found herself bewildered. What do you imply? Let us discuss this the day after tomorrow. You shall be free then, correct? Ensure you come equipped with answers. Lin Wanqi, exasperated by Su's vague replies, felt as though they were ensnared in a conversational glitch. Let us converse on that day. What if I am preoccupied then? With a pointed threat, Su Zhiyan felt a pang of intimidation, genuinely uncertain about how to navigate the predicament. No, I've already made arrangements with you. If you cancel once more, I shall bring the child to confront you. Oh, there is no need for that. Truly, it is unnecessary. I shall meet with you. The prospect of Lin Wanqi's Alpha arriving swiftly to confront her left Su Zhiyan in a state of considerable apprehension. Chapter 52. Xiao Jingwei. Good morning, Marshal. Good morning, Miss Su. Han Lin greeted the two with an air of familiarity, well accustomed to their joint appearances. Good morning, Deputy Marshal. This marked Su Zhiyan's inaugural experience of leisurely traversing the base alongside Song Yizhu, and it was undeniable that her presence commanded profound respect as she descended from her abode accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards. The medical personnel and equipment had been meticulously prepared for Su's first examination, necessitating a thorough process that would require some time. Han Lin guided them upstairs, kindly elucidating the situation to Su Zhiyan. Marshal, madam, the equipment is ready. You and madam will need to be examined separately. As she spoke, the elevator doors opened to reveal an entourage of medical professionals clad in white coats, a sight that undoubtedly exuded an air of prestige. Understood. Song Yizhu maintained a neutral expression, responding with a mere hint of acknowledgement, instructing Han Lin to remain by Su Zhiyan's side while she took a portion of the guards with her. I apologize, Miss Su. The marshal requires a publicly acknowledged wife. Hence, Han Lin gently clarified why the personnel from the medical corps refer to her as Madam. Su Zhiyan nodded, suddenly perceiving that this explanation felt somewhat superfluous. Madam, shortly, I will need to collect a small sample of your pheromones. So please do not be alarmed. The examination was to be conducted by a female alpha and a female beta, with the task of pheromone collection assigned to the beta, as the alpha was deemed unsuitable for this procedure. Why do you need to collect my pheromones? Normally, a routine physical examination does not require such a procedure, she remarked, somewhat perplexed that IT is to assess the genetic compatibility between you and the Marshal. Although the Marshal's partner is not within our purview, the Marshal's genetics are exceptionally superior. Failing to perpetuate these would represent a significant loss for both the interstellar community and the military. So, the Marshal is unaware that this test is being conducted, correct? She scrutinized the individual before her, who held a small, seemingly innocuous syringe. Indeed, we still harbor hope for your collaboration. Zhiyan fell silent, allowing the beta to extract her pheromones. The subsequent examinations were primarily executed by machines, requiring nothing more than her compliance. The report would take half an hour to generate, during which she could accompany Vice General Han to locate the Marshal. The entire process extended nearly an hour, and Han Lin awaited outside the examination room. Miss Su? Was the examination seamless? Upon Zhiyan's emergence, Han Lin promptly approached her, for Song Yizhu had expressly instructed her to remain close to Zhiyan. Vice General, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me In. The examination proceeded quite well. Well, I shall escort you to the Marshal. Her examination should soon be concluding. Han Lin refrained from addressing her as In, not only out of respect for propriety, but also due to her apprehension regarding the potential displeasure of Song Yizhu. Oh, Major General Han, why are you not with your troops today, but rather at the military hospital? The layout of the medical corps was intricate, the buildings exceedingly vast. Locating someone was no swift endeavor. Before Song Yizhu could be found, she first encountered a rather carefree individual. Zhiyan glanced up and assessed the person opposite her. They were fair-skinned, tall, and impeccably attired, though the only flaw was the white bandage wrapped around their left arm. Princess Liu, have you sustained another injury? Han Lin's gaze fell upon the bandaged arm, her tone devoid of emotion. It's merely a minor issue. Why? Have you brought an Omega to the medical corps? Is your Omega expecting? Xiao Jingyue followed her gaze to her own arm, instinctively evading the question, and suddenly noticed Zhiyan beside her. Her attire did not suggest a military affiliation. Princess Liu, I must find the Marshal. Please excuse me. Han Lin felt a shiver of trepidation at her audacious conjecture. Such words, if overheard by the military faction, would leave Song Yizhu with no room for explanation. The Marshal? Which Marshal? Is it Marshal Zhao? Upon hearing that she intended to seek the Marshal, Xiao Jingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Mingxiu was her idol, and given Han Lin's frequent visits to the Marshal's office, it was highly probable that she was one of Zhao Mingxiu's deputy generals. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. No, Marshal Zhao is not at the military corps, so you need not concern yourself. Han Lin cast her a sidelong glance, unwilling to engage further with someone as naive as a young princess, not wishing to squander her breath. Why not? Isn't he the Grand Marshal of the military corps? Is he on a mission? I am uncertain, Han Lin replied enigmatically, clearly reluctant to engage in further complications. She then turned to Zhiyan. Miss Su, shall we proceed? Why the haste? You appear disinterested in the pursuit of the Grand Marshal. Can you not spare a moment for conversation? Xiao Jingyue stepped forward to block their path, her gaze returning to Zhiyan. Princess Liu, if this does not pertain to military affairs, there is no need for trifling discourse with me. I am rather occupied. Occupied with what? Are you not aligned with the Omega? Eager to navigate this delicate period? Xiao Jingyue's gaze oscillated between Han Lin and Zhiyan, her question shrouded in ambiguity. Major General Xiao, I advise you to exercise circumspection. Spreading rumors regarding military spouses can lead to confinement. Han Lin's demeanor turned icy. Her tone somber, and she ceased to address her as Princess Liu. Beside her, Zhiyan stifled a frown, recognizing that it was not her place to intervene. The Alpha's remarks were excessively harsh, lacking the decorum befitting a princess, and instead resembled those of a scoundrel. Why such an uproar? We are merely engaged in casual conversation. Xiao Jingyue dismissed the gravity of the situation, asserting that her words merely articulated the obvious. What casual conversation? Princess Liu, what dialogue are you and my deputy general engaging in before my Omega? Song Yizhu's voice emerged from behind, calm yet tinged with an icy undertone. Xiao Jingyue looked up, unable to discern the rank of the individual before her, as they bore no insignia. Marshal, has the examination not concluded? Why do you linger? Her gaze fell upon Zhiyan, though her inquiry was directed at Han Lin. It is due to my subordinate's negligence. Which marshal do you reference? I have encountered nearly all the marshals across the various branches of the military. It seems I have yet to meet you. Typically, marshals are accompanied by deputy generals of major general rank to assist in their duties. Yet, having been present for over half a month, I have not yet met this marshal. I recollect. I have yet to meet the marshal of the Mecha Corps. Is that you? Xiao Jingwei suddenly recalled the silver-white mecha residing in the military's mecha chamber, pondering if it belonged to the individual before her. Indeed, it is identified as a major general of the naval forces. What compels you to engage in idle chatter with my deputy general? I am injured. Is that not apparent? Xiao Jingwei nonchalantly raised her bandaged arm, as though the presence of a military branch's marshal held little significance. Xiao Jingwei, Song Yizhu stated, her displeasure evident as she frowned at her flippant demeanor, no longer concerning herself with referring to her as Princess Lu. What is it that you desire? Startled by the invocation of her full name, Xiao Jingwei instinctively responded with impatience. The failure to uphold military discipline and show deference to superiors shall result in 7 days of confinement and 14 days of corporal punishment. Chapter 53. The madam is still young. Her voice, composed yet imbued with undeniable authority, momentarily rendered Xiao Jingwei speechless. Marshal, are you rendering this judgment based solely on a few words to assert that I have violated military discipline and exhibited disrespect? Is this not an abuse of power? According to Article 17 of Military Regulations, one must salute and greet superiors. Article 37 stipulates that responses to inquiries from superiors must be precise. That I asked that all. I believe I was sufficiently precise, Xiao Jingwei retorted, dismissing the matter as trivial and questioning the necessity for such scrutiny. Major General Xiao, I have already cautioned you to choose your words carefully. Your insidious implications regarding my relationship with a marshal's wife, if unveiled, could severely undermine troop morale, and you would be the first to face the consequences, Han Lin remarked languidly, her demeanor suggesting that she did not exaggerate the seriousness of the situation. To insinuate that mere discord in the marshal's personal affairs could destabilize military morale was preposterous. The marshal's wife? Do not officers of the rank of major general and above reside at bases far removed from here? Xiao Jingwei's gaze shifted to Su Zhiyan, scrutinizing her with suspicion. Hello, Su Zhiyan greeted politely, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Guards, escort Major General Xiao to the confinement room. Noticing her gaze, Song Yizhu's expression darkened further. No, we have yet to clarify anything. Why should I be sent to the confinement room? The guards approached with unwavering determination, ignoring her protests as they secured her arms behind her back. Song Yizhu exchanged a knowing glance with the guards, silently urging them to proceed. Major General, please accompany us, they instructed. With her mouth covered, any words Xiao Jingwei attempted to express were stifled, leaving her no option but to acquiesce. Marshal, your report with the madam will require an additional 10 minutes. The military faction eagerly awaits you in the conference hall. You may proceed there, and the test results will be delivered shortly. On one side stood Song Yizhu, and on the other, Princess Lu. Both were individuals the medical corps could ill afford to offend. Thus the attending doctor remained silent until the situation was resolved. Yes, please escort the madam home first, they insisted. Marshal, the military faction wishes to meet the madam. Song Yizhu was taken aback by this request, momentarily stunned by Han Lin's mention of it. She then turned her attention to Su Zhiyan, seeking her opinion. The military faction, rather than focusing on the proper management of the troops, was intruding into her personal affairs, which she found rather distasteful. No, take her home. This was not a request she had made. Permitting Su Zhiyan to come for a health examination was already a considerable concession. Su Zhiyan had not anticipated that a mere health check would necessitate an audience with the military faction. However, Han Lin hesitated, longing to elaborate, but upon catching sight of Song Yizhu's profile, she fell silent. Very well, madam. I shall escort you home. Su Zhiyan tilted her head to observe her. It appeared she rarely asserted herself. Yet when confronted with the military faction, she stood resolute in her refusal. Nevertheless, she refrained from further inquiry and followed Han Lin. Marshal, where is your Omega? Why did she not accompany you? As Song Yizhu noted the vacant space beside him, Yuan Chang could not help but ask, Commander Bai, have you come to hold us accountable? Song Yizhu casually took her seat at the head of the table, casting an expression devoid of emotion in her direction. Not at all, that we are merely concerned about the marshal's offspring. After all, with such formidable genes, your progeny would undoubtedly be exceptional, and we simply wish to meet the marshal's wife and discuss the matter of offspring with her. Bai Chonglin hastily clarified, fearful of implying any wrongdoing. The lady is still quite young. There is no urgency to discuss children. Yet he continued, however, you are nearing 30, and it would be prudent to plan accordingly. Moreover, records indicate a mere 2-year age disparity between you and your wife. One is 27, the other 29. Would you still consider that young? Bai Chonglin's gaze lingered upon her, his words imbued with an air of artifice. As though they were mere gestures, indeed, Marshall, the younger the individual, the more vibrant their pheromones. It is prudent to devise strategies early. Another voice interjected, unable to suppress their excitement. In recent years, the military has been devoid of particularly distinguished soldiers or commanders, save for Song Yizhu. Thus, the quality of military strength remains insufficient to be why your reasoning, should I not wed immediately upon attaining adulthood? Is it not the paramount duty of an alpha to safeguard the galaxy? Following such declarations, the assembly fell into silence. They were engrossed in discussions of progeny, while Song Yizhu contemplated the defense of the galaxy. Was this not absurd? Such was the nature of their discourse. Yet the perpetuation of superior genes remains an essential endeavor for an alpha. Furthermore, given the exceptional quality of the Marshall's genes, it becomes increasingly imperative to ensure the continuation of lineage. Bai Chonglin persisted, asserting that the pressure to marry and procreate has perpetually been a perennial topic within the military. After all, those who ascend to the rank of Marshal possess formidable genetic legacies. Who can ascertain whether their descendants might surpass their forebears? Indeed, Marshall, the lineage of Marshal Zhao, does not particularly evoke optimism. Currently, your genetic heritage stands as the most promising avenue for the continuation of a superior legacy within the galaxy. In truth, the quality remains commendable. 2 A-grade alphas, 1 S-grade alpha, and 2 S-grade omegas. But such genes fall short of the caliber anticipated of a galactic marshal. The conflicts endured 3 years prior have bestowed upon us a transient peace, making it imperative for the marshal to contemplate the early propagation of progeny during this interval. After all, an omega in gestation relies heavily on their alpha. Surely, the marshal would not wish for his spouse to be deprived of the comfort afforded by an alpha during that period. As one voice emerged, others joined in, each urging him further, culminating in a cacophony that left the listeners with a throbbing headache. If you all possess the leisure to deliberate upon my offspring, perhaps you ought to invest more contemplation into the fortification of our military. While genes cannot be altered, physical prowess remains subject to enhancement. Your focus should shift towards the management and training of the military. Moreover, the next generation of royalty remains undetermined. These matters hold far greater urgency than my progeny. Marshal, these considerations are indeed worthy of our attention. However, today, as assembly chiefly pertains to your health and the issue of offspring. Your olfactory senses have been compromised for 3 years, and you have utilized that as an excuse for just as long. Now that you have finally entered matrimony, prioritizing the restoration of your health and the continuation of your lineage is essential. Song Yizhu pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat adrift. Regardless of his attempts to steer the conversation, it invariably returned to the subject of progeny. Marshal, Commander Bai, the examination results are in. Here there, a palpable silence enveloped the room as Song Yizhu's comprehensive report was projected above in the conference hall. The stark phrased desire for marking lingered in the air, evoking a blush of embarrassment from Song Yizhu. Words may deceive, yet physiology remains unerring, and pheromones undeniably speak the truth. Marshal, it appears that now is an auspicious moment for the continuation of your lineage. The elevated activity of your pheromones augments the probability of conception, not to mention your physiological needs are beckoning for your wife. This is indeed a fortuitous time. This declaration instilled profound courage within the military assembly, who had previously asserted there was no urgency. Pheromones are not so easily misled. Song Yizhu cleared his throat, uncertain of how to respond. Commander Bai, the results of the genetic compatibility test between the marshal and his wife have also been disclosed. The examining physician presented another report, revealing an SSS grade alpha and an SSS grade omega, boasting a compatibility rate of 100%. A silent exchange of glances transpired among those present, and for a brief moment, silence reigned. A compatibility rate of 100% rendered the necessity for mutual affection obsolete. It was a level of compatibility potent enough to compel matrimony. Previously, there had been others with elevated compatibility rates. Given the SSS grade genes, As long as the counterpart did not possess particularly inferior genes, the compatibility would not be significantly low. Yet, Song Yizhu had not selected any of them, and upon entering marriage, he had chosen one with a compatibility rate of 100%. Marshall, with such exceptional compatibility between you and your wife, your offspring will undoubtedly be remarkable. I implore you both to give this matter earnest consideration. After drawing a couple of deep breaths to quell his astonishment, Bai Chonglin spoke again, his tone now imbued with newfound confidence. Indeed, Marshall, even if you do not regard your own desires, you must contemplate the fate of the galaxy. Quality genes are exceedingly rare. If other alphas and omegas procrastinate in producing offspring as you have, how shall our galaxy endure? How was I ever made aware that I had consented to the examination of my genetic compatibility with my wife? If the prior health report had rendered her somewhat apprehensive, this genetic compatibility assessment completely alleviated her discomfort. Song Yizhu suddenly erupted in fury, prompting a silent exchange of glances among those present, leaving them utterly speechless. Marshall, the genetic compatibility test is inescapable, as we have underscored. Your genes are remarkably precious and must not be squandered. We are merely contemplating the welfare of the galaxy, and with such a high compatibility rate, the public is unlikely to voice any dissent. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such a discussion? You conducted a compatibility test on my wife and me without our consent. Had the results been unfavorable, would you have suggested that my wife or I pursue a divorce? He continued, have I been excessively compliant with your demands, allowing you to encroach upon my private affairs? If you cannot effectively manage the military, perhaps you ought to resign. With those words, Song Yizhu was the first to depart the conference hall, leaving the others in stunned silence. What had commenced as a mere genetic test had ignited Song Yizhu's wrath. Ahem, the Marshal's genetic composition is extraordinarily exceptional, and his emotional volatility is entirely natural. There is no cause for anyone to feel remorseful. You may all disperse. Bai Chonglin offered a cough, attempting to ameliorate the situation, and the others nodded in tacit agreement. The tension surrounding Song Yizhu's emotional state was palpable, and his remarks merely served as a means of providing an escape for those present. Miss Su, your health report has arrived, and, the Marshal's report is also here, along with one more, genetic compatibility testing. Upon seeing the final document, Han Lin paused, recalling that she had not received this particular report. What is it? Zhiyan inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at Han Lin's hesitation. The genetic compatibility results need not be disclosed to Zhiyan. Han Lin was on the verge of responding, but Song Yizhu's message interrupted her, compelling her to quickly shake her head. No, nothing, but I will send you both the health reports for you and the Marshal. Is there not one more report concerning genetic compatibility? Wasn't there supposed to be 3? Zhiyan lowered her gaze to scrutinize Song Yizhu's health report, noting that all indicators were normal, except for the desire for marking and olfactory dysfunction. She had never before heard her mention that. Zhiyan furrowed her brow, a flicker of dissatisfaction rising within her regarding the omission. However, this matter seemed trivial. The Marshal had indicated that it would be prudent for her not to see it. Han Lin, observing her displeasure, replied awkwardly. Song Yizhu stated that it need not be presented to you. Thus it is indeed preferable that you do not view it, is it not? Why? Is the compatibility too low? What is there to conceal? Certainly, it pertained to a genetic examination involving herself and Song Yizhu. It could not possibly imply genetic rejection. Han Lin discreetly opened the report for a fleeting glance, swiftly shaking her head at no. How should I articulate this? Should she reveal that their compatibility was an unequivocal 100%, or that it was remarkably high? If that were the case, there would have been no necessity for Song Yizhu to specifically request that she not disclose it to Zhiyan. What then? Zhiyan scrutinized her demeanor with suspicion. Was it truly essential to be so reticent regarding a solitary report? That is, Miss Su, there are military matters I must attend to. I shall take my leave now. You may proceed downstairs without me. Farewell, Miss Su. After hastily concluding her words, Han Lin did not await a response and turned to flee, her footsteps quickening as if pursued by some dreadful beast. Zhiyan observed her inexplicable retreat, her mind swirling with uncertainties. Concealing olfactory dysfunction was one matter, but why obscure a genetic test? What could be so unspeakable? Han Lin could peruse it, yet she was denied access. The military assembly had previously rebuffed her requests with such resoluteness. What exactly was Song Yizhu orchestrating? Casting a glance at the two reports in her possession, Zhiyan resolved to ascend the stairs for the time being. How did it go? What do the health results indicate? Are you well? Upon receiving Zhiyan's call, Lin Wanqi, clutching a bag of snacks, was accustomed to her inquiries that I am in good health. There is nothing amiss. Zhiyan diverted her attention to a projection while replying, perusing the report. Healthy? Then why the expression on your face? You seem preoccupied with something. Lin Wanqi leisurely scrutinized her demeanor as she took a handful of snacks. Lin Wanqi, do you know me so well that you have installed a surveillance device on me? Zhiyan glanced at her, who was engrossed in the report, her countenance revealing no emotion. I am quite occupied. Where would I find the time to monitor you? So, is there something troubling you? Lin Wanqi retorted haughtily. After all, they had been close friends for nearly a decade. Could she not discern her friend's concealed worries? What are you so busy with? Aren't you merely pregnant? It's not a matter of being troubled or not. I simply do not know how to articulate today's occurrences. Zhiyan hesitated for a moment, uncertain of how to elucidate her predicament. What? Troubled yet untroubled. Did you engage in a dispute with your marshal? What nonsense are you uttering? No. How could that be? What could we possibly argue about? It is already a formidable task to elicit even a few words from Song Yizhu, let alone have a confrontation. If there is nothing amiss, then what accounts for the pronounced reaction? Are you not bound by contract as partners? It appears you are not leveraging each other's strengths very effectively. Lin Wanqi's curiosity was piqued. She set aside her snacks and leaned in closer, captivated by Zhiyan's projection. What do you mean I do not seem to be utilizing him? What are you pondering? How did their discourse meander back to this juncture? Had she not initially intended to discuss the health checkup? Chapter 55. Why bother? I am not preoccupied with anything. Just remember to have an answer ready for the question I posed you the day before yesterday. Come now. What burdens your mind so heavily? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Wanqi chose not to probe further into their relationship, sensing she would receive only ambiguous responses. Well, then would you be vexed if your alpha deliberately withheld certain matters from you? Returning to the crux of the issue, Zhiyan refrained from revealing everything as it pertained to Song Yizhu's personal affairs, best left unspoken. Naturally, I would be incensed, infuriated to the point of desiring a significant altercation, followed by a cold war, and perhaps a theatrical departure, leading to a pursuit for reconciliation thereafter. Were it not for the latter remark, Zhiyan might have believed she was earnest in such intentions. She recognized that Lin Wanqi was merely jesting. I am posing a serious inquiry here. Might you please adopt a more sincere demeanor? Once she discerned that Lin Wanqi was teasing, Zhiyan's tone grew somewhat exasperated. What are you inquiring about? Simply ask about the concealment. It is quite straightforward. Lin Wanqi stifled a laugh and responded with exaggerated seriousness. What is with the awkwardness? It is not as though there exists any ambiguity or entanglement. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to. If it is something deliberately concealed, can the revealed truth be deemed authentic? Her gaze met Zhiyan's, the disdain unmistakable. Oh, come now. If you do not inquire, how will you ascertain whether she will speak the truth to you? You truly ought to learn to articulate your thoughts more freely. Dear. Lin Wanqi felt a multitude of lines of frustration cross her forehead. She sincerely wished to witness a dramatic pursuit of love. Yearning for Zhiyan to be the one in pursuit. There is some merit to that, but not entirely that if it were a matter that could be asked, it is likely not something requiring concealment. Zhiyan, why are you exhibiting such timidity? It is not as though emotions are entwined within this matter. If she harbors a secret, one ought to inquire directly. If discontent prevails, then seek a divorce. You are in possession of the consent form, and with a 5-year health checkup looming, do you genuinely fear the prospect of remaining unaccompanied for such a duration? Lin Wanqi found herself increasingly agitated, perhaps a result of her pregnancy. She could not tolerate Zhiyan's timorous demeanor, which was utterly lacking in fortitude. If you could indeed find companionship within 5 years, what are the 7 years that follow the threshold of adulthood? Zhiyan silently derided this notion in her heart, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, apprehensive that Lin Wanqi would erupt in ire and deliver a well-deserved rebuke. Indeed, if your feelings for her were not authentic, the veiling of secrets would bear little significance. Each individual is entitled to their own enigmas. Not everyone is obligated to exhibit complete transparency. You have withheld familial details from her, thus she bears no responsibility to elucidate every nuance of her existence. However, should you seek understanding, it is imperative to pose the question. If you opt for silence, Who can decipher the tumultuous thoughts that occupy your mind? Zhiyan remained silent for a fleeting moment. Ultimately choosing not to respond, it was not that she lacked the desire to inquire. Rather, she found herself bereft of the courage to do so. Song Yizhu had expressly instructed her to avoid scrutinizing the genetic compatibility report, implicitly shielding her from the awareness of their accord. Furthermore, regarding the military unit, it is likely that she wished to protect Zhiyan from exposure, preserving her anonymity, and what of her parents? Their relationship seemed less than amicable. They may not even be cognizant of her existence. Perhaps a year? 2 years? Eventually, they would part ways, thereby liberating her from any uncomfortable inquiries. Song Yizhu had meticulously orchestrated her plans. Thus, why should Zhiyan be impolite and pry into matters that do not concern her? After a prolonged silence, Lin Wanqi was confronted with Zhiyan's curt retort of forget it, which truly ignited her fury. If that is the case, then you are fated to remain without a partner. To prevent further provoking her wrath, Lin Wanqi hastily terminated the call, her chest heaving with repressed indignation. As Lin Wanqi's figure faded from sight, only the 2 health reports remained before Zhiyan. The absence of olfactory perception, a condition neither trivial nor significant, was an advantageous circumstance for an Omega, as it rendered them less susceptible to the pheromonal influence of alphas. However, for an alpha, this could be a disastrous affliction. An alpha, driven by territorial instincts, would find it nearly unbearable to have their domain encroached upon, and pheromonal interaction served as the foundation for discerning whether their territory had been violated. The loss of smell was akin to incapacitation. The compromise of olfactory nerves due to a blood clot raised unsettling questions about what had transpired. Even the most fundamental bodily functions of an alpha had failed to protect her. Perhaps her serene demeanor was merely a facade, a consequence of her inability to respond to external stimuli, leaving her silent and composed. Perhaps the continuous emanation of pheromones from her was indicative of her unawareness regarding her own pheromonal leakage. The last inquiry she made bore a hint of relief when she stated, "Then that's not my problem," which might also suggest her insecurity stemming from her olfactory loss. Zhiyan paused, shaking off her meandering thoughts. Why was she so invested in this? Why should she concern herself with the reasons behind her loss of smell? Why should she be troubled by her intentional concealment? Why should she preoccupy herself with Song Yizhu? The room felt eerily vacant. Every movement she made was known solely to her. The absence of a silent figure beside her, along with the lack of the faint aroma of peach wood, left her feeling inexplicably disquieted. The creeping anxiety of separation enveloped her, despite the fact that she had only recently parted from Song Yizhu. During this delicate phase, such feelings ought not to have emerged. At that juncture, her physiological needs should have rendered her more reliant on her alpha. She concealed the 2 reports and settled onto the sofa, the solitude around her pierced only by her own breath. "Marshal, Miss Su has been returned." Having evaded Zhiyan's gaze, Han Lin hastily made her way to Song Yizhu's office. "Have you sent her the genetic match report?" Before Song Yizhu lay the genetic matching assessment. And upon Han Lin's entrance, her countenance remained impassive. "No, I only provided you and Miss Su's health check reports. Mine." Song Yizhu finally responded, shifting her gaze from the report before her to Han Lin. Did she also disclose her health report to Zhiyan? She must be aware of the loss of smell by now. What might her thoughts be? Does she harbor resentment for being an imperfect alpha? Or does she blame herself for concealing the truth? "Yes, your health report was also forwarded to Miss Su. She inquired specifically about the genetic compatibility report. However, you had instructed her otherwise, and she set it aside at the last moment." Han Lin pondered how fortuitously timed her arrival had been. She was but 2 seconds away from a significant blunder. "Very well. You may take your leave." Song Yizhu remained silent for a moment, offering no further remarks. "All right. Wait. Inform the other marshals that Xiao Jingwei can be removed from the list of potential heirs." Just as she was about to depart, Song Yizhu suddenly recalled the impetuous 6th princess from earlier. Given her temperament, she was ill-suited to be an heir. Very well. Han Lin was not surprised by this decision. It would have been more astonishing had she not made it. Chapter 56. The contract the office succumbed to silence once more. And at this moment, the report in her hand lost its significance. With a compatibility rate of 100%, once the military unit became aware, given their emphasis on her progeny, she would be bound to herself. Would she be willing? Her gaze fell upon the formidable little tiger on her desk, a finely crafted artifact exuding vitality, its four diminutive paws resembling four small yellow mangosteens. Utterly charming, had she merely sought a matrimonial alliance. Only to become the greatest impediment. Vice Marshal Han, have there been any developments concerning the alien tribes in the south? Report, Marshal, not yet. How long had it been since she left the office? Why was Song Yizhu suddenly contemplating the alien tribes? I shall take a small team to investigate. Have the team leader return, However, Marshal, your health is currently ill-suited for piloting a mech. Han Lin hesitated. What had ignited her sudden eagerness to spearhead a mission involving the alien tribes? No, arrange it. Han Lin wished to further persuade her, but upon recalling Song Yizhu's temperament, she refrained. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Yes, expedite the process. After imparting her final directive, Song Yizhu offered no additional commentary. Her swift preparations were scheduled for the evening, and as the clock struck 10 without the sound of her footsteps, Zhiyan realized she had embarked on yet another mission. Oh, Miss Su, are you losing sleep out of excitement over my presence? The dark circles beneath her eyes were more pronounced than those of a panda. Observing her friend's fatigue, Lin Wanqi could not resist a playful jab. You spent the entire night pondering your feelings. Didn't you? Stop flattering me. Zhiyan retorted sharply, casting her a glare. What is the reason, then? Are you hopelessly in love? Feeling melancholic in the dead of night. Undeterred by the rebuttal, Lin Wanqi's curiosity intensified. No, she was on a mission. What a tumultuous scene. Her ability for loquacity surpassed even that of Zhiyan. If there exists a mission, so be it. After all, a proper marshal must be exceedingly occupied. Lin Wanqi scoffed at the triviality of it all. I wished to engage her in conversation last night. Really? Have you lost your senses? Did you not declare it was over when you hung up yesterday? How is it that you suddenly yearn to converse with her this evening? I detest you. Zhiyan replied coolly, absent-mindedly toying with a coffee spoon. No need for pleasantries, my dear. Very well, I shall refrain from further bickering with you. What on earth is transpiring? You feel displeased when she conceals secrets from you. Yet now you find yourself restless because she is on a mission. Do you not think your emotions are excessively swayed by her? Lin Wanqi retorted playfully, recalling the main issue and opting to avoid idle chatter. She nodded in concession. You concede? How rare. Lin Wanqi raised her gaze to meet hers. Skepticism etched across her face. This individual, not usually quite obstinate. Suvi nodded once more, her ears subtly tinged with color. Wait a moment, just hold on. Lin Wanqi's mind raced, replaying the conversation. What's the matter? I won't regret it. No one will stir my heart. Do you remember? Miss Su, were you not adamant about evading the tribulations of love? How is it that you have now acknowledged your feelings? I have not admitted anything. Zhiyan felt a flush of embarrassment as her resolute words reverberated back to her. Responding defiantly. Indeed, you did not state it outright, yet you have undeniably acknowledged that your emotions are influenced by her. Her tone dripped with irony, clearly exasperating Zhiyan, who wished to cover her mouth. Do you believe her sudden mission is a calculated effort to evade me? Zhiyan dismissed her playful banter and deftly redirected the conversation. It is indeed plausible. After all, there are those who are entirely disinclined to deepen their connections. Lin Wanqi nodded in contemplation, expressing her concurrence that it is not a decision I can unilaterally make. Yesterday, during the health assessment, I underwent a genetic compatibility test with her. Zhiyan leisurely sipped her black coffee as she elaborated. Oh, what were the outcomes? A perfect match, a celestial union. Given Zhiyan's exceptional qualities, her compatibility with anyone should be commendable. I am uncertain. She refused to allow me a glimpse. She shook her head, her countenance betraying her dissatisfaction. Why not? You proceeded with it, so why not share the results? Is the compatibility disappointingly low, perhaps, or maybe she simply wishes to avoid granting me leverage against her, though it was merely her unfounded conjecture. The more she pondered it, the more resolute she became. Use it as leverage against her, to compel her into a commitment with you. What are your intentions? Will you be candid with her and prepare yourself for the tribulations of love? After playfully teasing her for a while, Lin Wanqi adopted a more serious tone. I have declared that I am not a masochist. This is a principle she steadfastly upholds. Enduring hardship is not her inclination. Oh, perhaps one should simply savor the sweetness of love. Never mind. That is of little consequence. I had assumed you would repress your feelings until the inevitable dissolution of your relationship. I do not desire a parting. Yet I sense that she harbors no affection for me. Or perhaps she remains exceptionally guarded in my presence. Zhiyan pressed her lips together, revealing her innermost thoughts. The idea of parting ways with Song Yizhu seems insufferable, particularly when she contemplates the alterations to her appearance caused by another. The thought is utterly unbearable. Is it because she has concealed something from you? Or is it due to her reluctance to disclose the genetic compatibility results? It seems quite reasonable to feel protective for those two reasons. Both? I presume. She is troubled by both. Otherwise, she would not have lost sleep over is concealing the truth of virtue or a vice. A vice, I believe. How did you feel upon uncovering it? Anger, disdain, blame? Initially, I felt anger, followed by a hint of worry and a touch of curiosity. To be frank, it is impossible not to feel anger. After all, it was something deliberately hidden, and no one would find pleasure in that. Not even the slightest trace of disdain. Not at all. When she inquired, Zhiyan distinctly recalled that the matter of sensory loss indeed constitutes a significant shortcoming for an alpha. However, as for disdain, she felt none. Miss Su, you must be quite enamored. She is yet to enter into a relationship with you, yet your concern for her is palpable. We are partners. We have formalized our relationship. It is entirely natural to care, a contractual relationship. Miss Su. Those 3 words effortlessly shattered the confidence she had painstakingly constructed. Well, it's all right. After all, you have formalized your relationship, thus affording you ample time to comprehend and adapt. There is no need to rush. Observing her friend's mood was rather dim. Lin Wanqi hastily offered a soothing remark. Chapter 57. Do not suffer needlessly. I know, Zhiyan affirmed with a nod, although inwardly she did not entirely concur. It was merely a registration, not an unbreakable bond. Should their genetic compatibility be lacking, divorce is undoubtedly an option. Your concern renders my worries seem trivial. What troubles you? Are you fretting that someone might lose sleep over love? Ah, it appears you have already begun to lose sleep. Lin Wanqi jested about her dark circles, and it seemed her appetite would soon wane as well. It is not that exaggerated. Truly, do not allow it to appear as though I am overly fixated on romance. It is simply that I lingered awake a touch too late. Must we dwell upon it? I perceive great potential in you. Lin Wanqi cast a sidelong glance and took a sip of the milk before her. If you find yourself unable to express your thoughts, you might as well indulge in more milk. I appreciate your concern for both myself and my child. Speaking of which, is it not merely a month along? How could it possibly hear you? According to the timeline, the initial prenatal examination typically occurs between the 6th and 12th weeks. This little one is but a month old. That is merely a psychological preparation for an expectant mother. A subconscious reminder to protect the child. Oh, I do not quite grasp it. Zhiyan gently shook her head. She had never encountered the concept of nurturing new life. When you find yourself with child, you will understand. A small life developing within you is a continuation of both your and her lineage, and you will eagerly anticipate its growth and arrival with each passing day. Zhiyan suddenly sensed a maternal radiance emanating from her, reminiscent of her Omega father, brimming with affection for pregnancy. Zhiyan cast her gaze downward at her abdomen, still unprepared to entertain the notion of bearing a child. However, the prospect of having a child with Song Yi was indeed rather exhilarating. What occupies your thoughts? Are you contemplating motherhood? No. Are you not concerned that your alpha is disregarding your contemplations? Zhiyan found herself at a loss for words. She merely cast her gaze downward. Was it truly necessary to guess so precisely? Pay it no mind. She attends to my words now. Speaking of which, I still need to send her a message. You have been away for but an hour. Is it truly necessary to exhibit such clinginess? Zhiyan glanced at the clock. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and their meeting had scarcely lasted half an hour. What is the essence of time? What harm lies in an hour? When at home, we converse every 2 hours. Even in our discussions, I find myself needing to inquire. Quite possessive indeed. Lin Wanqi could not suppress a roll of her eyes, ever since the confirmation of her pregnancy. That alpha at home had adopted a demeanor akin to tracking her every movement, yearning to remain by her side at all times. Upon hearing her thoughts, Zhiyan fell into silence, deep in contemplation, her hand once again absently stirring her cup of black coffee. Speaking of possessiveness, Song Yizhu appeared to have never exhibited such tendencies. As she often remarked, she possesses a gentleness that is almost uncharacteristic of an alpha. What troubles you? Are your thoughts once more preoccupied with your alpha? Upon elevating her gaze, Lin Wanqi discerned that the girl had once more succumbed to a reverie. What is rightfully yours is not necessarily yours in totality. Likewise, the other individual does not assert dominion over you due to a possessive inclination. Burdened with overwhelming desires, in this moment, she earnestly yearned for the other party to exhibit such traits for that which is not cherished. Possessiveness fails to materialize. Miss Su, you appear to be lost in thought to a worrisome extent. Noticing the other person's silence, Lin Wanqi felt compelled to wave her hand before her face, ultimately rousing her from her trance. No, still obstinate. Your expression nearly shouts, I miss her in bold letters. You dare not advance nor retreat, which will inevitably lead you to madness. Lin Wanqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Women who have never tasted love often behave in such a manner, cowards. I am uncertain, Zhiyan stammered, at last managing to articulate her indecision, almost provoking Lin Wanqi further. I see you need not suffer for love. You are already tormented without having even encountered it. Lin Wanqi scrutinized her from head to toe. Feeling so awkward, you ought not to endure this anguish. Go inspect your lips and ascertain whether your vocal cords are ensnared, yet you cannot utter a word to her. Merely lost in contemplation, my head aches. After being subjected to such mental acrobatics, Zhiyan felt her thoughts swirling even more, her black coffee rippling in synchrony with her tumultuous heart. I am earnest. Perhaps it would be prudent for you two to part ways before becoming too enmeshed. Lin Wanqi rested her chin upon her hand, suddenly proposing, weren't you just urging me to boldly pursue love? Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback. Had this person's disposition shifted so rapidly? That may be true, but witnessing your current state, I believe it is wiser for you to refrain from engagement, or perhaps it is best to avoid this topic altogether. It seems you might lose yourself. Why do you assert that? Abstaining is understandable, but why not with Song Yizhu? Does she not harbor an abundance of secrets? One must gradually discern, perpetually enshrouded in obscurity, leading to mutual fatigue. Lin Wanqi hesitated, momentarily reflecting before arriving at her conclusion. Well, it matters not. She likely harbors no affection for me. It is perhaps best left unspoken. Upon hearing this, Zhiyan unexpectedly felt a surge of relief. Unraveling another's thoughts is indeed a taxing endeavor. Lin Wanqi, in frustration, contemplated how she had tirelessly encouraged her to pursue the relationship, only to encounter her reluctance. Now, when she proposed to cease further efforts, she readily acquiesced. If she no longer desired to progress, she should simply articulate it rather than vacillating. After reaching a provisional resolution on the matter, the two resumed their aimless discourse, engaging in trivial conversations. My dear, when shall you return home? For what purpose? What time is it? Upon receiving a call from Yulan, Lin Wanqi felt a pang of helplessness. Hadn't she just messaged her? Why the sudden phone call? It is already my off-duty time. Where are you? I shall come to collect you. No need. I can return on my own? Absolutely not. I am en route now. Yulan would not permit her to return alone. After verifying the location, she drove towards her destination. Lin Wanqi gazed at the ended call, feeling both sweet and helpless. It appeared someone was once again to be escorted home. TSK. Zhiyan observed her, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. It was finally her opportunity to jest. What brings you such delight? With time to spare, you ought to reflect more on your own affairs with your esteemed commander. The susceptibility period of summer is swiftly approaching. What if emotions reignite? Lin Wanqi's words were both ambiguous and suggestive, subtly encouraging her to seize this moment to deepen their relationship. I know. Zhiyan nodded, though she did not take it to heart. Song Yizhu was on a mission. Who could say if she would return before the susceptibility period concluded, if one genuinely desired to evade the discourse of emotions? It would be prudent to seek the company of another for the night. After all, pleasure reigns supreme. Following a final exchange, the two departed from the CAF in unison. Yulan arrived punctually, personally opening the car door for her wife, only acknowledging Zhiyan once she had securely closed the door. Farewell, I do return early, until our next encounter. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Wanqi lowered the window to bid her farewell. Zhiyan waved, observing as their vehicle receded from view. Such tenderness and devotion. This is the essence of a truly loving relationship. Retrieving her gaze, Zhiyan turned to summon her own taxi. Chapter 58, though she was cognizant that Song Yizhu would likely not return before the period of vulnerability. Zhiyan found herself recalling the moments they had shared. Those mundane, ambiguous, intertwined memories. In a surprising turn of events, she returned in mid-August, nearly a month later. Miss Su, returning so late, Han Lin called out upon spotting a familiar figure. Initially incredulous, Vice Commander, her gaze fell upon Song Yizhu. Her mouth agape, yet no words emerged. "Good evening, Tao Tao." Meeting her gaze, Song Yizhu greeted her with effortless grace, appearing entirely unperturbed by the earlier test results. "I shall take my leave now, Marshal." Han Lin, sensing the unspoken tension, promptly vacated the vicinity for the two. "Good evening." The affectionate moniker dispelled the estrangement that had lingered throughout their separation. Zhiyan scrutinized her features. In the dim light, clarity eluded her, yet the droop of her eyes betrayed her fatigue. "I will return first." Receiving a nod in acknowledgement, Song Yizhu had no inclination to prolong the conversation. "Wait, I wish to speak with you." As she prepared to retreat indoors, Su Jian's voice halted her. Later, she was aware of Su Jian's desire to discuss something, yet she preferred to retreat to her own sanctuary first. The nape of her neck felt slightly damp. Song Yizhu suspected what was about to transpire and frowned subtly. "Very well." Su Jian observed her hurried flight into the house, her steps brisk. The aroma of peachwood in the air felt unusually pronounced this evening. Had she once again overlooked her pheromones permeating the atmosphere? Upon entering her chamber, Song Yizhu could not resist caressing the back of her neck, the semi-transparent pheromones clinging to her fingers, timely as ever. Song Yizhu pressed her lips together, retrieving a suppressor from her drawer and unhesitatingly injecting it into her arm. Only after feeling the warmth recede from her neck did she proceed to shower, activating the air purification system beforehand. Although she could not perceive it, it was imperative to eliminate any lingering scents. Should they reach Su Jian, it would present a dilemma. "What do you wish to discuss?" After confirming that the suppressor patch was securely in place, Song Yizhu gracefully stepped from the balcony into her chamber, where Su Jian was seated upon the sofa, absorbed in her wristband. "Regarding genetic compatibility. Why can I not perceive it?" Upon Song Yizhu's arrival, Su Jian promptly addressed the matter, setting her wristband aside. "There is nothing obstructing your view. I simply consider it unnecessary." Although the information was readily available for her examination, Su Jian felt it unwarranted to disclose. The compatibility percentage was astonishing, and she feared it might prompt Su Jian to overanalyze or assume that she intended to bind her through such compatibility. "Why is it unnecessary?" Song Yizhu met her gaze, maintaining a silent standoff for a few moments before finally presenting the report. Compatibility 0.100%. She had contemplated that their genetic compatibility might be low or perhaps elevated, but she had never envisaged it to be this profound. "Ah, you do not seem particularly pleased. Are you worried I might become overly attached to you?" The single-syllable response from her companion ignited her suspicions. "Not at all. It may not be advantageous for you. Hence I would prefer you remain oblivious to in truth, she would welcome Su Jian's closeness." This reasoning evidently alleviated her unease, as long as it did not imply that Su Jian intended to distance herself. It was indeed a promising indication. Why utter such words? It is merely a genetic compatibility assessment. How could it possibly be detrimental to you? You possess virtually no chance of severing ties with me. The military alliance would not permit partners of high compatibility to part ways. You also lack the opportunity to pursue alternative destinies. While she did not anticipate Su Jian developing feelings for her, allowing the latter to flirt with others in her presence was hardly tenable. She harbored a selfish desire to retain Su Jian by her side until she discovered her own affections. Should Su Jian fall for another, she would reluctantly let her go, but that was a decision she could not make lightly at this juncture. However, conceding to allow her to pursue her own affections was a concession she could not easily make as an alpha unwilling to share her partner with anyone else. Being bound to an alpha with dulled senses is rather discomforting, is it not? There exists a formidable support, prohibiting separation. How does this differ from being shackled together? This was precisely what Su Jian had been yearning for. "Indeed, I comprehend. Let us also deliberate on other matters." Suppressing the smile that threatened to emerge, Su Jian, who had previously feared Song Yizhu might desire a divorce, now found herself untroubled by that notion. The issue of dulled senses is likely incurable. It has been 3 years. Song Yizhu was aware of Su Jian's intended discussion and thus spoke first. 3 years. May I inquire about the cause? Has it truly been that long? She had assumed it was a matter of recent concern. That information constitutes classified military data. Song Yizhu shook her head. The issue entailed numerous individuals and circumstances, long buried, and it seemed unlikely that it would resurface. Very well, then, she resolutely declined, leaving Zhiyan somewhat disheartened, though she did not pursue the matter any further. What, then, is the current treatment plan? Upon inquiring about the cause, Zhiyan recalled the treatment strategy. With the advancements in modern medicine, addressing a blood clot should be relatively straightforward, should it not? There exists no treatment plan. We are still awaiting further developments. She would merely feign ignorance towards the suggestion of spending more time with highly compatible omegas. Does it hurt when injured? If a blood clot compresses the nerves, it must have resulted from a significant impact. Although 3 years have passed, while the pain may have lessened, the repercussions endure that I do not recall. Song Yizhu shook her head. It was not that she had entirely forgotten, but rather that the details had become indistinct. Certainly, it had caused her pain, but after enduring numerous injuries, certain particulars faded from her memory. Are the scars upon your chest and legs remnants of that incident? During their initial intimate encounter, she had observed the scars adorning her body. While most were inconspicuous, 2 stood out prominently. Were they unsightly? This question eluded her memory. Perhaps an overwhelming number of events had clouded her thoughts, rendering such trivialities unremarkable. Song Yizhu's hand instinctively brushed against the pronounced scar on her right thigh, slightly larger than half a palm. Not unsightly. They symbolize your accomplishments. Zhiyan noted her gesture, but refrained from comment, merely offering praise. Very well. Is there anything else? She nodded once more, her expression impassive, her tone devoid of inflection, which aroused no suspicion in Zhiyan. The delicate tip of her ear, concealed beneath her flowing locks, turned a faint shade of crimson, imperceptible to the casual observer. No, I suppose I shall take my leave now. Do rest early. Chapter 59. Miss Su. The Marshal has arranged for the procurement of omega-specific suppressants for you. They are expected to arrive today, accompanied by another item that will require a bit more time. Suppressants acquired specifically for her. Zhiyan felt a sense of perplexity as the intelligent assistant in the room promptly announced the delivery, a box containing 12 doses, evidently exceeding the dosage required for a single susceptibility period. Is the Marshal preparing to venture out soon? Zhiyan inquired, glancing at the small box of suppressants in her grasp. Not at all. Uncertain of her reasoning, Han Lin nonetheless responded truthfully, adding, if you wish to inquire about Song Yizhu's whereabouts, why not simply ask her directly? Why must you procure inhibitors for me? Moreover, she possesses the full capability to acquire them independently. The Marshal has indicated that your susceptibility period is nearing, and it would be prudent to be prepared. Although this operation left Han Lin perplexed, she dutifully conveyed the original message. Pray, confide in me. Has your Marshal's physical condition declined following the mission? If there were any issues, would it not be simpler to inquire directly with the Marshal? Han Lin shook her head vigorously. She was unaware of such matters. Nevertheless, upon his return, he seemed entirely untroubled. How could anything be amiss? And if there were concerns, would one not simply verify them in person? If there are no issues, what necessitates the use of inhibitors? Is there trepidation regarding the navigation of the susceptibility period together? Has your Marshal's susceptibility period indeed commenced? Yes, he returned yesterday. Han Lin nodded. Yet now Song Yizhu is already undergoing training, surprisingly not advised by the military group to retreat and endure her susceptibility period. What an uncommon occurrence. This is hardly characteristic of the military group. So, is she at home now? Is it not said that during her susceptibility period, she might disrupt the normal activities of other alphas? No, she is presently in training. During the susceptibility period, her physical prowess is remarkably enhanced, rendering her exceptionally qualified for piloting mechas. Song Yizhu possesses an extraordinary affinity for mechas and operates them with remarkable finesse. Soon acknowledged this with a subtle nod, her expression enigmatic that I shall refrain from further probing into this matter. The Marshal has summoned me for training. Han Lin concluded the communication and approached the Azure Mecha. Following the termination of the call, Zhiyan cast her gaze downward at the inhibitors in her hand. Was the last instant she returned from a mission without a personal gift the reason for this particular batch of inhibitors being presented as a token? Amused by her own reflections, Zhiyan chuckled softly. Although Song Yizhu had grown somewhat reticent and subdued, it hardly justified the offering of inhibitors as a gift. "Master, a delivery from the robot has arrived," the mechanical assistant announced quietly, its feminine voice resonating in the stillness of the room. Fortunately, she was not lost in contemplation. Otherwise, the sudden sound might have startled her. Han Lin had mentioned that another item was being delivered. It couldn't possibly be alpha-specific inhibitors, could it? She contemplated as she leisurely approached the door. The diminutive robot stood before her, cradling a gift box. The robot briefly scanned her, seemingly validating her identity as the intended recipient. Before presenting the offering, "Delivery complete. Farewell, guest." Once assured that Suan had accepted the parcel, the little automaton departed. The box was light, and a gentle shake revealed no sound, intensifying her curiosity regarding its contents. Although tempted to unveil the mystery, Suzuan refrained from opening the box. She opted to keep its purpose undisclosed. Considering it might pertain to Song Yizhu, it would be wise to wait until she returned to inquire about the rationale behind her purchase of omega inhibitors for herself and why she had not mentioned her susceptibility period. If her recent experience with the fragrant peachwood held true, it likely intensified when her pheromones were abundant. Furthermore, she had already sensed the onset of her susceptibility period, prompting her swift return to her quarters. "Marshal, may I challenge you?" Before Han Lin could prepare in the control room, a black mecha had already arrived before Song Yizhu, and the voice of Xiao Jingwei resonated through the communication headset, slightly elevated in pitch. Observing the holographic display of the black mecha, Song Yizhu casually nodded, readying herself for combat. Noticing her nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Jingyue's expression tightened slightly. After all, what power could a mere marshal, only 9 years her senior, possibly possess? Song Yizhu remained unperturbed, her thoughts undisturbed. The augmentation of her physical prowess undeniably heightened her connection with mecha, enabling her to attain a level of synergy reminiscent of a flawless union. Xiao Jingyue's mecha brandished an energy sword and commenced the initial assault, crouching and launching forward with a conventional stance. The silver-white mecha stood motionless, exhibiting no inclination to evade her oncoming strike. Such sluggish reactions, what vigor could one possess at such a tender age? Xiao Jingwei scoffed internally, pushing the joystick further to accelerate her mecha's speed towards the silver one. Song Yizhu subtly maneuvered the joystick, causing the silver-white mecha to deftly retreat to the left, effortlessly evading her onslaught. Without a moment's hesitation, the right mechanical arm executed a backward elbow strike, sending the black mecha reeling and causing Xiao Jingwei to lose her grip on the joystick within the control room. With such a meager affinity and lethargic speed, encountering an extraterrestrial species would undoubtedly result in calamity. Further training is essential. With this level of affinity and speed, she would scarcely rival a lieutenant. Again, Song Yizhu, uninterested in frivolous exchanges, commanded as the silver-white mecha delivered a formidable kick, propelling the black mecha off the competition stage. "Song Yizhu, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Jingyue's furious voice resonated through the communication headset, her frustration palpable as she endeavored to regain her composure. Han Lin, intervene. Song Yizhu, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Jingyue's plight, gestured toward Han Lin, who stood nearby. The Azure mecha cast a fleeting glance at the fallen black mecha before finally stepping onto the stage. "What is this? Was it not stated that alphas in their susceptibility period experience emotional instability? Why provoke me?" Han Lin lamented, scrutinizing her mecha's mechanical arm, not out of concern for her own well-being, but rather for her mecha, which had recently undergone maintenance. She hoped their marshal would show some compassion for her mecha and refrain from delivering such merciless blows. Regrettably, Han Lin's hopes were dashed. The increasingly rapid movements and aggressive strikes afforded no opportunity for capitulation. "Major Xiao, care for a spar?" After enduring relentless punishment, the Azure mecha bore numerous scratches, the black marks glaringly conspicuous. Now it was Han Lin's turn to feel exasperated. "Major Han, do you truly believe you are worthy of a match against me?" The ebony mecha, now standing tall and formidable beneath the radiant sunlight, presented a striking contrast to the cerulean mecha. Han Lin clenched her jaw, her vexation intensifying as she beheld the stark disparity. While she endured the oppressive command of Song Yizhu, her adversary remained unscathed and unaffected by the turmoil, igniting her frustration to a fever pitch. To thwart Song Yizhu's potential evasion, Suzuan made her way purposefully to her own balcony, bringing along the box from that morning. Song Yizhu's balcony mirrored her own, furnished with a set of wicker tables and chairs. Stripped of any ornamental embellishments, With the summer break dragging on, she sought to engage herself in various pursuits. Her balcony flourished with an array of petite plants, charming succulents, and a few cacti. Each day, she devoted time to nurturing these little green companions, a delightful pastime to fill the hours. "What brings you here?" By the time Song Yizhu returned, the evening had already descended. Aware of her schedule, Su Yuan had not lingered long, allowing her to revel in the sunset. "A truly enchanting experience that I was waiting for you. This was delivered this morning." Su Yuan extended the box toward her, uttering no further words. "Do you not like it?" Song Yizhu accepted the square box, perfectly sealed, revealing no signs of having been opened. For a fleeting moment, she grappled with Su Yuan's intentions. "I asked this for me." She initially assumed it was something Han Lin had requested her to hold, given it had been entrusted to her. Upon realizing that Su Yuan believed it to be a gift intended for her, Song Yizhu nodded, returning the box to her. "What is it?" Su Yuan refrained from revealing the contents. It was a gift. Song Yizhu was not naive enough to disclose its nature directly. "Why gift me something?" Su Yuan pondered the essence of the gift while feigning ignorance, deliberately probing further. "As I previously mentioned, I intended to bring you a gift from my mission." This was neither a request Su Yuan had made nor a promise Song Yizhu had expressed. Nevertheless, she returned with the item. "I thought you would forget. It had merely been a transient remark," and indeed, she hoped the other would grasp her implication. Yet in that moment, Song Yizhu had made no promises. She assumed the message had not been fully comprehended. To her astonishment, not only had it been understood, but it had also been fulfilled, despite the absence of any commitment or demand on her part. "Of course I remember. I made a promise. I will bring you gifts in the future. Let us see if you like it." Her unvoiced thoughts remained unarticulated as Song Yizhu urged her to reveal its contents. "What will you do if I do not like it?" Su Yuan dutifully complied, opening it while playfully teasing her. "Then I shall bring another. If it is not from you, I shall refuse it." Would she truly present several options for her to choose from? "Then I shall bring a multitude next time." Song Yizhu contemplated silently, having never entertained the notion that Su Yuan might harbor discontent, and resolved to ensure a diverse selection would be available in the future. "What is this?" A pink orb rested serenely within the box, embellished with exquisite floral and animal embroidery against a soft pink backdrop. The edges of the embroidered sphere were adorned with delicate golden trimmings, glistening under the light, while a crimson silk tassel at the base beautifully complemented the pink orb. Su Yuan was instantly enamored with the charming little sphere, its exquisite craftsmanship and allure utterly mesmerizing. "This is a minority embroidered ball, intricately fashioned. I thought you might appreciate it." Song Yizhu gazed at the embroidered ball cradled in her hands. Her time was limited, and she could not devote herself to every stitch. Thus she had merely completed the final assembly of the 12 petals. The 12 petals of the embroidered ball symbolize our years together. You guessed correctly. I could truly cherish it. Why fingers glide over the slightly raised threads of embroidery, densely packed and exquisitely delicate. It is genuinely beautiful. If you find joy in it, that is sufficient. By the way, why did you not present it to me directly? After examining the embroidered ball, Su Zhiyan returned it to the box. Although she felt a surge of elation, she remained resolute in her intention to confront her. Left in the office, it was delivered by the robot due to the day's training. When Song Yizhu met her inquisitive gaze, her sincere response did little to quell Su Zhiyan's suspicions. What was amiss with that omega-specific suppressor from earlier? "My sensitive period has not yet arrived. Furthermore, I do not require a suppressor." Su Zhiyan refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead fixing her gaze upon her. Soon, Song Yizhu hesitated, adding a remark that suggested she had meticulously memorized Su Zhiyan's sensitive period. Akin to a voyeur. "How do you know? Have you been keeping track?" Unsurprisingly, her eyes bore a sharp intensity, a silent threat embedded in her stare. "No, is merely a few days apart. There is no necessity to remember it specifically. You know my sensitive period is approaching without the need for you to recall it. Is it because yours has begun?" No, another flat denial that caused Su Zhiyan to clench her fists involuntarily. I asked Han Lin. The other party's emphatic denial nearly provoked a laugh of anger from Su Zhiyan. She claims her sensitivity. The efficacy of the inhibitor was clearly waning, and with her relentless teasing, Song Yizhu was evidently nearing her limit. "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" She feigned ignorance, fully cognizant that the predicament was of her own making, yet she persisted in her charade of innocence. "I present you with two alternatives. Retreat to your chamber and resume our prior discourse, or take the inhibitor and abstain from returning this month. Although she proffered a choice, she deliberately drew her closer. The delicate aroma of peach wood enveloping them. Song Yizhu's gaze shifted towards her, shrouded and inscrutable, silent. Yet her hands began to stir. My gift. Suddenly lifted from the ground. Zhiyan felt an exhilarating delight at her choice, but could not resist the temptation to tease her further. We shall retrieve it on the morrow. Once a choice was extended, the constructed defenses crumbled in an instant. Manifestly, what held significance now surpassed the hard-won gift. Did I not say? Let us continue our previous conversation. An urgent kiss landed. The person before her was entirely an embodiment of fragrance. The scent of peach would enveloping both of them and permeating the room, continuously be fingers pinching her ear. Zhiyan commenced her inquiry. How could ephemeral marks lead to something enduring? Are you deliberately eluding my questions? No. Then why did your initial reaction upon seeing me, during your vulnerable period, prompt you to retreat homeward? You administered the inhibitor and even procured it for me, clearly with no intention of sharing this sensitive period, correct? This time, she opted for silence, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Yet her movements did not cease. She occasionally nuzzled against her neck, inciting sensations that were undeniably torturous. The person in her embrace remained utterly uncooperative, leaving her somewhat exasperated. You harbor feelings for me. After covering her mouth with her hand, she finally paused to gaze into her eyes. Song Yizhu steadied herself, intending to respond, but her mouth was once again covered, compelling her to blink pleadingly, yearning for liberation. If you do not cherish me, there is no need to articulate it. I would prefer not to hear it. If you do, lean closer to my ear, so I may hear you distinctly. Feeling somewhat helpless, Song Yizhu found herself unable to articulate her emotions. Ultimately, she liberated one hand to remove the hand covering her mouth, playfully biting it as she leaned in to whisper in her ear, I have cherished you since the very first moment I beheld you. If you wish to declare your affection, whisper it in my left ear, as it is closest to my heart. You. The initial encounter had been a collision, accompanied by a delicate scent of peach wood. At that moment, her expression had remained neutral. Now, asserting that her feelings had originated from their very first meeting left Song Yizhu in disbelief. If you harbor affection for me, why do you evade my presence? Are you apprehensive? Given her circumstances, Zhiyan quickly deduced the reason for her persistent rejection. Ultimately, it distilled down to one cause: the loss of smell. Chapter 62. This is merely the beginning. Was it truly more profound than the mere absence of one's olfactory senses? Her hand tenderly caressed Song Yizhu's face, revealing not only a physiological yearning in her gaze, but also an uncontrollable sincerity, akin to that of a puppy. It appeared she had never contemplated this perspective. In comparison to Zhiyan, was the loss of smell genuinely of greater significance? Hesitating, she reflected, perhaps it was indeed more consequential. Zhiyan observed her with keen interest, fully aware that the two were not comparable, yet could not resist the temptation to tease her. No, had not the last medical report indicated that the blood clot was loosening? What was the reason? Her swift retort elicited a soft chuckle from Zhiyan, as he recalled the previous medical report. Song Yizhu had not foreseen that she would remember the particulars. After a brief pause, she disclosed, the doctor indicated that high-quality omega pheromones aid in restoring my sense of smell. Then why did you not mention it when I inquired last night? Were you concealing it from me? Zhiyan's fingers playfully pinched her cheek, already suspecting she would remain reticent. In the future. Do not withhold anything from me, understood? She remained silent, seemingly hesitant. Of course, I shall not pry into past matters. Merely share what you can with me. Is that agreeable? At this, Song Yizhu promptly nodded. Some matters were not intentionally hidden, but rather impossible to articulate, much like events from 3 years past that remained unspoken. Obedient. Zhiyan pulled her closer, enveloping them in a fervent kiss. What is our current relationship? We are partners. In every conceivable sense, struggling to suppress her physiological desires, she suddenly withdrew, eliciting a hint of dissatisfaction from Song Yizhu, yet she obediently answered. Zhiyan, finally satisfied, leaned in to kiss her once more. The scent of peach wood in the room intensified. If she did not grant herself some relief soon, she feared she might lose her sanity. Assist me in removing the inhibitor patch. Her sensitive period had yet to arrive, and the inhibitor patch was securely affixed to the nape of her neck. Bite it off. Reflecting for a moment, she added, "Did you not say that omega pheromones assist in restoring your sense of smell? Moreover, if I do not tease you now, when shall I?" Song Yizhu pressed her lips together, acutely aware that the other was teasing her with playful intent. "Hurry," Zhiyan urged, observing her hesitation. Left with no alternative, Song Yizhu leaned in closer, her breath warm against Zhiyan's neck, igniting a ticklish sensation within her. "Tao, could you lift up a bit?" The gland was situated lower on her nape, rendering it impossible for her to directly bite the edge of the inhibitor patch. After several futile attempts, she found herself in a quandary. "No," she said, wrapping her arms around Zhiyan's neck and shaking her head mischievously. "If you do not remove the inhibitor patch, you shall not be permitted to touch anywhere else." Just as Zhiyan appeared ready to withdraw once more, she leisurely added, "If you do not remove the patch, I will not allow you to touch anywhere else." Frustrated, Song Yizhu could not help but bite her neck in exasperation. "Let me tear it off, Tao. I feel dreadful." After another round of unsuccessful efforts to reach the inhibitor patch, panic began to set in. "How dreadful do you feel?" Zhiyan inquired, reaching for an ape again. The overflow had indeed become quite severe. No wonder she was pleading for mercy. "Aren't you fond of taking inhibitors? Why have you not yet taken action? Is merely pleading for mercy adequate for me to grant you clemency?" Song Yizhu stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by her intentions. Did she imply that she should take the inhibitor? "What troubles you? You favor inhibitors, yet not me. Do you intend to take the inhibitor instead?" Noticing her hesitant demeanor, Zhiyan quickly elucidated, guiding her back to the appropriate course. After finally leading her back to bed, she could not afford to let a single remark send her scurrying for an inhibitor again. "That would render her efforts futile. That I hold affection for you," she confessed. Song Yizhu shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "Who would choose to take inhibitors when an omega stands before them?" Of course, past circumstances did not apply. She had been excessively cautious and lacking in courage as obedient. Zhiyan remarked with satisfaction, slightly shifting to reveal a small patch on her nape, granting Song Yizhu the opportunity to finally peel away the translucent inhibitor patch. The long-suppressed fragrance of magnolia was released, intertwining with the scent of peach wood in the air, filling the room with its essence. "Tao, what does your pheromone smell like? Do you wish to know?" She had anticipated Zhiyan would divulge it directly, eagerly nodding her head, only to receive the cold, detached response. "Work for it." Song Yizhu felt as though she were being playfully tormented. Losing her sense of smell also meant sacrificing a portion of her taste, leaving her uncertain if she could discern it. If she could not unravel it today, perhaps tomorrow or on the next occasion, until she ultimately could. Noting her helpless expression, Zhiyan added, "Did you not say it could be restored? If you cannot perceive it through scent, simply continue to savor it, allowing her to remain eternally imbued with her magnolia fragrance." Song Yizhu blinked, seemingly questioning her ability to endure for such an extended duration. "What are you staring at? Did you not express discomfort?" Her gaze was unwavering, and Zhiyan swiftly grasped her intent. Although both were novices during their previous encounter, it was evident that Song Yizhu's stamina surpassed her own. Clearly, she was mentally prepared. However, in terms of physical readiness, she found herself lacking, having had to plead for respite on several occasions. Despite Song Yizhu's relative inexperience, her prior encounters had far exceeded those of Zhiyan. "Tao, I shall assist you in bathing." "Tao, are you hungry? Shall we engage once more?" "Tao." After a night steeped in thoughts of Tao, Zhiyan teetered on the precipice of despair. "Song Yi, I beseech you to train." Ultimately, on the third morning, Zhiyan implored for mercy. Over the past 2 days, aside from sustenance and rest, she could no longer bear the burden of her circumstances. Typically, an alpha's stamina was extraordinary, and with her not yet in her sensitive phase, she found herself utterly overwhelmed by Song Yizhu's relentless provocations. "Did you not express a desire to comprehend the essence of my pheromones? I have yet to experience it. Furthermore, your sensitive phase is approaching in 2 or 3 days. Thus, it would be unwise for me to train at this moment." Song Yizhu resolutely rebuffed her entreaty, playfully nibbling at her ear in response. "I implore you, find something to occupy your time." Setting aside the sensitive phase, she felt she could no longer withstand it. Who, pray tell, conceived of Song Yizhu? It is said that as long as there is no mission. During the sensitive phase, alphas with partners are granted time off, under the pretext of fostering interstellar progeny. Nevertheless, Song Yizhu remained steadfast in her refusal. Is it not said that once one has tasted it, they shall crave it? It has scarcely been a brief interval, and you are already unable to endure. Your sensitive phase lasts for 10 days. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 63. Song Yi, your cunning heart, the 10-day sensitive phase has finally elapsed. When shall you be assigned a task? The potent aroma of pheromones in the room has dissipated, granting Zhiyan the opportunity to once again revel in the beauty of the world. What troubles you? It seems there will be no assignments for the foreseeable future. Song Yizhu lowered her gaze, perplexed by Zhiyan's sudden inquiry. I understand. Upon learning of the absence of tasks, Zhiyan felt a flicker of disappointment. Do you not wish to spend time with me? Noticing her dismay, Song Yizhu cautiously inquired. No. I simply believe we require a semblance of boundaries. What is your perspective? The rich aroma of peach wood lingered, a remnant of the final marking from the previous night. She could sense Song Yizhu's pheromones intertwining with her own, even more potent than before. Not quite. This year I shall oversee the military training at the Interstellar University, and we shall still meet after the semester commences in a fortnight. Realizing the implication of her words, Song Yizhu pondered whether she had perhaps been too forward, though it seemed she relished it during this delicate phase. You never mentioned this to me. Leading military training? What was Song Yizhu contemplating? This had occurred in July that time. She had inexplicably resolved to attend alone, never foreseeing how appropriate this arrangement would become in hindsight. That was nearly 2 months ago. It must have been during their shared travels. Were you already pondering our reunion at school then? She was acutely aware that she would be teaching at the Interstellar University, tirelessly occupied as a marshal, yet still required to partake in military training. She could hardly believe that Song Yizhu had not applied with intention. Indeed, Song Yi, you are quite astute, plotting to lead a team to her school back in July. TSK. Song Yizhu blinked, offering no retort. Could you procure a box of contraceptives upon your return? Although they had yet to mark one another permanently, a temporary marking could intertwine their pheromones and potentially lead to pregnancy. Yet she was not prepared for motherhood at this juncture, hence the prudence in acquiring contraceptives as a precaution that I shall arrange for someone to deliver it later. Song Yizhu paused, grasping her implication, yet still acquiesced. This feels somewhat troubling. She felt a pang of guilt for agreeing so readily, as if they had shared an intimate night and now held no further connections. What troubles you? Are you contemplating bearing my child? Song Yizhu leaned closer, her inquiry sincere. Not quite yet, but do you not perceive my forthrightness? I find myself traversing a sensitive juncture. Zhiyan shook her head earnestly. Despite having attained adulthood, she felt ill-equipped for the continuation of her lineage. It was clear that her needs surpassed mere desire. It was not so much that Zhiyan wished to share this delicate period with her, but rather that she required her presence. Before contemplating the prospect of the next generation, she yearned for a comprehensive evaluation to determine her suitability as a partner and her qualifications to embrace motherhood. This was of utmost significance. After a brief moment of reflection, she proceeded. It appeared that the selection process lay not within her control, but rather in the hands of the one she assessed. Sin met her gaze and remarked, half in jest, that within the prevailing AO hierarchy, alphas, due to their superior physical prowess compared to their omega counterparts, typically enjoyed an advantageous position, although omegas retained the prerogative to choose their preferred alphas. The dynamics often positioned alphas as the dominant figures. Yet now, she intended to appraise her properly, reclaiming the power of decision-making for herself. The ability to bear children is a profound responsibility. Thus, when entrusting one's body and certain rights to another, it is prudent to choose with discernment that I shall strive to be a worthy partner. Song Yizhu did not perceive this as a matter of selection. She had already established herself as a suitable partner, and the ensuing evaluation was merely a necessary formality. I am quite curious. Who imparted such wisdom to you? Zhiyan cradled her face in her hands, intrigued by the environment that could cultivate such insights. My mother, though it was not through direct instruction. Rather, it was an epiphany I arrived at independently to ensure there was no misunderstanding regarding her mother. Song Yizhu offered this clarification. Speaking of which, are they still unaware of your partnership? Yes, but they are currently too preoccupied to concern themselves with me. Would you wish to return and meet them? Song Yizhu had no intention of reaching out to them, and given the relatively brief duration of their relationship, they were undoubtedly oblivious. Did you not mention that your relationship with them was strained? It is entirely acceptable for us not to go. I do not wish for you to feel any discontent. It is perfectly fine if we decide to postpone. We can address it at a later time. Zhiyan was not inclined to visit, and Song Yizhu would certainly not apply any pressure. Revealing their relationship could occur at any moment. I may need to communicate with my father and my other dad. Previously, I left home to escape a predetermined engagement, and it has been quite some time since I last reached out to my two fathers. Given the resources of the Su family, locating her should pose no challenge. However, within the confines of the base, regardless of their power, it would be of little use, the sudden introduction of an alpha into her household, particularly in a registered relationship, could very well leave her father in a state of shock. Nevertheless, an alpha of Song Yizhu's stature, coupled with her status, might indeed rival the fiancé her father had proposed. There is no urgency in this matter. Did I not mention that? I require some time for contemplation, hence the absence of urgency. What is the reason for your lack of haste, yet you are willing to introduce me to your mother at any moment? What if I am deemed an unsuitable partner? They would not mind my presence, and moreover, I believe you are quite fitting. Song Yizhu shrugged. It was not merely a matter of indifference, but rather her reluctance to confront her mother. Very well, proceed with your work. I shall indulge in some much-needed rest. After drawing her close for a tender kiss, Zhiyan suddenly became aware of a pressing issue. Do you not possess any suppressants? Why do you not wear one? Song Yizhu blinked, seemingly in search of an appropriate excuse. Forgotten. It is rather audacious of her to assert that, even during sensitive periods, one must on a suppressor. And now she claims to have forgotten. Does she presume Zhiyan would take her at her word? Hand it over. I shall assist you in its application. Zhiyan displayed a reluctance to pursue the matter further. As she teetered on the brink of slumber, Song Yizhu dutifully retrieved a semi-transparent suppressor from the cabinet, and then turned her back to her. Very well, I suddenly lack the desire to wear it. You may simply attend to your work. The nape of Song Yizhu was exposed, the delicate fragrance of peach wood mingling with magnolia, instilling a sense of comfort within her. Having recently traversed a sensitive period, the levels of pheromones would notably diminish. Thus, even in the absence of the suppressor, there would be little scent remaining. As she still bore her pheromone essence, the suppressor became unnecessary. Chapter 64. A modicum of consideration for my wife Song Yizhu stifled a smile as she meticulously replaced the suppressor before bidding farewell to Zhiyan and stepping outside. Zhiyan succumbed to a lengthy slumber, awakening near noon to find her wristband vibrating with numerous notifications. Apologies, teacher, for my late awakening. Fortunately, the messages were not of urgent nature. One was from Zhiyan regarding preparations for the forthcoming semester. No worries. Young ones can afford to sleep in a little. School is commencing soon, and I will require your assistance in the coming days. The teachers are quite inundated. Zhiyan promptly replied, likely enjoying a brief respite. Very well, teacher, I can come by in the afternoon. Zhiyan replied, while savoring her nutritional fluid, recognizing that as a senior teacher, Zhiyan had to manage the opening affairs of the school, which justified her busyness. Good afternoon, senior. Wei Yalong was enveloped by a plethora of pages and greeted Zhiyan as she entered. Good afternoon. Were you summoned by the teacher for some arduous labor? Zhiyan was somewhat taken aback to see students present at school during this period. Indeed, senior, we reside nearby, so the teacher invited us in since we had some free time. Zhang Xiao assisted her in this endeavor. Where is your teacher? Zhiyan inquired, nodding as she returned to her desk. The teacher had gone to the comprehensive building, but had instructed that there were tasks to address upon her arrival. Wei Yalong, leading Zhang Xiao, brought her the materials. The teacher mentioned that these were the new students' documents for the forthcoming semester, requiring student numbers to be assigned and entered into the academic system. The sight of densely packed student information made her head spin. It was no wonder Zhiyan needed to enlist 2 additional helpers. Initially, Zhiyan was not particularly skilled, but after perusing over 100 records, she began to find her rhythm, completely losing track of time as she became engrossed in the task at hand. Senior, did you just emerge from your sensitive period? As night descended, they still had not finished their tasks. Yet Zhiyan encouraged them to return home. Is it that obvious? Zhang Qiao leaned closer, whispering, nearly startling Zhiyan. Quite apparent. The potent aroma of alpha pheromones is unmistakable. The initial encounter bore similarities as well. Having spent significant time with Zhiyan, Zhang Qiao had long since shed any sense of distance, reminiscing about their first meeting. The first time? Wasn't that merely 3 or 4 days ago? Is it truly that serious? Indeed, I even mentioned to Yalong then that the scent was rather pronounced. I commented on your alpha's evident possessiveness, haha, but remains unchanged now. Zhang Qiao nodded earnestly, with Wei Yalong agreeing alongside her. As an alpha, Zhang Qiao possessed heightened sensitivity to the pheromones of other alphas, and given Song Yizhu's intentions, her presence was undeniably formidable. Zhiyan fell into silence, contemplating the moment when she had been unaware of the impending developments following the AO susceptibility period. It was likely that Song Yizhu was equally oblivious. However, this was the second occurrence, and once again, she found herself being remarked upon for the intensity of her alpha pheromones. Doubts began to infiltrate her thoughts, leading her to suspect that Song Yizhu was engaging in this behavior intentionally. Is something amiss, senior? Zhang Qiao inquired, sensing her silence and feeling a hint of anxiety. Were they truly being unreasonable? Was she angry? It's nothing. How are you two getting home? Zhiyan shook her head, a burgeoning desire within her to confront Song Yizhu. We can simply walk back. It's quite close. What about you, senior? Zhiyan maintained a neutral demeanor, which alleviated her companion's concerns that I am awaiting a ride. You two should head back. It is getting late. Very well. Goodbye, senior. After exchanging farewells, the two departed. Zhiyan cast a glance at their receding figures before turning her attention away. Intending to take a taxi back to the base, her wristband vibrated with a flurry of messages, all from the very villain she was preparing to interrogate. Teacher Sue, heading home? Just as she was about to respond, a familiar vehicle approached, and the window slid down to reveal a distinctly recognizable face. What brings you here? Are you aware of my presence? Zhiyan withdrew her wristband as the other individual exited the vehicle. Did I not mention that my wristband is linked to yours? It tracks our locations. Moreover, it has grown dark, and my Omega has yet to return home. She does not respond to my messages. Thus I had no choice but to search for her. While opening the door for her, Song Yizhu continued, I was engaged in conversation with two juniors and did not notice the deluge of messages. I saw them. After securing her seatbelt, Song Yizhu fastened her own. You saw them? Why did you not come over? No wonder you appeared just as I was about to summon a taxi. You must have been lurking nearby. I did not wish to intrude upon you, nor did I send a message. Song Yizhu had refrained from interrupting and instead waited patiently at a distance. What if I had departed with them? I mentioned in our conversation that I would search for you, but you overlooked it and did not arrive. Were you truly unconcerned that I might leave with another? I would simply await your return home. Song Yizhu navigated the roads with ease, seemingly unfazed by the uncertainty of locating Zhiyan. There is no need. Next time, simply emerge to collect me. That it is not as if we are clandestinely meeting. Who conceals themselves when retrieving their partner? We are not engaged in a secret relationship. Very well, by the way, why are my pheromones so potent? I've been utilizing suppressants. The omega-specific suppressants do not entirely mask alpha pheromones. Yet they do possess some effect. Nevertheless, her alpha pheromones were still detected, prompting her to suspect that Song Yizhu was being deliberate in this regard. That is typical when marking, Song Yizhu replied, swallowing as she provided a feeble explanation. What about last time? You were also detected. It was rather intense. They remarked upon your strong possessiveness. Did you intentionally mark deeper? The deeper the marking, the more challenging it becomes for the pheromone scent to dissipate. A permanent mark essentially guarantees that the omega carries the alpha's scent perpetually. Song Yizhu pursed her lips and nodded. Indeed, it was intentional to oh what? Song Yizhu, you have been harboring all these little thoughts about me. Have you not? I only discovered this morning that you are leading the team to Interstellar University for military training, and now I realize you are marking deeper. Honestly, you are not particularly adept at concealing it. Song Yizhu's gaze flitted about, and after contemplating her defense, she ultimately chose to remain silent. What is wrong with marking my omega a bit deeper? Zhiyan was taken aback by her audacity. Rather than feeling anger, she experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction. The overt possessiveness was genuinely delightful. Chapter 65. How about you bestow upon me a kiss? As the academic year drew near, the demands of her studies intensified, leaving Zhiyan with scant opportunities to engage with Song Yizhu. Furthermore, unresolved matters from her vulnerable period lingered, and their shared moments dwindled to the evenings, by the time Zhiyan truly embarked on her studies. She returned home late, thus transforming the formidable martial Song into a solitary spouse, eagerly awaiting her return. "What are you doing in the living room?" Song Yizhu inquired, her brows furrowing as she recognized the inappropriateness of keeping her waiting for so long. "How about a kiss? That may indeed cause time to flow more swiftly." Upon the utterance of this playful suggestion, Song Yizhu leaned in closer, acutely aware that the seclusion of the military vehicle afforded them a measure of discretion. "Very well. I have obligations to attend to this afternoon, but I shall await your return home. Shouldn't we partake in lunch first?" After a sufficient bout of teasing, Zhiyan finally acquiesced. It was entertaining how effortlessly one could coax another into a kiss. "Shall we dine out?" Zhiyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that dining at school was also a possibility, though it was likely they would encounter fellow students that it was preferable to maintain a separation between their personal lives and their academic environment. Chapter 66. Long time no see, Marshal. The new students have assembled. Shall we proceed to the podium? After lunch, the two were compelled to part ways once more, much to Song Yizhu's dismay, for her responsibilities beckoned. Despite her yearning to spend additional moments with her beloved, she had to resign herself to fulfilling her duties at the school for a while longer. Once again confronted with tedious formalities, Song Yizhu surveyed the raucous crowd below, pondering whether she truly wished to endure 2 weeks in their midst. Wow, the school has truly gone all out this time, inviting a military district marshal. How impressive! Are you all merely fixated on her title? Can't you see her face? A nearby observer discreetly offered a thumbs up. "I only noticed the physiques of the instructors in that row from this distance. What are you all even gazing at? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Song Yizhu, the chief instructor for this military training. You may call me Instructor Song, but I hope to provide you with a meaningful training experience over the next 14 days. Her voice resonated with authority, markedly distinct from her usual tone, emanating a sense of solemnity. Song Yizhu. Suddenly, a louder voice pierced the crowd, compelling many to turn towards the source of the sound, prompting the speaker to fall silent. "What is it? Do you know her?" Once the attention had dispersed, a friend beside her inquired. "Indeed, not only do I know her, but we share a particularly close bond." "Are you jesting? The district marshal? You are close with her?" "Indeed, if you doubt my words, I can escort you to her after we are dismissed. I find that hard to believe. What if she thinks we are fools? Just wait." Song Yizhu swiftly organized the instructor's position behind her. Fortunately, as the chief instructor, she was not tasked with leading a specific class. "Marshal, are you feeling a bit bored?" As Song Yizhu's gaze drifted toward the distant athletic field, Han Lin could not suppress her curiosity. Sensing an unwarranted gravity that seemed out of place outside the military sphere. "Not at all," Song Yizhu replied, her eyes averting. Han Lin, tilting her head in confusion, contemplated her feelings. Given Song Yizhu's nature, she typically exhibited an aversion to unruly and uncontrollable groups. And overseeing military training was not a task she would willingly embrace. Yet here she found herself. As the training commenced, Song Yizhu maintained her usual stern demeanor, her expression inscrutable. Nevertheless, Han Lin could discern a palpable lack of enthusiasm emanating from her, which perplexed Han Lin. However, Song Yizhu did not keep her in suspense for long, as she too was soon summoned to train, leaving Han Lin alone in the instructor's rest area. Fortunately, the afternoon did not entail formal training. Merely a few hours devoted to organizing formations. "Instructor Song, wait." At last, as the dismissal time approached, Song Yizhu was finally able to lead the group away when 3 female students unexpectedly approached. "Head back first," Han Lin suggested, eager to disperse the newcomers. But Song Yizhu interjected. Han Lin understood this was directed at her and chose not to intervene further, guiding the military personnel back to the vehicle. "Sister, long time no see." Turning around, she was greeted by the cheerful faces of 3 girls, one of whom radiated an especially bright smile, momentarily stunning Song Yizhu. What is it?" Regaining her composure, she greeted them coolly. "I wanted to see if you would join us for a meal, though I'm uncertain if you have the time." The girl remained undeterred by Song Yizhu's aloof demeanor, continuing her inquiry that "I don't." "All right then." The girl seemed poised to say more, but was swiftly pulled away by her friend. "Yunshi, let's go. The marshal doesn't seem inclined to converse with us. That's fine. You all go ahead. I'd like to chat with my sister for a bit." The girl insisted, hesitating to depart, allowing her friends to leave first. "Sister, do you remember me? It's been so long since we last met that I remember." "Hee, I remember you too, sister. It's been ages, and you seem to have lost weight." "I'm heading back to the military district. Song Yizhu was reluctant to discuss her weight or engage in prolonged conversation. And oh worries, sister, I just wish to talk for a little while. I'll leave once you get in the car. Song Yizhu permitted the loquacious girl to accompany her for a few moments. However, the girl noticeably brightened, brimming with youthful exuberance, reminiscent of a lively college student. When are you coming back? I miss you dearly. We have never truly spent a day together. Whenever the opportunity arises, you always profess your intentions, yet it has been an eternity since we have connected. Song Yizhu abruptly halted, her companion mirroring her sudden cessation, seemingly perplexed by the shift. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. A figure unexpectedly materialized before them, and the girl realized they had arrived at the military vehicle. Spotting her subject teacher ahead, should one inquire of Zhiyan regarding her sentiments upon observing her partner standing in proximity to her student? It would undoubtedly be Lang of astonishment and incredulity. Good afternoon, hadn't you just concluded your military training? Are you not famished? She swiftly regained her composure and addressed the girl. I am indeed hungry, but I wish to converse with my sister a while longer, so I plan to dine later. Teacher Su, have you not yet returned home? Preparing to respond, Zhiyan felt an uncomfortable pang at the girl's endearing use of sister. Yet she could only reply with a stiff acknowledgement. Very well, since we have arrived at the vehicle, I shall not prolong our conversation. Farewell, sister, and farewell, Teacher Su. The girl, undeterred by Zhiyan's demeanor, waved exuberantly before bounding away, her joyful spirit evident in her stride. Goodbye, sister. Is she truly your sister? Yes, my biological sister. Zhiyan was on the verge of delivering a sarcastic retort when Song Yizhu's straightforward reply left her momentarily at a loss for words. You mean to the kind who share the same parents? What is amiss with that? You never mentioned it. Zhiyan's ears flushed crimson, adding a delicate blush to her cheeks. What had possessed her to feel envious of her partner's biological sister? Fortunately, she concealed it. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. We are not particularly close. Hence, I never brought it up. Song Yizhu casually opened the car door for her, responded to her inquiry. Zhiyan felt deflated. How could one not be close to their biological sister? Yet the girl appeared genuinely fond of you, incessantly calling you sister. You seem discontented. What troubles you? I'm not discontent. Rather, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding how to engage with her, which has resulted in a rather awkward atmosphere. Chapter 67. You have the right to articulate your thoughts upon hearing this. Zhiyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Song Yizhu began to leisurely recount the particulars of their situation. She is my younger sister, 11 years my junior, that I did not reside with my parents during my formative years. Thus my interactions with her have been limited. She likely experiences a sense of isolation at home, akin to that of an only child, which intensifies her longing to connect with me. Song Yizhu chose not to drive, instead opting to sit beside her in the back seat, her expression unwavering as she spoke of her sister. Listening to her, Zhiyan found her reasoning compelling. Growing up alongside their parents, one would naturally wish to draw closer to an older sister upon discovering her existence. With the circumstances reversed, she too would feel inclined to engage with a sister of a similar age. On that note, she is now 18, on the cusp of university life. Yet I never anticipated she would enroll in this institution, much less be your student. That I was equally unprepared to learn that she is your sister. Zhiyan was astonished to discover that she was managing the records of incoming freshmen and had not recognized Song Yizhu's sibling. She bears a stronger resemblance to our mother, while I take after our father. Furthermore, my relationship with my parents is somewhat private, which clarifies your lack of awareness. This explanation appeared plausible. The records for Song Yunxi merely contained her parents' information, devoid of any further details. However, Zhiyan now felt an insatiable curiosity regarding Song Yizhu's mother and father. Pondering what manner of individuals could have brought forth two daughters so distinct in character and appearance. Song Yunxi exuded extroversion, radiating warmth and cheerfulness, in stark contrast to Song Yizhu, who consistently maintained a tranquil demeanor. She had rarely witnessed her sister in anger, save for occasions when her emotions were profoundly stirred. In terms of physical appearance, they were markedly different as well. Song Yunxi possessed large, almond-shaped eyes and a round face, encapsulating a youthful innocence. Conversely, Song Yizhu had a more elongated visage, slightly drooping eyes, and thin lips, which imparted an intimidating presence when she was expressionless. What are you gazing at? Noticing the intensity of Zhiyan's stare, Song Yizhu felt a twinge of confusion. Did I say something amiss? It's nothing. I am merely intrigued by your mother and father, two utterly different sisters. It's challenging to envision their familial environment. Yet from what you implied, it seems you did not grow up within the Song household. Are you considering taking me home at some point? Song Yizhu exuded an air of nonchalance towards familial connections. However, urged by Zhiyan's curiosity, she perceived no detriment in making a visit, for she anticipated little of significance to unfold, though we shall see. I am not entirely equipped for this moment. Although intrigued, the thought of confronting her family evoked a sense of hesitation within her. Very well, let us proceed with prudence. She wished not to impose upon anyone, and furthermore, there was little merit in returning. Ultimately, everything depended upon Zhiyan's desires. By the way, how has the military training progressed? Is it arduous? Not in the slightest. It does not concern me. She shook her head. Apart from the initial chaos that proved somewhat overwhelming, it was not particularly strenuous. After all, she bore no responsibility for instructing the students. Are you not typically the one bestowing knowledge? I remain a marshal, thus the matters of the army take precedence. How self-assured you are! Then why not allow others to come over? Song Yizhu cast a reproachful glance in her direction, silently questioning who returned home late each night without a word. Chapter 68. Sister, do you have a companion? Upon locking eyes with Song Yizhu, Zhiyan felt a fleeting pang of guilt after a brief, emotional interlude. It was all too easy to overlook someone for a fortnight. It was only natural for her to be reproached. I shall soon be free. These past 2 weeks have been consumed by student military training, leaving me without classes that most. I assist Chen with some administrative duties, rendering me rather idle. I am not idle. I could see this moment. Song Yizhu's expression grew increasingly melancholic. Balancing military training with army affairs left her schedule hardly unencumbered. Fear not. I shall come to see you when time allows. All right? With another individual present in the vehicle, Zhiyan merely held her hand lightly. That sounds delightful. It was certainly preferable to spending each day in solitude. At least she could accomplish her work in the company of her beloved. Gently squeezing her palm, Zhiyan contemplated how effortlessly she could bring her joy. So, is teacher Song truly acquainted with you? CC, one of the other roommates who had not joined them, stirred her curiosity upon Song Yunqi's return. Did you not notice? She is my sister. Naturally, we are well acquainted. Speaking of her sister, Song Yunqi's face illuminated with a touch of pride. Tall, handsome, and a marshal. It was indeed a source of pride. What did you discuss after we departed? Does teacher Song have a partner? Zhiyan and Zheng Muran, who had accompanied Song Yunqi, were among the first to return and shared the same curiosity. Not much. As for a partner, I do not believe so. Why do you inquire? Song Yunqi experienced a fleeting sense of embarrassment. She was uncertain whether her sister was in a romantic relationship, a notion that felt somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from exchanging knowing glances with her roommate, who had just posed a question that was merely a simple inquiry. Given teacher Song's esteemed qualifications, one might assume she was not devoid of admirers. Zhiyan hesitated momentarily before shaking her head as she spoke. Whether she is lacking in suitors is of no concern to you. Why does it matter? Do you harbor affection for my sister? Song Yunqi fixed her gaze upon her, an expression revealing that something was amiss. How could that be? Teacher Song is undeniably captivating. It is entirely natural to feel drawn to her. Under her scrutiny, Zhiyan chose to be candid, acknowledging that individuals within the Blue Star interstellar realm experience considerable hormonal changes between the ages of 16 and 20, rendering attraction quite instinctual. My sister is 11 years my senior. Is that not a considerable gap? Everyone else is of a similar age, resulting in a 10-year difference. How could such a disparity be deemed acceptable? It is merely 11 years, not 31. Furthermore, our average lifespan is approximately 90 years. So in that context, the difference does not seem particularly substantial. When lifespans are extended, age gaps appear less pronounced. I do not perceive 11 years as significant. Are you envisioning me as your sister-in-law? After contemplating for a brief moment, Song Yunqi scrutinized her before vigorously shaking her head. You will not suffice. My sister would not be interested in your type. How can you be so certain? What if she is attracted to my kind? Song Yunqi shook her head once more, unwilling to entertain the notion of her friend becoming her sister-in-law, as it would complicate their light-hearted camaraderie. You are overthinking it. What if my sister already has a partner, but has yet to reveal it to the family? Moreover, we have only just begun to mature. What if she undergoes further development? That could prove detrimental to her. The hormonal fluctuations during the maturation phase were unpredictable. There have been instances of secondary maturation previously, and she genuinely wished to maintain her own standing if she does not end up with your sister. So be it. Why condemn me? I have no desire to mature again. Should I transition into a beta, that would spell disaster for me. Do not be disheartened. I can always inquire with my sister to alleviate your concerns. Realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, Song Yizhu swiftly sought to amend the situation. If she does have a partner, you ought to inquire how their relationship began. Nearby, Zhiyan interjected, her eyes alight with curiosity. We wish to know as well. The other two swiftly joined the conversation, eager to engage in the dialogue. You are all so inquisitive, Song Yizhu remarked with a hint of derision. Her initial intention had been to casually inquire about her sister's relationship status. Yet they appeared fervently intent on unraveling the details of her sister's romantic involvement. What is the matter? Do you not wish to know? I find myself quite intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yizhu conceded that curiosity is an intrinsic aspect of human nature, one that even her sister could not evade. Remember to ask tomorrow, Zhiyan urged that not forget amidst the exhausting military training. Wait, doesn't Cece possess teacher Song's contact information? Why not inquire directly? Zhang Miran interjected, plunging the atmosphere into a brief silence. Zhang and Shi Yan exchanged glances, a flicker of realization dawning upon them as they acknowledged their oversight regarding her possession of such contact details. Let us defer this discussion until tomorrow. It is late now, and we need not rise early for military training. With that, Song Yizhu excused herself to refresh. If she indeed had Song Yizhu's contact information, she would not have claimed to have not seen her for such a long time. Yet, she chose to withhold this truth. It was rather ironic that their exchanges were confined to mere words during fortuitous encounters. A wave of melancholy enveloped her, leaving her with nothing but a sigh. Remembering to inquire whether Song Yizhu had a partner, she hurried to the instructor's lounge, only to unexpectedly encounter her sister once more. Han Lin recognized the girl from the previous day and, disregarding her, led the group away. Sister, hello. It is a pleasure to see you again, Song Yizhu greeted with a smile, careful to maintain a respectful distance. Slightly disheveled from a day of training, in response, Song Yizhu merely offered a nod, permitting her to follow closely as they approached the military vehicle. Sister, may I pose a question? Song Yizhu kept pace beside her, her expression radiant, seemingly undeterred by the fatigue of military training. Song Yizhu glanced over and gave a slight nod. Sister, do you have a partner? After a moment's hesitation, Song Yizhu finally articulated her inquiry, her heart racing. It was her inaugural venture into her sister's private affairs, and an inescapable sense of trepidation enveloped her. Although taken aback by the unexpected question, Song Yizhu nonetheless affirmed with a nod. She felt a scant warmth towards this sister, viewing her more as a distant kin than a confidant. Song Yizhu longed to delve deeper, yet Song Yizhu halted once more, just as she had the previous day. Approaching the military vehicle, greetings, Teacher Su. Surprised to encounter Zhiyan again, Song Yizhu opted not to linger in the moment. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, teacher. Goodbye, sister. She bid them adieu with cleverness, fully aware of her affection for her sister, yet recognizing her lack of authority to impede her departure. Chapter 69. Very well. What does your sister seek from you this time? Following the previous day's encounter, Zhiyan found herself devoid of any animosity towards Song Yizhu. Rather, she observed the young woman's retreating figure with intrigue. For 2 consecutive days, she had approached the military vehicle only to withdraw, as if yearning to draw nearer, yet hesitating. Truly an enigmatic young lady. She had posed a few inquiries, inquiring if Zhiyan had a partner. However, Song Yizhu did not regard the departing figure, but instead fixated her attention on Zhiyan. And how did you respond? Zhiyan averted her gaze, watching as the spirited girl vanished around the corner. Yes, she had not articulated her answer, but had merely nodded, which could be construed as an affirmative reply. That all you conveyed to her. Given Song Yizhu's disposition, it was indeed characteristic of her to confine her replies to a mere yes. Yes, she likely wished to inquire further, but lacked the opportunity. Very well. Let us return home. The Zhiyan refrained from probing into why she had not engaged in a more profound conversation with Song Yizhu, or why she had not disclosed their relationship to her sister. She was undeniably inclined to make their connection public, for she would not have asked twice if she wished to return home to meet her parents. Yes, home. Song Yizhu still opened the car door for her. That seemingly mundane phrase, going home, imbued Su Zhiyan with a profound sense of joy. Cece, you're back. So, did you discover anything? I did. My sister has a partner, but I didn't obtain the particulars. I ran out of time. Song Yunshi remained buoyant, exhilarated to have exchanged a few words with Song Yizhu. If this continued, she would soon acquire her sister's contact details. Why not find a place to converse about it? Zhiyan experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment as Song Yunshi returned promptly, merely a few minutes after their departure. After all, she was affiliated with the military department and evidently preoccupied. Song Yunshi chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. Upon locating her garments, she made her way to the bathroom, clearly preferring silence. There was an unmistakable subtlety in the relationship between Shi and Song Jiao. Once she entered the bathroom, Zhang Yi finally broke the silence. I share your sentiments, Zhiyan echoed. Their brief exchange lasted hardly 2 minutes. Even a casual conversation among classmates would surpass that duration. It seems their relationship is not particularly warm, she observed, casting an inquisitive glance toward the bathroom. Isn't it strange that they cannot spare a moment to converse, especially since I engage in much lengthier discussions with my siblings? Zhang Yi shrugged. Even if one is busy, 2 words seem insufficient. She claims to be close with her sister, yet they hardly resemble one another. Who knows if they are truly related? What if her sister is genuinely occupied? Let us not hastily draw conclusions. Zhang Yuran interjected suddenly, startling the two that, after all, they felt a pang of guilt for speculating about others. We are merely engaging in discussion. We would never broach the subject in front of Shi. Please do not take it to heart, Zhiyan replied timidly, acutely aware of her delicate position. Yet it is not our place to intrude upon the sister's affairs. With that, Zhang Yuran lapsed into silence. Zhang Yi and Zhiyan exchanged knowing glances, tacitly agreeing to refrain from further discourse, and the dormitory enveloped itself in a tranquil hush. When Song Yunshi reemerged, she immediately sensed the fragile atmosphere, but chose not to comment, considering their acquaintance had spanned less than a month. Although she yearned to integrate into the group, she hesitated to disrupt the ambience at that moment. I am off to shower, Zhang Yuran announced, glancing at the other two before proceeding to the bathroom. Shi, might you escort us to see Song Jiao tomorrow? Zhang Yi broke the silence after a moment, her curiosity piqued regarding the relationship between Song Yunshi and Song Yizhu. Why? Zhiyan interjected. My sister has a partner, Zhang Yi explained. Previously, she had expressed a desire to meet her sister, aspiring to become her sister-in-law. Yet now, with a partner in the picture, her continued interest seems perplexing. Just have a look. It is permissible to admire her from afar, is it not? Song Jiao is quite remarkable for assuming such a role at a tender age. Zhang Yi struggled to articulate her thoughts, and fortunately, Zhiyan stepped in to provide clarity. That is not appropriate. I have not mentioned anything about introducing classmates to her. If it were merely a casual introduction, that would be one matter, but since her sister appears willing to engage, I cannot allow that to obstruct their bond. Very well then, Zhang Yi pouted. Just yesterday, they had visited Song Jiao together, making it seem contradictory to assert that it was unsuitable to introduce friends. Does Song Yizhu have matters to attend to tonight? After finishing her shower, Su Zhiyan noticed Song Yizhu was absent from the room, fully aware she was likely occupied in the living room. Just a bit. It pertains to sending mechas for military training, Song Yizhu replied. Upon seeing Su Zhiyan emerge, she naturally took her hand, guiding her to sit beside her. Will there be another opportunity to see mechas this year? Su Zhiyan inquired, surprised. In previous years, the mere presence of small warships on campus had been a rarity. During her military training, they had not even had warships, which had proven rather dull. Principal Liu wishes to negotiate with me. Song Yizhu responded. What are your thoughts? Shall we send 2 sets of mechas? The deployment of semi-autonomous mechas would be adequate. Fully controlled mechas present inherent risks and are ill-suited for the task at hand. Song Yizhu nodded in agreement. Liu Changjing's financial backing is commendable, suitable for the construction of a new fleet of warships. The proposal to dispatch several mechas for demonstration purposes is also favorable. Receiving the endorsement of the military support group, semi-autonomous mechas are more compact, equipped with an intelligent core that assists in their operation, rendering them safer, albeit unable to undertake the high-stakes missions typically assigned to military pilots. Do you also possess a mecha? Su Zhiyan inquired, her unfamiliarity with the classifications evident, as these were military matters she had not deeply explored. Indeed, mine is fully controlled and has been my companion for many years. Would you care to see it sometime? Her concealed snow mecha had been by her side since her induction into the mecha military, a steadfast ally for over a decade, becoming an indispensable part of her identity. Is it not confidential? Zhiyan conveyed her intrigue concerning Song Yizhu's combat partner. Not in the slightest. Fully controlled mechas are designated combat units, meticulously crafted for their operators. Each is typically assigned to a singular user. In contrast to semi-autonomous mechas that can be operated by anyone, there exists no issue of confidentiality. Even when the cockpit is opened, not all possess the requisite skill to maneuver it. Please allow me to see it next time. Zhiyan implored. Certainly. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall take a shower. Will you await me in our room? Of course. Chapter 70. What rationale should I employ? Having asserted she would refrain from introducing anyone to her sister, Song Yizhu found herself at a loss concerning how to engage with her sibling. At least yesterday, she harbored a valid inquiry regarding her sister's partner, yet broaching that topic today appeared inappropriate. What rationale should I employ? Song Yizhu adhered to the instructor's directives, albeit her thoughts meandered. Second row, left 2. What are you doing? Can you not comprehend the orders? The instructor's stern voice roused her from a reverie. Second row, left 2. Why are you in a daze? Why did you not respond when I called your name? Step forward. Certainly, instructor. With great reluctance, Song Yizhu stepped out of line. Although the training regimen had been bearable, it had sufficiently exhausted her legs, especially as the thought of her mother's disappointment weighed heavily on her heart. Since you appeared disinterested in my commands during military training, stand at attention there for an hour. The instructor commanded, gesturing to a designated spot. In the early September heat, enduring an hour in direct sunlight, bereft of shade, would undoubtedly leave her sun-kissed. Yes, instructor, she replied, though doubts lingered in her mind regarding her ability to withstand the oppressive sun for that duration. Yet, she kept her concerns to herself. Everyone else was engaged in training, and she could not afford to appear fragile, having been nurtured under the protective wing of her parents, particularly her mother's indulgence. She had been raised to embody softness and delicacy, resulting in a rather frail constitution. She had recently transitioned into Omega. Her glands were still maturing, necessitating substantial nutrition. Coincidentally, military training coincided with this period, and the relentless sun caused beads of sweat to trickle down her neck, dampening a small section of her attire. Overcome by dizziness, Song Yizhu felt the sweat coursing down her skin, producing an irritating sensation akin to countless minute ants traversing her body. Report, instructor. I believe Song Yizhu is exhibiting signs of heat stroke. I request that she be permitted to rest. Zhang Yuran, who had been observing her precarious condition, interjected. The nearby team had already retreated to the shade, leaving Song Yizhu isolated in the training field, her lone figure starkly contrasting with the others. Upon hearing Zhang Yuran's concern, the instructor, who had been seated, instinctively rose, casting a glance at Song Yizhu's frail silhouette and recognizing her inability to endure an hour in the sweltering sun. You, assist her to the shaded area for a respite, he instructed. Zhang Yuran complied, hastening to her side. Can you manage? She gently inquired, wrapping her arm around Song Yizhu's shoulder. I feel somewhat nauseous, Song Yizhu murmured, her head heavy and the urge to vomit intensifying. I shall escort you to the restroom, and thereafter we can consult the medical personnel, Zhang Yuran replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Song Yizhu nodded faintly, permitting her friend to guide her. Instructor, should we not lend our assistance as well? Erin has been undergoing training for an extended duration and may lack the fortitude to sustain herself for long. As her roommates, we can offer our assistance, Zhiyan quickly suggested, encouraging Zhang Yi to accompany her. Indeed, proceed, but return expeditiously. The instructor consented after a brief pause as the training whistle echoed once more. The two young women hastened to Song Yizhu's side, each taking an arm to lend support. Erin, please escort Shishi to the restroom. The space is too confined for 3. We shall wait outside and then proceed to the medical personnel, Zhiyan instructed. At the entrance of the restroom, she stepped aside, permitting Zhang Yuran to offer her assistance. Please wait here for a moment, Zhang Yuran said, guiding Song Yizhu into the restroom. The sound of running water soon resonated from within. Is she feeling better already? After merely 2 minutes, the two emerged. Really, do you not require another moment to vomit? Or perhaps to rest? No. Let us hasten to consult the medical personnel. Zhang Yuran found it perplexing to allow Song Yizhu any further respite. Thus she urged her to depart. The two exchanged glances and slowly followed that it is mild heat stroke. She is significantly dehydrated. First, let us rehydrate and administer some medication to cool down, and afterward, we shall replenish with some light salt water. Remember to sip slowly and frequently, rather than all at once. Remain still for the moment. After the nurse assessed Song Yunqi's temperature, she promptly reached a conclusion and indicated the location of the water dispenser. Once they had consumed the water and taken the medication, Song Yunqi felt revitalized. We can remain here until training resumes. After all, it is merely an hour away. I have heard that the instructor's resting quarters are adjacent to the medical ward for military training. Shall we take a look? Jiang Yi's gaze drifted toward the door, clearly eager to explore. Zhang Muran discerned her intentions and chose to remain silent, while Shi Yan exchanged knowing glances with her. It is currently military training time. Surely Instructor Song is not overly occupied. You have suffered from heat stroke. Let us inform her. As Shi Yan spoke, she attempted to pull Jiang Yi outside, while Zhang Muran, preoccupied with attending to Song Yunqi, paid no attention to the two. Excuse us, fellow students, that it is military training time. What brings you to the instructor's resting area instead of participating in training? The two had not anticipated encountering two guards before reaching Song Yizhu and were momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. The general's entourage is rather impressive. That if you are experiencing heat stroke, you should proceed to the medical room next door. Is your instructor in the training class? Or are you here specifically to find your instructor? She is present. We wish to see Instructor Song. What necessity do you have for the marshal? Is it a matter of great importance? Somewhat. Primarily, the individual enduring heat stroke is Instructor Song's sister, and thus we wish to convey this information to her. Please hold for a moment. The guard hesitated, realizing it was the first occasion he had heard that the marshal had a sister during his tenure. Marshal, there are two students outside seeking your presence. After delivering the message, the guard permitted the two to enter. Instructor Song got a knock resonated at the door, prompting Song Yizhu to pause her work and inquire. What is it? Yunqi is suffering from heat stroke and is in the medical room next door. We were concerned you might worry, so we came to inform you. Upon encountering Song Yizhu's impassive countenance, both students experienced a fleeting moment of discomfort. From a distance, her expression was indiscernible, but now, in proximity, it was rather formidable. Is there anything else? Do you not wish to check on her? She appears quite unwell. She just went to the restroom to vomit. Is that all? The briefing seemed to suggest a lack of concern for Song Yunqi. Please leave if there is nothing further. Song Yizhu redirected her focus to her tasks. The holographic projections before her were numerous and chaotic, overwhelming to behold. Jiang Yi and Shi Yan exchanged an awkward glance, and upon realizing that Song Yizhu would not engage further, they reluctantly departed. Before her lay an array of documents. However, Song Yizhu's thoughts wandered as she read. Chapter 71. I am now with my sister. Song Yunqi has heat stroke. Shall I go check on her? After a brief pause, Song Yizhu sent a message to Zhiyan. As Zhiyan had indicated, she was not preoccupied at the moment, thus responded promptly. Heat stroke. How did you become aware? If you harbor any concerns, I implore you to have a look. Her friends have informed me. I shall attend to her shortly. Should you feel anxious, it suffices to articulate your feelings. There is no necessity to append dial check shortly. Zhiyan appeared at ease. With merely two documents laid out before her, and no need for worry. Perceiving the apprehension conveyed in the text, Song Yizhu hesitated momentarily before responding with alacrity. If there is no pressing issue, simply keep watch over her. After all, she is but a child and may not adequately tend to her own needs. If Song Yizhu had previously exhibited indifference towards her younger sister, she now found her sentiments altered. Understood. You need not conclude your replies with a period. It renders your tone unduly formal. Very well. This time, Song Yizhu deliberately omitted the period, yet felt a twinge of discomfort in doing so. That is more like it. I have a few matters to attend to, and will seek you out afterward. Zhiyan was pleased, easily accommodating her. Song Yizhu responded affirmatively, then fell silent once more. After a brief while, she finally stepped out, swiftly transitioning into the adjacent medical room. That moment, Song Yunqi was exhibiting signs of improvement. Her complexion less pallid, obediently seated upon the bedpoint. Three others were positioned nearby. Sister, you have arrived. Upon catching sight of her, Song Yunqi's countenance brightened with joy. Her inquiry did not concern the reason for her sister's arrival, but rather served as a jubilant acknowledgement of her presence. Song instructor, The three individuals seated promptly rose to greet her. "How are you feeling?" Song Yizhu inquired, her tone somewhat formal as she scrutinized her sister's visage, which still bore traces of redness and appeared rather fatigued. "I am well, merely somewhat dehydrated and in need of a brief respite." "Aren't you busy, sister?" Song Yunshi felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated encountering her sister outside of training, a significant opportunity to bridge the emotional chasm that lay between them, particularly as her sister expressed concern for her well-being. "I am well." Song Yizhu grappled with articulating her thoughts, offering only curt responses as her gaze drifted to the three companions beside her. "Have you all been unwell as well?" "No, we are merely accompanying Yunshi. She was too weak earlier, hence our assistance in bringing her here." "Thank you, if all is well. You should return to military training. There remains but an hour." With Song Yizhu's pronouncement, the others felt it inappropriate to linger and promptly began to take their leave. "Sister, could one of you remain with me? I fear something may transpire upon my return." Song Yizhu hesitated for a fleeting moment before acquiescing. "Mirian, could you stay a while longer?" Though presented as an inquiry. It was evident that Zheng Mirian would not refuse, leaving the other two no option but to take their leave. "Rest well." "All right, farewell, sister." Song Yunshi beamed with a gentle smile, harboring no ill will towards Song Yizhu's fleeting demeanor. After casting one last glance in her direction, Song Yizhu turned to depart. "Mother, good afternoon." A sudden exclamation startled everyone present, and Song Yunshi promptly answered the phone, her heart racing. Her mother often arrived at the mere suggestion of trouble. "Good afternoon. What troubles your health? I have just received an alert from the health monitor." "What has occurred? Why does your face appear so flushed? Have you suffered from heat stroke?" Observing the unusual redness on her daughter's visage, Song Huaibei discerned the irregularity that was clearly not a typical physiological reaction. "It is merely a minor issue. I have taken medication and am currently resting. Should I send the butler to fetch a physician? Or, never mind, I shall come myself." Yes, she had anticipated. Song Huaibei's heart constricted. How could her daughter endure heat stroke after such a brief absence from home? "Mother, you are overreacting. It is simply mild heat stroke. I shall be well after a bit of rest." "Do you not have work to attend to? Focus on your responsibilities." Song Yunshi was not particularly keen on her mother's visit, fully aware that it would lead to a deluge of admonishments and reminders. All well-meaning, yet ultimately irksome. "Work is important, but you are of far greater significance that I shall arrive shortly." Having been away for such a short duration, how could Song Huaibei find peace knowing her daughter faced such tribulations? "Mother, it is truly unnecessary. I am here with my sister, and she will care for me," Song Yunshi implored, fully cognizant that if her mother discovered her condition, she would undoubtedly seek a training exemption, which she wished to evade. Song Yizhu, the only individual capable of eliciting such a respectful address from Song Yunshi, must indeed be her. Upon entering the medical room, she had approached immediately and remained close by. Song Yunshi nodded vigorously, glancing at the impassive Song Yizhu, whose gaze was directed not at her, but rather at Zheng Mirian. "Have her come over," Song Huaibei requested, her frown indicating her desire to meet her. "Mother," Song Yizhu stepped closer, greeting softly, "if you're close to Yunshi, please look after her. She is delicate and cannot withstand too much upheaval that, if possible, allow her to stay with you for a while. The heat is still oppressive, and she may struggle alone." After a brief glance at her eldest daughter, Song Huaibei displayed evident impatience, promptly issuing her advice. "Understood," came the curt reply from Song Yizhu, causing Song Huaibei's brow to furrow further. "Really, sister, can I truly stay with you?" Without awaiting her mother's response, Song Yunshi interjected, her voice suffused with eagerness. Song Yizhu cast her a sidelong glance, but offered no reply, sensing the likely negative response. Song Yunshi averted her gaze. "Song Yizhu, do you recall what I mentioned?" Observing her younger sister's expression, Song Huaibei's tone became stern. "Yes," came the brief acknowledgement. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With those words, Song Yizhu turned to exit. "I will find you later, sister." As Song Yizhu prepared to depart, Song Yunshi hastily added, momentarily disregarding her mother. Chapter 72. "Teacher Su, are you my sister-in-law? What troubles you?" "Song Yi, you do not appear to be in high spirits." Having just received a call from Song Yizhu, Zhiyan was somewhat taken aback. It was unusual for her to reach out at this hour, especially with training nearing its conclusion. "I am not in a bad mood. I merely wish to discuss something," Song Yizhu replied, shaking her head to dismiss Zhiyan's assumption. Proceed. Why this serious demeanor? Our mother wishes for Song Yizhu to stay with me for a time. Oh, to stay. Cannot she be in the room next door? Zhiyan relaxed, having thought it was a weighty matter. I am simply inquiring about your thoughts. I have no objections. After all, we are already living together. It was originally Song Yizhu's room, and since they had been sharing living quarters, the adjacent room had long remained unoccupied. Then we should tidy up the room later. There is not much there, so it should be a swift endeavor. One must accommodate others, even though most of her belongings had already been relocated to Song Yizhu's side. Very well, let us await her return together. Are you nearly finished? If not, I shall tidy up and come to seek you. Just a little more to go. Why not come over to me first? Zhiyan indicated she would search for her, and, true to her word, arrived promptly. Even amidst her busy schedule, she noticed her immediately. Tao, you've arrived. Would you care to sit for a moment? Song's teaching responsibilities encompass not only supervising military training, but also managing affairs within the military department. Can you manage to get away? Zhiyan casually drew a chair closer and, rather than directing her attention to the documents, focused on her companion. Can you manage? What troubles you? Just as Zhiyan was about to tease her further, a series of knocks echoed at the door, interrupting her words. Marshal, we are to assemble in 10 minutes for training. Understood. After delivering the message, Han Lin exited, merely serving to inform. Why do I feel as though I am here merely to check in? The individual before her was absorbed in work, with others occasionally reporting in, rendering her presence akin to a casual visit. Isn't that precisely what you are doing? Or do you harbor other intentions? What do you mean? I am here to await your completion of work. You have waited for me to finish work for 3 consecutive days. Was it not you who awaited me previously? Each time she returned home late, Song Yizhu initially waited for her in the living room, but eventually, under instruction, she adapted to waiting in the bedroom, even reporting her bedtime. You do not permit me to wait for you. Speaking of which, Song Yizhu felt a tinge of melancholy. Zhiyan's workday concluded merely an hour later than her bedtime. Yet she forbade her from waiting. Is this not due to your obedience? Besides, staying up late is detrimental to your health. I cannot allow your schedule to be disrupted because of me. Am I not allowed to be disobedient? Song Yizhu paused to reflect for a moment, interpreting her words as permission to wait for her to finish work if she were disobedient. That is not permissible. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yizhu recognized that being disobedient might not yield any significant advantage. Thus, she relinquished the matter. Hurry and finish up. We are to assemble for training soon. Prompted by her insistence, Song Yizhu returned her focus to her tasks. Sister, it is time to prepare for training. Once she felt her spirits reviving, Song Yizhu could hardly contain her eagerness to find her sister. However, instead of encountering her, she once again came across her instructor, Teacher Su. What brings you here? Are you here to check on us? Encountering Zhiyan again felt like an uncanny coincidence to Song Yizhu. Despite merely being a lecturer, she appeared each time during training, which was perplexing. Well, in a sense, yes, though their definitions of check-in differed. They were not far removed. Why are you free to roam without training? Though Zhiyan was already cognizant of her predicament, she felt compelled to probe further, as it was not fitting to reveal her connection with the child just yet. I felt a twinge of warmth, thus I sought refuge in the medical room. How do you find yourself now? Quite well. I await my sister's conclusion of work, much like the previous occasion, anticipating that Song Yizhu would not arrive promptly. Song Yizhu resolved to engage Zhiyan in light conversation, for the instructor was amiable enough that I perceive, yet you two do not bear much resemblance. That Zhiyan, harboring a playful spirit, intentionally posed this question to tease the girl. My sister resembles our mother, whereas I take after our father. Hence it is no surprise, in mentioning this, Song Yizhu felt a pang of melancholy. She yearned to bear a closer likeness to her sister, as their resemblance was insufficient to convincingly assert their sibling bond. I see. Will you accompany your sister home today? I observed that in the previous 2 instances, you exchanged but a few words before parting ways. Indeed, I seldom spend time with my sister. She is likely unaccustomed to my presence. Song Yizhu recognized that her sister did not harbor profound feelings for her, yet this did not diminish her affection. Did you not grow up together? Zhiyan regarded her, sensing the girl's innocence, as she could effortlessly extract information from her. No, I. Suddenly, Song Yizhu's voice interrupted, rendering Song Yizhu speechless. Sister, you have completed your training. We were not engaged in much discourse. Allow me to introduce my teacher, Ms. Su. Upon witnessing Song Yizhu's arrival, Song Yunshi could no longer converse with Su Zhiyan and instead approach her sister with radiant joy. Presenting Ms. Su. Indeed, this is my partner. Song Yizhu instinctively extended her hand, their fingers intertwining, leaving Song Yunshi momentarily at a loss for words. Greetings, little sister. Su Zhiyan welcomed her with a smile, yet Song Yunshi appeared dazed and did not respond. What troubles you? Noticing her expression, Su Zhiyan could not help but chuckle. Though the sisters possessed disparate personalities, they shared an enchanting allure. Teacher Su, you are my sister's partner. Thus, you are my sister-in-law. No wonder I often see you after training when I accompany my sister. It transpires you two are returning home together. Song Yunshi's mind whirled. Had she been more assertive during their prior encounters, she would not have overlooked this connection that IT felt as though the heavens had collapsed. For the time being, yes, unless circumstances alter, it shall remain thus. Ah, is there anything more astonishing than this? My sister has just consented to take me home for a few days, and now she introduces me to my sister-in-law. Song Yunshi felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy, yet she stifled the impulse, unable to contain her exhilaration as she bounced in place. Chapter 73. Illusion, are we not to reside with my sister for a while? Should I not prepare my belongings? Or shall I simply acquire new possessions? Su Zhiyan watched her sister bounce with exuberance, suddenly realizing that having a younger sibling might not be such a burden after all. Yes, I am swift, sister and sister-in-law. Wait for me. Do you require assistance? No, I can manage independently. You may wait for me in the car. Song Yunshi deemed it inappropriate to burden her sister, particularly since her belongings were minimal and the presence of an elevator in the dormitory rendered her task effortless. Very well, take your time. There's no need to hasten. The young girl nodded and skipped away. Your sister is quite amusing, Su Zhiyan remarked while holding Song Yizhu's hand as they leisurely strolled back to the military vehicle. Indeed, Song Yizhu replied, uncertain of what was genuinely amusing, though she did find her sister to be rather affectionate and loquacious, which could certainly be considered entertaining. As they awaited her return, Song Yizhu instructed the driver to allow the other military vehicles to depart first. Yunshi, why have you returned only now? Were you conversing with your sister? Zhiyan teased upon noticing Song Yunshi's arrival. After observing her visit to the medical room, she discerned the tension between the sisters, with Song Yunshi striving to connect with Song Yizhu, which elucidated their brief exchanges. Yes, I intend to stay with my sister for a few days. As she spoke, Song Yunshi began to gather her belongings. Ah, did you inform the instructor? Isn't this rather sudden? Zhang Yi approached, astonished that she was departing after merely 2 days of military training. My mother will notify the instructor, and this does not hinder my training. I will still commute with my sister each day. It works out splendidly. If I dared, I could likely catch a ride. I'm so envious. I wish I could also reside off campus instead of enduring the nutrient liquid at school. While the nutrient liquid was remarkably nutritious, its lack of flavor variety rendered it tiresome over time. Furthermore, with so many individuals dining, waiting in line could consume up to half an hour. Song Yunshi smiled, but chose not to respond. Continuing to pack her belongings. By the way, where is Mu Ran? Just before departing, Song Yunshi noticed the absence of someone in the dormitory, which contributed to the somewhat desolate atmosphere. She went to eat. She might take a while. What do you need her for? Zhang Yi casually remarked on Zheng Mu Ran's commendable diligence in waiting for an extended period for dinner, while she and Zhiyan, fatigued from training, returned to their dormitory without the energy to dine. It is of no consequence. Please convey my gratitude to her for her steadfast companionship in the medical room for such a lengthy duration. And I extend my thanks to both of you as well. Song Yunshi shook her head. Though her interactions with Zheng Mu Ran had been limited, she cherished her attentiveness to her discomfort and her willingness to remain by her side in the medical room, deeming it only courteous to express her appreciation. Not at all. It was merely a trifling favor. Upon her return, we shall mention it to her, Zhiyan replied, waving her hand dismissively, adding that had it not been for Song Yunshi's heatstroke, they might have endured additional training. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Anticipating that Zheng Mu Ran would not be returning, and with Song Yizhu awaiting her, she hastened to her sister's side. Indeed, Song Yunshi made remarkable progress, taking a mere 10 minutes to go assist her sister with her luggage. She has only just recovered from an illness. Su Zhiyan opted for the rear seat rather than the front, urging Song Yizhu to exit the vehicle upon noticing Song Yunshi's arrival. Song Yizhu glanced into the rearview mirror and obediently disembarked from the car. Why do I feel like the chauffeur? She stated, her expression devoid of emotion as she completed her task and placed the box into the trunk. After securing herself in the back seat and closing the trunk, she re-entered the vehicle and opened the door for her. Hello, sister-in-law, she greeted. Although it felt somewhat peculiar for Zhiyan to suddenly be addressed as sister-in-law, Song Yizhu quickly adjusted to this designation, finding it a more effective means of fostering intimacy. There is no need for nervousness. I shall not bite. Let us simply be friends, she said, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Upon entering the vehicle, she inquired about Zhiyan's well-being, acknowledging the child's inquisitive nature. I am quite sociable, so there is no need for concern. Sister-in-law, Song Yizhu replied, nodding respectfully. Having an amicable sister-in-law was undoubtedly a blessing. Despite her role as a teacher, this was far preferable to interacting with someone aloof. She is quite approachable, unlike your sister, who tends to be reticent. As their conversation unfolded, it became evident that Song Yizhu was genuinely vivacious and articulate. Has my sister always been so taciturn? She whispered, leaning closer to Zhiyan, who half-jokingly responded, in most instances, yes. However, in specific situations, particularly in private or when requesting favors, my sister displays an unexpected eloquence. Then I feel reassured, as long as she is not distant solely with family. I am content. What troubles you? Are you apprehensive that your sister may withhold her attention from you? Zhiyan playfully inquired, to which Song Yizhu offered a subtle nod. During their initial meeting, her sister had completely overlooked her presence. It took numerous encounters before her sister finally acquiesced to engage in dialogue. And now, it seemed they were making considerable progress, even to the extent of sharing a vehicle driven by her sister. With Zhiyan by her side, she felt confident that, in due time, she would cultivate a connection with her sister. There was no cause for anxiety. Her sister merely lacked the understanding of how to interact with her. At first, Song Yizhu had appeared rather unapproachable, yet perseverance had yielded positive results. Really? Song Yizhu's eyes sparkled with this revelation. Could it be that her sister was, after all, inclined to connect with her? That seems unlikely, Zhiyan remarked, though she had not directly observed their interactions. It does not seem that Song Yizhu is indifferent towards you. Not quite. She does seem indifferent to me, Song Yizhu countered, shaking her head. Her sister's most frequent response was a mere which certainly conveyed an impression of someone uncertain of how to communicate. It's merely an illusion, Zhiyan asserted. Her reticence often leads others to perceive her as difficult to approach, but in truth, she is quite easy to converse with, provided she is not improperly directed. As Song Yizhu drove in the front, she listened to the lively banter of the two in the back seat, feeling a sense of helplessness. If Zhiyan and Song Yizhu continued their spirited conversation, her own secrets might very well be unveiled. Chapter 74. The shame of whining. Despite Song Yizhu's eagerness to engage further with Zhiyan, it was evident that Song Yizhu would not permit such indulgence. Once the house was tidied, the child was dispatched to the adjacent room. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, Sister Sue. Song Yizhu cheerfully bid farewell to her two sisters before retreating next door. Why did she so swiftly transition from calling you sister-in-law to sister? As soon as Song Yizhu departed, Song Yizhu approached Zhiyan, embracing her with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Isn't that a means to foster closeness? Why not refer to me as sister? Zhiyan inquired. Addressing me as sister-in-law still conveys a sense of distance, while sister feels more intimate and encourages dialogue, particularly when teasing Song Yizhu. Absolutely not, Zhiyan retorted swiftly, leaving Song Yizhu somewhat perplexed. Why not? Didn't she refer to you as sister as well? Are you concerned I might abscond with your sister? Zhiyan playfully pinched her cheek, teasingly questioning the seriousness of what seemed a trivial matter. Song Yizhu shook her head, insisting that she harbored no particular desire for a sister. Are you worried about me usurping your sister? She mused, finding the notion rather absurd. Not at all. You wouldn't even like her, Zhiyan replied, setting aside the question of whether a relationship with her would yield positive results. Song Yizhu was merely a child, still immature, and lacking the allure to compete. Why is that? Do you harbor a dislike for being addressed as sister? If it is not a matter of fearing her absence, then it must simply be that you prefer not to have others refer to you in such an intimate manner. This time, Song Yizhu acquiesced, responding with a soft she merely favored a degree of distance in her address. Haha, while you may refrain from calling me sister, I trust you will permit me to do so. Right? Su Zhiyan chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. That it is merely a title. Must we truly invest such gravity into it? Moreover, I lack a sister. Am I now to deny even my sister-in-law the right to call me sister? Sister, Song Yizhu leaned closer, whispering the term into Su Zhiyan's ear, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. Song Yizhu, have you no sense of propriety? A nearly 30-year-old alpha invoking the term sister merely for playful banter. Well, perhaps I am indeed lacking in propriety, she conceded, dismissing the remark. Yet, it is inconsequential. A few jests will not alter anything. Cease nibbling on my ear. It tickles. Su Zhiyan protested, attempting to evade her playful bites, yet failing. As the breath against her neck only heightened her sensitivity, weren't you meant to assist me with my olfactory dysfunction? You ought to be releasing more pheromones for me, she hinted, a brazen suggestion. What time is it? Please do not feign as if you have been deprived for ages. It is 7 in the evening. Who dines at such an early hour? We have yet to partake in dinner. Please, sister, she seemed to take pleasure in the title, and surely, uttering it a few more times would not be detrimental. Whining is beneath you, Song Yizhu. Another invocation of sister sent a thrill of excitement coursing through her. Sister, the room. Having just returned from the adjacent chamber, Song Yunshi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her two sisters entwined in an embrace, momentarily at a loss for words. Are there any new toiletries? I shall have someone bring them over shortly. The interruption left Song Yizhu with a tinge of disappointment, yet she maintained her hold on her wife, responding to the inquiry. Dinner shall arrive soon. Is there anything else you require? After a brief pause, she added, Nothing else? Good night, sister. Good night, sister-in-law. Upon catching Su Zhiyan's gaze, Song Yunshi made several playful expressions before hastily departing. Are you displeased? Su Zhiyan gently cradled her face, bestowing a tender kiss upon her lips. She shook her head, a hint of discontent lingering, yet insufficient to evoke genuine ire. Not at all. Su Zhiyan elongated her words, leaning in for another kiss, their lips entwining in a delicate dance. Very well. Have someone bring over the toiletries. I shall take my shower first. After indulging in a sufficient display of affection, Su Zhiyan gently pushed her away. Xiao Tao, who kisses halfway before retreating for a shower? Stop, I must take a shower. Dinner is rapidly approaching. Not presume you could divert my attention at this juncture. Reaching out to her would yield no fruitful outcome. She would heed not a word. Song Yizhu fell into a momentary silence. It was indeed uncharitable to deny someone sustenance. Ultimately, she acquiesced. Then you shall go shower. Very well. Now hasten along. She tightened her embrace momentarily before finally releasing him and turning back toward the bedroom. Resigned, Song Yizhu activated her wristband to contact her deputy. Marshal, I am not at the military base presently. I have dispatched someone with the items. Han Lin's response came promptly, and Song Yizhu paid little heed to the identity of the messenger, merely acknowledging it before dismissing the matter. Song Yizhu, bear in mind that Xiaoxi has not long lived independently. Should she struggle to care for herself, please keep a watchful eye on her. A message from an unfamiliar number captured her attention. Song Yizhu glanced at it briefly, then resolutely swiped it away, feigning ignorance. Please do not overly indulge your sister while she resides with you. Allow her to cultivate independence, and take care of yourself as well. Do not overexert. Another message materialized, once more from an unrecognized number. The two messages, arriving in swift succession, hinted at their interconnectedness. Song Yizhu pursed her lips, repeating her prior action before ultimately deactivating her wristband and returning to tidy the room. Song Yi, were you not always consuming nutrient solutions before? By the time she emerged from the shower, Song Yizhu had already set the table, awaiting her arrival. It is convenient. Moreover, my sense of taste has been compromised due to my olfactory dysfunction, rendering me nearly incapable of discerning flavors. Eating is scarcely different from imbibing nutrient solutions. Nevertheless, with Su Zhiyan present, dining is undeniably more pleasurable. Choosing the ease of nutrient solutions was a decision she had made. So you desired me to partake in nutrient solutions with you for convenience? Reflecting on the previous month during which she had undertaken a mission, Song Yizhu had diligently administered nutrient solutions each day, feeling fortunate that she had not succumbed to excess. Otherwise, she might have grown weary of them. Not at all. You never mentioned it, Song Yizhu countered, recalling that during their initial encounter, she had not given it much thought. Preoccupied with various concerns at that time, she had not deemed herself worthy of many requests. It was a matter of dependence on others. Would mere words suffice to bring me satisfaction? This does not deter me from teasing you. Is it not quite similar? Such trivialities are merely matters you could command with a single word. Quite similar. Do you extend such indulgence to everyone? Zhiyan rested her chin upon her hand, no longer hasty to partake in her meal. Not in the slightest, Song Yizhu replied, shaking her head. If everyone were indulged, she might as well transform into a turtle in a wishing pond. Oh, I nearly forgot. That sixth princess had been relegated to the confinement room last time. Satisfied, Zhiyan savored her meal in her company. Chapter 75. Continue your treatment. Given your tender age, one ought to be mindful of one's health. This ambiguous observation caused Song Yizhu to furrow her brow, as the individual before her seemed to revel in excessive chatter. After considerable reflection, Song Yizhu ultimately resolved to close the door. Deputy General Han, it is time to remind your marshal to vacate. The trio residing in the military compound does not bode well. Upon departing from Song Yizhu's abode, Xiao Jingyue discovered her correspondence with Han Lin and promptly dispatched a message. Major General Xiao, what are you insinuating? Upon receiving Xiao Jingyue's enigmatic message, Han Lin was left perplexed. I comprehend that Marshal Song is anxious about not having progeny at the age of 30. But does it necessitate the presence of two omegas? While we possess no jurisdiction over the private lives of unmarried alphas, it is incumbent upon them to exemplify commendable conduct, particularly as she continues to reside within the military compound. I stumbled upon this matter. Should others within the military observe it, it would suggest a certain laxity in our military discipline. Xiao Jingyue's insinuations became increasingly evident, nearly elucidating the chaos surrounding Song Yizhu's personal affairs. Major General Xiao, perhaps you ought to redirect your focus towards your own matters. This forthright suggestion left no room for ambiguity for Han Lin. Yet, it was precisely because she discerned the underlying meaning that she voiced such sentiments. Indiscreet and self-assured, individuals of her kind should not engage in the heir selection process, as it would denote a dereliction of duty on the military's part. I am merely concerned for your Marshal's well-being. If her health is waning, she ought to take time to recuperate. There is no necessity to cast blame upon the omegas. Superior genes do not guarantee successful inheritance. Having a partner, yet allowing another omega to reside in close quarters. She could scarcely fathom that Song Yizhu possessed such vitality. Enough, Princess 6. I prefer not to discuss the Marshal any further. Do not overthink it. After considerable restraint, Han Lin finally responded, expressing her wish to disengage from the topic. My dear, what has provoked such ire within you? As Han Lin's partner, Shinsahan rarely witnessed her expressing displeasure, and her curiosity regarding the source of her distress was piqued. Encountering an individual with a warped mindset was indeed vexing. What was Major General Chen contemplating in sending Xiao Jingyue to the Marshal's residence? Such folly was infuriating. Han Lin rolled her eyes repeatedly, for today was meant to be a joyous occasion celebrating her 4th anniversary with her wife. Yet, receiving such an absurd message had considerably dampened her spirits. Shinsahan blinked, aware of both Xiao Jingyue and Song Yizhu, and understood that the intersection of these two individuals would likely yield no favorable outcomes. Never mind. I shall entrust the matter to the Marshal, for it exceeds my capacity to manage. Han Lin reluctantly forwarded the message to Song Yizhu, still harboring frustration. Song Yi, what are you gazing at? Shouldn't you be preparing for a shower? Was there not a previous eagerness to be near each other? Song Yizhu found herself a loss for words and could merely enlarge the message projection for closer examination. Has her intellect not yet matured? Zhiyan had devoted considerable time to organizing her thoughts, and this message was so absurd that it left her momentarily speechless. Perhaps it was simply the case. Song Yizhu was equally bewildered. If the previous conflict with Xiao Jingyue was unintentional, the current exchanges were leaning towards malicious speculation. Zhiyan scrutinized the contents once more, still unable to articulate her emotions amidst the prevailing circumstances. Would she depart from military? Retaining such an individual within the military confines made her feel as though Song Yizhu might be driven to the brink of madness. Indeed, it was initially intended for a year later. Now, one could hardly assert that a year was necessary. She wished for this individual not to linger, even for a month. Zhiyan observed her, deciphering her thoughts and realizing that there was no longer a need to wait a year. Upon witnessing her sister even once, it seemed that Marshal Song's reputation in her eyes must be utterly diminished. Song Yizhu glanced at her, as if to convey, how can you not ascertain whether I can cope? Do not linger on it. Go take a shower. Zhiyan urged her to cleanse herself, deeming the topic unsuitable for discourse at that moment. Just go now. Song Yizhu dismissed the messages and proceeded to search for her attire for a shower. CC, did the person who delivered something to you utter anything peculiar? Seizing the fleeting moment, while Song Yizhu indulged in her shower, Zhiyan initiated a dialogue with Song Yunxi, although she had not yet added her sister. Establishing a connection with her sister-in-law was still a commendable achievement. Thus Song Yunxi responded with enthusiasm. She shared a few remarks, which seemed rather insignificant. She noted Zhiyan's youth and advised her to prioritize her health. These mere 2 sentences, stripped of context, appeared rather peculiar. Indeed, no commendable praise was offered. Were it not for the recent exchanges, Xiao Jiyue's comments might have seemed relatively innocuous, but in conjunction with those statements, they were far from praiseworthy. Zhiyan found herself at a loss regarding how to counsel Song Yunxi, as encountering such a person shortly after her arrival was genuinely overwhelming. What is it? Sister Su? Noticing her prolonged silence, Song Yunxi inquired once more. Nothing. Rest early. Do you not have military training tomorrow? Avoid staying up late. Understood. You should also take your leave and rest, Sister Su. Song Yunxi contemplated adding a remark urging her to consider having a nephew soon, but ultimately refrained, deeming it prudent to wait until their bond deepened. Zhiyan noted the final punctuation, sensing that Song Yunxi had more to express, yet she opted not to send another message, and Zhiyan chose not to pry further. Sister Su, are you asleep? When she emerged, Zhiyan was already nestled in bed, leading Song Yizhu to presume she had succumbed to slumber, prompting her to softly call out, Song Yi, while addressing her sister was one matter. Mimicking Song Yunxi by referring to Zhiyan as Sister Su was rather perplexing. What occupies Sister Su's thoughts? Song Yizhu feigned innocence, leaning closer, her demeanor exuding a sense of pure simplicity. Zhiyan fell silent. Having just received a similar message from Song Yunxi, now echoed by Song Yizhu, making it undeniably clear that they were indeed sisters. Unsurprisingly, Sister Su holds more sway than her sister, thought Song Yizhu as she called out with even greater enthusiasm. Please cease. I implore you. I shall have her reverted by tomorrow, all right? Very well, but let us indulge in this for tonight. What say you, Sister Su? Zhiyan shot her a disapproving glance, fully aware of her mischievous intentions. I believe it would be wise for you to remain silent. No. If it is deemed inappropriate, must I then remain mute? Zhiyan drew her closer and planted a gentle kiss upon her lips. Chapter 76. The Hand-Biting Ceremony. Sister Su. The following morning, Song Yunxi found herself once again seated in the back seat beside Zhiyan. However, as she opened her mouth to speak, she was promptly interrupted. Stop right there. Simply refer to me as sister-in-law. After a night of addressing her as Sister Su, the mere utterance of those 3 words now enveloped her in a suffocating sensation, akin to being constricted by a python. Indeed, Song Yizhu had left a psychological imprint. Why? Were we not conversing pleasantly yesterday? Song Yunxi was perplexed. They had indeed enjoyed a delightful conversation the previous day, so why the sudden need to adopt the title of sister-in-law? Zhiyan gestured with her eyes for her to glance at Song Yizhu in front. And when Song Yunxi inadvertently met her gaze in the rearview mirror, she instinctively recoiled. Did my sister discuss this matter with you yesterday? Song Yunxi leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to inquire, only to be caught off guard by the sight of a purplish-red kiss mark adorning the side of her neck, rendering her momentarily speechless. She pondered that perhaps, just perhaps, if all things proceeded as expected, she might find herself becoming an aunt the following year. We did discuss it. The mere recollection of the absurd events from the previous night caused Zhiyan's ears to flush with embarrassment. Engaging in such activities while referring to her as sister was indeed unprecedented. Calling her sister-in-law is quite fitting. Song Yunxi paused, then added, I shall strive to be a good aunt, so do not worry. Sister-in-law, did we truly venture into that territory? Zhiyan regarded her with incredulity, astonished by the swiftness of her thoughts. I believe it shall not be long now, Song Yunxi replied with a playful smile, subtly indicating that they had not explicitly addressed that topic, aware that certain subjects were not suitable for open discourse. That be by the way, sister-in-law, will you be in the office all day today? Not really. I must attend to matters in the document room. Are you seeking me out today? Though puzzled by the sudden inquiry, Zhiyan offered a response that no, I merely assumed you would remain in the office throughout the day, so it would not matter if you concealed the kiss mark. What kiss mark? Su Zhiyan instinctively touched her neck, realizing she must have overlooked the kiss mark that Song Yizhu had left while she was distracted the previous night. Song Yunshi pointed to the approximate location on the side of her neck, which, under normal circumstances, would not be visible. However, today, Song Yizhu had deliberately styled her hair up, exposing the evidence of her misdeeds. Su Zhiyan inhaled deeply, vowing that should she fail to confront Song Yizhu that evening, it would signify her hasty retreat. Train diligently, remember to stay hydrated, and if you find it unbearable, inform the instructor. Do not overexert yourself. Understood, sister-in-law. Farewell, sister. After bidding adieu to both sisters, Song Yunshi hastily returned to her team, realizing she was somewhat distant and needed to hurry to avoid being marked absent during roll call. Just as Song Yizhu turned to speak, she was abruptly interrupted. I have already had her reverted. You may not call her that. Su Zhiyan issued a veiled threat, as though a night of such discourse had proven insufficient. What I wish to convey was, Song Tao Tao, I shall see you this afternoon. Song Yizhu smiled, having no desire to persist in calling her that. It appeared she had genuinely been cowed into acquiescence. Observing the smile adorning her lips, Su Zhiyan discerned that she was merely jesting. Until this afternoon. This time, Su Zhiyan did not embrace her, but departed swiftly, leaving no room for lingering farewells. Marshal, the mecha will be ready for delivery tomorrow. Please inform the students before today's training session. Song Yizhu regarded her receding figure with a sense of resignation, yet chose to remain silent. Understood. Regarding the matter of Major Xiao, after transmitting the chat logs to Song Yizhu the previous day, she received no response. Today, Han Lin could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed in exasperation, "This foolish girl, she truly cannot endure any longer. After the military training concludes, I shall reach out to Emperor Jun for a conversation with her." Very well. Upon receiving confirmation, Han Lin could hardly contain her eagerness to arrange a meeting with Emperor Jun. Let us proceed with the training. This was addressed to the gathered instructors, and after speaking, Song Yizhu returned to the rest area. CC, what has brought you such joy? You appear invigorated even amidst the team formation. Zhiyan observed Song Yunshi's radiant expression, rendered momentarily speechless. It was time for training. Yet her spirits were so elevated that Zhiyan felt a twinge of envy. Last night, I visited my sister, and I also met my sister-in-law. We exchanged contact information, which has filled me with delight. Indeed, yesterday was my fortunate day. CC, you aren't one of those infatuated younger siblings, are you? I anticipated something far more significant, yet it is merely this? Zhiyan could not resist teasing her. Is it not evident? Song Yunshi blinked, convinced her emotions were quite transparent. Previously, it was merely a suggestion, yet now it seems you are utterly captivated by your sister. Do you perhaps harbor a sister complex? No, I simply cherish the closeness. She is truly remarkable. Song Yunshi cast her gaze downward to her shoelaces, then cheerfully added, just in time, the instructor has arrived. With that, their exchange drew to a close that a day of military training felt interminable for the students. However, for Song Yizhu and Su Zhiyan, it was simply another day of labor. Take the passenger seat. As they approached the vehicle, the window rolled down, revealing Song Yizhu's visage, nearly startling Song Yunshi. After a single day of training, I have been relegated to the passenger seat. Song Yunshi blinked and chose to walk towards the passenger side. Sister, will you be piloting the mecha tomorrow? Buckle fastening securely. Song Yunshi turned to her sister for a conversation. She had distinctly heard, prior to the training, that mechas would be entering the school the following day, the most formidable single-unit combat forces. Instinctively, Song Yunshi inquired why, but upon perceiving her sister's expression, she fell silent. Do not sulk. I have yet to account for you. Su Zhiyan playfully pinched her waist, leaving Song Yunshi momentarily speechless. I am not sulking. Song Yizhu tilted her head in response. It's not a lack of expression sulking. Imagine the multitude of sour faces your subordinates must endure. And what do you wish to address with me? About last night. Song Yizhu blinked, bewildered as to what debt she owed from the previous evening. Apart from calling her sister a few times, was she dissatisfied? That cannot be the case. Her innocent expression only served to further infuriate Su Zhiyan. They had indulged in some mischief the previous night. And now, this morning, it was being unveiled, albeit subtly. Sensing the tension, Song Yunshi wisely chose to remain silent. The atmosphere in the back seat had become somewhat daunting, and she was cautious of speaking upon returning to their abode. Song Yunshi dared not utter another word. After bidding goodnight to her two sisters, she hastily retreated to her own chamber. Though she yearned for some gossip, her safety took precedence. Song Yi, where are you headed? As she entered, Song Yizhu hurried towards the bedroom, but was halted by Su Zhiyan's call. Going to shower. Is that not permitted? Song Yizhu paused, regretting her lack of alacrity. Normally, you are not so eager to shower. Now that you are back, do you wish to evade accountability? Do you think I will allow it? Typically, she would urge her to shower upon returning. Today, however, she sought to shirk responsibility. If you will not let me go, will you wash me? Why should you monopolize all the delightful things? You are quite mistaken. Standing proved to be quite tiresome. Thus Su Zhiyan decided to lead her into the living room. Now, let us deliberate upon the intriguing matter of the strawberry you inscribed upon my neck whilst I remained oblivious, and how you meticulously arranged my hair, anxious that others might not perceive it. Considering it to be a mere, trifling issue, Song Yizhu felt a surge of confidence and nodded earnestly, her demeanor tinged with a hint of pride. You appear to take delight in this, do you not? While I harbor no objections to others knowing of my companionship, what of my reputation? You did not decline, did you? Song Yizhu regarded her sister, acutely aware that Song Yunshi had previously informed Su Zhiyan earlier that day. Had she been averse, her hair would have remained unbound. Your words like a certain sophistication. Nonetheless, you excel in other areas. Su Zhiyan playfully pinched her cheeks, commenting on her mischievous biting and strawberry planting antics, which had grown somewhat glib. Oh, you not appreciated. Song Yizhu leaned toward her hand, gently nibbling on the first knuckle of her finger. Her sharp canine teeth grazing the tender skin, eliciting a slight stinged "it" was a playful gesture reserved for those she cherished and felt a connection with. Very well. Proceed to shower now. Su Zhiyan did not address her inquiry. Instead, urging her to freshen up, are we not reconciling accounts? Song Yizhu released her hand but kept it nearby, poised to nibble again at any moment. Forget it. Just hasten. Song Yizhu planted a tender kiss on the spot she had just nibbled before retreating to her chamber. Chapter 77. Do not dwell on it, yet Marshal. Are you truly not piloting the mecha? 20 mechas had already been transported from the storage facility, prominently displayed on the training ground, their towering black frames. 7 to 8 meters high, standing like silent sentinels against the morning light. No, you merely lead the team. Song Yizhu shook her head. The smaller mechas were ill-suited for her control, as the cockpit was too confined. Understood. We shall await you at the podium. Han Lin acknowledged and guided the team into the cockpits. Song Yizhu accompanied the military training instructors to the Interstellar University, as the speed of the vehicle could not rival that of the mechas. Sister, I beheld the mechas. Shall we have the opportunity to explore the cockpit today? The two rows of mechas knelt partially, their chests open, revealing an obscured cockpit that was undeniably captivating. Yes, Song Yizhu replied softly. When shall you take me to see your mecha? You mentioned it previously, but have yet to find time. Now that it had resurfaced, Su Zhiyan felt compelled to inquire. Tonight? My mecha is free of missions, so it is available whenever you wish to behold it. May I accompany you? The prospect of witnessing her sister's mecha was infinitely more exhilarating than merely observing those employed for military training. Should she forfeit this opportunity, she might never encounter another, prompting Song Yunshi to inquire with enthusiasm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Yizhu responded affirmatively, nearly prompting Song Yunshi to leap with joy. Her sister was so accommodating. Indeed, she vowed to accompany her sister to the ends of the earth. Due to the mecha exhibition, the first-year students did not commence their training immediately after their assembly, but instead congregated beneath the podium. Song Yizhu remained silent, allowing Han Lin to express their feelings. The military's mechas are truly awe-inspiring. I can hardly conceive of their splendor as they traverse the cosmos. Help! I yearn for one as well. Is it merely the semi-autonomous mechas that fascinate you? What might occur if you were to encounter those fully controlled mechas designated for special missions? You would undoubtedly be spellbound. Come now, as if you have ever laid eyes on one. Simply be grateful we have these. Students from other universities do not even have the privilege of witnessing mechas during military training. The throng of students gazed at the 2 rows of mechas arranged in formation, their excitement palpable. Indeed, mechas are truly remarkable. I can hardly envision how impressive I would appear piloting one. Shi Yan's eyes sparkled as she beheld the towering machines. If only we could gain access to the cockpit for a tour. The photographs would be breathtaking. Zhang Yi, equally enchanted by the colossal contraptions, envisioned the exhilarating sensation of ascending into the cockpit. What if we could? Zhiyan blinked, contemplating. Just as they pondered, Han Lin announced they would be permitted to visit the cockpit. Each class would have an hour to explore one mecha, with the schedule established by the instructors. This is too good to be true. I heard battleships were scarce in previous years. This year, not only do we have mechas, but we can also explore the cockpits. What a delight. This year's instructors are simply exceptional. I wish to marry one. Children, do not rush ahead. Allow me to manage that. Might the two alphas step aside? I am willing to marry Instructor Song, even if only as a concubine. Sexist, the lively banter persisted, nurturing a harmonious ambience. Yet, Song Yizhu was not as elated. It was indeed her sister's exclusive mecha that ignited her fervor. Do you not fancy mechas? With their class not yet initiated for training, the instructors led the group back to the original camp. I do. They're extraordinarily impressive. Who could possibly dislike them? Song Yizhu turned to Zheng Miran, who had been lingering nearby. Where did you acquire the notion that I do not appreciate mechas? I noted that you did not seem particularly spirited. This is due to my having witnessed a similar event prior to my departure. And this evening, I shall behold an even more splendid spectacle. Song Yizhu suppressed the urge to disclose her evening plans. Simply contemplating them elicited a smile upon her lips. Zheng Miran nodded. Falling into silence and gradually blending with the crowd, I wonder if we might capture photographs. I long to seize the moment. Zhang Yi reflected on this modest desire. Perhaps not, yet one could certainly take a picture beneath the mecha. It is better than nothing. Zhiyan chuckled, dismissing the notion of discretion. The instructors would undoubtedly be watching, rendering such a scenario improbable. That is a valid point. I wish to extend an invitation to Instructor Song. Her presence would undoubtedly attract attention. It would be unfortunate if a solitary photograph led to disciplinary consequences. Point 1 could only manage a candid shot. However, Instructor Song's visage has remained unseen until now, likely due to a recent promotion. Indeed, our institution invites generals and even marshals each year. Every 3 years, a national assembly occurs, where all ranks above general make their appearance. Perhaps we simply overlooked it. The training whistle sounded, and the two ceased their discourse, returning to their strenuous regimen. It was, without a doubt, a rarity for Song Jiao to assess the training outcomes today. Ultimately, during a respite, a group of individuals collapsed onto the ground, disregarding their appearances. Rare? I would prefer her absence. The instructors have been particularly stringent. Zhang lamented, recalling that merely days prior, they had been practicing military stances, and now they had begun learning combat techniques, truly exhausting. Naturally, there was to be a formation performance at the conclusion. If training persisted in this manner, how could the military maintain its dignity? Zhiyan cast a wistful glance in her direction. 5 classes coalesced into a singular entity, and the transition from 1 instructor to 5 proved unbearable for any individual. Just a moment, allow me to discreetly capture a photograph. As Song Yizhu prepared to depart, Zhang Yi hastily produced a wristband, capturing over 100 images in rapid succession. With such alacrity, one could achieve success in any endeavor. Indeed, Chapter 78, she is named Yizhu. Marshal, all the mechas dispatched today have been accounted for and securely stored. After a day of rigorous training, Han Lin took the lead in departing. Understood, secure the mecha bay and open the passage for Yizhu. The repairs for Yizhu have been completed this month. Han Lin presumed she was inspecting the mechanical condition of Yizhu and added, I comprehend. Each exclusive mecha undergoes monthly maintenance to avert mishaps during missions. As her personal mecha, Song Yizhu undoubtedly kept meticulous track of the repair schedule. Very well. Since Song Yizhu acknowledged her understanding, Han Lin refrained from lingering on the subject and swiftly secured the bay doors. She is named Yizhu, my second mecha, marking a decade of companionship. Song Yizhu approached her mecha, which loomed high, necessitating an elevator to access the cockpit. Fully controlled mechas were significantly larger than semi-autonomous ones, measuring a full 15 meters. The mecha before her gleamed in silver white, its head adorned with distinctive angular features, while the sensors on either side resembled piercing eyes. Its broad and formidable shoulders appeared capable of shouldering the weight of the world, and the weapon systems mounted upon it exuded an intimidating aura of power. Long and powerful mechanical arms, akin to agile pythons, could effortlessly crush any impediments in their path. The cockpit was designed to accommodate 3 individuals. Originally intended for 2 operators, it was exclusively under her command. "Master, welcome aboard," a female voice suddenly resonated within the cockpit, illuminating the previously dim space, nearly startling Song Yizhu. The cockpit swung open, revealing the control panel and a black display screen, with a few disheveled straps hanging opposite the control panel. What became of my sister's first mecha? Was it dismantled? Upon learning that it was her second mecha, Song Yizhu could not suppress her curiosity regarding the first. If the second was so impressive, the first must have been extraordinary as well. "I'm the first mecha." The mechanical voice resonated once more, imbued with an emotional inflection that conveyed dissatisfaction of being deemed dismantled. Yes, it was disassembled, reduced to mere fragments. "Master, I was not disassembled." Upon being acknowledged in such a manner, little Yizhu immediately retorted. "Little Yizhu, deactivate the A. I understood. Your mecha this intelligent." Zhiyan observed the interaction between her and the mech, marveling at its astonishing realism. IT had undergone significant repairs and frequent system upgrades. As Song Yizhu guided her to the control panel, she elucidated, "The mechanical control panel is primarily utilized for navigation and medium to long-range assaults, while close-range engagement necessitates a switch to the sensory controls located at the rear. What if both short and long-range attacks were to occur simultaneously? In a one-on-one confrontation, operating a mech independently should present no difficulties. Yet, one cannot escape the inevitability of facing group assaults, as it is impossible to manipulate both sensory and mechanical controls concurrently. Typically, fully controlled mechs require a duet of operators. However, with the integration of the little Yizhu AI, it has remained solely under my control since its activation, signifying that I am the sole master." Song Yizhu activated the mech's display screen, which showcased the view ahead, while a secondary screen exhibited the rear surroundings. However, within the mech bay, both screens merely displayed stationary walls. What distinguishes it from semi-autonomous mechs? Did not the mechs we observed earlier also possess AI? Although she was eager to explore Song Yizhu's mech, Song Yizhu had not overlooked the semi-autonomous mech from the morning, absorbing every detail during the brief introduction. Semi-autonomous mechs are equipped solely with pre-programmed AI that lacks the adaptability to specific circumstances, whereas little Yizhu has meticulously recorded extensive behavioral data, enabling her to anticipate the mech's subsequent maneuvers based on my actions. That sounds remarkably advanced. Does your mech boast such sophisticated equipment? Indeed, little Yizhu was upgraded from the fragmented programming of my first mech following its destruction. As her accomplishments grew, so too did the mech's capabilities. Presently, it remains unattainable to replicate such mechs. The inability to reproduce, only to imitate, signifies that a portion of the fully controlled mechs in the base have been modeled after Yizhu, achieving approximately 70 to 80% similarity. Yet no one can operate both sensory and mechanical controls with the finesse that I do. Thus, dual control remains predominant. "Sister, do you possess any recordings of Yizhu during missions?" "I am quite curious." "I do." Upon hearing this, Song Yizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Could you share a copy with me? I will be delighted to see it." Song Yizhu fell silent for a moment, and just as Song Yizhu began to think she would decline, she finally nodded. "Why not show me?" Zhiyan tightened her grip on her hand, inquiring, "Is that permissible? I yearn to partake in this experience in your esteemed company." Song Yizhu tilted her head, pondering why a mere wish to observe was inadequate to substantiate a request. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Zhiyan felt a sense of satisfaction and chose not to press her further. Ultimately, Song Yizhu joyfully divulged her sister's contact information, relishing the eagerly awaited recordings. Are the mission recordings permitted to be freely shared? Routine tasks present no obstacles. Furthermore, the repair department requires these recordings for the examination of mecha modifications. The recordings of semi-autonomous mechas are also dispatched to educational institutions for scholarly purposes. Thus, the recordings she provided were semi-public, and those determined could even uncover similar archives on the military's official website. Hearing this, Zhiyan felt reassured and comfortably leaned against her while viewing the mecha recordings. The news of mechas being brought to Stellar University for campus visits swiftly spread across online forums, inciting envy among other universities and first-year students. "I have reached my limit. It is one thing for the military to conduct training, but why send mechas as well? Why does our institution possess nothing?" "Fear not. You are not enrolled at the same academy. Our institution grapples with the same predicament, requesting mechas for military training tutorials. Enroll me in the tutorial." If possible, I would gladly repeat the year just to experience a mecha. Do not act impulsively. Mechas are not available every year. Should they be absent next year, you'll be heartbroken. Who is the head instructor at Stellar University this year? How can they defy industry standards? Are they oblivious to the envy they incite? Stellar University became inextricably associated with mechas, generating ripples of excitement online, ranging from denouncing Stellar University's opportunistic behavior to scrutinizing various mechas and the instructing officers. This year's military training at Stellar University garnered immense acclaim solely due to the presence of 20 mechas. Chapter 79. Today, Song Yizhu did not oversee the military training, although it was nearing its conclusion. With merely one day remaining before the formation performance, this year's military training for the new students at Stellar University was on the cusp of culminating. Marshal, I believe it is imperative to address the photographs of you circulating on online forums. Early in the morning, a meeting was convened, and Song Yizhu surveyed the assembly of military personnel with a rather grave demeanor. What modifications does Bai Yuan Zhang propose? She seldom monitored online forum activities. Had Han Lin not informed her the previous night, she might still be oblivious. Of course, deletion, tracing, and punishment, all executed in one fell swoop. I dissent. In January, a National Assembly is scheduled to convene, and as the Grand Marshal of the military, your visibility to the public is of utmost importance. This military training serves as an opportune moment to announce your impending appointment next year. Before Song Yizhu could articulate a response, Li Qingyi, the deputy head of military personnel, interjected, asserting that Marshal Zhao has maintained a public image for nearly 2 decades. A sudden announcement concerning a leadership change is bound to incite public discontent. How do you plan to address this? Had it not been for the battle 3 years ago, Marshal Zhao would have retained his position. Those who make misguided decisions should face military judgment. However, considering Marshal Zhao's decade-long service, we opted not to pursue the matter. You claim that the Marshal is unfit for public appearances due to his disability, yet now that his condition shows promise for improvement, and he has found a cherished companion, one must not overlook that the current circumstances unequivocally indicate the Marshal's deserving status. While Zhao Mingxiu bears responsibility, in reflecting upon this, Bai Chonglin recognized the absurdity of their position. After 3 years, Zhao Mingxiu had made no progress, and the military personnel could not indefinitely await his advancement. With the national meeting approaching next year, the truth could no longer be concealed, even if Zhao Mingxiu insisted on his potential for recovery. The duration had become excessive. The bonds forged over 2 decades could not outweigh personal interests. They too had to contemplate their own futures. The vice-marshal's reflections were more profound. I acknowledge my limitations. As we prepare to announce the marshal's appointment, I propose we feature footage of the marshal and Inxue on the military's official website to generate momentum for the marshal and prepare for the announcement next year. Song Yizhu observed the 2 factions engaging in fervent debate only to swiftly reconcile, remaining unperturbed. Even if Zhao Mingxiu committed no errors, the individual ultimately appointed would still be her. After all, the prowess and accomplishments of the various military marshals at the year's end could not rival hers. Presently, Zhao Mingxiu obstinately refuses to accept his age, unwilling to acknowledge his shortcomings, and cannot fathom stepping down with ease, and he implored the military council not to publicize his appointment information, believing he could retain his position if he were to recover. Now that consensus has been reached on how to proceed with this matter, I shall refrain from further discourse. Both parties fell silent, and Song Yizhu spoke leisurely. Regarding the forthcoming selection of the imperial heir at the year's end, I hope to disqualify Xiao Jingyue. Why? Despite Xiao Jingyue's flaws and her difficult temperament, she remains a child of the emperor. Unless she commits a serious offense, her candidacy should not be disregarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yizhu displayed the chat record from Han Lin on the conference hall screen. My public stature does not even rival that of the Grand Marshal. Yet, she insidiously speculated about my affairs without basis, rendering subjective judgments on my character and abilities that I firmly believe that she is unqualified to contend for the heirship. All present have already chosen their partners. Within a collective, should one falter, they are keenly aware of the appropriate words to use. Even those who initially sought to defend Xiao Jingyue fell into silence. What, then, is the significance of calamity arising from one's words? Xiao Jingyue has egregiously tarnished the esteemed reputation of the Grand Marshal by launching baseless criticisms against his private life. Should this scandal reach the ears of the madam and incite discord between them, Xiao Jinghua may not only find herself excluded from the list of candidates, but could also face the total revocation of her royal status. The royal lineage is not solely hers. A multitude of princes and princesses stands ready to assume her position. Yet there exists but a singular grand marshal. In the absence of Song Yizhu, the various marshals would be hesitant to reconcile, resulting in an extended period before a new grand marshal could be appointed. Marshal, I have faith in your astute judgment. If a member of the royal family cannot exercise discretion in their words and actions, encounters with foreign envoys could lead to unforeseen calamities. This matter will be diligently addressed by our military council in conjunction with the political council. You may rest assured. Very well, if there are no further issues, let us conclude our meeting. Hold on, Marshal. We still have matters to deliberate. As Song Yizhu prepared to depart, Bai Chonglin hastily summoned her back. Regarding the continuation of the lineage we previously discussed, I implore you to reflect upon it further. The gradual treatment of olfactory insensitivity can be undertaken, yet it does not impede you and the madam from pursuing lineage continuation in the interim. By Yuanzhang, an omega in gestation requires the soothing pheromones of an alpha. I cannot guarantee that I will consistently attend to the madam's needs. Should the absence of pheromone comfort lead to complications during her delivery, none of us could endure the consequences. A similar incident had occurred before. She was reluctant to place Zhiyan in jeopardy due to this matter. Marshal, if you harbor concerns regarding the timing, we are prepared to negotiate with the other marshals to grant you a year of leave. Should that arrangement be necessary, there is no need for that. I shall not entertain this matter until my health is fully restored. There is no urgency that if all proceeds smoothly, it shall be acceptable. Otherwise, such a scenario cannot be permitted to unfold. Bai Chonglin and Li Chengyi exchanged glances. Both were aligned on this issue, yet Song Yizhu's repeated refusals were indeed vexing. Are you feeling discontent once more today? Although Song Yizhu did not lead the team today, she still went to the school to fetch her. Song Yunqi was not yet scheduled for training and was set to return by military transport. How did you perceive that? Her expression remained unchanged. Song Yizhu did not contest her observation. Her countenance consistently bore the same demeanor. Had Zhiyan taken to studying facial psychology, the expression, the pheromones, it is quite apparent. Is it not? My suppression patch has been meticulously applied. Upon hearing her mention of pheromones, Song Yizhu instinctively touched her own suppression patch, which was firmly in place without any curling edges. Can you discern it once more? It does not impede my olfactory senses. From our very first encounter, I was able to perceive it. The initial disruption of her pheromones was influenced by Zhiyan's own. How could such a memory fade? Have you been cognizant of it from the very beginning? If she were to claim that the suppression patch was malfunctioning, she could comprehend that, but the persistent ability to detect it suggested something was amiss. Indeed, apart from our initial meeting, every time I passed by, sipped a drink, or drew near, I could sense the pheromones. I have grown accustomed to their presence. Perhaps we ought to consult the military medical department. Song Yizhu felt her heart race. Matters concerning pheromones could be rather serious. She yearned for her sense of smell to return swiftly, lest her glands encounter complications that genuinely necessary. After all this time, you wish to seek a consultation now? Certainly, the health of the body is of paramount importance. Chapter 80. Do you wish to have a child with me? Zhiyan was persuaded by her reasoning and thus granted her permission to contact Han Lin. Marshal, do you imply that Miss Su has always been able to detect your pheromones since your very first meeting? Yes, so. You wish to arrange for a consultation at the military medical department. Correct? Yes. Does this imply, Marshal, that it is conceivable your pheromones have become irresistibly captivating to Miss Su due to your remarkable compatibility? Han Lin had not intended to use the term captivating, yet no suitable alternative presented itself. Given the evident truth, unconsciously emanating pheromones to entice a genetically compatible omega is indeed within an alpha's capabilities. Song Yizhu found herself momentarily taken aback. This notion had not previously crossed her mind. Do you believe we still need to reach out to the military medical department? Not receiving a response, Han Lin inquired once more, successfully inducing a sense of discomfort in Song Yizhu and Onid. Song Yizhu's ears flushed slightly as she hastily concluded the communication. She had presumed it was a medical concern. Instead, it was merely a matter of physiological attraction. Han Lin had arrived at this conclusion, and she felt utterly mortified for contemplating an extensive examination. What troubles you? Did you not wish to contact the military medical department? Were you successful? As Song Yizhu busied herself, Zhiyan decided to take a shower. Upon her return, she found Song Yizhu quietly seated, seemingly untroubled, which left her perplexed. Song Yizhu quickly shook her head, refraining from responding to her inquiry. What does your head shaking signify? Did you fail to establish contact? Or was the arrangement unsatisfactory? Observing her poised demeanor on the sofa, Zhiyan confidently straddled her lap, facing her directly. It is unnecessary to reach out to them. Song Yizhu responded slowly, embracing her waist to avert any mishap. Why do you assert that? Have you received a diagnosis? And is your health in order? No diagnosis, but there is nothing amiss. Are you attempting to deceive me? Speak plainly. That it is a physiological attraction. I was unaware of it and unable to control it. Essentially, each time she inhaled Zhiyan's pheromones, it was an indication of affection, and oh wonder she had been ambivalent. It became apparent that she was utterly unable to restrain herself. Zhiyan playfully pinched her earlobe. Song Yizhu blinked at her, stating, had I possessed no self-control, you would have been thoroughly taken advantage of on our first night. You intended to take advantage of me during our initial encounter? Zhiyan gasped in astonishment, realizing that Song Yizhu had indeed been easily deceived, her intent to draw her in for that very purpose. Not at all. At that moment, I perceived you as rather naive. Do you recall how you attempted to approach me? Song Yizhu hesitated momentarily before reiterating Zhiyan's words. You claimed to be the daughter of my aunt's younger uncle's neighbor, playing at home while I played at mine. Very well, let us cease this discussion. You remember my absurdity? There is no need for that. This was undeniably a ludicrous fabrication, and at the time, Song Yizhu had not been deceived in the slightest. Bringing it up now felt like public humiliation. Who would be so foolish as to engage in such nonsense and still pursue her? What if she led her into a secluded alley? An Omega's physique is inherently weaker than that of an Alpha, and considering Song Yizhu's years of training, had she truly intended to act, Zhiyan would have been utterly defenseless. Even so, I would not be at a loss. I genuinely admire your pheromones, unlike those of other alphas, which are either unpleasant or induce discomfort. Have you encountered many pheromones? Not many, but as a naturally differentiated omega, some alphas, believing their genetic superior, delight in flirting with me. Thus, it is not uncommon to encounter alphas dispersing their pheromones. However, many of these pheromones are not particularly pleasant than a naturally differentiated omega. Your genes must be remarkable. Upon hearing this, Song Yizhu felt a sense of relief. Not due to any disdain for Zhiyan, but rather concerned that her own pheromones might not measure up to those Zhiyan had experienced. Certainly, with such high compatibility with you, how can my genes be inferior? Indeed, we are well matched. I, too, am a naturally differentiated omega. Song Yizhu readily acknowledged this, affirming that she was a 3S, level naturally differentiated omega, with an impeccable compatibility rate. Have you ever been pursued by many omegas? Zhiyan assessed her, discerning that her countenance likely aligned with the aesthetic inclinations of many omegas, and her physique was equally admirable. However, during her sensitive period, her demeanor scarcely reflected that of someone who had ever engaged with an omega. No, I have been courted by numerous alphas, who have persistently pursued me, Song Yizhu replied candidly, reminiscing that her most significant interactions with omegas occurred prior to her military enlistment, in her youth. Why is that? Zhiyan chuckled. Have you pilfered someone else's omega? Song Yizhu's unexpected comment about being pursued and beaten left her momentarily taken aback. She had assumed this individual possessed sufficient allure to captivate alphas. No, it is due to my victory over their warships during training, yet I had not enlisted at that time, resulting in their collective reprimand from their superiors. Well, you certainly deserve to be pursued and chastised for that. A newcomer yet to enlist triumphant over active duty soldiers. It is no wonder they faced rebuke. Song Yizhu's tone shifted to one tinged with melancholy. You jest at my expense, yet being pursued and chastised is one matter. Having my wife ridicule me is quite another. Could you not simply smile? Zhiyan teased. What is amiss with that? It does not diminish my affection for you. Song Yizhu found herself at a loss for a retort and tightened her embrace, conceding that laughter was indeed permissible. You still have not revealed why you are discontent today. Nothing. Song Yizhu hesitated, but upon meeting Zhiyan's gaze, she could only respond with candor. Just a trivial matter. Much like before, nothing worthy of discussion. What is it? May I inquire? Song Yizhu paused, her silence indicating her deliberation on whether to disclose her thoughts. Do you recall what you told me? You cannot withhold anything from me that you are willing to share. Do you remember? It pertains to progeny, Song Yizhu confessed, unable to evade the inquiry. Procreation. They still place importance on that. Indeed, the conversation circled back to the topic of progeny, as Song Yizhu had no children presently. Well, the inheritance of superior genes holds great significance for them. And what of you? What are your sentiments? Do you wish to have children with me? In the context of the Blue Star Federation, the importance of quality genes was profound. Otherwise, she would not have been nurtured by her parents in the nursery since childhood. Furthermore, given Song Yizhu's robust genes and capabilities, the desire for procreation seemed entirely natural. I do, but not at this moment, Song Yizhu replied honestly. The notion of continuing her lineage with someone she cherished was indeed appealing. Why not? Are you preoccupied with work? Not particularly, but my health remains somewhat unsteady. Pregnant omegas necessitate the presence of alphas, and I harbor concerns regarding my adequacy, which may complicate your delivery. Thus, we shall wait a bit longer. Song Yizhu's apprehensions were indeed justified. There was no immediate urgency. And in the absence of a permanent bond, insufficient alpha pheromones could induce instability during pregnancy. Truly, this was not an opportune time. Following today's military training review, I shall arrange for someone to assist you in packing your belongings. You will return to the school this afternoon. Understood, sister. I shall miss you. It was entirely reasonable for Song Yizhu to accompany her sister back to school. She was quite content to have spent 2 weeks in her sister's company. Moreover, their mother and another guardian were likely preparing to visit her at school, and her sister probably wished to avoid an encounter with them. Sister-in-law, I shall miss you as well. Song Yizhu opted not to respond, as Song Yunxi was already accustomed to this silence. She then turned to Zhiyan. You take care of yourself. Zhiyan intended to reciprocate the sentiment, but was interrupted when the individual beside her tightened their grip on her hand. A clear warning that compelled her to modify her response. Song Yunxi remained oblivious to their subtle exchange and paid little attention to the alteration in Zhiyan's reply. Will you come over for the review later? Song Yunxi stepped out of the car, leaving only Song Yizhu and Zhiyan inside, the latter's voice imbued with hope in the confined space. Do you wish for me to come? Zhiyan hesitated to respond directly. How could one simply confess such a yearning? Yes, then I shall visit later. After gently caressing her face, Zhiyan exited the vehicle. Marshal, the assembly is complete. While the two conversed, Han Lin had finalized the formation. Ready for the military training review. Today there will be a live broadcast. Your public identity remains that of the mech military marshal. Understood. Song Yizhu's military uniform bore no insignia, denoting her rank. Appearing rather ordinary, akin to a training officer leading military exercises. I am Song Yizhu, the head instructor for this year's Interstellar University military training. Today marks the conclusion of our training. Congratulations to all students for successfully completing 14 days of military training. To assess our training results, we have arranged a formation performance for your esteemed review, honored teachers and guests. Though her uniform bore no insignia, it did not deter speculation among the audience. Song instructor appears so serious. Quite different from her demeanor during the training. Why is her voice so powerful? Doesn't she realize we young people cannot endure it? Come on, young people should exercise restraint. I jest. Even Annie cannot withstand it. Does this 31-year-old handsome male believe he can endure it? Being guided by Song is undeniably an exhilarating endeavor. However, one must brace themselves for the prospect of standing at attention for 2 interminable hours. One's enthusiasm may significantly diminish. Such an experience would indeed be intolerable. Online discussions fluctuated markedly as the review of the Interstellar University's military training unfolded vigorously. Zhiyan opted not to approach Song Yizhu, instead choosing to send her a message. Why not come and find me? You are the chief instructor. It remains the military training review period, with countless cameras trained upon you. I ask that the reason you refrain from seeking me out? Song Yizhu expressed her discontent, feeling slighted that Zhiyan had not come to her upon her arrival. Just focus on your review, Zhiyan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Song Yizhu. Very well. Once it concludes, we shall return home together. Upon receiving that message, Song Yizhu ceased her complaints and redirected her attention to the students before her. Zhiyan did not linger, as other matters demanded her focus. Soon, her wrist device chimed with incoming messages, leaving her too occupied to respond. After completing her tasks, she opened her device to discover an overwhelming influx of messages from Lin Wanxi. Su Zhiyan, you finally have a moment to address me. The instant the call connected, Lin Wanxi began to voice her grievances. What is the matter? I was preoccupied earlier and had no time to check my device. Su Zhiyan offered a brief explanation. Disinterested in delving further into Lin Wanxi's complaints that is inconsequential. That I just watched the live broadcast of the Interstellar University Military Training Review. Your partner is quite the sensation. Were you not supposed to be resting during your pregnancy? How did you find the time to watch the live stream? Precisely because I have little to occupy my time during my pregnancy did I decide to watch. Moreover, it has been ages since that individual obtained her license, and I have yet to be introduced to her, so I settled for watching the live stream. Speaking of which, I did send you a photo some time ago. That was ages ago. It was from your trip in July, and it was merely a side profile. Lin Wanxi rolled her eyes, exasperated by the scant evidence. Very well. I shall make time to introduce her to you, Su Zhiyan, acknowledging her shortcomings, conceded and agreed to arrange a meeting with her partner. Are you suggesting that if I do not mention it, you will not bring her to meet me? That is quite a leap. We're discussing something much more future-oriented, so you have already broached this subject with her. Have you? Lin Wanxi seized the opportunity, intent on extracting information. What did you wish to discuss with me? Su Zhiyan swiftly redirected the conversation, feeling increasingly cornered that I was merely stating that your wife is quite popular. Lin Wanxi reiterated, steering the discussion back to that not to be expected. Are you at ease with remarks such as Instructor Song is exceedingly handsome? I yearn to bear his offspring, or Instructor Song. Impart your wisdom to me. Lin Wanxi recited a succession of comments from the live stream, leaving Su Zhiyan in a state of perplexity. What on earth is transpiring? Su Zhiyan struggled to comprehend the situation. It is merely commentary from the broadcast. Did you not perceive any of it? I have just forwarded you the screenshots. I was engrossed and lacked the opportunity to review them. Su Zhiyan reopened their chat, her head throbbing at the sight of numerous screenshots. Very well, it matters not. Just ensure that you facilitate her introduction to me. I long to meet Instructor Song in person. Lin Wanxi mimicked the fervor of the viewers, successfully intensifying Su Zhiyan's irritation. Understood, I shall certainly allocate time for it. She spoke rapidly, cognizant of the urgent matters at hand. Within this year, be advised that I shall not extend an indefinite timeline. Very well, I shall terminate the call now. We will converse later. Su Zhiyan acquiesced, promptly ending the call and hastening out. Song Yizhu, are you finished? Despite her annoyance, Su Zhiyan recollected that her partner was occupied. So she initially sent a message. I have just completed my tasks and am preparing to return to base. Have you concluded your duties? Are you coming to find me? Upon receiving Su Zhiyan's message just after finishing her responsibilities, Song Yizhu's spirits were considerably uplifted. Not fret. Let us convene by the military vehicle. As she had completed her tasks, Su Zhiyan preferred not to make an additional trip and simply turned back toward the entrance. Very well, I shall require a moment. Please wait for me. Han Lin, hasten and assemble the team. Stowing her wristband, Song Yizhu had no intention of lingering for farewells. Very well. Marshal. By the time Song Yizhu returned to the military vehicle, Su Zhiyan was already awaiting her. Fortunately, the October weather had abated its oppressive heat. The sun still radiated brightly in the sky. However, do you not need to be here this afternoon? Song Yizhu expertly opened the car door for her. Somewhat bemused by her early departure today. No, they have merely dispersed, and there are no classes to attend. The teachers no longer require my assistance. Then this afternoon, Song Yizhu was about to inquire about her intentions when she was interrupted. I'm coming to settle a score with you this afternoon. Settle a score? What transgression have I committed? The last time they settled a score was over a solitary strawberry, yet she had not deliberately bitten anywhere conspicuous recently. No, but you have incited my ire. Although it was unintentional on Song Yizhu's part, it did not preclude her from experiencing a pang of jealousy. Naturally, she had felt vexed. Song Yizhu blinked, bewildered as to how she had offended Su Zhiyan today. I truly do not know. Might you illuminate me? She was not oblivious to her misdeeds. Rather, she was unaware of what justified her remorse. Su Zhiyan cast a perceptive glance in her direction, her expression resolute. Yet her hands moved with deftness, swiftly presenting the evidence before her. Song Yizhu surveyed the array of statements laid out. Enveloped and silenced, I did not anticipate their audacity. After a prolonged pause, Song Yizhu finally articulated her thoughts. What do you believe to be the cause? Su Zhiyan inclined her head towards her. It is solely due to your overwhelming popularity. Even the act of reviewing military training has become a subject of discourse, which is the source of my discontent. Because you did not come to seek me out, Song Yizhu spoke in a subdued tone. Had Zhiyan sought her presence, it is likely she would not have found herself on the podium, thus evading the multitude of cameras capturing her. You hold me accountable for that. Was it appropriate for me to approach you under such circumstances? As the chief instructor, should it not have been fitting for you to remain present? Zhiyan cast her a sidelong glance. It was not an extravagant display of affection. She was merely a university instructor, yet she stood on stage beside the school leaders. Was this suitable? Because I did not disclose my marital status. Song Yizhu lowered her gaze. In truth, she wished to argue that, as the chief instructor, there were moments of urgency, and it was permissible for her to briefly step away. But she refrained, fearing it would only serve to further irritate Zhiyan. This response could scarcely be deemed correct, yet Zhiyan merely huffed lightly. Offering no further remarks, I had Han Lin attend to it. It can be resolved today. Will you forgive me? The timing was fortuitous, as they needed to generate momentum and publicly declare their relationship. No, if merely resolving the matter would secure my forgiveness, then my anger would have been in vain. Why not? Song Yizhu was bewildered. Had they not reached a resolution? That was merely your solution, not a means to appease me. I do not forgive. Then what would you consider a suitable approach to placate me? Perhaps this evening? The proximity of their bodies and the distinctly muted tone of her voice exuded an aura of intimacy, unmistakably indicating that her reference to the evening transcended a mere mention of nightfall. No, let us postpone this discourse, Zhiyan asserted, grasping her hand with firm pressure, urging her to temper her demeanor. Very well, we shall converse later. Heeding his cue, Song Yizhu straightened her posture, gently stroking their intertwined fingers with her thumb. This time, she acquiesced, seemingly embracing her actions. Han Lin moved with alacrity. Prior to the commencement of the live broadcast from Star University, the military's official website had prominently announced that Song Yizhu had a partner. Ensuring that netizens would not overlook this detail, even emphasizing it at the outset of the introduction. However, the identity of her partner remained undisclosed, both to deter prying eyes from investigation and to safeguard Zhiyan's well-being. Cece darling, are you available next weekend? Mother and I are coming to check on you at school. Or would you prefer to return home for a visit? We miss you dearly. Just as the military training concluded, her mother's call arrived with palpable urgency. Nevertheless, Song Yunchi had grown accustomed to their sporadic communications. Good evening, Mother. I will be available next week. I shall return home. It has been a while since I slept in my own bed. I long for it. Then your mother and I shall come to collect you. Also, inquire if your sister wishes to accompany you back, Su Jingyu suggested, having noted that the two sisters had been cohabiting for the past fortnight, their relationship likely having developed somewhat. Sister? I doubt she will return. Song Yunchi contemplated for a moment. If it were the weekend, she would likely prefer to spend time with her sister-in-law and would most probably not come back. By the way, do you know if your sister has a partner? Su Jingyu sighed softly, still harboring concern for Song Yizhu. Yes, I have met her. She is quite pleasant and possesses a commendable temperament, Song Yunchi affirmed. Over the past 2 weeks, she had engaged in more conversations with Zhiyan than with her sister. Could you perhaps share a photograph or divulge some details about her? Did your sister not mention anything to you? Song Yunchi paused, realizing that she had only learned about Song Yizhu after inquiring. Her sister had likely chosen not to disclose any information to their parents. If your sister has not mentioned it, you might consider asking her directly. I cannot relay that information. While it is one thing for her sister to confide in her, she would not dare to pass on any details to their parents without her sister's consent. Very well. When do you conclude your studies next week? We shall arrive to collect you at an early hour. Allow me to verify, Song Yunchi replied while perusing her scheduled M.Y. final class on Friday concludes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Coincidentally, this coincided with her sister-in-law's class. Nevertheless, she chose not to disclose this information to her mother. Ultimately, Song Yunchi messaged her sister but received no reply for an extended period. She then reached out to her sister-in-law, who also did not respond. She deduced that both must be preoccupied and chose not to dwell on the matter. The following day, she received a text from her sister, politely declining her invitation. Chapter 83. After the completion of military training, Song Yizhu finally found the opportunity to address the matters she had previously overlooked. Major General Xiao, you need not train today. Please accompany me and the marshal for an outing. Why is that? Is not your marshal from the Mecha army? Why does it pertain to my starship army? Externally, the marshal indeed bore only the title of Mecha Army Marshal, yet within the military hierarchy, she was recognized as the Grand Marshal of the entire military department. Commanding him was merely a matter of discourse. If he harbored doubts, he could directly inquire with the Grand Marshal of the Starship Army. What absurdity is this? Is not our interstellar Grand Marshal Zhao Mingxiu? When did it become her? As I mentioned, if you do not believe me, you may consult your Starship Army's Marshal. However, I must warn you that failing to arrive punctually will be perceived as an act of defiance. While grappling with her doubts, Xiao Jingwei sent a message to the Starship Army's Marshal, hesitating as to whether to accompany Han Lin. I shall depart first. Should you fail to arrive at the base entrance within 5 minutes, we will proceed without you, and you may join us afterward once your punishment is complete. After uttering these words, Han Lin paid no further heed to her reaction and departed. It took precisely 5 minutes to traverse to the entrance, and Song Yizhu had meticulously calculated the timing. Should she linger any longer, waiting for the results of the investigation before hastening over would undoubtedly create a spectacle. Xiao Jingyue clenched her fists tightly, ultimately opting to follow Han Lin. When she arrived before Song Yizhu, Xiao Jingyue maintained a sullen demeanor, refusing to salute her. Let us proceed. Song Yizhu merely cast her a fleeting glance, instructing Han Lin to prepare the vehicle for departure. Did she not possess the right to share a vehicle with her as a princess? Xiao Jingyue frowned at the vehicle ahead, ultimately conceding to board the next conveyance. The door slammed shut, and the convoy finally departed the base. The response she had long anticipated arrived gradually. Major General Xiao, Marshal Song, is indeed the Grand Marshal of our military department. How can an alpha yet to reach the age of 30 ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal? What has become of Marshal Zhao Mingxiu? Military secrets. Inquiries are unwarranted. The Marshal of the Starship Army dispatched her final communication and ceased to respond, rendering further questions futile. The scenery beyond the window blurred by. Yet Xiao Jingyue sensed an uncanny familiarity with the path. That wasn't this the route to the royal palace? What purpose did Song Yizhu have in bringing her here? Despite her uncertainties, Xiao Jingyue maintained her silence as the vehicle entered the palace. Marshal Song, it has been some time, greeted Xiao Ruoqi warmly upon their arrival, having awaited them in the conference room. Your Majesty, Song Yizhu led her companions in a bow, her demeanor largely impassive. There's no need for such formalities. Please take a seat. Xiao Ruoqi gestured invitingly. Mother, Xiao Jingyue exclaimed, her excitement at seeing her mother after such a lengthy separation momentarily overshadowing her obligation to pay her respects. Please sit. Xiao Ruoqi nodded, not pursuing her lapse in decorum. The marshal mentioned a desire to discuss Jingyue's circumstances with me. I wonder what the issue could be. It pertains to whether the noble lady should continue her military service, among other matters. Song Yizhu gracefully seated herself, speaking with minimal deference, presenting herself more as an authority than a subordinate. We have previously established that all adult alphas within the royal family are entitled to a year of military training. Yet not even half a year has elapsed. Why, then, is the marshal broaching this subject? Xiao Ruoqi bore no ill will towards her. The passage of time had diminished her value relative to the youthful Song Yizhu. Song Yizhu exchanged a glance with Han Lin, who promptly stepped forward to display the prepared chat records. This was the dialogue from the last occasion when the sixth princess delivered supplies to the marshal. Xiao Ruoqi quickly skimmed through the messages, which contained Xiao Jingyue's disparaging remarks about Song Yizhu and her companions, attributing their physical deficiencies to the Omega and lamenting the inability to propagate their lineage. Each phrase was a piercing rebuke aimed at Song Yizhu. Xiao Jingyue scrutinized the compilation of messages, feeling no remorse for her words. The content included doubts regarding the affections between the marshal and his wife, slander towards his sister, and verbal insults directed at the marshal himself. As they examined the records, Han Lin provided additional context, while Song Yizhu remained poised in her chair. What sister? Even if Marshal Song does not acknowledge her as your Omega, there is no necessity to fabricate a bond of sisterhood. Will you not find it rather amusing how dissimilar you both appear? Han Lin anticipated her retort and projected another document, delineating the familial connections of Song Yizhu, encompassing her parents, siblings, and marital affiliations, with each page duly stamped by the Interstellar Parenting Bureau. The sisters' contrasting appearances were a consequence of inheriting their parents' traits. While not an exact genetic replica, the variance in their primary genders resulted in differing degrees of inheritance. Nonetheless, she should not persist in residing at the base post-marriage, nor should she permit her sister to take up residence there. Xiao Jingyue's voice quivered with trepidation as she recognized the potential for her words to reach her mother. Song Yizhu ought not to be so trivial. According to regulations, married individuals holding the rank of major and above are mandated to live off base. However, as the Grand Marshal, he possesses the authority to remain on base. To ensure prompt access during emergencies, the Military Council has consistently advocated for the Grand Marshal to reside at the base, designating an entire floor for his habitation. The implication was unmistakable. It was not Song Yizhu who clung to the base, but rather the Military Council's insistence on her continued presence, with an entire floor allocated for her accommodation, affording her the liberty to entertain guests at her discretion. The situation was transparent. The sixth princess had neglected to uphold the military's standards of prudence and had disseminated extensive rumors regarding the Grand Marshal, rendering her unfit for continued association with the military. The council had already issued a collective decree declaring the sixth princess unqualified as a successor and requesting the annulment of her candidacy. How dare you, merely due to a handful of thoughtless remarks, you strip me of my candidacy? Is this the manner in which your military conducts itself? The sixth princess discerned the frivolity of her claims. You lack any substantial evidence to validate your statements, yet you audaciously delve into the marshal's private matters, causing significant harm to his reputation and the military's esteem. That I trust you grasp the gravity of this predicament. As rationality seemed to wane, Xiao Jingyue turned her focus to Xiao Ruoqi, her mother and the sovereign of the interstellar domain, unwilling to watch her candidacy dissipate without a fight. Xiao Jingyue, I did not foresee such a profound absence of contrition from you. Initially, I considered advocating for you, hoping that Marshal Song would display some leniency, but it now appears to be futile. Observing the disdain in her mother's gaze, Xiao Ruoqi suppressed her ire, though her words were tinged with palpable bitterness. Being dismissed by the Grand Marshal, who was intended to cultivate royal progeny, was an utter humiliation to the royal lineage. I apologize. Marshal, I shall ensure this child receives the requisite discipline. I will also address the matter of rescinding her candidacy with the political council. I regret the trouble this has caused you. With formalities concluded, she prepared to take her leave. Xiao Major will be entrusted to your capable hands. Song Yizhu nodded, disinterested in witnessing this lesson in humility. Chapter 84. Mother, why? After Song Yizhu departed, Xiao Jingyue, still embittered, questioned her mother. She perceived the issue as trivial, merely a few thoughtless remarks, yet Song Yizhu had approached it with the utmost gravity. After all, it involved the succession of the imperial throne. How could she accept being dismissed over such trifles? Why? You dare to inquire why? Why provoke Song Yizhu of all individuals? Do you believe the royal family can withstand the entirety of the military? Xiao Ruoqi's gaze was laden with disappointment. But our royal family is the most revered entity in the galaxy. Why should we acquiesce to her? She is merely one who wields power owing to the military. We could easily render her powerless. Upon further reflection, Xiao Ruoqi remained confounded by her daughter's folly. Enough. Return to your palace. I no longer wish to see you. After an extended silence, Xiao Ruoqi sighed, relieved that the royal family was not confined to a singular alpha. Otherwise, despair would have engulfed her. Mother, I still have questions. What of Grand Marshal Zhao? As Xiao Ruoqi prepared to depart, Xiao Jingyue urgently interjected, fearing her mother would exit the conference room at any moment. What do you require of him? He is of no worth, Xiao Ruoqi countered, bewildered by her daughter's persistent preoccupation with that already disgraced individual. He served for 2 decades. While he may lack merit, he has endured considerable hardships. I wish to meet him. The Imperial Hospital, 37th floor. If you wish to go, then go. With that, Xiao Ruoqi departed, perceiving her daughter as a mere child, driven by impulse. She lacked the time to educate such a fool. After resolving matters with Xiao Jingyue, Song Yizhu immersed herself in her work, adhering to a rigorous schedule, in stark contrast to Zhiyan, who often found herself commuting alone, with Song Yizhu only occasionally visiting when time permitted. Sister-in-law, may I accompany you as you leave? After the final class, Song Yizhu chose not to follow her roommates and instead trailed behind Zhiyan, intending to exit the campus together. What is the matter? Are you visiting your sister? No. My mother and the others have come to pick me up, and they wish for me to return home. I asked that why you inquired if your sister wanted to come back with you. Yes, my mother asked me to inquire, but I know my sister will not return. Song Yizhu nodded. wishing for Song Yizhu to accompany her, though she deemed it unlikely to be. By the way, sister-in-law, when you are ready, do visit my home. If you go, my sister will surely agree to return. Convincing her sister to willingly come home was a rare opportunity, so Song Yunshi placed her hopes in Zhiyan. Zhiyan hesitated to respond immediately, considering it premature, especially as she did not wish to pressure Song Yizhu if she preferred to remain distant. I see my mother's car. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Zhiyan's silence was anticipated by Song Yunshi. Given the abruptness of her request, all right, goodbye. Zhiyan watched as she rushed towards the business vehicle, where two figures tall and short awaited her. Surely her two mothers. Cici, why are you just now coming out? You've lost weight. Was that person your friend? Why didn't you invite her to join us at home? Song Huaibei affectionately ruffled her hair, glancing at Zhiyan. She is my subject teacher. The last class was hers. So I left with her. Song Yunshi embraced each mother, missing them after more than a month apart. Are you hungry? Mother has already requested the kitchen to prepare a meal. The timing is impeccable for our return. Su Jingyu scrutinized her daughter's expression, gently squeezing her arm. Having cherished her since childhood, she harbored concerns for her well-being while living independently. I am famished. I yearn for home-cooked meals. Song Yunshi nodded vigorously, acknowledging that no matter how exquisite the school food might be, it could never rival the warmth of home. After such an extended period apart, she longed for her family. Then let us return home and spare your stomach from suffering. Witnessing the tender exchange between mother and daughter, Zhiyan contemplated departing, only to turn and see Song Yizhu approaching. Song Yizhu, why have you finished work so early today? Have you once again been neglecting your responsibilities? After enduring a protracted week, Zhiyan anticipated that she would be too occupied to collect her. Yet here she was, quite the opposite. I completed my tasks and came to fetch you. Did you not see the message I sent? Upon reaching her, Song Yizhu instinctively sought an embrace, her voice imbued with warmth. That I merely conversed with Yunshi briefly and lost track of time. Zhiyan felt no remorse. Song Yizhu had grown accustomed to her occasional delays. I knew it. Shall we dine? Acknowledging that she had not checked her messages since class concluded, Song Yizhu resolved to personally escort Zhiyan. Are we dining out this evening? Zhiyan allowed herself to be guided. Familiar with this routine, regardless of whether Song Yizhu had come to collect her after work, she had grown accustomed to the embrace upon their meeting and the fleeting hand-holding. Indeed, we have ample time. Shall we also take a leisurely stroll? Song Yizhu nodded in agreement. Today, Zhiyan finished her work early, and with the weekend approaching, it mattered little if they lingered a while longer. Thus, she made it a point to complete her tasks ahead of time to enjoy a date with her. Isn't that Song Yizhu walking alongside your teacher? Song Huaibei, unable to fully divert her gaze from Zhiyan, had been observing the cordial relationship between the teacher and Song Yun11. To her astonishment, she soon caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. Unsure, she scrutinized it for an extended period before inquiring with Song Yunshi. Following Zhiyan's previous direction, Song Yunshi indeed witnessed the two of them affectionately strolling side by side. Song Yunshi struggled to articulate her thoughts, genuinely uncertain how to elucidate the dynamics between them. With their closeness so evident, how could she possibly conceal it? Is that teacher the partner your sister discovered? While Song Huaibei might not be entirely familiar with Song Yizhu's figure, Su Jingyu had seen her daughter countless times and instantly recognized her. What partner? How come I was unaware of this? Song Huaibei turned to regard her, astonished that such information was common knowledge between them, while she remained blissfully unaware. The official military website revealed that Song Yizhu already had a partner. Su Jingyu's gaze remained fixed on the two figures until they entered a vehicle together. How could she have never mentioned this to her family? Must we truly consult the official site ourselves? Upon learning that Su Jingyu had discovered Song Yizhu's news solely through the website, Song Huaibei's admonition intensified. Neither Song Yunshi nor Su Jingyu responded, and the atmosphere within the car thickened with a heavy silence. Yet, Song Huaibei remained chiefly concerned about the relationship between Song Yizhu and Zhiyan. Yunshi, do you have her contact information? After much contemplation, she felt compelled to seek clarity regarding their connection. Should Song Yizhu be hesitant to confide in her? She would turn to another for answers that I do not possess that information. What do you intend to do, mother? Song Yunshi, with wide eyes, lied without hesitation. She could not reveal such details. Not only would her mother question her response, but she also found it challenging to explain to her sister, with whom her relationship had only just begun to mend. She hoped that Zhiyan would engage her more, to strengthen their bond. You just departed with her, and now you claim not to have her contact information. Do you expect me to accept that? Song Huaibei glared at her. I merely wish to inquire how they became a couple and when they might start a family. Among other things, Song Huaibei scrutinized her, noting how tightly this child concealed matters concerning her sister. One might conclude she was raised by Song Yizhu, which truly belied the extent of her indulgence towards her. Really? Mother previously never expressed any interest in my sister. Why this sudden curiosity? Song Yunshi found it difficult to believe her mother's words, which seemed rather extravagant. Yunshi, Song Huaibei's voice took on a serious tone. Despite the rifts between her and her eldest daughter, it was no justification for the youngest to challenge her authority, leaving her in a decidedly unpleasant mood. Mom, save me. Song Yunshi quickly leaned towards her mother, burying her head in her embrace, clearly refusing to engage with Song Huaibei. Song Huaibei, do not impose that corporate demeanor upon my daughter. Su Jingyu shot her a disapproving glance. Dear, I was merely being a touch strict. I only wish to inquire about their relationship. It is not as though I would harm her. Song Huaibei's demeanor softened, yet she still sought to refute, regardless of the duration of their acquaintance. Song Yizhu remained her daughter, and she deserved to be informed about her circumstances. She simply has not expressed anything. It is futile to inquire further. Contacting them abruptly would be intrusive. Do you not comprehend? Though Su Jingyu harbored a similar curiosity regarding their circumstances, she refrained from intruding upon them. As negligent parents, what authority did they possess to meddle in Song Yizhu's affairs? Her sole desire was for her daughter to find happiness and evade hardship. If possible, it would be beneficial for them to engage more. That I understand, Song Huaibei murmured, her gaze drifting away from the two, her expression enigmatic, leaving one uncertain as to whether she truly comprehended the situation. Did you not notice the individuals on the other side when you came to collect me? Inside the vehicle, Su Zhiyan released her hand, opting instead to play with it. Her palm radiated warmth. Slightly calloused, indicative of her handling military documents over the past 2 years, which had led to reduced training time and consequently thinner calluses. Why mother and the others? I observe them, Song Yizhu replied promptly, fully cognizant of the individual she referenced. That I assumed you had not noticed. They must have seen you as well. Their relationship, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should already be apparent to both mothers. That it is unclear. However, it bears little significance. Song Yizhu responded with a shake of her head. They were of lesser consequence compared to Su Zhiyan, and she could not afford to be preoccupied by them. Su Zhiyan regarded her, discerning from the fragments of their conversation that Song Yizhu's relationship with her mothers was fraught with tension, though the extent of that discord eluded her. What troubles you? Are you intrigued by them? The movement of her fingers prompted Song Yizhu to contemplate. Perhaps a little. Su Zhiyan hesitated, her thumb gently pressing into Song Yizhu's palm, which felt softer than other areas. Yet her curiosity was more inclined towards Song Yizhu. Specifically, her childhood. In that case, you may not glean much from them, that I have not been in their company since my birth. My existence proved detrimental to both of them. Until I was 5, I resided in an orphanage. And now, I doubt anyone recalls that period. How do you know? Did they inform you? Su Zhiyan felt a surge of compassion at the notion of a young soul being severed from their familial ties. The orphanage had meticulously documented her growth, but those records were later entrusted to her guardians. Unfortunately, they were ultimately destroyed as a keepsake, leaving no one with cherished memories. Song Yizhu shook her head, having never inquired about it with them, nor did they possess substantial knowledge. Very well, let us not linger on this topic. Su Zhiyan entwined her fingers with Song Yizhu's, the warmth of their clasped hands instilling a sense of serenity. She hesitated to introduce any sorrowful subjects, thus refraining from questioning her relationship with her mothers. Yet, unexpectedly, they still encountered painful themes. Although Song Yizhu did not overtly reveal her emotions, Su Zhiyan was acutely attuned to the subtle shift in her demeanor. It is all right. That was a long time ago. I still think of her from time to time, Song Yizhu admitted, her grip tightening, her voice laced with nostalgia. Shall we visit her when the opportunity arises? We cannot. She has long since departed into the cosmos, Song Yizhu responded, shaking her head. There was nothing to behold at the cemetery except a stone inscribed with her name. No photograph remained. Su Zhiyan fell silent, now enveloped in regret for having mentioned her family, let alone probing into her childhood. Not blame yourself. It is not a subject that cannot be broached. Furthermore, my willingness to share demonstrates that I have made peace with it. It is well. Song Yizhu turned her head to regard her, her expression steadfast. She held deep respect for her sister, yet the past remained in the past. She could not cling to it. Zhiyan met her gaze, unable to stifle her heartache. They say the loss of a loved one leaves an everlasting ache. How did she endure those days of unresolved sorrow? Her emotional connection with her family was fragile, affording little opportunity for genuine expression. Let us procure some wine this evening. Perhaps indulge a little, she suggested. Though you partake in drinking. Song Yizhu grasped her implication and did not decline, considering that tomorrow heralded the weekend. Indeed, I do, Zhiyan replied candidly. Regardless of whether she had imbibed previously, she was resolute in her decision to drink now. Song Yizhu regarded her with skepticism, but ultimately acquiesced, despite their intentions to drink. Song Yizhu's abode was devoid of suitable drinking vessels, necessitating the purchase of both wine and a set of wine accessories. You have yet to disclose when you commenced drinking. Surely it wasn't before reaching the legal age? Even as she posed the question, Zhiyan harbored doubts regarding Song Yizhu's indulgence prior to reaching adulthood. Indeed, it had only been in recent years that she had occasionally partaken at palace banquets. As anticipated, she shook her head in denial, the glass in her hand brimming with a purplish-red liquid, which she swirled without consuming. That I knew it, Zhiyan proclaimed, pride lacing her voice. Knew what? Song Yizhu found her words enigmatic. That Song Yi is well-behaved and delightful. Huh. Have you perhaps indulged too generously? As she spoke, Song Yizhu's gaze fell upon Zhiyan's visage, noting her slightly flushed cheeks and somewhat dazed expression, coupled with her disjointed utterances. It indeed resembled the demeanor of one under the influence. Am I intoxicated merely for extolling your virtues? Is my capacity for drinking so lamentably low in your estimation? Zhiyan blinked, taking another sip of her drink, seemingly to affirm her sobriety. Your face is quite rosy, Tao Tao. Song Yizhu placed her hand upon her cheek, relishing the warmth of the flushed area, which was rather pleasant. It is merely flushed, such as a normal reaction. Zhiyan nuzzled against her hand. Though she seldom drank, her tolerance was not so feeble as to render her tipsy after a single cup. Could it be an allergic reaction? Song Yizhu voiced her concern, yet observed that her neck and arms bore no signs. Not at all. I have enjoyed a few libations before. It is simply that I tend to flush easily. Zhiyan shook her head. For it was her own body, and she understood it well enough. Perhaps it would be wise not to imbibe excessively at once, as it could lead to inebriation. Upon hearing her insistence that she was well, Song Yizhu relinquished her worries, but could not refrain from offering counsel. The current scenario appeared less like Zhiyan accompanying her for drinks and more akin to her indulging Zhiyan. Have you become more loquacious? Does alcohol render you chatty? Not at all. Unbelievable. As she spoke, she seized a nearby bottle and filled her glass to the brim, then downed it in one gulp, startling Song Yizhu. Did you not just articulate that drinking too much at once leads to intoxication? You should induce a bout of nausea. 2 glasses will undoubtedly leave you quite tipsy. Her tone was laced with urgency. Evidently alarmed by Zhiyan's actions, Zhiyan turned her head and boldly pressed her lips against hers. Their lips parted, and the chilled liquor was exchanged between them, causing some of the crimson liquid to trickle down Zhiyan's chin. As she swallowed the remaining alcohol in her mouth, Zhiyan was poised to tease her when someone grasped the back of her head, transforming a mere drink into a fervent kiss. Are we not indulging in drinks? Why do you kiss me? Once they finally separated, Zhiyan accused her, asserting she had no intention of kissing. Is this how we partake tonight? With her fingers entwined in her hair. Song Yizhu remained close, their breaths mingling, subtly laced with the scent of alcohol. No, such emotions would be stirred. Zhiyan resolutely declined, recognizing that her previous impulse was but a fleeting whim. Should the drinking persist in this manner, she would succumb long before reaching her threshold. That is perfectly acceptable. Tomorrow is the weekend. You need not work, and I shall attend to you. Now, it was Song Yizhu's turn to be playful. She raised her glass, but refrained from drinking. Instead, she extended it towards Zhiyan. Excessive imbibing leads to inebriation. Zhiyan chuckled at her words, gazing at the fragrant elixir before her, yet hesitating to take another sip. It will be fine. Just avoid excess. Song Yizhu still held the glass aloft, unwilling to lower it. Zhiyan stole a glance at her and the drink, then took a generous gulp, restraining Song Yizhu's hand when she attempted to reclaim it. She was determined not to allow Song Yizhu to evade intoxication. She longed to see if she could endure continuous drinking without succumbing to inebriation. Sensing herself nearing her limit, she gently pushed Song Yizhu's hand away, tilting her chin to beckon her closer. Respecting her cue, Song Yizhu set down her glass and eagerly leaned in. Their warmed mouths met the icy liquid once more, and Song Yizhu swiftly swallowed it, deepening the kiss anew. This cycle persisted, and Zhiyan felt that before Zhiyan gently caressed her face, her voice quivering, yet she mustered the courage to inquire. "Not yet, Tao Tao," Song Yizhu responded slowly, her demeanor unwavering. "Why not? Have we not marked each other countless times before? Surely, that must amount to something. Are you inadequate?" Her relentless barrage of questions darkened Song Yizhu's expression. To assert her inadequacy at this juncture felt utterly provocative after so many encounters. "Perhaps the next sensitivity period will suffice. What is your perspective?" Song Yizhu paused for a brief moment, not addressing her inquiry, but countering it. "The next sensitivity period is mid-November, but what if I am unavailable?" Zhiyan found it peculiar. It was merely early October, with a month and a half remaining until the sensitivity period. Was that not ample time? "If you are unavailable, then let us endeavor to complete the permanent marking before the year's end." Song Yizhu appeared taken aback by the notion of her potential unavailability, yet it was acceptable. There would be a physical examination later this year, after which she would ascertain if they could proceed with the permanent marking. Very well, Zhiyan sighed softly but acquiesced. She had anticipated achieving this prior to Song Yizhu's birthday. Chapter 87. After considerable contemplation, Song Huaibei resolved to reach out to Su Cheng. Managing Song Yizhu was presently beyond her capacity, and she could not yet broach the subject of the marriage alliance. "Mr. Su, do we not still have over half a month until our agreed-upon wedding date? Why are you meeting with me at this moment?" Su Cheng reclined nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Their verbal agreement regarding the wedding date felt both trivial and profound. Achieving this union would indeed be a joyous occasion, yet should it falter, his losses would be minimal. He was inclined to pursue the marriage, but Zhiyan had absconded from home and obstinately refused to return for nearly 6 months. Perhaps it was prudent to impart a lesson about the rigors of the outside world. And with time still favoring him, he felt no urgency. "I'm somewhat anxious. My daughter will turn 30 in early November. The military enforces regulations that unmarried officers over 30 face suspension, hence I wish to resolve this matter promptly. Moreover, Mr. Su, would you not prefer to conclude matters sooner? You raise a valid point, yet my daughter is presently in a rebellious phase and has vanished to who knows where, even amid our anxieties. We yield no results." Su Cheng nodded. Addressing the issue sooner rather than later would avert further complications. Securing a suitable match, given the Su family's influence, should prove to be a straightforward endeavor. It merely hinges on your willingness. Would you not agree, Mr. Su? Song Huaibei maintained that this was not an obstacle to their aspirations, as long as Su Cheng remained steadfast and his daughter resided in the capital or on the principal star. A suitable match could undoubtedly be secured. Indeed, that holds true. However, I must emphasize that my daughter is currently navigating a rebellious phase. Even if she returns, she may be disinclined to engage with your daughter. If Mr. Su places his faith in me and genuinely wishes to forge an alliance with our family, it would be wise to permit them to cultivate a lasting bond prior to formal registration. It is merely a matter of sequence. Su Cheng seemed ready to express further reservations, but was interrupted by Song Huaibei. I understand your apprehensions regarding the willingness of the two children. Yet the galaxy is replete with stimuli capable of awakening intrinsic desires. Acquiring such means should not pose a challenge. Who would have imagined Mr. Su could exhibit such indifference towards his daughter? Su Cheng chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to probe deeper. Could one who resorts to such measures truly be a reliable partner? I am not harsh. She simply disregards my guidance. I am left with no alternative. And the side effects of those substances are minimal. They merely induce fatigue for a few days, conveniently allowing time for them to bond, but I would never genuinely harm her. Song Huaibei's frankness revealed a mother profoundly concerned for her child. Indeed, no one can claim to lack affection for their offspring. Rather, our methods of upbringing diverged. I too yearn for my daughter to display greater compliance. Su Cheng chuckled. Song Huaibei appeared to have thoroughly researched the side effects of the suppressants. Revealing her sincere desire to unite the two children, we are merely acting in the best interests of the children. After all, they carry our lineage. Who would not wish for their flourishing, given their exceptional lineage? It is only a matter of time before they produce elite alphas or omegas, thereby ensuring the enduring prosperity of the family enterprise. Mr. Song undoubtedly possesses remarkable foresight. Su Cheng could only admire her vision. While the present challenges remained unresolved, Song Huaibei was already contemplating the distant future. Should he commend her maternal instincts or critique her for her fervor? That necessitates your cooperation as well. Neither of us can achieve this alone. Song Huaibei leisurely savored her steaming tea. Indeed, in light of Mr. Song's earnestness, I shall expedite the search for my daughter, and you ought to arrange for yours as well. As for the substances, Su Cheng hesitated, acknowledging his capability to procure the suppressants. However, within the main star, there always lingered the risk of leaks. Moreover, transporting the substances from other secondary stars would require time, and he was uncertain if they would arrive promptly. Fear not. I am well versed in managing this. IT simply requires orchestrating a meeting between the two. Song Huaibei possessed far more connections than Su Cheng. Accomplishing this would take mere moments. In that case, I shall endeavor further. Regarding our family's collaboration, Song Huaibei had evidently made meticulous preparations, effortlessly addressing Su Cheng's final concern, prompting him to refocus on the matter at hand. Rest assured, concerning the contractors for the rare mineral mountain range in the Kolar system, the higher-ups have already set their sights on the Song family. Once our families unite, securing the contract will be assured. With Song Yizhu's esteemed status, the Song family sought to secure a mining vein, and those in power were quite accommodating. However, the current predicament lay in the fact that her company lacked the substantial capacity to undertake such a venture independently, thus necessitating a partnership with the Su family. Furthermore, the Song family aspired to establish a solid foothold in the capital, and relying solely on Song Yizhu's influence proved to be insufficient. Collaborating with the Su family, a distinguished lineage that has flourished in the capital for centuries, was undeniably the most sagacious course of action. After a month of deliberations, Su Cheng felt buoyed, having secured the agreement to reunite the two young individuals. His meeting with Song Huaibei primarily centered around this arrangement. And with her consent, how could he not be elated? Thus, it was resolved that by the end of the month, the two children would meet. Once their matters were settled, the future of their own endeavors would also be expedited. Upon concluding his conversation with Song Huaibei, Su Cheng chose not to return to the office, instead opting to drive home. "Why are you back so early?" Zhao Jian expressed his surprise at Su Cheng's early return. Noting that he seldom arrived home at such an hour, "I had a discussion with President Song, which account for my earlier arrival," Su Cheng replied with nonchalance. "Are you contemplating a union with President Song? What was the nature of your discussion?" Zhao Jian continued, his curiosity aroused. The recently ascendant figure in the capital, President Song, had remained notably inactive for several months. I had presumed that the matter had lost its urgency. "It concerns her. We deliberated on a union of their two offspring. Speaking of which, it has indeed been quite some time since Yin has ventured out. It is time to bring her back," Su Cheng remarked, casually encircling his arm around Zhao Jian's waist. "Bring her back? Have you already resolved their union? Are you compelling them into matrimony?" Zhao Jian looked up at him, incredulous. "What coercion? Rather than allowing her to reach 30 and resort to genetic matching, it is far wiser to select a suitable partner for her. Furthermore, the daughter of the Song family is commendable, an SSS level, perfectly compatible. But her instincts," Zhao Jian began, a note of concern evident that IT is merely a minor issue, one that does not hinder intimacy. With a multitude of skilled practitioners in the military medical department, her healing is simply a matter of time. Su Cheng waved dismissively. "IT is just a slight ailment. It holds little significance." "Very well then." Chapter 88. Xiao Yun discovered that her department had welcomed an exceptionally charming Omega. With a delicate oval visage, she greeted everyone with unbridled enthusiasm, often addressing her as minister in a dulcet tone that sweetened the atmosphere around them. "Xiao Yun, are you off to see your junior again?" her roommate exclaimed in surprise, observing Xiao Yun's unusual midday departure. "What play? I am occupied with serious matters," Xiao Yun retorted, casting a sidelong glance. "What serious business could you possibly have? Is there an event approaching?" Another roommate interjected, as Xiao Yun, now a junior, had little interest in school activities. Of course, the sports meet is merely a month away. Is that not an event? But isn't it a bit premature? Seeing the look in Xiao Yun's eyes, the roommate swallowed her words and fell silent as Xiao Yun exited. "Senior, aren't we convening for the meeting tonight? Why are we heading over now?" Song Yunchi expressed her confusion regarding Xiao Yun's unexpected summons. It was to prepare for the evening's meeting. With the impending sports meet, it is essential to take stock of our resources and identify any deficiencies in order to delegate tasks accordingly. Acknowledging the importance of this, Song Yizhu nodded in agreement, ready to embark on her task. Xiaoxi, please remember to message me once you are finished. Zheng Muran reminded her just before her departure. Their initial plan to visit the library in the afternoon had been thwarted by Xiao Yun's sudden announcement. Understood. I will message you when I complete my tasks. See you at the library, Song Yizhu confirmed as she stepped outside. Does her junior typically enjoy managing minor details? Why did she opt for a logistics department? Not particularly. My family has always dissuaded me from engaging in such trivial pursuits, yet I find them quite captivating that I aspire to achieve self-sufficiency when I eventually live independently. Is your junior also striving for autonomy? What if you were to marry shortly after graduation? Independence is indeed commendable, and Y's sister exemplifies independence. She seldom returns home and manages everything exceptionally well that I yearn to emulate her. Song Yizhu paused before adding, I doubt I shall wed at a young age. I intend to pursue further studies even after graduation, though it feels somewhat premature to broach such topics now that IT is indeed early. She is merely a freshman. Having been in school for just over 2 months, graduation is still 4 years away, so there is no need for haste. That IT is a tad premature. She should relish more of life's experiences. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, her gaze lingering on Song Yizhu. What is it, senior? Song Yizhu inquired, concerned that she might have inadvertently caused offense. I was merely contemplating your beauty. It is likely that you have numerous admirers at school. Not particularly. I generally walk with my roommates. Occasionally, I may encounter a few alphas. Preoccupied with forging connections among her peers, she had not devoted attention to any romantic endeavors. That suggests you are quite popular. Are you contemplating dating during college, or are you already involved with someone? I am not dating, and my mother is quite strict. I have not engaged in any romantic relationships prior to college. At this juncture, I shall simply allow things to unfold. She was cautious about dating before reaching 18, aware that her mother would likely intervene. Indeed, such matters require serendipity. One cannot hasten their arrival. Xiaoyan nodded, already contemplating how to cultivate a connection with her. By the way, what is your omega ranking? With your beauty, your lineage must be exceptional. I doubt you fall under the A level. Song Yizhu smiled and shook her head, choosing not to disclose a ranking. Senior, have we arrived? She gestured toward the sign indicating the storage room above, skillfully diverting the conversation. Indeed, allow me to open the door. Please stand back. It has not been opened in quite some time. So be wary of the dust. The dialogue momentarily ceased, and Xiao Yun felt a flicker of irritation but remained silent as she swiped her access card to open the door. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, with various decorations for events stored with care, and the atmosphere was rather agreeable. IT is fortunate that it is organized. Otherwise, I would feel quite embarrassed in front of my junior. Xiao Yun guided her within, swiftly opening a window to invite in fresh air. Shall we take stock of all these items? Song Yizhu inquired, uncertain whether they could complete the task by midday. Not entirely. We only need to account for the supplies required for the sports meet. It may take some time, but if we do not finish, you will have to decline your classmates' invitations. Then why not invite a few more people to assist? Others are preoccupied. I notice your schedule is free this afternoon, so I could only extend the invitation to you. Let us commence. The longer we tarry, the later it will become. Though unconvinced, Song Yizhu followed Xiao Yun as they began to inventory the items. Indeed, as Xiao Yun had mentioned, the room had not been accessed in some time, accumulating dust, and she even caught a hint of something decaying, which was far from pleasant. Senior, do you detect a foul odor? Is something spoiled? The unpleasant scent lingered, prompting Song Yizhu to question Xiao Yun beside her. Xiao Yun's expression darkened as she patiently responded, No, it was inspected 2 months ago, and nothing is spoiled. Song Yizhu fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The odor was quite distressing, and she wished to complete the task and depart swiftly. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though Xiao Yun was intentionally prolonging the work. Moving at a languid pace, it appears you will not be visiting the library this afternoon, that we still have a small portion remaining to address, Xiao Yun remarked, her face clouded with concern after an hour of labor. Following her gaze, Song Yizhu observed 2 shells that were presumably part of their inventory task. It seems she would indeed have to cancel her plans with Zheng Muran. I shall inform my classmate. So she will not wait for me. As she spoke, she sent a message to Zheng Muran, who promptly replied. Chapter 89. Is there still a lot left? Do you need assistance? The message was succinct. Just a small portion remains, probably another hour. Then I shall come to assist you. That should expedite the process. Aren't you going to the library? It is not a matter of urgency. Very well. We shall convene in the storage room located on the second floor of the comprehensive building. Once our tasks are completed, we can proceed to the library together. I am grateful for your assistance. Zhang Muron acknowledged this with a simple nod, donned a black long-sleeve shirt, and departed. Your classmate is coming to assist? That should facilitate matters and save you some time, remarked Song Yizhu. Following their brief exchange, she resumed her dialogue with Xiao Yun, only to realize that they would be occupied for nearly 3 hours, a duration she had not foreseen. Is your classmate truly that unoccupied? Xiao Yun inquired, her frown betraying her surprise at the unanticipated arrival of yet another individual. However, she found herself with a few moments to spare, reflecting that completing her duties ahead of schedule might afford her some respite. For reasons she could not quite articulate, Song Yizhu detected a hint of animosity in Xiao Yun's tone, as though suggesting that Zhang Muron had nothing better to occupy her time. Nevertheless, the prospect of finishing her work earlier promised a degree of comfort. Xiao Yun cast a glance at the 2 shelves and resumed her tasks. Zhang Muron arrived punctually, and before she could even cross the threshold, a noxious odor assailed her senses, causing her to scrunch her nose in distaste. Muron, you have arrived quite swiftly. You must be fatigued that I did not anticipate your assistance, as I was unable to accompany you to the library. It is no bother at all. After all, you have only a small amount left to complete. I am merely here to facilitate the process. Zhang Muron exchanged a significant glance with Xiao Yun and offered a gentle nod in greeting. Where do you still need to check? Song Yizhu inquired, gesturing toward the shelf behind Xiao Yun, and Zhang Muron adeptly set to work. You require my assistance? No, you and the senior may record on that side first. Once you have finished, you can join me here. Noting her insistence, Song Yizhu followed Xiao Yun once more, only to realize that they completed their tasks simultaneously and had even finished the records. Senior, we have completed the checks. I will organize the records from both sides and send them to you. With Zhang Muron's assistance, their time was indeed halved, and before 3 o'clock, they had accomplished their responsibilities, leaving them time for a brief excursion to the library. I appreciate your hard work. I shall treat you to afternoon tea when you are available. Xiao Yun observed the 2 figures closely intertwined and could not help but clench her fists. There is no need for such formality. Assisting the department is only proper, Song Yizhu replied with a smile. As she prepared to inform Xiao Yun of their intention to visit the library, they unexpectedly encountered their sister-in-law in the stairwell. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. Good afternoon, everyone. Where have you been? You all exude an air of decay. Zhiyan cast a brief glance at Song Yizhu and then at Zhang Muron, noticing an unfamiliar figure behind them, who did not seem to belong among her students. However, she chose not to pursue the matter further. We were merely examining items in the storage room. That is likely the origin of the unpleasant odor. Upon hearing Zhiyan's words, Song Yizhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her instincts had not deceived her. The foul scent was indeed present, and it appeared they would soon need to change their garments. Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer. Please remember to complete your group assignments. Zhiyan nodded, harboring some lingering doubts, yet opting to keep them unspoken. Understood, teacher. Farewell. Taken aback by Zhiyan's reminder regarding the group assignment, Song Yizhu quickly devised a plan to escape with Zhang Muron. But their exit was obstructed by Xiao Yun just as they attempted to leave. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. The sight of Zhiyan rendered Xiao Yun momentarily speechless. She experienced a peculiar amalgamation of emotions, caught between her own desires and the expectations imposed upon her by others. Nevertheless, Zhiyan had always displayed a certain indifference toward her, and she had grown accustomed to being overlooked. Zhiyan had not anticipated encountering Xiao Yun again, particularly not in the company of Song Yizhu. Her gaze lingered upon the trio, yet their expressions revealed no signs of distress, prompting her to nod and hastily depart. Senior, we are departing now. I shall see you at the meeting tonight. After bidding farewell to Zhiyan, Song Yizhu intended to escort Zhang Muron away, relieved that Xiao Yun did not hinder their progress any further. You also detected that unpleasant odor in the storage room, did you not? Once she felt the scrutinizing gaze behind her had subsided, Song Yizhu turned to Zhang Muron, who nodded in agreement. I sensed something must have decayed, but when the senior asserted it was impossible, I began to doubt my olfactory senses. Song Yizhu exhaled a sigh of relief. She had been confident that her sense of smell had not betrayed her. It should not entail anything decomposing. The corners of the storage room were rather dry. Did you perceive the scent upon entering? She had been vigilant while examining the items, and despite the piles in the corners, they consisted predominantly of large objects with minimal likelihood of decay. It appears that way. The scent manifested later on. Initially, I believed the odor emanated from deep within, which is why I did not perceive it immediately. Upon my first entry, I only detected the dry scent of dust. It was unpleasant yet not unbearable. That likely dismisses the possibility of anything rotting. It could very well be the senior's pheromones. The senior's pheromones? Are you certain? Song Yizhu was not intending to demean the scent. However, it conjured the image of decaying foliage immersed in mud. Unpleasant, yet not overpowering. That it was highly probable that the senior was entering a phase of heightened sensitivity. She left the thought unarticulated, yet Song Yizhu understood. If that were indeed the case, it clarified why Xiao Yun's movements had appeared so lethargic. Merely ruminating on it sent a shiver coursing down Song Yizhu's spine. Thank you, Muron. Had he not arrived, I would have remained oblivious to how much longer I would have to endure the senior's company. It's no trouble. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we fear. Let us return to the dormitory and change, Zheng Muron replied with a nonchalant shrug, hoping their apprehensions were unfounded, yet it was wise to remain vigilant. After bidding farewell to Song Yizhu and Zheng Muron, Xiao Yun found herself enveloped in a wave of despondency. Approaching her 22nd birthday in 2 months, she was already in her junior year. And it had been nearly 4 years since her differentiation that if circumstances continued in this manner, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Suddenly, a name materialized on her wristband, someone she had not encountered in ages. Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment, uncertain of this individual's intentions, yet she acquiesced to the meeting. Chapter 90, What brings you here? Why do you wish to meet? Xiao Yun regarded her cousin. Xiao Jingyue, perplexed by her sudden desire to seek her out, not be so distant, cousin. We share the same surname. Is it inappropriate to desire a conversation? Xiao Jingyue leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on her hand, her tone light and somewhat flippant. Xiao Yun scrutinized her cousin with suspicion. Given her usual haughty demeanor, it was challenging to believe she genuinely wished to engage in casual dialogue. Nevertheless, she refrained from contesting and opted to follow her lead. What do you wish to discuss? You will be 22 in 2 months, correct? Have you found a suitable partner? Taken aback by the abruptness of the inquiry, Xiao Yun awkwardly shook her head. You have yet to find one. If you do not act swiftly, your genetic vitality will further diminish, complicating the prospect of offspring, and even if you do, the quality of your children's genes will be adversely affected. Observing her cousin's negative response, Xiao Jingyue felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was unfolding according to her expectations. Did you come here to humiliate me? I assure you, that is not my intention, that I am not that idle. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to depart, Xiao Jingyue hastily clarified, realizing she had yet to introduce the main topic. What do you wish to convey? I find myself quite occupied. A meeting awaits me this evening. Xiao Yun inhaled deeply, preparing herself to absorb her cousin's words. There exists an SS-rated Omega within the esteemed Su family of the capital, a naturally differentiated individual. Xiao Yun's family does not reside in the capital. Xiao Jingyue, concerned that she might be unaware of this fact, brought it to her attention, although she had only recently discovered it herself. The alphas of the royal family must remain within the palace for specialized education until they reach maturity, thereby restricting their exposure to the outside world. What is your point? Even if she is indeed a top-tier Omega, what significance does it hold? Furthermore, she is likely beyond my reach. How could I ever hope to attract her? Do you not feel a flicker of interest? Your condition deteriorates with each passing year, rendering it increasingly improbable that you will produce quality offspring. Are you genuinely satisfied with this state of affairs? What benefit lies in mere interest? What agency do I possess in this matter? With my affliction and my genetic lineage, even should I live several lifetimes, it would still not be my turn. Xiao Yun clenched her palm, growing ever more convinced that her cousin was merely indulging in jest at her expense. Not utter such words. She is a top-tier Omega, and it remains within the realm of possibility for you to have quality offspring. What precisely are you attempting to convey? Unable to endure the conversation any longer, Xiao Yun wished to disengage from this discourse entirely. Ever since your great-uncle developed a pheromone recognition disorder, the genetic lineage of your family has experienced a decline. Once S-rated genes have diminished to B-rated, Should you wait another 2 years, you may find yourself unable to conceive offspring at all. Are you truly content with this reality? Do you not yearn to seek out a top-tier omega to salvage your family's genetic legacy? Xiaoyan found herself utterly at a loss for words. Since her grandfather's genetic mutation resulted in numerous descendants suffering from pheromone recognition disorders, their family genes had indeed deteriorated. The inability to recognize pheromone scents of the same gender had diminished their once S-rated genes to B-rated. And as time passed, the likelihood of producing viable offspring waned. Two uncles had even succumbed to infertility before reaching the age of 30. Was she truly content with this fate? While she was undeniably reluctant to accept her circumstances, there was little she could alter. The principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme in the cosmos, and her family found itself among the forsaken. The top-tier omega, possessing such exquisite genes and an unparalleled reproductive environment. Did you truly not desire such a being? What if this individual could transform the destiny of your lineage? Was a meticulously crafted foundation of your family truly destined to dissolve into the annals of history? Observing her silence, Xiao Jingyue's words grew increasingly seductive. Revealing that her companion was entranced, gazing at her intently, I shall confer with the Su family. Exchanging a premier omega for the enduring prosperity of your clan, I'm confident they would not refuse. What is it that you desire? Xiao Yun recognized the improbability of receiving assistance devoid of personal gain. It was hard to fathom that the esteemed sixth princess would act without ulterior motives. Cousin, you are remarkably astute. My aspirations are modest. I merely seek half of your family's assets. Xiao Jingyue, I perceive that your fixation on wealth has clouded your judgment. You dare to demand half of our family's holdings for a child whose fate remains uncertain? If you were to bear a few more, would our entire enterprise then belong to you? It was understandable that Xiao Yun was incensed. Although their family was not rooted in the imperial capital, their business still ranked among the foremost. She merely wished to enhance her lineage, yet Xiao Jingyue aimed to jeopardize their foundational legacy. You see, you're becoming anxious. I never claimed I would not return what you lend me. It is merely a temporary borrowing. Once my endeavors bear fruit, would I truly owe your family anything? Xiao Jingyue cast a sidelong glance at her. Could the entire imperial palace not afford it with the meager funds they possessed? Xiao Yun regarded her with skepticism, unable to decipher her true intentions. The prospect of utilizing half of their family's assets likely indicated a matter of great significance, and she hesitated to take the risk. It is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the authority within my family does not reside in my hands. I'm powerless to do not speak so. Your family consists of more than just your father and another A-class alpha. There are merely 3 children, an omega cousin, you, and a yet undifferentiated young child. Your family's hopes for the future rest upon you. They would surely be amenable for the sake of their descendants. Xiao Yun fell silent. As her words stirred something within her, I will consult my father regarding that omega from the Su family. As long as you acquiesce, I shall negotiate. Xiao Yun regarded her thoughtfully, sensing that the individual before her sought to gain without offering anything in return. They desired half of her family's industry, while the Su family sought a premier omega, and she was to contribute nothing but mere words. This was indeed difficult to trust that I am, after all, of royal blood. An adult alpha with rightful inheritance. What concerns do you have? I harbor no concerns. Permit me to reflect for 2 days. Chapter 91 today, I encountered Cece. After finally completing her tasks and returning home, Song Yizhu arrived slightly later than usual. Habitually, she leaned in closer. What transpired? Song Yizhu was cognizant that Song Yunxi was her student, and their interactions were frequent. However, the mention of her today undoubtedly carried deeper implications. She had been observed in the company of a classmate and an alpha. Notably, she had never alluded to Xiao Yun in her conversations with Song Yizhu, and this sudden reference likely indicated her ignorance of its significance. Zhiyan merely acknowledged the presence of an alpha. Were they friends? Or perhaps they had reached an age ripe for romance. The truth of either scenario remained uncertain. Zhiyan shook her head, hoping they were merely friends. To be candid, Xiao Yun was not an ideal partner, and she feared that if Song Yunxi were to part ways with her, it would result in an incessant entanglement. That seems acceptable, Song Yizhu replied, nodding. Regardless of whether they were merely friends or romantically involved, it ultimately pertained to Song Yunxi. She was entitled to make her own choices. What troubles you? Noticing an unusual expression on Zhiyan's face, Song Yizhu probed further. Isn't it merely Song Yunxi making a friend, or perhaps dating? Why do you appear so anxious? I fear that CC may not be suited to be with that alpha. Regardless of whether their relationship is platonic or romantic, Zhiyan confessed, frowning as she sensed she might be overstepping. Yet, she could not dismiss the apprehension that permitting Song Yizhu to grow too close to Xiaoyun would be unwise. Why do you say that? Are you aware of that alpha's circumstances? Song Yizhu tilted her head, perceiving that Zhiyan seemed particularly invested in the affairs of Song Yizhu. Had she perhaps conducted an inquiry into the alpha in their midst? I know a little. She was a student in my class last semester. Zhiyan hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject of Xiaoyun, worried it might offend Song Yizhu. Nevertheless, she refrained from pressing further. Unsure of how to continue. Did you take particular note of her during or after class? Not during class. She was just another student. After class, I had some interaction with her. Initially, it was merely to address questions. However, at the onset of summer vacation, she troubled me for a time, and I sensed her personality might not align well with Cici. Zhiyan shook her head. Who would pay special attention to a student unless there was some connection? She would naturally be more vigilant regarding someone like Song Yizhu. Otherwise, she would not concern herself with whom she associated. She troubled you? I was unaware, Song Yizhu remarked, her brow furrowing at this unfamiliar revelation. How could you know? At that time, where were you in relation to me? I found it exceedingly difficult to engage in conversation with you, and after I withdrew, she stopped troubling me as time passed. I even forgot her existence. Had our paths not converged today, I would have remained oblivious to her entirely. Zhiyan cast a glance at her companion. In those earlier days, they were engrossed in their own romantic endeavors, allowing scant opportunity for such dialogues. Very well, Song Yizhu replied, choosing to halt her inquiries. Their affairs were their own. Song Yizhu was no longer a child, by the way. Where's the little tiger I gifted you? Speaking of which, she suddenly realized that the little tiger was missing from her room. Had it been tucked away, or perhaps misplaced? It resides in my office. And what of it? Not fully comprehending the abrupt shift in topic, Song Yizhu responded straightforwardly, Oh, I assumed you had put it away. Why not keep it at home? It is no wonder you claimed you hadn't seen it. Truth be told, wouldn't other officers be fascinated by a charming little tiger perched upon the marshal's desk? There is no space for you. Shall I create room for it? Zhiyan perceived the playful tone in her words, yet it did not deter her from jesting. Where would you place it? Song Yizhu was not oblivious to her intentions. She sought to provoke her, thus she persisted. Perhaps next door. Where else could it possibly go? Aside from your residence. They're only my home or Lin Wanqi's. Where else could it find a place? I shall arrange for someone to dismantle the bed and sofa later. Song Yizhu hesitated. Who would just yet genuinely consider relocating? Am I not allowed to remain next door for a while? Zhiyan chuckled at her. She had not comported herself in such a manner previously. During her more sensitive phases, they could live apart, pledging to call if necessary. Now, she was reluctant to even sleep next door without disassembling the bed. Was that truly excessive? That can be arranged. I shall accompany you. Song Yizhu nodded. Merely changing beds was acceptable, yet Zhiyan's absence from her side was out of the question. Then forget it. Simply swapping beds is hardly worth the fuss. Do you wish to change residences? Shall I acquire a house elsewhere? Judging by her demeanor, she genuinely longed for a change of scenery. You are rather extravagant, casually suggesting house purchases. Zhiyan had not anticipated her reaction. They were merely discussing making space, yet the conversation had veered into real estate. Song Yizhu blinked rapidly and nodded vigorously. Her account was brimming with figures. Annual salaries, military bonuses, and allowances from Zhiyan, all accumulating to a sum she could scarcely deplete. It appears I have not only secured a formidable alpha, but one hailing from a prosperous lineage. Not quite. I am a first-generation individual of considerable means. Song Yizhu shook her head. Prior to her enlistment, the Song family was not perceived as affluent, merely middle class. Outside the imperial capital, they were somewhat prosperous, yet within its confines, they barely measured up. That renders you all the more remarkable. How did you achieve such distinction? Zhiyan playfully pinched her cheek, effusive in her praise. Showcase your abilities for me. Allow me to witness your interactions with that alpha. What? Has the conversation pivoted so abruptly? Zhiyan was momentarily taken aback. However, she continued, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. I simply felt the subject transition too suddenly, catching me unawares. I took no umbrage at, as she spoke. She unveiled her chat history with Xiaoyun. predominantly filled with Xiao Yun's messages, with Su Zhiyin's sporadic replies halting once their travels commenced. Indeed, Xiao Yun had not reached out to her since then, is it not just as I suggested? Most of it was met with silence. Song Yizhu gently concurred, enveloping Su Zhiyin's waist in her arms and leaning in closely, her ears subtly tinged with a delicate shade of crimson. Had Su Zhiyan noticed this, she would surely have commended her adorableness, as Song Yizhu fell shy merely for expressing a hint of emotion. It was truly endearing. Chapter 92. Would you care to meet my friends this weekend? Certainly, but I shall be on a mission next week, likely lasting a week, but the following week is your birthday. Will you return in time? It is difficult to ascertain. If matters are resolved swiftly, she may return in time. Well, do take care of yourself. If she cannot return, we can always compensate later. There remain nearly 2 weeks until your birthday, which seems premature, yet an early celebration could be arranged. Very well. I shall take a shower whilst conversing with my friend. Ever since her return, I have been so engrossed in her that I have neglected everything else. If she departs, would not Song Yizhu be left all alone? After bestowing another kiss, Song Yizhu finally retreated to her room. Is it that you finally have time to call me? Upon receiving another call from Su Zhiyan, Lin Wanqi immediately teased her. Has it truly been that long since our last exchange? She recalled it had not been long. Yet, in Lin Wanqi's estimation, it felt as though years had passed since their last conversation. Not at all. It has merely been a little over half a month. Yet, I shall miss you, Lin Wanqi remarked with a hint of mischief, nearly sending a shiver down Su Zhiyan's spine. Isn't your wife at home? You are permitted to speak so freely that it was not as though she had uttered it. However, Yulan's possessiveness was indeed alarming. She could not even begin to fathom the dire consequences of Lin Wanqi uttering that word in her presence. You guessed correctly, that's so. What prompts you to converse with me today? Lin Wanqi chuckled, her trepidation regarding Yulan evaporating, for she had nothing to fear. Did you not express a desire to meet my wife? Let us arrange a weekend. Do not claim that I neglected to extend an invitation. Your wife wishes to meet mine as well. The prolonged cadence of Lin Wanqi's voice rendered her particularly irksome, making it difficult for Su Zhiyan to restrain the impulse to strike her. What is amiss? I did not object when you repeatedly referred to your wife by her name. Why may I not call mine? It is merely a fleeting thought, reminiscing on how you once referred to her as she, and now she is transformed into your wife. Indeed, love metamorphoses individuals beyond recognition. That Su Zhiyan clenched her teeth, fervently wishing to silence Lin Wanqi. By the way, just a moment. Lin Wanqi paused, seemingly in search of something before continuing. I shall not regret it. No one else can stir my heart. Does that sentiment evoke familiarity? Lin Wanqi, how long will you cling to this? The shadows of past transgressions resurfaced, and Su Zhiyan genuinely felt a surge of desire to confront her. I told you, one cannot escape the law of genuine affection. Rest assured, I shall remember this for eternity. Just wait. Lin Wanqi wielded her resolute words as a means of mockery, prompting Su Zhiyan to laugh even more. After much deliberation, she ultimately acquiesced to her friend's entreaty. Shall we meet? The message was succinct and unmistakably conveyed her desire for dialogue. Regrettably, I am rather occupied. Even in moments of leisure, I have my own affairs to manage. Should you wish to discuss something, kindly convey it through messages. Su Zhiyan responded with an air of cheerfulness. Having completed her workload at the semester's onset, she now taught merely 3 classes and assisted her mentor, rendering her schedule relatively unencumbered. You lack even the time for a meeting? Song Huaibei frowned, taken aback by the swiftness of her refusal. I wish to inquire about your relationship with her. Are you certain you wish to converse here? Upon receiving her curt reply, Song Huaibei's frown deepened. It seemed the individual before her did not accord her the respect she deserved, despite being Song Yizhu's mother. Feel free to inquire. Su Zhiyan believed there was nothing clandestine about her relationship with Song Yizhu. Discussing it anywhere was equivalent, and a face-to-face meeting could lend a more earnest tone. Has she left a permanent mark upon you? Given Su Zhiyan's indifference, Song Huaibei opted for directness. No, the personal nature of the inquiry left Su Zhiyan momentarily speechless. Yet she responded truthfully. Then I hope you and she have parted ways. Upon hearing this, Song Huaibei felt a wave of relief. The absence of a permanent mark simplified matters significantly. Why? Su Zhiyan hesitated, having foreseen that Song Yizhu's family might intervene in their relationship. However, she had not anticipated such unequivocal assertions. You are simply unsuitable for her. Song Huaibei declared without a trace of hesitation. The reasoning so simplistic? It lacks persuasiveness. I cannot acquiesce to that. What she requires is a partner of repute, someone of formidable stature who can provide her with advantages, not merely a lover. Clearly, you do not meet the necessary criteria, and I harbor doubts about your potential as a mother to her future progeny, who are destined to inherit the family legacy. Song Huaibei suppressed her ire and articulated a litany of reasons she deemed him unfit. Madam Song, if you persist in employing subjective judgments to ascertain the nature of my relationship with her, then you may desist. It is unnecessary. It appeared that Song Yizhu might not even be cognizant of the type of spouse she truly desired, while the individual before her had calculated matters with precision. What do you deem objective? She does not harbor affection for me. Our genetic lineage is incompatible, which stands as the most objective truth. Yet at present, the crux of the matter is that she loves me, and our genetic compatibility is unequivocally perfect, even corroborated by legal standards. On what grounds do you wish to sever our bond? Merely because you are her mother? Song Huaibei hesitated, astonished that these two had even ventured so far as to evaluate their genetic compatibility, which turned out to be flawless. She already possesses a marriage partner. After a significant pause, Song Huaibei's message arrived, causing Zhiyan to suppress a laugh upon reading it. She has even formalized our marriage. A verbal engagement holds no weight. Following this proclamation, an extended silence ensued from the other side. It appears you have no further discourse to engage in with me. Let us conclude this conversation here. After waiting a while longer, and with no response forthcoming from Song Huaibei, Zhiyan resolved against prolonging the exchange and unilaterally terminated the conversation. Through this dialogue, Zhiyan discerned why Song Yizhu was hesitant to return home. Her mother's domineering nature was formidable, and her desire for control was likely equally potent. It would indeed be perplexing if Song Yizhu were to acquiesce to returning. Chapter 94. Since that conversation, Zhiyan savored a few more tranquil days. Su, has your daughter been located yet? In 3 days, it will be my daughter's birthday. Song Huaibei remained undeterred by Zhiyan's words. What significance did it hold if a marriage certificate had been procured or if their compatibility was substantial? There remained one final aspect, no permanent mark, which signified that there was still time. We have located her, but she is challenging to bring back, Su Cheng replied, expressing her concern. Why do you say that? You cannot retrieve your own daughter? Not entirely. She navigates her daily life with a commendable independence, commuting to and from familiar locales, which complicates any efforts to locate her. Let us allow a bit more time. I am confident that this situation can be resolved within the forthcoming days. As he spoke, Su Cheng was engulfed by a profound sense of overwhelm. He had surmised that Zhiyan might be residing with friends, yet he had never contemplated that she would venture to the interstellar base, thus eliminating any chance for him or anyone else to intervene. Su, the sixth princess, has requested an audience. She is currently in the reception chamber. Just after concluding his communication with Song Huaibei, an aide entered. The sixth princess? What brings her here? Although perplexed, Su Cheng hastened to the reception room. Your Highness, I apologize for the delay. I was engrossed in other matters. Su Cheng regarded the notably youthful countenance before him, somewhat bewildered as to why this newly adult individual sought a meeting with him. Mr. Su, I am here to propose a transaction. The sixth princess had already embarked on her business endeavors at such a tender age. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow at her proposition, pondering whether she was merely engaging in a child's pastime. Numerous high-ranking officials and nobles are aware that Mr. Su's family possesses a premier omega. However, she remains unmarried at over 20 years of age. I wish to discuss the matrimonial prospects of this esteemed sister. Does the sixth princess harbor an interest in my daughter? You are quite young. Is this not a touch premature? Su Cheng assumed she was there for her own matrimonial prospects and was prepared to decline. Xiao Jingyue was far too young. Her glands were merely beginning to mature. While they were generally stable, fluctuations were still possible, rendering her an unsuitable match for his daughter. Not for myself, but for my cousin, Xiaoyan. Su Cheng paused for a few moments, deliberating intently. He had no recollection of the cousin she referenced. So he simply replied, I apologize, sixth princess, but I am not significantly familiar with the cousin you speak of. She hails from my great-uncle's branch of the family and has long departed the imperial capital. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware. Although they may not belong to the uppermost echelons of society, they remain a suitable match for the Su family. Are you attempting to facilitate a marriage between our two families? Su Cheng's brow furrowed. A relatively obscure family sought royal connections to broker a match. Was this not rather presumptuous? I extend my deepest apologies, esteemed sixth princess, yet I must firmly assert that she is not a suitable match for my daughter. As her father, I have already arranged an engagement for her. I kindly beseech you to retract your proposal. Upon hearing her candid admission, Su Cheng promptly declined her offer. It appeared rather unwise to depend solely on a tenuous connection to royalty in pursuit of his daughter. Do not be so hasty, Mr. Su. I have yet to reveal my terms regarding this transaction. Observing her seemingly playful demeanor, Su Cheng perceived her intentions as trivial. However, in light of her elevated status, he refrained from outright dismissal and inquired, "What terms do you propose, sixth princess?" Mr. Su, your current enterprise has reached its zenith, has it not? The remaining opportunities are accessible solely to those beyond the realm of ordinary commerce. IT transcends mere wealth. It necessitates power, the ability to compel others to covet a share of your success. How does that sound as a bargaining chip? The sixth princess was indeed enchanting. Are you insinuating that you would bestow upon me such power? If you wish to partake in this transaction, I would not oppose it. That on what ground should I place my trust in you? Merely because you are a princess? That seems rather insubstantial, particularly since there are 3 other royal heirs who are alphas. They too are contenders for succession. Are you truly confident in your ability to secure the throne? I harbor no intention of competing with them. As Xiao Jingyue spoke, she produced an item from her wristband to display to him. Su Cheng remained silent for an extended duration, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, yet he found it difficult to believe. What do you think? Is this identity and background sufficient? Indeed, it is sufficient, but Su Cheng's voice resonated with uncertainty. How could someone so youthful possess the audacity to embark upon such substantial endeavors? Although fraught with peril, the potential rewards were undeniably significant. It is not that I am averse to entering this transaction, but I have already established a marriage agreement with the Song family, and all arrangements are in place that a sudden alteration would likely be inappropriate. Her proposal was indeed alluring, yet the risks were palpable, and Su Cheng was hesitant to embrace such uncertainties. The Song family? Which Song family? The new elite in the imperial capital over the past 2 years. Their strength may be somewhat lacking, but their lineage is formidable. With military backing, they command respect in both political and business spheres. Can one argue that their influence is not considerable? Can they surpass mine? Xiao Jingyue raised her gaze to him. Given her current resources, few could rival her in the imperial capital. In comparison to you now, I must concede they cannot. Precisely. Business inevitably centers on profit. I trust you comprehend the essence of optimizing benefits. Su Cheng fell into silence once more. Indeed, collaboration with the Song family could yield significant advantages, yet their relationship would be one of mutual dependence. If one faltered, so too would the other. However, my daughter has yet to return home, leaving me in a state of perplexity. She resides at the Interstellar Base, a domain inaccessible to an ordinary individual such as myself. What role does an Omega fulfill within the military? Pray, what is your daughter's name? It appears there are no Omegas within the military, save for the 2 affiliated with Song Yizhu. Su Zhiyan, the 6th princess, merely inquired about the existence of a premier Omega in our family, yet she did not even bother to ask for a name. Xiao Jingyue felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, yet her refined upbringing restrained her. It was not as though she coveted the Omega. Why then was she so meticulous in her questioning? Now, it seemed she had appropriated the individual right from under the nose of that wretched marshal. Perhaps it was for the best. Absconding with him would surely ignite her ire. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely inquiring. Since Miss Su is here at the base, I shall fetch her for you, she proclaimed. Su Cheng, who had been at a loss for how to retrieve the individual, suddenly beamed with joy upon hearing her words. However, he did not verbally acquiesce. The risk associated with Xiao Jingyue's approach was far too daunting for him to embrace. Chapter 95. That although Xiao Jingyue expressed her intention to bring the individual back, she remained hesitant about directly apprehending someone from the heavily fortified military headquarters. After all, she was alone, and the challenge of extricating a living person from such a secure location was formidable. Yet, as a princess, she possessed her own means. While she could not command the military, she could certainly direct the police. Su Yin was taken aback when she was whisked away from her post by a contingent of uniformed officers. "Long time no see, Miss Su. came a voice before she could even settle into the police vehicle. Turning her head, she recognized a familiar face. It was unusual for her not to greet Xiao Jinghua. "What's the matter? Surprised to see me?" Xiao Jinghua teased, her demeanor casual a little. "I didn't anticipate you would go to such lengths to see me, involving several officers in the process. Point one might think I committed a crime." Su Zhiyan replied, nodding. Logically, given their relationship, they should have been at odds. Yet here they stood, oddly harmonious, despite Xiao Jinghua having effectively abducted her without any threat or resistance. "It's not a crime. It's merely that Su Qing asked me to bring you home." Xiao Jinghua clarified, "Why father? Asked you to do what?" Su Zhiyan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Of course. Who do you think prompted me to act?" "Someone departed in a fit of fury," Xiao Jinghua retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Su Zhiyan. "Is it truly necessary to deliberate on such matters? When did the two of you conspire together?" Su Zhiyan inquired, bewildered. "Conspire? This is a mutually beneficial partnership. Thank you very much." Xiao Jinghua replied, her tone light and airy. "Partnership for what?" Su Zhiyan pressed. "I provide influence, and he provides you," Xiao Jinghua elucidated. "Who is this you?" Su Zhiyan's eyes widened as comprehension dawned upon her. It was nearly certain they were alluding to her. "Should I call for assistance now? The police? There are 4 right here in the vehicle." Xiao Jinghua gestured towards the officers seated nearby. Su Zhiyan fell silent, her urge to summon military personnel eclipsed by the notion of contacting the police. "The union my father mentioned, does it involve you?" "Not me, but my cousin, Xiao Yun. Although I doubt you are acquainted with her," Xiao Jinghua responded. In that instant, all Su Zhiyan could think was 6, after numerous twists and turns. She found herself ensnared with Xiao Yun once more. Just moments prior, Song Yizhu had been in distress. Now, it was her turn. "What troubles you? Have you heard of her?" "I haven't heard of her, but I've encountered her," Su Zhiyan confessed. "Wow, you've met my cousin? How fortuitous. It seems you're destined to be my sister-in-law," Xiao Jinghua remarked, suddenly intrigued by the unforeseen connection. "Are you out of your mind?" "I never consented to that," Su Zhiyan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Is infidelity in marriage a common practice? Now that you're already in the car, do you believe it's up to you to agree or not?" Xiao Jinghua countered, momentarily catching Su Zhiyan off guard with her audacity. Su Zhiyan chose to remain silent, realizing they were en route to her home rather than a wedding chamber. After several false starts, she opted to withdraw from the conversation, her wristband flickering with light before falling into silence. "Marshal, what captures your attention?" the adjutant inquired, glancing at the composed Song Yizhu. This time, she was accompanied by a male major as her new aide, as Han Lin was absent from a mission. "Nothing of consequence. Have the positions of the alien factions and defectors been ascertained?" Song Yizhu's thoughts returned to the task at hand. "Specific locations have been identified, but we cannot strike directly yet. Moreover, intelligence suggests they may be armed with 3 fully controlled mechs," the officer reported. "Very well. Let us adjust our strategy from long-distance tracking to medium-range interference," she commanded. Choosing fully controlled mechs in such a chaotic extraterrestrial environment reveals a lack of strategic foresight. "Home at last. How does it feel to be returned by police car? Quite the display of prestige, wouldn't you say?" Su Zhiyan shot her a bemused look. "Prestige? It is not as if they are escorting me home for any noble purpose." "Oh, my dearest daughter, you have finally returned. I have missed you immensely. Have you endured hardships during your absence? You appear so gaunt and fatigued. Why do you persist in your stubbornness? Have you been living in discomfort? Your complexion is dreadful. Where have you been suffering? Why will you not come back home?" As they approached the house, Zhao Zhaolin's figure swiftly emerged beside Su Zhiyan, speaking without regard for Xiao Jinghua's presence. "I have not suffered. I have been quite well, father," Su Zhiyan insisted. "Well, is this how well you present yourself? When you were cared for at home, you were always radiant. What has become of you now?" Zhao Zhaolin scrutinized her visage, concern etched upon his features. "You seem to have lost your luster after venturing out," Su Zhiyan began, but Zhao Zhaolin's expression mirrored that of a father whose daughter had endured unimaginable trials. "You return, yet you regard home as if it holds no significance. You disappeared without a word for over half a year. Was I to presume you would never return unless I sought you out?" "Shall I take my leave now?" Su Zhiyan replied tentatively, earning a sharp glare from Su Cheng. "Six Princess, you truly are a handful," he sighed after reprimanding Su Zhiyan, then turning to Xiao Jinghua. "Your influence is remarkably potent. You have managed to bring Su Zhiyan back in no time. It is merely a trivial matter. After all, it is a transaction, Xiao Jingwei replied with nonchalance. Indeed, I shall ensure she is properly educated in the coming days, so she may comprehend the consequences of her actions. Su Cheng concurred with Xiao Jingwei's suggestion. Very well, I shall bring my cousin to pay a visit in a few days, Xiao Jingwei affirmed. Eager to witness Su Zhiyan face the repercussions, relishing in her misfortune. Farewell, Sixth Princess. After bidding Xiao Jingwei goodbye, Su Cheng led his family back into the living room. Su Zhiyan, your audacity is remarkable. Leaving home is one thing, but to remain absent for over half a year? I have clearly spoiled you, Su Cheng chastised, his gaze seething with frustration. Su Zhiyan remained silent, exchanging glances with her father. Zhao Jialin felt compassion for his daughter, but also recognized the validity of Su Cheng's words, thus refraining from interjecting. Chapter 96. The day after tomorrow, you shall go and register your marriage. I am already married. What? Both fathers, who had been seated, stood in shock. Su Cheng turned to Zhao Jialin, who quickly shook his head in disbelief. With whom did you register your marriage? Who granted you permission to make such a decision regarding your own life? Why can I not decide my own marriage? Su Zhiyan responded with defiance. I thought you were merely throwing a tantrum, resisting discipline, her father remarked. I never anticipated that you would marry without consulting your family. You have made such a monumental decision without even considering your father's feelings. Su Zhiyan fell silent, contemplating how her father had never sought her opinion regarding the arranged marriage. Yet now, her own union required his approval. Fine, you choose to remain silent, if that is your stance. Then since you are back home, do not expect to step outside this house again. And the alpha you married, who is he? He should come here to arrange for a divorce. Why abandon your privileged life to associate with a layabout? What potential could he possibly possess? If he cannot even protect his own Omega, why endure suffering alongside him? Su Zhiyan frowned at her father's disparaging remarks about someone he had yet to meet. You're defending him? What have I said that is incorrect? If he were not useless, could he possibly fail to protect you? If he were capable, would he dare to step foot in our household? The more Su Zhiyan defended the alpha, the angrier Su Cheng became, his frustration visibly escalating. Dear, please, refrain from further provocation. You will only hurt yourself in the process, Zhao Jialin interjected, gently rubbing Su Cheng's chest to soothe him. Just indulge her. Allow her to have her way. Su Cheng glared at Su Zhiyan before retreating upstairs. You too. You know your father is furious, yet you still provoke him. Are you trying to drive him to his grave? After watching Su Cheng disappear up the stairs, Zhao Jialin returned to sit beside Su Zhiyan. Who is this alpha you married? What is his occupation? Is he a man or a woman? Does he treat you well? After a brief silence, Zhao Jialin finally resumed her discourse. Continuing to remain at an impasse with her was not a viable solution. The woman, hailing from a military background, has treated me with commendable respect. It is no wonder your father has struggled to locate you. Those entrenched in the military should not be trifled with. Yin. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyan braced herself for yet another lecture and prepared to respond. Yet Zhao Jialin continued, expressing grave concern for her safety. Should any misfortune befall her, you would be condemned to a life reliant on suppressants. Setting aside her identity momentarily, if my assertions hold true and she were to perish, the efficacy of the suppressants would not endure indefinitely. The ultimate consequence would be gland damage, culminating in a halved lifespan accompanied by a multitude of ailments. Yin, you are our family's sole child. Your father and I have indulged you since your youth at a few years prior. When you expressed a desire to further your studies and dismissed the notion of marriage, we acquiesced, wishing for you to spend more time with us. However, as you mature, we find ourselves troubled that you might wed an alpha of no consequence. Even if we could welcome him into our family, we cannot guarantee he would not harbor ulterior motives. It was indeed inappropriate for us to orchestrate a marriage for you. Yet the heir of the Song family presents an impeccable candidate, lacking only a minor ailment. Zhao Jialin continued her discourse. But Su Zhiyan grasped a singular, crucial point. The Song family? Are they the newly ascendant aristocrats in the capital? Although she had not paid much heed to commercial affairs, she was aware of their burgeoning enterprises. Yes, they possess an alpha, yet he has never made an appearance. Thus it is understandable that you remain unaware. What is his name? Su Zhiyan felt her heart race, her eyes widening with trepidation as she regarded Zhao Jialin. Please let it not be what I fear it to be. Song Yizhu, did your father not mention this to you? When did he ever communicate such information? They had not divulged any particulars beyond pressuring her to enter into matrimony. Naturally, at that time, she had no inclination to listen, but did not father assert that individuals from the military are not to be trusted? After a moment's pause, Zhiyan tentatively inquired, "Is she not a child of the Song family? When did she become entwined with the military? Wait, how do you possess this knowledge?" Zhao Jialan was briefly at a loss, attempting to piece together the fragmented information. "She is my chosen partner." Zhiyan truly wished to emit a bitter laugh. Was this a convoluted game of circular reasoning? She would have fared better had she married from the beginning, although at that time, she would have certainly nurtured resentment towards Song Yizhu. Zhao Jialan was taken aback. It appeared his daughter had long been united with the partner they had chosen. "What implications does this hold for us? Will you two still meet the day after tomorrow? What does this entail?" Song Yi had never confided in her regarding this matter. In truth, she had withheld the identity of her marital partner until this very moment, igniting genuine fury within Zhiyan. Although the partner remained herself, Song Yi's reticence was utterly unacceptable. "What? Did you both not share any particulars? Did father even discuss this with me?" Zhiyan found herself at a loss for words. If such a conversation had indeed taken place, would she still be residing at home? She would have long since reunited with Song Yizhu. "You didn't mention it either. How was I to know you had returned with a partner chosen by your father?" Zhao Jialan fell silent as well. This father-daughter pair was indeed remarkable. "Then I am not." Zhiyan felt deflated. Her concern about leaving a poor impression on Song Yizhu weighed heavily upon her. Who could have anticipated such developments? Never mind. It matters not who I end up with. I shall not interfere. You two may resolve this on the day after tomorrow. Zhao Jialan had initially intended to offer counsel to Zhiyan, but it now appeared to be a futile endeavor to be by the way. "Have you two marked each other yet?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Jialan broached the subject of marking, as it was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. "We do not possess permanent marks. However, we have shared several temporary ones. It seems that each time Song Yizhu takes care to mark me, whether faintly or deeply. But since this is not the sensitive period, pheromone activity is low, so I have not paid it much heed." Zhao Jialan pressed his lips together. "Who inquired about your temporary marks? Why is there no permanent mark? Is she lacking in some way?" "No, it is not that. Father, please refrain from asking about this. I am heading back to my room." Zhiyan was still unaccustomed to discussing such private affairs with her elders, prompting her to retreat swiftly to her sanctuary. Upon her return, Zhiyan intended to converse with Song Yizhu. However, she was taken aback to discover several messages from her. Yet, unlike her usual updates, these were inquiries regarding her well-being. Zhiyan felt her heart soften at the sight of multiple messages. But she could not overlook the fact that this dog had never alluded to her marriage arrangement. The thought caused her smile to wane. "How did you know I was home?" After dispatching the message, Song Yizhu did not respond immediately. She was likely preoccupied. Zhiyan resolved not to dwell on it. The matter concerning their union could await their forthcoming meeting, although the certainty of Song Yizhu's return lingered in doubt. How could they harbor such confidence in her return? Su Cheng had already apprised Song Huaibei of Zhiyan's return home, presenting a genuine dilemma for the Song family, as they were unable to reach Song Yizhu. "Cici, could you establish contact with your sister?" When Song Yunxi received a message from Song Huaibei, she was engaged in her class. Although perplexed, she endeavored to reach out to Song Yizhu, only to be met with prolonged silence. "I cannot contact her. Mother, I am still in class. I shall converse later." Upon reading Song Yunxi's message, Song Huaibei's expression darkened. While she could comprehend Song Yizhu's silence, the lack of response from Song Yunxi was bewildering. Surely, one could not be so engrossed during a mission. Unable to dispatch anyone, Song Huaibei found solace in Su Cheng's readiness. Due to Zhiyan's compliance, he mistakenly perceived her as having transformed into another entity. Meanwhile, Zhao Jialan observed the unfolding drama in silence, contemplating the machinations of this couple. Since Zhiyan discovered that her betrothed was not the Xiao Jingwei referenced by Xiao Yun, she had become remarkably cooperative. Perhaps this was an elaborate ruse. After all, it all circled back to these two individuals. "Mr. Song, my daughter is present. I wonder when your daughter will make her appearance." Song Huaibei was already contemplating surrender, having exhausted every means to contact Song Yizhu. Even involving Zhiyan bore no fruit. The messages dispatched seemed to dissipate into an abyss, yielding no reply to "Mr. Su, it appears our engagement must be postponed." "Mr. Song, You're the one who hastened this. Now, at the 11th hour, you propose a delay. We cannot afford to indulge your whims. If your daughter cannot be brought here, we shall forego this union. What does that imply? Mr. Dasu? Is it solely about this, Mr. Song? Your Highness, the sixth princess, what brings you here? Did I not assure you that I would bring my cousin in a few days? Now is the opportune moment. Mr. Tsu has rescinded the previous engagement, sparing us the necessity of further deliberations. Xiao Jingyue arched an eyebrow, realizing that the Su family had indeed underestimated her. She would never assume the role of a bride for another. Su Cheng's expression soured. It was no wonder Xiao Jingyue had remained silent upon returning Zhiyan. She seemed to have anticipated this very moment. Mr. Su, have you made contact with a new family yet? Song Huaibei, initially burdened by guilt for failing to secure Song Yizhu, soon found that emotion eclipsed by a surge of indignation upon witnessing the assembly. Su Chang was, indeed, adept at maneuvering through the intricacies of the conflict. Mr. Song, permit me to clarify, that he began, yet he found himself ensnared in a profound quandary. Offending either faction was not an option. He had never felt so entrapped. Let us dispense with the formalities, A.S. Mr. Su displays a lack of sincerity. We shall terminate this union forthwith. You may retain the possessions. Song Huaibei was reluctant to elaborate further. Should the marriage dissolve, it would be judicious to mitigate any additional strain on her relationship with Song Yizhu. Wait, Su Chang endeavored to amend the situation, yet the other party was already hastily retreating, accompanied solely by the entourage brought forth by Xiao Jingyue. This is my cousin, Xiao Yun. Xiao Jingyue observed the receding figure of Song Huaibei with a satisfied smirk. She had anticipated that Su Zhiyan, a premier Omega, would garner considerable attention. Fortunately, she had brought her guards along. Surely, Song Huaibei would not be so oblivious. Good day, uncle. Xiao Yun surveyed their expressions and greeted them with deference. Convinced that Xiao Jingyue had orchestrated everything flawlessly. However, the prevailing atmosphere unmistakably suggested a forceful acquisition. Su Chang maintained a stern demeanor, refraining from interrogating them, which in turn rendered Xiao Yun somewhat anxious. What is it, Mr. Su? Wasn't everything resolved? She inquired. Trust me, you witnessed when I returned your daughter. My influence is not mere rhetoric. The tension in the air thickened, and Xiao Jingyue boldly reminded him, standing resolutely behind her cadre of guards, clearly signaling that failure to respond appropriately would elicit a demonstration of force. You, what rank of alpha are you? After a moment of hesitation, Su Chang resolved to evaluate the situation. Upon hearing the inquiry, Xiao Yun's ears flushed a deep crimson. The notion of pairing a B-grade alpha with an SSS-grade omega was sheer folly. She chose not to respond, leading Su Chang to surmise that she was not a top-tier alpha. Thus, he candidly replied, Apologies, Your Highness, the sixth princess. Although our family has recently dissolved a marriage, we are not inclined to hastily enter another. You both should take your leave. That Mr. Su, do you truly intend to breach this agreement? That would not be prudent. Xiao Jingyue's tone deepened as her loyal guards advanced. Poised for instructions, Su Chang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yun beside her, his brows still knitted in concern. I apologize, but I did not forge any prior agreement with you. That I merely sought the sixth princess's assistance in retrieving someone that I am uncertain what recompense you desire, should it lie within my capabilities. I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. That Su Chang was not averse to engaging in this exchange with Xiao Jingyue, yet the individuals she had presented were woefully inadequate. Although he had a penchant for wealth, he was not prepared to sacrifice his daughter. The alliance with the Song family was a meticulously considered arrangement. Even if he had to employ force, it would still be preferable to the current circumstances. Marrying Su Zhiyan to such an individual was akin to allowing her to consort with a wild alpha. At least she would be with someone of her own choosing. Your reward cannot possibly outweigh that of a premier Omega, he remarked. Should you intend to impede me further, be aware that I am not without allies. As Xiao Jingyue articulated her words, her followers swiftly sprang into action, quickly subduing members of the Su family. Sixth Princess, are you resorting to coercion? This was glaringly evident. She must have confined Su Zhiyan, conveniently absolving her of the effort of capturing anyone. And this drug is rather fitting. Cousin, you may proceed. I shall not accompany you. Do remember to leave a permanent mark. Chapter 98. Xiao Yun had not anticipated such a scene, momentarily pausing with the drug Xiao Jingyue had entrusted to her. What is the matter? The Premier Omega is upstairs. Does my cousin truly not desire her? Observing Xiao Jingyue's lack of movement, she felt compelled to urge her. What are you hesitating for? What difference does it make? The weight of those words was too grave for Xiao Yun to articulate. Yet Xiao Jingyue clearly grasped her implication. Please refrain from such harsh language. Ultimately, you too shall wed an alpha, so why can it not be you? Furthermore, your family is hardly in want. Your presence poses no harm. Should you allow this opportunity to slip away, the next splendid Omega may not illuminate your path, that not pretend to be oblivious to your feelings for a particular individual at school. They have likely been eluding you. Observing her silence, Xiao Jingyue persisted, ultimately persuading her. You two may linger in the living room for a time. This matter will likely not reach a swift conclusion. Making it burdensome for you to accompany me. Yes, she watched Xiao Yun's silhouette disappear around the corner of the second floor. A sense of tranquility enveloped Xiao Jingyue's heart, rendering her more at ease in the company of those before her. Zhiyan's chamber was not locked. After all, it was merely Song Yizhu who had arrived, and she had no reason to flee to it was a fortuitous moment to inquire about the marriage alliance. The door soon swung open, but the figure that entered was not the familiar Song Yizhu. Zhiyan's brows knitted in immediate displeasure, yet Xiao Yun had already closed the door behind her, securing it against the guards outside. Teacher, I did not anticipate your presence. Xiao Yun, what brings you to my abode? The instant their eyes met, both were taken aback. I came to meet my betrothed. I did not foresee it would be you. Teacher, as Xiao Yun spoke, her hand swiftly crushed the small pill she held. Were it her words, there would be no issue. When did our families arrange a marriage? I was not informed. Zhiyan regarded her, completely unprepared for this unforeseen development. Just moments ago, the Song family sought to dissolve the engagement. I happened to be present and facilitated a betrothal with Su Bofu. Consequently, I came to see you. Xiao Yun's explanation was largely accurate, and as she raised her hand, remnants of the crushed powder scattered throughout the room. I am unaware of this matter. You should take your leave. I do not consent. Your refusal bears no weight. Teacher, Su Bofu has just provided me with an aphrodisiac. Its effects should manifest shortly. Xiao Yun remarked, sensing the changes within her body as warmth began to spread at the nape of her neck. The drug's effects were swiftly becoming evident. Following this declaration, Xiao Yun proceeded to remove her suppression patch, a familiar fragrance permeating the air. Your pheromone scent is rather unpleasant. Zhiyan's frown deepened, feeling an urge to distance herself from Xiao Yun, whose presence was overwhelmingly repugnant, reminiscent of decaying leaves submerged in muck, exuding a lingering foulness. Xiao Yun's expression darkened, her voice laced with barely concealed ire. She detested it when others commented on the scent of her pheromones. You are merely uncomfortable now. Teacher, soon you will be pleading with me. Fear not, I shall share all of this pheromone with you. Xiao Yun drew nearer. The scent enveloped Zhiyan. She too felt the warmth at the nape of her neck intensifying. Yet the current aroma was so nauseating that it extinguished any desire within her. You not perceive my partner's pheromones. I already possess a partner. Kindly take your leave. There is no fragrance. Esteemed teacher, I encounter a recognition barrier with alpha pheromones. However, do not be concerned. Soon, there shall be no remnants of that pheromone. Xiao Yun shook her head, inching closer. Please distance yourself. Zhiyan reclined against the sofa, feeling ensnared with no avenue of escape. Teacher, this is not an academic setting. My reference to you as teacher is merely an expression of respect. Xiao Yun positioned herself against both sides of Zhiyan. Enclosing her within her vicinity, Zhiyan endeavored to push her away, but the effects of the drug had taken root, rendering her too feeble to resist, and, as an Omega, her strength was intrinsically inferior to that of an Alpha. With the drug in effect, escape was rendered even more unattainable. Teacher, while I yearn to savor this moment with you, it appears your pheromones do not permit such indulgence. With these words, Xiao Yun inhaled deeply, her expression one of intoxication. The aroma of magnolia is delightful. Shall I remove your suppression patch? The surfeit of pheromones must be rather uncomfortable for you. Zhiyan's gaze wavered, despite the unpleasantness of Xiao Yun's pheromones. She found herself unable to suppress the surge of her own pheromones in response to the potent concoction. Before she could articulate her dissent, Xiao Yun's hand had already found its way to the nape of her neck, effortlessly peeling away the patch to expose her glands. The sound of the patch tearing resonated, and concurrently, her bracelet emitted a crimson glow. Teacher, retaining that bracelet at this juncture would be rather inconvenient. The intoxicating aroma of magnolia swiftly enveloped the chamber. Xiao Yun casually disposed of the bracelet, and the red luminescence vanished in an instant. Now, nothing can disrupt our encounter, teacher. Your pheromones are exquisitely sweet. I find them utterly delightful. Xiao Yun appeared somewhat entranced. The pheromones of a premier Omega were indeed sublime, and merely inhaling them greatly elevated her spirits. Zhiyan, rendered powerless to resist, could only watch helplessly as her bracelet was cast aside to the corner of the room. Her last hope for aid slipping away, she felt utterly despondent. Above, the atmosphere was thick with tension, while below, the revelry was equally raucous. Xiao Jingyue, have you reveled in your arrogance long enough? Xiao Jingyuan, step aside. You obstruct my passage. A tall and short figure materialized at the Su residence, momentarily stunning Xiao Jingyue. Sixth royal sister. It has been some time. Xiao Jingyuan greeted her with a smile, entirely unfazed by her peculiar expression. Second royal sister. Third royal brother. It has been a while. What brings you here? Xiao Jingyue feigned composure, her heart racing uncontrollably. How had these two suddenly appeared without any prior warning? To escort you back. Your Highnesses, you are hindering my progress. Han Lin's voice resonated from behind, prompting Xiao Jingyuan and Xiao Jingyan to swiftly allow her passage. I shall locate the lady first. You two should make yourselves comfortable. Han Lin's gaze briefly traversed Xiao Jingyue, and that fleeting glance sent a shiver down her spine. As Han Lin ascended with her entourage, Zhiyan found herself in a struggle, though her efforts were largely in vain. At least she had managed to shield her gland from exposure. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door, and before Xiao Yun could react, two thunderous kicks resounded, the door splintering in less than a minute. Madam, are you unharmed? Han Lin surveyed the chaos. Sensing her impending resignation from duty, I could see that moment. Xiao Yun remained pressed against Zhiyan, the air thick with the mingling scents of alpha and omega pheromones. The acrid odor intertwining with the fragrance of magnolia and a hint of peachwood. How dare you? What audacious beings dare to covet our lady? From whence do you derive such boldness? Indeed, you are transgressing. Retreat to your celestial realms if you seek discord. Xiao Yun had already been subdued, and Han Lin's fist struck relentlessly against her abdomen, blow after blow. Although Xiao Yun bore the title of Alpha, she had been coddled since her youth, and under Han Lin's unyielding onslaught, she could scarcely withstand 3 strikes. Just as she teetered on the brink of expelling blood, someone covered her mouth. Who granted you permission to bleed? You have sullied the lady's chamber. Remove her at once. After delivering 2 more punches, Han Lin finally felt a semblance of relief and commanded her removal. Are you all right? After subduing the assailants, Han Lin adjusted her attire and turned to Zhiyan with a gentle inquiry. Not well. She just administered a drug intended to induce arousal. Zhiyan frowned, feeling no better despite Xiao Yun's departure. Thankfully, the source of that repugnant odor had dissipated, offering her a fleeting moment of respite. She even brought a drug? It is no wonder the marshal urged so fervently. Han Lin's voice softened, and Zhiyan could not quite discern her words. I shall take you to the hospital now. It is too late to visit the military medical department. Han Lin assisted her in rising and guided her downstairs, where a throng of alphas awaited. Your Highnesses, I shall escort the lady away now. The military will engage in a thorough discussion with the royal family regarding this matter. Han Lin directed her words to Xiao Jingyuan and Xiao Jingyan, yet they were intended for all present. Well done, Xiao Jingyue. You are indeed more adept at embodying the role of the heir. Why choose to offend Song Yizhu of all individuals? Do you not fear that the royal family will find even a modicum of tranquility? As Han Lin's silhouette faded from view, Xiao Jingyuan could no longer suppress his frustration. Mother spoke of your grand ambitions, and we were initially skeptical. How audacious you are at such a tender age. Brazenly provoking the Su family in broad daylight and inciting that worthless Xiao Yun to abduct another's wife. How bold. I pondered the sudden desire for a personal guard. It appears it was all for this occasion. Had I been aware, I would have dismissed you long ago. His words flowed forth, leaving him parched, yet his ire remained insatiable. Elder sister, why do you remain silent? After his outburst, Xiao Jingyuan noticed Xiao Jingyan's reticence and hastily inquired. Is it inappropriate to inquire about our mother at this moment? He did not anticipate her first words would be laced with profanity. Silence would have been preferable. Xiao Jingyan cast him a sidelong glance. Remaining unresponsive, it seems you are not vying for the throne against us brothers, but rather against our mother. You dare to act recklessly towards the Marshal's people, even within their own domicile. Your audacity is remarkable. Have you both concluded? Xiao Jingwei regarded the two with a stern demeanor as they exchanged barbs. What? Do you intend to strike us? Xiao Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly astonished by her manner. Strike? Quickly apprehend the culprits. Day by day, my sister appears to stray further from reason. Xiao Jingyan shot him an exasperated look. How would I know how she has deviated? You are quite amusing, Xiao Jingyuan. I am your elder sister. I was merely born 10 minutes before you. What is the fuss about? Xiao Jingyuan scoffed, for they were twins, with Xiao Jingyan arriving a mere 10 minutes earlier. She had no desire to prolong the conversation. For if it continued, dawn would soon break. I apologize, Mr. Su. Our sister has caused quite a disturbance on your behalf. Please do not make it public. We will manage it ourselves. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Cheng, the siblings finally departed with Xiao Jingwei. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun faced dire consequences. Unaware of the aphrodisiac she had ingested, the military had confined her to prison, rendering her condition irreversible. Why hasn't the lady awakened after nearly 2 days? Was it not said that the drug's effects have mostly dissipated? Han Lin, clutching a small wooden sculpture, gazed at the figure on the bed with mounting concern. If she did not awaken soon, she would indeed shatter. Yes, Major Han, but the potency of this substance is exceedingly strong. Miss Su's body cannot withstand it and has activated a protective mechanism, causing her to lapse into a coma. Do not worry. She should awaken within 3 days at most. 3 days at most? What if she does not awaken by tomorrow? No, that will not come to pass. Rest assured, Major Han, the doctor's oppressive presence was palpable, and after uttering these words, he devised an excuse to take his leave. Han Lin cast a glance at the figure resting upon the bed, then at the object cradled in her hand, placing it delicately upon the bedside table. Major Han, we have successfully located the mechanical arm and head sensors from the Marshal's mechanized suit. The communicator chimed, prompting Han Lin to seek a more private space for the call. Lying in the hospital bed, Su Zhiyan, in a state of stupor, seemed to perceive a voice. Yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself alone. At her bedside lay a wooden tiger sculpture, identical to the one she had bestowed upon Song Yizhu, mirroring both its material and pose. The petite figure exuded warmth, as if it had been frequently cradled and played with, its surface polished to a smooth sheen that a faint aroma of peach wood lingered. And upon catching a whiff, Su Zhiyan discerned it was the essence of Song Yizhu. The sculpture she held was indeed the one gifted to Song Yizhu, a pair of diminutive tigers, barely conscious. She caught fragments of the discourse concerning the martial and mechanical limbs, sensing that it heralded unfavorable tidings. She yearned to inquire about Song Yizhu, but the communicator had returned to her wrist unnoticed. Their conversation had abruptly ceased 4 days prior, suggesting that once she became aware of their impending nuptials, Song Yizhu had ceased checking the device or responding to her messages. Su Yin felt a dull ache in her heart. Yet she could only convince herself that she was overthinking it. Madam, how do you fare? Is your health satisfactory? Upon returning from the call, Han Lin discovered Su Zhiyan sitting up, which alleviated her concern. Fortunately, Su Zhiyan's gaze fell upon the little tiger upon the bedside table, her voice faltering. Even though she recognized it as the gift for Song Yizhu, she wished for it to be otherwise. This was arranged by the Marshal. It was sent back before the return of the prisoners of war. Thus it is here. Noting her inquiry, Han Lin hastily elucidated, understanding that this cherished item belonging to Song Yizhu caused her heartache as well. What of her? The prisoners of war have returned. Should she not have as well? Concerning the Marshal, it remains a matter of military confidentiality, and I cannot divulge that at this juncture. I apologize. Han Lin hesitated but ultimately refrained from answering. Very well. Hearing her response, Su Zhiyan could only acquiesce, her downcast eyes betraying her disappointment. Would you prefer to return to the Su family or the military? I can arrange for an escort for you. No further inquiries were made, and Han Lin felt a wave of relief, as they were unable to elucidate Song Yizhu's predicament. It was preferable to classify it as a military secret. But the military, it must go. Su Zhiyan's gaze lingered upon the wooden sculpture, its smooth little tiger head held high, exuding an air of pride. Very well. Rest a while longer. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Following her gaze to the sculpture, Han Lin observed that it typically resided in Song Yizhu's possession, now quietly resting on the table. Do not fret excessively. The Marshal as well. After escorting Su Zhiyan back to her abode, Han Lin offered gentle reassurance. Yet, despite her words, Han Lin herself felt a tinge of uncertainty. 2 days had elapsed, and only scattered mech parts had been discovered. The condition of Song Yizhu remained ambiguous. Zhiyan nodded slightly and entered her chamber. Inside, tranquility enveloped the space. The furnishings simple and unchanged since her departure. The faint aroma lingered in the air, a delicate blend of Song Yizhu's essence, subtle and nearly imperceptible. Her own little tiger lay silently on the bedside table. Small and somewhat forlorn, Sin placed a wooden sculpture beside it, the two figures standing and lying closely together. The one untouched by affection seemed somewhat dull, much like herself. Previously, she had playfully chided Song Yizhu about how lonely she would be in her absence. Ironically, she was the one experiencing that solitude first. The silhouette that had once clung to her had seemingly vanished, and nearly 2 weeks had elapsed without the anticipated birthday celebration, with no signs of a makeup celebration ever materializing. Though the room was not large, Zhiyan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, even a chill that a gust of wind swept through the balcony, bringing with it a shiver. Looking up, the sky appeared overcast. Clouds thick and ominous, as if rain could descend at any moment. It was November, and the weather was notoriously fickle, oscillating between warm sunshine and fierce storms. She had no means of knowing whether Song Yizhu was well, nor could she predict her return. As her father had remarked, the military was fraught with uncertainties. Fortunately, the bed still retained a trace of Song Yizhu's scent, albeit faint. Zhiyan dared not linger, fearing that the last remnants of that essence would dissipate entirely due to her presence. Days passed, with Zhiyan continuously traversing between the military and her studies. Zhao Jialin was uncertain how to broach the subject, while Su Chang found it challenging to confront her. The two fathers could only observe her comings and goings. Day after day, you think our child might be in despair. Zhao Jialin observed her departure from school with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Certainly not, Su Chang replied promptly, yet an undercurrent of apprehension persisted within his heart. This unsettling pattern had plagued him for an entire week, instilling him with trepidation. Zhao Jialin's unwavering gaze followed her as she boarded the vehicle. Su Chang remained silent, although he was acutely aware of Zhao Jialin's concerns. He too was engulfed in a sense of impending dread, which compelled him to visit her daily to ascertain her well-being. Zhiyan meticulously scrutinized her communicator each day, yearning for news from the one she held dear. Aside from sporadic messages from Lin Wanqi that only served to irritate her, there was naught else. Her sensitive period had commenced, and she had unexpectedly discovered the efficacy of the suppressant procured by Song Yizhu. Zhiyan forced a wry smile as she administered the suppressant in her body. The effect would not be immediate. The small area at the nape of her neck still radiated warmth. The fragrant magnolia in bloom, yet the lingering scent of peach wood had dissipated entirely. Lying in Song Yizhu's room, the faint aroma of peach wood enveloped her, yet it did little to alleviate her discomfort. Instead, it intensified her longing for that fragrance. Why had Song Yi not returned? She had made a promise, assuring her of her safety. It was all a fabrication. Deceptive promises, illusory sanctuaries, with Song Yi being the greatest deceiver of them all. Despite her grievances, Zhiyan could not quell her yearning, which grew increasingly unbearable under the influence of her sensitive period. She missed her voice and laughter, the gentle manner in which she would soothe her, and the scent that was uniquely hers. Regardless of the circumstances, she simply missed her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and in the pitch-black night, she found herself utterly alone. The pheromone scent upon the bed was nearly imperceptible, and the open wardrobe released only a faint fragrance. Her heart felt cold, the chill permeating her entire being. How exasperating! She loathed Song Yi. Covering her head with the blanket, Zhiyan found no solace. Her longing resembled a dull blade, incessantly waging a tug-of-war within her heart, the relentless ache suffocating her voice. She curled up, occupying only a small portion of the expansive bed. The effects of the suppressant had taken hold, rendering the small area at the nape of her neck dormant, yet it stubbornly continued to release pheromones, condemning its owner for her emotional detachment. Why was there alpha pheromone present, yet no marking? Why must the tiny glands endure such torment? It was in vain to consume a suppressant and then hastily approach the alpha. The meager pheromones held no significance, yet they beckoned her to entwine with them, rendering her unable to resist the drug's influence. The nape of her neck throbbed persistently a few times before yielding to silence. Chapter 101. Do you desire to inhale a bit more of my pheromones? A soft call resonated at the door, yet no reply ensued. Was she slumbering? The living room was shrouded in shadows as Song Yizhu cautiously opened the door, finding the bedroom equally dim that a sliver of light seeped in, illuminating a mound on the bed that cast a gentle shadow. The atmosphere was hauntingly silent, with only the faint fragrance of magnolia lingering in the air as she stepped lightly toward the mound. Song Yizhu felt her own heartbeat echo in the stillness. Tao Tao, she whispered softly once more, yet the figure beneath the covers remained motionless, evidently in deep repose. With a small sigh, Song Yizhu had anticipated reuniting with her wife. Yet she had not expected her to succumb to slumber so early. She tucked the blanket snugly around her before planning to depart. As Zhiyan rested, she intended to take a quick shower next door and return. Just as she finished adjusting the blanket, a hand suddenly emerged from beneath it, firmly grasping her wrist. Did I awaken you? With her wrist ensnared, Song Yizhu paused, crouching closer, her voice remaining gentle. Song Yi. Her tone was incredulous, barely above a murmur. It's me. I have returned. Did you miss me? Song Yizhu leaned in closer, the chill from the outside still clinging to her. Zhiyan's hand instinctively brushed against her face, and upon feeling the coolness, she finally comprehended the reality of the moment. What troubles you? Zhiyan's voice trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts, hot tears cascading down her cheeks. Though obscured in the darkness, Song Yizhu sensed the tumult of her emotions. Did you believe I was lost? There was a minor incident that delayed my return. The wristband was damaged due to intense interference, and I was unable to send you any information, she hurriedly explained, glossing over the peril she had encountered. Yes, I thought you were gone. Once those words escaped Zhiyan's lips, she could no longer restrain her emotions, throwing herself into Song Yizhu's embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably and swiftly soaking the collar of her shirt. Hey, I am well that I am here, safe and sound. Feeling her tightening embrace, Song Yizhu encircled her in her arms, gently patting her back to ease her breathing. Time elapsed, and Zhiyan's sobs gradually subsided, yet she remained nestled against her, unwilling to separate. May I take a shower and return? Song Yizhu suggested, but Zhiyan remained unresponsive. That I am frightened, she finally admitted. I fear Song Yi might vanish in an instant. I do not wish to be apart from you. Not even for a moment. Then shall I remain by the bed throughout the night? No, that simply will not suffice. It would imply that I have been unceremoniously cast from my bed. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to linger by the bedside. What then shall we do? Neither of these options appeared agreeable. Song Yizhu found herself enveloped in uncertainty. Just hold me a little longer, Zhiyan implored, nestling closer to her neck, loath to part ways. Just a little longer, otherwise my legs shall succumb to numbness. Yet, Song Yizhu remained silent, content merely to remain beside her. After a moment, Zhiyan finally released her, scrutinizing her features with keen intensity. Faint dark circles adorned her eyes. Her cheeks appeared slightly sunken, and a lingering trace of fatigue settled beneath her gaze, as if she had hurried home the moment she returned. Are you well? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Song Yizhu spoke with utmost sincerity, locking eyes with her. You were nearly 2 weeks late, yet still maintain that you haven't misled me, Zhiyan pointed out, having awaited her return from late October to mid-November. It is my fault. I failed to anticipate the delay. I apologize for making you wait so long, Song Yizhu confessed, unable to contest the truth of her words. She had presumed a week would suffice, only to be delayed by an additional fortnight. It is of no consequence. I awaited your return. There shall not be another delay. It suffices. As long as you are safe and sound, I shall always wait for you. Zhiyan tenderly patted her head, recognizing the warmth in her gaze. Go take a shower. Though reluctant to part, Zhiyan yearned to keep her close. All right, I shall return shortly. With Zhiyan awake, Song Yizhu chose against venturing next door. Instead, she rifled through the wardrobe for a set of pajamas before proceeding to the shower, not pondering why the wardrobe door stood ajar. Upon her return, Song Yizhu had removed the suppressant patch. The delicate fragrance of peach would permeating the room. Zhiyan's gaze followed her intently, as if fearing she might evaporate at any moment. Tao Tao, you took a suppressant, did you not? The room's magnolia scent failed to respond to her pheromones as she had anticipated. Song Yizhu posed it as an inquiry, yet her tone was resolute. How did you know? Although it was indeed her sensitive period, Zhiyan pondered how Song Yizhu could ascertain whether she had ingested a suppressant. I could smell it. Song Yizhu leaned closer, inhaling deeply. The pheromones belonging to Omega emanated from her, faint yet unmistakable, clearly indicating a diminished level of activity, confirming she had indeed taken a suppressant. You could smell it? Has your sense of smell returned? Upon hearing her words, Zhiyan instinctively recoiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, I underwent a medical examination upon my return today. Song Yizhu nodded, having intended to return earlier. But upon her arrival, she was swiftly escorted to the military medical department for a comprehensive assessment, and by the time it concluded, night had enveloped the world outside. Why did you not inform me sooner? Zhiyan inquired. Because I was so engrossed in being close to you that I overlooked certain matters, Song Yizhu replied. This explanation was entirely understandable, as she had nestled against Zhiyan the moment she returned, subsequently hastening to shower, thus leaving no opportunity to discuss the matter at hand. All right, can you describe the fragrance of my pheromones? Zhiyan refrained from contemplating why this information had not been shared earlier. Rather, her eagerness to discover Song Yizhu's rekindled sense of smell took precedence that I can perceive it. It's floral, yet presently too delicate for me to identify the precise scent, Song Yizhu replied, feigning a frown and pretending not to recognize it. Though Zhiyan remained skeptical, given the time that had passed. Really? It has long since diminished and is now elusive, Zhiyan remarked, shaking her head. Initially, she had intended to leave a lasting mark on her birthday. Yet as time wore on and she had consumed suppressants, the prospect of marking her now seemed increasingly improbable. How could there be a deadline for this? Do you wish to mark me permanently? Song Yizhu nestled against her side, her warm breath caressing Zhiyan's neck and igniting a torrent of sensations. Must you guess so accurately? What troubles you? Did you not always desire to mark me permanently? The timing is serendipitous. I am on leave, coinciding with my sensitive period and my birthday gift, she stated, each condition proposed revealing her unwavering determination to achieve this permanent mark. Why this sudden fervor? Did you not mention that it would necessitate multiple temporary marks first? You have not been present these past few weeks, Zhiyan observed, not declining her request, for this was indeed what she yearned for. The past was behind them, and the present was at hand. Previously, they had been mired in worry and concern over her illness, but the circumstances had now shifted. If she did not mark her beloved now, another might seize the opportunity. How could she not feel a pang of anxiety? So you intentionally led me to believe it was insufficient before. Zhiyan mused, after enduring so many temporary marks. Transforming them into a permanent one should have been a simple endeavor for her. Yet she insisted that the pheromones were inadequate. Now, after more than half a month had elapsed, her sudden resolve to mark her permanently seemed disingenuous. Song Yizhu hesitated for a fleeting moment before nodding honestly. Oh, you have deliberately misled me, just as you have now, twice already. When was there a second time? Zhiyan questioned. Zhiyan remained silent, merely pressing her hand against the nape of Song Yizhu's neck. The sensitive area becoming increasingly intolerable under the stimulation that if you cannot perceive my pheromone scent, do not even think of biting me today. Song Yizhu felt a surge of anxiety. Had she known, she would not have professed her inability to detect it earlier, as admitting such now would be akin to striking herself. The sight of her helpless expression provoked amusement in Zhiyan. With such timidity, she dared to deceive her. Tao, permit me to inhale a bit more, or mark me. Marking will suffice, for I am certain I shall detect it thereafter. Why have you transformed the reward into a condition? Did I not mention that one may only indulge after savoring the scent? That is precisely why I allowed you to mark. Zhiyan enveloped her in an embrace, observing her with keen interest. Such a declaration left Song Yizhu at a loss for words. Tao, sister, darling, wife, I implore you to mark me. Each affectionate term tumbled forth like a persistent little puppy yearning for its owner's affection. Very well, cease your endearments. She was engaged in a serious discourse. Who granted Song Yizhu the liberty to act so spoiled? What is amiss? Have you acquiesced? Upon hearing her plea to stop, Song Yizhu believed she had swayed Zhiyan, her eyes shimmering with hope. Dream on. It is late, and I yearn for slumber. Zhiyan gently pushed her away. The cunning little dog still longed for a reward, deserving of the punishment of witnessing the meat before her, yet unable to partake. What shall I do then? Her expression drooped. Addressing her as sister yielded no results, nor did calling her wife. Why is it so arduous to initiate intimacy? Simply take the suppressants. There are some in the room. You do not wish to take them? Zhiyan paused, noticing her eyes brighten, and added with satisfaction, I shall assist you in taking them. Song Yizhu's expression fell once more, who would desire their partner to administer suppressants on their behalf. Very well, I shall do it myself. She slowly descended from the bed, clearly feigning a pitiful demeanor, yet Zhiyan's heart softened. Move again, and you shall sleep in the next room tonight. The veiled threat in Zhiyan's words conveyed a different sentiment to Song Yizhu, prompting her to hastily return to Zhiyan's side. Tao Tao, I knew you were the best. You care for me the most. She nestled closer, behaving like a devoted puppy. Let's change the term of endearment. Compliments were quite to her liking. Sister, she had once relished hearing that, yet now she was uncertain if it would still hold sway. Let us refrain from that one, if you call me that again. I may react unfavorably. Indeed, experience imparts wisdom. May I call you wife then? Song Yizhu yearned to laugh but restrained herself, apprehensive of inciting her wife's displeasure, swiftly modifying her term of endearment. That is acceptable. It is at least preferable to sister. May I have a kiss? She inquired tentatively, yet her face was already close to Zhiyan's, her gaze lingering on her lips, the intention unmistakable. Know why. Rejected once more, Song Yizhu felt a flicker of confusion. Had she not just softened? Why was it so difficult to request a kiss? Of course, it becomes forbidden once you ask. However, Zhiyan surmised that she would not understand, opting not to elaborate further. Instead, sealing her lips with her own, allowing the remaining words to dissipate into the night. I miss you. So much that I know. I miss you too. Zhiyan gently bit the tip of her chin. Nearly 3 weeks had passed. How could she not long for the person before her? Yet she dared not linger on it too long, fearing that darker thoughts might arise, choosing instead to clear her mind. Soft, shallow breaths brushed against her ear, and Zhiyan longed to tease her, but alas, her laughter was stifled before it could escape. Eventually, she learned her lesson, tightly encircling Song Yizhu's neck with her arms, occasionally nibbling at her ear, imploring her not to act so impulsively. Fortunately, Song Yizhu was relatively compliant, maintaining her composure. Chapter 103. Will you marry me? The two had stayed up rather late, so when they awoke, it was far from early, with Song Yizhu being the first to stir. Why are you awake so early? Sensing movement beside her, Zhiyan did not even open her eyes, merely snuggling closer, her hands exploring the softness of skin. The sensation utterly delightful. It's almost noon. Are you hungry? Song Yizhu permitted Zhiyan's hands to roam freely, raising her hand to check the time, only to be startled by a gleam of silver on her ring finger. What is this? A simple ring adorned her finger, a clear diamond set in the center, evidently custom-fitted for her. It's a ring. Can't you tell? Of course, she recognized it. Her inquiry sought to unveil the significance of the ring. She had an inkling but dared not confirm it, her heart racing, causing her wristband to emit an alarm. Your wristband is going off. It's so noisy. Zhiyan buried her face in Song Yizhu's embrace, her voice muffled. Song Yizhu swiftly removed the wristband, the glaring red light extinguishing instantly. You still haven't told me. Discarding the wristband carelessly, Song Yizhu pressed for the answer she sought. What should I tell you? Zhiyan's ears flushed slightly, still withholding the revelation, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. This ring, why did you give it to me? A proposal ring. What else could it be? Seeing no escape, Zhiyan finally confessed. Do you wish to be my partner and marry me? Though the event was not of a formal nature, Song Yizhu felt her pulse quickening, each beat heavier than the last, her blood coursing with fervor. Regardless of her wishes, there was no opportunity for refusal. The ring was already adorning her finger. She remained silent, prompting Zhiyan to declare, I wish to marry you, to be your partner. Her perceptiveness brought delight to Zhiyan, who rewarded her with a tender kiss upon her collarbone. Very well. I desire to rest a little longer. You should attend to your affairs, can you? Nay, it is but a fanciful thought that I have 2 classes this afternoon. You ought to behave. Zhiyan was nearly compelled to restrain her. Day after day, it was a cycle of clinginess, and she contemplated marking her. Didn't she have anything of substance to address? The afternoon had yet to dawn. Are you even human? I have yet to partake in breakfast or lunch, and you seem intent on exhausting me. She could not suppress her grievances. They had lingered into the late hours of the previous night. And now she wished to deplete her energy once more. Indeed, One ought not to be excessively famished. Then permit me to procure sustenance for you. You may rest a while longer, and I shall awaken you when it arrives." Song Yizhu promptly acquiesced, locating her wristband upon the bed, transforming herself into a living pillow. Zhiyan softly complied, disregarding her presence. After nearly an hour of slumber, Zhiyan was finally roused by her. Sleepily assisted into her garments. She understood Lin Wanqi's intention behind aiding someone in dressing. She merely needed to cooperate by lifting her arms, rendering the experience exceedingly comfortable. Upon their emergence, Song Yizhu had already arranged the table. Embodying the quintessential domestic spouse, "You previously expressed a distaste for dining with me, did you not?" "What?" "It was merely the first instance I caught you indulging in nutritional fluid. I wished to partake alongside you." Initially intended as a means of fostering closeness, she had not anticipated Song Yizhu's outright rejection. "It has been too long. I cannot recall." "Are you deceiving me?" Song Yizhu recalled the fabricated tale she had woven earlier with remarkable clarity. Yet now feigned amnesia. Did Zhiyan truly believe her? However, Zhiyan chose not to unveil her, preferring instead to savor their meal together. Just prior to departing, Song Yizhu managed to mark her once more, allowing Zhiyan to leave while she firmly declined Song Yizhu's offer to escort her to school. Too perilous. I now fear that Song Yizhu may not conduct herself properly in the car. "Sister-in-law, my sister has returned, has she not?" Finally liberated from her classes, Song Yunshi leaned closer. Zhiyan needed no inquiry to discern that she intended to return home. "How do you know? Did she inform you?" "No, I can perceive it. Your sister's pheromone scent is quite pronounced." "Pronounced again?" Zhiyan briefly furrowed her brow, but soon found solace in the understanding that her fragrance was, after all, likely to be a touch more pronounced, especially following yet another bite before her excursion. Indeed, she had only returned the night prior. Zhiyan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that there was little merit in concealing the truth any longer. "Is she well?" Upon learning of her return, Song Yunshi could not suppress her curiosity. "She is well. Why do you inquire?" "That is a relief. It has been quite some time since she returned from interstellar travel, and I was somewhat concerned. However, knowing she is well brings me comfort. Why is Zheng Muron absent from class today?" Zhiyan merely nodded, displaying indifference to the question. "She has gone for a secondary differentiation checkup. The timing of her return remains uncertain." Song Yunshi spoke lightly, yet a trace of worry lingered. Secondary differentiation bore greater risks than the initial process, and complications could arise. How sudden, Zhiyan mused, uncertain of what the differentiation experience entailed, let alone the secondary process. Yet she surmised it was likely no simple ordeal. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Fortunately, it did not occur during class. That would have been troublesome. That it was indeed a sudden occurrence, happening in the dormitory without any forewarning. Zheng Muron had turned as crimson as a lobster, startling everyone in the room. "I saw your mother's," Zhiyan remarked, casting her gaze toward the side where the Song family's vehicle was quietly parked. "Oh, I should head over now. Goodbye, sister-in-law." Following Zhiyan's gaze, Song Yunshi spotted her two mothers and intended to approach them, only to find them walking toward her as well. "Mom, why are you coming over?" "I could have just gone to you." Song Yunshi presumed they were there to pick her up and could not resist a playful pout. "I wish to meet your sister-in-law," came Song Huiping's somewhat solemn voice. Her gaze drifting past Song Yunshi to Zhiyan behind her. "She's right there. If you're not afraid of making your sister angry, you may proceed." Song Yunshi noted her mother's gaze but felt little concern. "What is there to be angry about? I am not pilfering her sustenance." Song Huiping cast a sidelong glance, reasoning that since the union with the Su family had unraveled, she could not conjure a suitable omega in the immediate future, thereby opting to evade further entanglements. As for matters concerning the children, it is advisable that you refrain from interference. Although she professed a lack of meddling, Su Jingyu's attention was inexorably drawn to them. She was engrossed in the holographic projection of her wristband, likely responding to a message. The two maintained a considerable distance. Su Jingyu could only discern a vague outline and would need to approach to gain clarity. Chapter 104. Su Jian's attention was not directed toward the family of three nearby, for her cherished partner had once again arrived to collect her. "How did you discern my whereabouts?" Su Jian had just replied to her message when her partner appeared before her, seemingly having traversed the distance in an instant. "The new wristband is linked. Hence, I am aware," Song Yizhu exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace, her tone suffused with pride. "You appear quite elated. Zhiyan teased as she reciprocated the embrace. Indeed, let us return home. Are we departing so early? Is there something pressing? Zhiyan inquired, puzzled. Aren't you on leave? What could be of such urgency? I find myself in a state of heightened sensitivity, necessitating a mark. Song Yizhu replied with unwavering conviction. The previous night, Zhiyan had administered suppressants, thwarting the process of permanent marking. With ample time at hand today, the moment seemed perfectly opportune. Had I not been marked once before my departure? It has only been a brief interlude since then. It is natural during this sensitive period, Song Yizhu remarked, reaching to caress the slightly elevated area at her nape, evidently rich in pheromones. Very well. Let us return home. Zhiyan acquiesced swiftly, feeling the warmth of her skin. After all, there was no pressing matter at hand, and an early return could facilitate a resolution. Yet her optimism was somewhat naive. So, this is the wild alpha who has claimed my daughter? Su Chang pondered, observing the couple from a distance, his agitation mounting. He had spent the preceding week fretting over her despondency due to past events. And having yet to lay eyes on the partner she had mentioned, Su Chang mused whether they had indeed parted ways. In February. Flowers bloom. How did you acquire them now? I arranged for someone to fetch them from the south, where the climate is milder, thus allowing the flowers to blossom earlier. Song Yizhu nodded, relieved by the swiftness of the military's warships. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether Zhiyan could behold this bouquet before her shift concluded. Did you only realize it after a night? No, I had instructed someone to procure them after you had succumbed to slumber. Even at such a late hour, she demonstrated remarkable composure by ordering flowers. Zhiyan tilted her head to observe her companion, who was at the wheel, noting that her glance was only momentarily cast back. What troubles you? Nothing. I cherish you. Song Yizhu's lips naturally curved into a smile. She felt a surge of elation before responding. I love you too, Tao Tao. You mentioned that my mother sought you out previously. Is that correct? Yes. By the way, I have yet to inquire. Why did you not inform me of your engagement? Are you planning to secretly meet another Omega behind my back? Despite the fact that this Omega is indeed herself, she felt compelled to question it. Engagement? I was entirely unaware of this. It may have been a private decision made by my mother. Song Yizhu shook her head. Although she was cognizant of Song Huaibei's intentions to arrange an engagement for her, she had never broached the subject, nor had Song Huaibei ever mentioned it to her. You genuinely had no knowledge? Zhiyan appeared doubtful. Not in the slightest. I never inquired, and my mother did not disclose this information. She shook her head even more fervently, fearful of being ensnared by Song Huaibei. Very well. I pardon you. Zhiyan relinquished her skepticism. After all, she typically had minimal interaction with her family, making it unsurprising that she was oblivious to such matters. Although Song Yizhu wished to turn back home midway, she felt compelled to follow the vehicle ahead into the Song residence. Are you anxious? Observing the tension in her grip, Zhiyan found it rather peculiar. Was this not her own abode? Why did she exude such anxiety? It has been quite some time since I last returned. Coming back with you naturally evokes some apprehension. Zhiyan chose silence, merely tightening her hold on her hand. They were seated on the central sofa. Resembling a tribunal of sorts, Su Cheng and Song Huaibei exchanged glances, neither daring to initiate conversation, while the other two parents remained equally reticent. Have you two formalized your marriage? After an extended silence, it was Song Huaibei who finally shattered the stillness. Indeed, we registered in May. Su Cheng appeared even more astonished. They had formalized their union over 6 months ago. All this time, not a single word had passed between them. Why did you never mention it? Had I known earlier, I could have navigated my relationship with the Su family from a different perspective. Why should I mention it? My affairs are mine to manage. Song Yizhu cast a glance at her. Her voice steady. Song Huaibei was exasperated. While her affairs may not concern him, such matters ought to be communicated. Song Yizhu maintained her silence for a moment. Whether or not to inform him was of little consequence. Was it not? Her words seemed to pierce through the air, leaving Song Huaibei in a state of disquiet. How could it be trivial? Your mother and I remain your parents. Do we not deserve the right to know if you are wed? Su Jingyu sought to interject, yet her attempts fell flat. Returning home only to engage in discord with her child left her feeling fatigued. The mere fact that Song Yizhu had brought her partner home was already a considerable gesture. Why should she be anxious about concealing anything from them? You possess rights, yet I reserve the right to withhold certain information. Su Jin tightened her grasp on Song Yizhu's hand. The two, undeniably mother and daughter, appeared to be at odds. Regaining her composure, Song Yizhu ceased her confrontation, her countenance still taut. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Have you pondered the prospect of children? This inquiry was clearly directed at Song Yizhu. Yet she remained silent. As Zhiyan spoke first, we have not yet deliberated on this. It is not pressing. Well, now is an opportune moment to engage in this discussion, particularly since your partner's parents are present. It would be wise to resolve these matters. Su Chang inferred that the couple was likely not in haste. Only the parents on both sides were anxious. Zhiyan regarded the individual beside her, contemplating when might be suitable to broach this topic. As long as Tao Tao is willing, I'm prepared to marry at any time. Upon hearing this, Zhiyan nearly stifled the urge to cover her mouth. What a proclamation! It rendered her appear as a whimsical woman devoid of commitment. What about you, Yin? Do you wish to marry soon? After failing to elicit a response from Song Yizhu, Su Chang redirected his inquiry towards Zhiyan. I do consider it, yet my current commitments render me quite occupied. It shall likely require some time before we can orchestrate any plans. There remain 2 months until the break. Within this interval, she can gradually converse about these matters with Song Yizhu. Thus there exists no urgency. Earlier, when father inquired about the permanent marking, he asked, when do you intend to finalize that? Su Chang turned his gaze toward him, astonishment evident in his eyes. Did he possess knowledge of this? Why had he not broached the subject with him? It has already been accomplished. This inquiry. Zhiyan felt a flush rise to her ears. Previously, it had been a private matter. Now, it was addressed amidst a gathering of parents. Zhiyan, now devoid of reservations, refrained from probing further. Song Yizhu instinctively leaned closer to Zhiyan. Had circumstances been different, they would have completed their permanent marking by now. Instead, she felt stifled sitting there in silence, her neck glands clamoring for a mark, and she lamented her decision to return home at this moment. With no further inquiries from either side, the typically reticent Su Jingyu finally spoke. Why have you been absent for so long? Did you encounter any peril? This inquiry was evidently directed at Song Yizhu, prompting Zhiyan to refrain from interjecting. The atmosphere hung heavy with silence, a hush akin to a whisper. After a prolonged pause, Song Yizhu offered a slight nod. There was indeed danger, yet it was not life-threatening. She could assure her safety, knowing that someone awaited her return home, which kept her vigilant. Chapter 106. She merely nodded in silence. Su Jingyu comprehended that no further inquiries would yield responses and chose to remain mute. It was disheartening that the child born of her own flesh and blood was disinclined to share even a single word with her. Su Jingyu likely understood why their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Had she been more attuned to her emotions during their formative years, perhaps their bond would have been more resilient. Is there anything further to discuss? Without her, I shall escort my wife home. This place feels oppressive. Su Jingyu opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence. She harbored numerous questions for Song Yizhu, yet she was uncertain how to initiate or articulate them. Their tension at home. Have you only just settled before you wish to depart? Song Yizhu hesitated. She had initially hoped to find a moment alone to discuss matters with Song Huaibei, but now she was eager to resolve these issues and distance herself from them. President Song, we have matters to attend to at home, so we shall not linger any longer. Su Chang glanced at the expressions of those present and swiftly devised an excuse to escort Zhiyan away. Casting a glance at Zhiyan before ultimately deciding against taking her with him, you wish to converse? I shall seek out Cici for a moment. You two may engage in dialogue in the interim. The living room was soon vacated, leaving only the 3 mothers and daughters. I trust that after this matter, you will refrain from further intrusions into my life. Following a brief silence, Song Yizhu was the first to break it. What do you mean by disturbance? Is it a disturbance for a mother to seek her child? Upon hearing her words, Song Huaibei immediately expressed her discontent. Now that her daughter had matured, her words had grown increasingly severe. When a child seeks a mother, is it not a disturbance? You previously insisted that I should not disturb you. Why do you persist in meddling in my affairs? Even in seeking my partner. Do you believe I lack the resolve? Song Yizhu could not bring herself to glance in her direction. She had yet to confront Song Huaibei regarding her private inquiries with Zhiyan. And now was the opportune moment to clarify everything at once. Not attempt to twist the reasoning. Our concern for you is solely for your benefit, and the partner I have chosen for you, as you can observe, possesses both noble lineage and exceptional genetics. If you are not in haste regarding your own matters, do you still require our intervention? Have we erred in our intentions? Regardless of her feelings towards Song Yizhu, Song Huaibei was convinced that her actions were justified. A lady hailing from an esteemed lineage ought to exercise discernment rather than settle for the role of a mere university lecturer. It was clear to anyone how to make the right choice. And now, it just so happened that these two were one and the same. I have never sought your interference, and you have professed your intent not to meddle in my affairs. Kindly do not overestimate your importance. These matters are merely burdensome to me. A burden? Is everything we do a burden to you? Song Yizhu did not even spare her a glance, merely nodding faintly in acknowledgement. I did not anticipate your defiance. Had I foreseen this, you would have preferred to suffocate me at birth, would you not? Mrs. Song, it is you who abandoned your wife for trivial pursuits, leaving her to bear the child in solitude. Now you turn around and accuse me of being a natural alpha, inflicting harm upon your glands. Without my existence, do you genuinely believe that your abilities or your business could thrive in this capital city? To blame an infant for your failings is the mark of a coward. I shall not engage in further discourse regarding past grievances and why marriage and my future do not merit your interference. Nor do you possess the authority to intrude. Her words echoed in the room. An oppressive silence enveloped the space, leaving Song Huaibei utterly speechless. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with that. At long last, the ordeal reached its conclusion. Zhiyan felt utterly drained, while Song Yizhu appeared remarkably revitalized. However, Zhiyan had no time to engage with her. All she yearned for was a peaceful night as slumber. I shall accompany you to shower, she said, casting a languid glance at Song Yizhu, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 108. Song Yizhu, how much longer will your sensitive period endure? Finally reclining back onto the bed, Zhiyan nestled comfortably against her partner. Although the bed was undeniably inviting, the warmth radiating from her lover's body was far more alluring. About 5 or 6 days. Why do you ask? Song Yizhu gently tucked away Zhiyan's stray strands of hair, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. Is there any way to expedite its conclusion? Despite her limited experience, the permanence of the mark was overwhelming, and her glands continued to throb faintly. Indeed, the military medical department possesses a powerful inhibitor. Once administered, your sensitive period will dissipate for an entire year, though it may compromise your immunity. Would you like me to facilitate this? Zhiyan hesitated for a moment. A year free from the sensitive period was decidedly preferable to enduring this torment. Really? Song Yizhu replied. Then I shall have Han Lin bring one over tomorrow. Just jesting, she added. The permanent mark is a singular occurrence. You have only endured it this once. It would be a substantial loss if this were to weaken your immunity for an entire year. I knew you couldn't bear it. You are the best, my dear. Song Yizhu tightened her embrace, her tone playful and affectionate. Stop trying to be adorable. Behave yourself. I'm going to sleep now. Until tomorrow night. Do not touch me. Zhiyan swatted away her hand, her words feigning innocence. Yet her actions betrayed her. She chose not to elaborate further. I do not believe you. Song Yizhu's hand crept back, though she restrained herself from further movement. After all, rules were rules. She doubted Zhiyan would uphold her stance by morning, considering it was no longer merely her sensitive period. Ignore me. I will have my way. Now let me sleep, finding a comfortable position in her embrace. Zhiyan ceased her protests. Song Yizhu tucked her in before drifting off to sleep as well. The following day, Song Yizhu did not cling to her, but Zhiyan soon succumbed to her longing. Although she had proclaimed the night prior that she would avoid close contact with Song Yizhu throughout the day, the conclusion of the sensitivity was palpable. She is still a child, and it is entirely natural for her to make mistakes. Her own parents are there to educate her, so why must Marshal Song intervene personally? I have stated that this matter does not fall within my purview. I am here solely regarding my wife's affairs. What does the Marshal desire? Funding, or such matters are of no concern to me. I only require Zhiyan as an individual. Cease entangling her in trivialities. If she requires funding, she must also be present. What can you achieve by taking her away? What purpose does it serve? The two exchanged incisive remarks. The atmosphere becoming increasingly charged that it is not that Zhiruoki is unwilling to set her free, but rather that Zhiyan, being of royal lineage, ought to be addressed by the royal household. Irrespective of the gravity of her predicament, military intervention is simply intolerable. Should she be seized, it would not only imply her submission to civil court, but would also subject her to a military tribunal. Is there truly no avenue for negotiation? Do you not find your inquiry somewhat superfluous? Song Yizhu felt an overwhelming fatigue in responding. Such an evident issue. Why must one dance around the subject? Very well. When shall this matter reach a resolution? Is there a possibility of clemency? Song Yizhu had long abandoned concern for her own dignity, while Zhiyan appeared utterly powerless in the face of her. No, her actions bore severe ramifications. Leniency was out of the question, as it could very well cost her life. Zhiyan remained silent for an extended period before ultimately conceding. What alternative did she possess? After all, the transgressions of Zhiyan bore monumental consequences. I extend my gratitude to your majesty for your indulgence. I shall not impose further and will take my leave now. With that, Song Yizhu turned and departed without a glance back, leaving Zhiyan in a state of furious bewilderment. After a week within the royal prison, Zhiyan finally beheld the sun once more, but before she could relish the moment, Song Yizhu's associates ensnared her again. Zhiyan, it has been quite some time, Song Yizhu remarked, casting a nonchalant glance at the restrained figure before her, greeting her leisurely. What brings you here? Upon seeing Song Yizhu, Zhiyan's expression subtly shifted, disregarding the grip of those around her. I am here to escort you home. What folly are you uttering? I am an alpha, a true alpha. I do not engage in AA relationships. What delusions do you possess? I am here to take you to military prison. Song Yizhu was momentarily taken aback by her ludicrous words, quickly realizing that this child was prone to flights of fancy. Setting aside her stance on AA relationships, she was already wed, a legitimate spouse. What on earth was Zhiyan prattling about? Zhiyan's expression wavered for an instant, but swiftly regained its composure. It was inevitable she would misinterpret the concept of returning home. But on what basis do you intend to imprison me? I refuse to comply. What of my mother? Why does she not express concern for me? Zhiyan ceased her fanciful musings and swiftly grasped a pivotal point. We have conducted a thorough investigation into your affairs. Even if she desires to intervene, she cannot, Song Yizhu replied unconcernedly. This is no longer under royal jurisdiction, and regardless of how incensed Zhiyan may be, she must restrain herself. What do you imply? What revelations have you uncovered? Zhiyan felt a surge of panic rising within her, yet she masked her unease as she interrogated Song Yizhu. The connection to Zhao Mingxiu, along with the actions in which you participated, holds no illusions. There is no chance of your escape. Upon concluding this assertion, Song Yizhu ceased her dialogue, for there was no means for her to elude the impending repercussions. You must not speak so recklessly. I merely hold admiration for him. I have not engaged in any wrongdoing. In her haste, Zhiyan endeavored to exonerate herself. Despite her collaboration with Zhao Mingxiu, she wished to avoid any implication. Regrettably, she preferred to languish in the royal prison rather than find herself in Song Yizhu's company, particularly since the latter harbored a degree of ire towards her. Song Yizhu cast a glance in her direction, unwilling to partake in a dispute. Facts invariably supersede rhetoric, and some individuals will only acknowledge the truth when confronted with irrefutable evidence. Chapter 110. Are you not escorting me to the military prison? What is this place? Upon crossing the threshold of the foreboding edifice, Zhiyan could not suppress a grimace. The air was laden with a repugnant stench, reminiscent of decaying flesh half buried in the earth, causing her stomach to churn at the mere hint of it. This is a prison. Can you not discern that? Song Yizhu inclined her head to observe her, displaying little reaction to her delicate demeanor. Is the military prison truly so abhorrent? Under such dire circumstances, how do you accommodate the inmates? Your Highness, you are no longer a regal princess. At best, you are an unconvicted military suspect, and you possess no grounds to criticize the military's facilities. Song Yizhu remained silent, yet Han Lin interjected. What is that? Zhiyan beheld the grotesque creatures with scaled bodies confined within their cages, involuntarily recoiling. The creatures were indeed bizarre, with limbs resembling claws and webbed appendages. Their bare skin was adorned with scales that extended from their faces downward, enveloping their entire forms. Their bovine eyes fixated upon her with an unsettling intensity. What are those? They are merely the alien species with whom you conspired. What? Do you not recognize them? Han Lin raised an eyebrow, opening a single cell that was starkly devoid of furnishings except for a bed. Zhiyan struggled to regain her composure. What alien conspiracy? How had I remained unaware of this? What has Zhao Mingxiu concealed from me? You will remain here for a few days. Some documents are yet to be organized. So I must impose upon you for the time being. The surrounding cacophony of hoarse, grating roars seemed to echo Han Lin's words, yet she appeared utterly unfazed, barely lifting her eyelids. But I have yet to be convicted. On what grounds do you confine me here? Should you choose not to inhabit a solitary cell, you may share your quarters with them. They take delight in feasting upon our interstellar flesh, albeit their dentition is inadequate, necessitating a meticulous approach to their consumption. In a matter of days, you shall not meet your demise. Song Yizhu cast a frosty glance. This was merely an act of intimidation, and the fact that she had not directly consigned her to the aliens was already a gesture of courtesy towards Zairoki. A sudden crash resonated from a nearby cage, seemingly echoing Song Yizhu's words, unveiling a set of sanguine yellow teeth amidst the tumultuous roars, presenting a rather jarring visual shock. No, please. She fervently shook her head in horror. She would far rather endure the dismal confines of solitary cell than be confined with those wretched beings. Arrange for Zhiyan to occupy the cell adjacent to hers. Once the arrangements concerning the two sisters were finalized, Song Yizhu did not linger any longer, having only just acclimated to the vile surroundings. Zhiyan was still struggling to adjust when another individual was ushered into the adjacent vacant cell. This newcomer was neither foreign nor familiar, but rather disheveled and unrecognizable. Zhiyan, it is you. You are here. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Upon recognizing Zhiyan's visage, Zhiyan rushed to the iron bars, nearly beside herself with excitement as she shouted, yearning to leap towards her. Zhiyan, what madness is this? Ruined, all ruined. My glands are destroyed. My life is in tatters. It is all your fault. All your fault, Zhiyan. Had it not been for you, I would never have fallen into this abyss. Why do you not simply perish? Zhiyan recoiled in dread, overwhelmed by the venomous curses that surged toward her like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her. The bitter denunciations intertwined with alien howls, each tormenting her psyche. Sister-in-law, did you inquire about what my sister discussed with my mother last time? As soon as class concluded, Song Yizhu leaned closer to her, with Zhiyan indicating that she had grown accustomed to this behavior. No, why? Song Yizhu had not mentioned it, nor had she sought to inquire. After all, it was a matter between mother and daughter, and it was not her place to it is nothing. I merely sensed that both of them appeared rather troubled. Song Yizhu pouted, having hoped to glean some insight from her sister-in-law. Yet after their last conversation, the atmosphere at home had remained oppressive, not alleviating even after her return to school. She was now eager to uncover what had transpired. Are you very concerned? After many years, it is only natural for them to experience occasional disagreements. Zhiyan noticed her somewhat melancholic demeanor and offered a few words of comfort. She had never engaged in quarrels with Song Yizhu, lacking any experience in such matters that to my recollection, they rarely clashed. Even when disagreements arose, my mother was always eager to mend the rift. Yet now, the situation is altered, despite my mother's attempts to soothe her. They have proven futile. It is precisely because of their enduring affection that this discord troubles me even more. Indeed, it is a cause for concern. Perhaps it would be prudent to find an appropriate moment to have a heartfelt conversation with them. Zhiyan was not particularly adept at providing solace, especially since she did not fully comprehend the personalities of the two elders, rendering it even more challenging to offer any meaningful words. I still yearn for my sister's assistance, Song Yizhu lamented, participating in her mother's dispute for the first time. Your sister, too, needs someone to comfort her. Given the tumult of emotions, it is likely that her spirits are not much higher either. Speaking of which, upon her return from the Song residence last time, she discreetly observed Song Yizhu's demeanor. It seemed little altered, likely ensnared in her own contemplations once more. With the weekend approaching, it would present a splendid opportunity to broach this matter with her. You make a compelling argument. Thus, I shall entrust this matter to you. Sister-in-law, I shall not depart from school today, so I will not accompany you. Farewell, sister-in-law. Song Yizhu briefly pondered before acquiescing, her gaze falling upon Zheng Miran as she approached the school gate. And she promptly bid Zhiyan adieu. Miran, you have returned. How did the examination fare? What was the outcome of the secondary differentiation? Song Yizhu scrutinized her, noting that nearly 10 days had elapsed since their last encounter. The other individual still appeared slender, suggesting she had not neglected her well-being during the examination period. Everything seemed satisfactory, although her glands had yet to fully mature. However, she needed to change dormitories, Zheng Yuran did not directly disclose this information. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Changing dormitories? Have you transitioned into an alpha? At Star University, beta students were assigned dormitories based on their secondary sex, indicating a division by gender. Coexisting with alphas or omegas posed no issues. However, her impending relocation suggested she was neither omega nor beta. Yes, but my classification remains undetermined. Does this imply you still retain the potential for secondary development? Surely you won't surpass me at nearly 6 feet? Song Yunxi's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. The individual before her had already gained several centimeters in height, and with the onset of secondary development, she dreaded the prospect of her stature extending to an impressive 6 feet. Her sister-in-law was nearing 5 feet 7, and soon she would feel like the sole potato amidst a realm of giants. This should not be the case. Height predictions only extend to 5 feet 7. Zheng Yuran shook her head, clarifying that the examination had assessed various factors and forecasted her physical growth. During the examination, did they elucidate the cause of your secondary differentiation? It was the feeble pheromones from that senior on the previous occasion that inadvertently catalyzed my secondary differentiation into an alpha. I did not anticipate your genetic disposition to be so combative, favoring your transformation into an alpha rather than allowing you to coexist with lesser alphas that I too inhaled that senior's pheromones. Yet I did not experience secondary differentiation. This process is fraught with peril. I beseech you to abandon such aspirations. Zheng Yuran cast her a sidelong glance, recalling the excruciating torment she had endured during her own secondary differentiation. It was an inherently vulnerable state, and the agony was indeed life-threatening. She did not perceive it as a favorable experience. Very well. Where shall you be relocating? I can offer my assistance. Song Yunxi felt a surge of anxiety at her words. She had heard tales of the immense suffering endured by those who underwent secondary differentiation, and while she yearned for it, she feared the accompanying pain. There is no need for your assistance. I can manage independently, and it would be inconvenient for you to enter that domain. An omega entering an alpha's dormitory is akin to a sheep wandering into a den of wolves.